people in pool play. There was only one North American team who actually qualified through it. We had 2 LATAM representatives, and of course, we also won for the ANZ with Mind Freak, so congratulations to all of them for making it to this point, but all of them will have ambitions and are pushing even further.
Yeah, it's always tough because the pool play game is going to be a far different experience, but SWAT LATAM, they've had 2 games to warm up. Essentially now they've been able to take down 2 other squads, and now they have to do arguably an even go against the green wall on the main stage. Low optic, 20. They are starting to pick up a few kills here or there.
Going back into it. Striking map to try and clear out. Bound over towards the tower. He has no idea he's there, and now the spawn is good enough for the kill. Camouflage has popped up, Strikey's got eyes on it as well. Formal's going to be there. Legend picked up another double kill. Formal will get away with the camouflage. Down no shields, but nobody on the side of SWAT LATAM there to put him in the grave. He can now push forward towards sandbags. This is good for Optic Gaming. A and B in control, and now it's SWAT LATAM that have to fight for the back foot.
I think Optic just don't need to overthink this. I think if they just play the game and start to focus on actually just their fragging power, they should be able to overpower this SWAT LATAM roster. But if you start to overthink things and try and work out, why is SWAT LATAM doing this? This is a little bit different to what we've done against other teams. That's when it gets a little bit more difficult. Just focus on your raw skill, go back to the basics a little bit here for the green wall.
Renegade with snipe. Looking towards big door. Nobody there. Back towards tower. Always a great place to hold. A foundation for your team. The anchor point. They now take the lead. B and C in full control. We have to see what SWAT LATAM can do. Can they break this setup? 2 down, 4 bound. An opening before going down LATAM as quick as they like. Renegade continue to rotate and hold B.
And this is where you would expect Optic to be at their best when they do have control, but it was something that in an oddball game against Nemesis earlier on today, they had that control, they had that setup. The last Nemesis were able to break it, which was even more impressive, because breaking an Optic setup is not an easy thing to achieve. I think that's what SWAT LATAM are going to experience right about now. They need to have a plan in action, either do a 3-1 split or a full 4-set, and they do get the opening onto all.
How deep is the play from LATAM? And will it even matter with how much firepower the team has? As I now picked up double kill. He's died over towards tower though. Renegade's in hot pursuit. Force trying to stay alive. Renegade will not let them do it so though. And back to B goes to help the quantum translocator. Noble over towards Mud. He's being spotted out as well. Renegade knows exactly where he's going and will train his crosshairs appropriately. 2 members to contend with, backs away. Clever from Renegade.
Yeah, shame really that there were so many eyes on him. Otherwise he might be able to escape into mode and keep that sniper rifle on the side of Optic, but the rest of the team have been able to do the job, and it means that Formal gets to go with the headshot machine.
Camel's got the pop. Legend's over here. Formal will provide some cover fire. Roar's the last man standing for his team. He is trying to evade the attentions. He has been hunted down. It's going to be a 2v1 over towards A. Roar's trying to stay alive as long as he can to help his team. Again, Formal will get the kill. 2 members top middle position for SWAT LATAM. Camouflage still for Formal to play with, and a couple of sniper play. It's all to do here for SWAT LATAM. Easy streak right now for Formal.
I think too much to do for SWAT LATAM now. You can't allow Optic to have a lead like this. It was looking promising in the early stages, you had a 50-point lead, but once Optic get in its groove, not many teams can come back from it. And especially as well, they're still going to be trying to get those pieces together from open bracket as well. Whereas they might know they haven't been able to get A, but of course you're going to get the quick conversion over towards C. Optic's responding very well, but then the battle at B is going to be even more important, but it doesn't matter because Legend's happy to challenge. 3 dead yet again for SWAT LATAM.
Anything mobile, like, anything mobile is very already.
Yeah, and now with like mind you, this one dice, you can connect up to like 5.
No shields, beautiful nade. Banging it off top of steps. Formal though still has that snipe, but it will fall. But a triple cap is locked in tight. And LATAM about to tap out here. Points continue to climb. 3 dead for LATAM.
2 phones wide.
And for Optic Gaming, they recover from the Nemesis blunder. Map 1 in the
I mean,
books.
it's incredible.
250 to 67, bear in mind, SWAT Latam took a 50-point lead right at the start of that game, so it might have been slow out of the blocks for Optic Gaming, but they demonstrate why that does not matter. They are a team that can definitely respond and get back into things regardless of how they start, and I think they needed it. They needed to focus up a little bit, get back on that saddle as we were alluding to, and maybe now they can begin their run, not just through these pool play matches, but start to think about what could be awaiting them in the championship bracket as well. Early days though, only the first map of the series, but SWAT Latam, I think they just got a piece of the green wall.
It's always good as well to talk about Legend and Bound and the lure of Optic Gaming and forging this championship contender roster. And I think
We don't fuck around this week.
as good as Optic Gaming are, as good as the Green Ball are, if you don't perform, if you're underperforming, they can get on your back very quickly. And that's something that Legend and Bound,
Yeah, bro.
Renegade to a certain extent, will find out very quickly. If things don't go their way, they
off
don't.
today, all day. I'm gonna run errands today, but that's just my off all day.
That's any major fan base.
Tomorrow's Easter, but I'll be holding shit.
Going to be looking at why that might be going wrong, but Legend responding to maybe some performances that he wasn't happy with yesterday, with 17 kills on the board here in Game 1 on Saturday here in HCS Arlington. And this is going to be a case where moving into Game 2 for Slayer Aquarius, I think that the fact that Optic now been able to calm themselves down a little bit, it's going to be them focusing on just trying to breeze through this one. You want a nice, easy 3-0, otherwise then again, you're still going to see people scratching their heads a little bit, saying, you know, where's that Optic Gaming that was going toe-to-toe with Shopify Rebellion back at the Invitational? Where is that second seed that we expect to be at?
You know the communication would have been after the Nemesis series, okay, reset, because there was a little part of me when the electricity went last night, Nemesis were too good, you thought this is the perfect time for an Optic Gaming reverse sweep. They go back to the hotel, they do some bot review, they figure out what Nemesis were doing and they start to counter it, but actually they couldn't figure it out. Nemesis remained on top, but now that reset has seems to come to fruition. Game 1 was pretty easy, and Slayer Aquarius looks like it could be the same if they continue to go the way they were.
And there's always, you know, the conversation of looking at the series layout. Was it a bad one for Optic Gaming? Yes. Was it a good one for Nemesis? Yes, but at the same time, you could change that one 5, 10 different times. You could only play what's in front of you at the end of the day, and Optic is just going to have to work with that as they move forward in this tournament. And as they move forward in the series, we mentioned it, Slayer Aquarius is where we go. I love watching Optic on Aquarius. You look at all 4 of these players on the team, and they're all the kind of players that just challenge you, take those fights, and also punish you if you're out of position.
For Optic, you have to say, they've quintessential
play The Last of Us
the perfect team that happens. They are so aggressive, so in your face. You've got Renegade, who made a name for himself, sliding, pushing, ruthless aggression. And you've got Bound and Legend, who've done the exact same thing on Space Station. Formula has got a real Slayer team here.
I mean, a lot of people say the championships are won through these Slayer game times. If you look back even at the Invitational that happened those weeks ago, Optic were able to get a lot of Slayers under their belt against Shopify Rebellion, and I think that is why they are the Slayer team that you were talking about, because they are just so good together. They find that damage, they pick up the damage when it's been done as well, and now you've just got to ensure that you do it on the main stage here against SWAT Latam.
For SWAT Latam, how do they bounce back? Because you don't want to end out pool 0 and 3. You want to start putting some people on notice, putting some people on blast for performing well. Although you might not do too well here, something to build upon. Maybe you do something better at DreamHack. These reps are so valuable to teams like SWAT Latam.
I mean, seeing their player camp, seeing them on the main stage, they seem all smiles, they seem pretty happy, maybe just enjoying the occasion of being on the main stage. You heard what Wes had to say towards Piggy making the bacon. They didn't even get a chance on the main stage. Not everyone does. So enjoy the moment, try and have fun, and also see if you can pull off maybe a victory or two as Noble will take down Legend to kick things off.
Bound's got camo, Form's got a kill. Patrolling the front base, getting information for his team. Doesn't have to push in just yet. A little poke damage, trying to initiate gunfight. Man goes upstairs, almost hit back base. Bound's alone for now, needs help from his teammates. They come, Renegade. They put 2 in the grave, make it 4, all 4 go down. Rush will spawn over towards P1. He has to try and stay alive as possible, as long as he possibly can.
Very simple thing there from Bound. He had camouflage, and a lot of players would have just walked on into the base and tried to stay hidden, but Bound says, you know, I've got my utility, I've got my grenades. Happy to give up his position just because the grenade does more than just him walking in. And allowed the team to clean up the kill. 12 to 3 now. And the Optic train is really starting to roll here on Aquarius.
Killing spree for Renegade. Bound yet to die as well. Both 5-0 and 3-0 respectively. Formal picks up another one, and this is what you don't want for LATAM. Don't let this game spiral out of control. Try and stay close to the early engagements, because we've seen Optic Gaming come back from huge deficits in this layer. If you give them a massive lead, you don't have much of a chance.
I just think 1v1 situations here, Optic versus LATAM. You're putting your money on Optic Gaming every single time. These are world champions on your screen. The best of the best built for this tournament, for this season. And sadly, when you're a team coming through from the open bracket and you play against a team that's going to be a little bit pissed off with what happened yesterday at the early hours, and it's a killing frenzy for Renegade as it's 22-7. Optic Gaming really wanting to make a statement in this series.
As you said that, I just thought to myself, is this the worst possible time to play against Optic Gaming? You're an open bracket team. Renegade finally gets taken down, with his tally being 10-1-1. He was on for perfection for a moment. Camouflage now with the chest of bound after Renegade just fumbled with it. Double kill locked in. It just appears as though SWAT LATAM are just curling up to trying to survive. You just can't play that way against Optic Gaming.
I mean, this is just matchmaking now for Optic Gaming. They are just looking for the kills. They have the structure already in place. They have the map control. It's just a matter of calling out the spawns and then push. Relentless, ruthless aggression.
Forward it again. Triple kill on the legend. The French freak phenom starting to find his feet now.
We're going to call him the French freak. I mean, you could.
That could work too.
Does work. Some of the things that he has been able to do, I question whether he's even human. (32-14), so a couple of kills going back in favour of SWAT LATAM, but again, a deficit like this, it would be quite the struggle if Optic Gaming were to throw this one away. Actually, it would be the biggest throw of all time. The green wall in the venue starting to get loud. And it's good that Optic are at least giving them something to shout about, because it was certainly a tough morning for them.
It was an early morning wake-up call. Go play some Halo. Unfortunately, they didn't get the win. All still to do. Like I say, if they can take down Rebellion, Dan, that loss in Nemesis means nothing. It's irrelevant. You're back in the... You've actually stolen first seed in the tournament, so it's happy days.
That's also assuming that Rebellion also win, although their games in the open bracket, etc. And I think it's looking that way at the moment. I'm not 100% sure on what results are that have come through. And that's assuming that Optic continue to win this series. But how things are going, it's looking like it's trending that way. 37-22. Again, SWAT LATAM are just pinned back into the base, and Renegade is just waiting to pounce.
I feel like I'm watching the same play happen over and over again. They get camouflage and they all collapse in the base. They turn around and they do it again. And LATAM just do not have an answer for it. Noble's back base. Renegade's going to hop back up there to help Formal, and in the end, doesn't even need it.
And that's what's important, is when that last player is remaining, you hunt him down, you kill him just that little bit later, and you split those spawns. You split those spawns, and you just keep them staggered, and you keep punishing them every single time you have that player advantage.
You just keep splitting them fronts. Renegade over towards 7. I think that's a very important point you make as well, because of course, if you delay that last final kill, you're always guaranteed a numbers advantage. 4v3, the 3 fresh players pop up, so always hard work to put these boys away. 3 kills remaining, make it 2 now. Optic Gaming are in complete cruise control with 1 more kill to go. A killing spree for Renegade. And it could be more for the next one. Hit the grave, yes it is. 5 fresh shots. 2 to the good now for Optic Gaming, 1 away from right and some wrongs.
The crowd was calling for a steak, and it was delivered on a plate. Doesn't matter if you like it blue, medium rare, or well done. It was perfectly executed by the Optic Gaming roster. They had that one on the grill for quite some time and ready to serve. And now, on the side of SWAT LATAM, that's going to be a difficult pill to swallow. It was a domination in the game 2 on Aquarius Slayer there. And Optic Gaming looking too strong, it would seem, for the open bracket side.
Just to be clear when we're talking about steak,
Yes.
blue means barely cooked, correct?
Yeah, just sear it on the edges, make sure, and then you just deliver it pretty much raw in the middle.
So essentially, just eating it fresh, cut off the animal, because it's getting very little love.
Yeah, you just make sure you get rid of all the E. coli on the edges and everything like that. Safe to eat. Yeah, it's not too bad.
Good health. Good health and safety for you. You've definitely done a course or two.
I did.
Series layout, then 250 to 67, Strongholds Live Fire Slayer. Did not go the way of SWAT that time either. 50-26 has been utter domination for the green wall. An oddball recharge on the horizon. It's not looking much better. It's one of their best map mode combinations. Looking at the stats, Renegade 18, 3, and 6. He's really starting to find his form.
I've probably said this, but I think that's what's exciting about this Optic team is that every single player can have a game like that. I mean, Formal, not too many kills, but you don't need to when Renegade has a game like that. But Legend also did it the game before. Bound could be the one who does it next time. And these kind of teams can be championship-winning rosters because often these games can come down to fine margins where one player just has to step up, have that moment where they get that double or get that triple. A Killing Frenzy, for example, for Renegade. By the way, he gave up a Killing Frenzy just trying to get the camouflage, which shows that he was still thinking about the bigger picture. Because if that was me, I'd be like, I ain't going top mid. I will carry on just trying to pick up some kills.
Just gonna keep hitting the closures, hope some players with no shields, gonna get myself a little perfection.
Looking for my running riot.
I think it's right you say that because it's important to know. Sometimes you see one player being an outlier on the stat sheet, he's got 18 kills in one of the games. There's just not enough kills on the map for every player to pop off. Sometimes it's just not your turn.
Well, I mean, something that's been mentioned a few times already in this tournament is, for example, TSM with the life after the last shot, right? Not having that extra kind of firepower, that one person who could just suddenly pop off. Optic have 4 of those players, and I'm not saying TSM don't. I just don't think TSM have quite found their footing yet in this tournament, but they did qualify for the championship bracket, so they will have an opportunity to right some of those wrongs. Now, Opal Recharge is going to be the next, and yeah, bad news for SWAT Latam. This is pretty much Optic Gaming's bread and butter. Slow setup, but also can push the pace when you need to. You can watch those spawns, you can punish people who are going to be on their own. I would not be surprised if this is a 2-0 and ends the series at a 3-0, and we still have to give credit to SWAT Latam for getting to this point. Getting through that grueling open bracket is never easy, and especially taking down a lot of those North American teams that you were talking about, Shurs, but when you get into this pool and you have to play an Optic Gaming, who, as I said, are just a little bit annoyed with what's happened so far.
I think something Optic Gaming do on this map, they don't have a preferred method, a preferred setup in this. They can hold the pipe, they can hold the elevator, they can hold the blue. They don't care where they hold it because they have optimal setups for each one of them. And for SWAT Latam, I just don't think they're going to have enough in the books to be able to break these setups.
Yeah, and even if you do break the setup, it's how do you set up yourself, because Optic does have that deep playbook. Optic can break those setups time and time again, and they are going to punish you every single time you try and take that ball away from them. And then you've also got to think about the shock rifle and how that's going to impact things out here as well. Optic Gaming are going to terrorize SWAT Latam here in this match.
Power weapons always so important. You've got 4 gunnies on Optic Gaming, and any one of them can pick it up at any given time and put on a show. The camouflage there to be contended for right off the rip. Noble's got the opening pick, then he's going to fall. Renegade's going to win for the first melee.
What's your FOV?
Eventually gets it done. Probably sitting on 110, I'd say.
I mean, I don't think so. If you don't see Renegade right there, I'm thinking there's like a 970. 42. Does not spot Renegade. He's able to get the kill in the end, and it's going to be that first camouflage going in favour of Optic Gaming. Even worse news for SWAT Latam here, but we'll give his position away, but we'll grab a shock rifle.
Oh! What's his FOV? Didn't check his feet. Sometimes you have to watch where you're walking. Formal will find a face. That camouflage. This is just things you can't plan for. You can have all the strategies in the world and all the setups, but if Formal gets a shockwave from the camouflage, all those plans go by the wayside.
No full time as of yet, though. The ball is actually going to reset. Just a little bit of a standoff as almost connects with it. Just does enough damage so that it can be picked up. But it will be all 4 dead for Optic Gaming. And actually, SWAT Latam will be the first team to get a setup here. And it looks like it's going to have to be pipes. Although they do have A control, so they can probably rotate this round to elevator if they would like. They're going to force a blue push from Optic.
Can I tell you that one of the most terrifying things to play in Halo is when you're facing a sniper rifle or a shock rifle and they stand still. As you hold your breath, you're like, he's about to blame me, and more often than not, shot rifle, you find out pretty quickly. Unfortunately, though, Formal didn't find the face, they got taken down, but 23 seconds on the board for LATAM. The ball's going to get tossed over towards battery, so it's going to be reset. Drop down, scoot it up, 3 dead. Striking last man standing down on board long haul, he has to wait for his teammates to spawn back up.
2 dead on the side of SWAT LATAM. Optic Gaming have the ball, a good chance to jump into the communications of Optic Gaming and seeing how they're feeling.
Maybe like yogurt. A very focused Optic Gaming, actually. I think historically, a game like this and a team like this, the comms may not be like that. It might have been a little bit more chill, a little bit more expectation of winning this comfortably, but Optic extremely focused, and they know they cannot take this SWAT LATAM team lightly. They're a very strong roster who have to be respected, and it's exactly what Optic is showing here.
Those comms are locked. Hear a lot of small talk. Not looking past this SWAT LATAM team, and for good reason. This round number 1 has been close. Optic Gaming now just started to pull away. 10 seconds required. 3 members down for SWAT LATAM. This should be a round 1 victory for Optic Gaming. As Legend continues to hold and secures the round for his team.
A bit back and forth to begin with, but once they got a solid setup, Optic Gaming were just able to hold on to it, but it was great to have an extended listen in there so we could really see how Optic were kind of feeling. And I think focus would be the key word that I take away from that listening. Legend now just supporting Bound, and I mean, Legend and Bound running at you is
another terrifying thing to have to try and go up against in Halo, as now Halo is going to be the last remaining player, as again, first camouflage goes to Optic Gaming. And that's going to be a key feature in this game as well. If SWAT LATAM allow that camouflage to keep going in favor of 3-4, then they are not going to be able to get around.
Optic Gaming have really been on top of the power-ups. Almost every camouflage has gone their way this game. LATAM just desperately trying to survive, but Formers keeps hitting 5s. 3 dead now. Noble's over towards gold. Grapple will meet the ball, come with them. Camouflage will just run out. Now they have an A set up. Renegade's got the shock rifle as well over towards blue. This is going to be a very difficult break for SWAT LATAM. Renegade has to live here. He's done so for now.
Of course, you talk about those 5s, with summer update, we'll get the perfect medals. It's going to be on the kill feed as well. And I do wonder whether that changes things, changes the dynamic of the game when you see someone perfect in the kill feed, and you know they're hot. It's very different to just seeing them get those kills as well. So it does change things ever so slightly. And I'm excited for that introduction when the summer update does come through. But Optic have the ball over towards pipes, and they've got 2 dead. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 in this. Actually, there's a spawn over towards elevator, so they could get aggressive here and try and take elevator off them, but I think that damage they're going to have to back off.
Back away they do. 3 members of Optic Gaming over towards pipes. Beautiful nades get tossed out here. Players down to no shields. Bound picks up 2. 3 go down now. Renegade gets one elsewhere. Last player over towards tower. A beautiful hold through the green wall.
We go down together. Bound and Formal just holding hands and saying, look, we'll fight to the very end, and they both come out of it alive. So difficult to try and take those fights when both players are just trained on doing damage, happy to die for the cause of their teammate. Now, Noble does have camouflage, so this is better. At least they've been able to prioritize it. Maybe it can help them get back into this round. Or you walk into a wingly Formal, you never really know how it's going to happen. Noble's the last remaining player here. Ball time still going in favor of Optic.
They've been the halfway point now. Points required. Noble waiting patiently for plays to be made elsewhere. Unfortunately, that camouflage didn't see the value he would have liked. This ball being well protected with the Frenchman. Like a little baby being cradled. He's bringing it over towards long haul. Got help from Bound, but
I didn't think about it until you said it. Once I started getting in my head about it, and that's when I was like, dude, this is and then I tried, in Halo 5, I tried switching to full ball, and I just didn't get good at it. It takes a while. I literally, I just gave up. I was trying, like, one day I was like, alright, I'm playing this ball, play this, I'm just gonna keep trying full ball. And eventually over time I got it, but it wasn't easy. Like, even doing little button combos nowadays is not easy, because there's a BXP in the game. I haven't seen anybody using too much this event, but there is a BXP with the Bandit. Especially with the VR, but with the Bandit there is. Like tacos. Yeah, but before matches, maybe I gotta play ass. Because sometimes we'll be like, chat, I'm not playing, I'm not sitting here typing a fucking ad. It just happens. Wait, can you go get this Chick-fil-A? I will meet you out front.
Yeah. Is he there right now?
Name's Kelly, she's Spanish, and she's approaching.
I say welcome myself.
Anonymous with the Ted Mob!
we were expecting an Optic Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion at some point this weekend.
Anonymous.
Fight is so important. A single shot could mean the difference between you making it or not. Missed that headshot. I just turned into him for a second on accident. I don't even know how that happened. This is it's going to come down to the wire. By the way, shout out to Nuclear Blaze. We haven't talked about him yet. This is the former teammate of Last Shot. These guys were a duo before Last Shot's rise to prominence. And he's no slouch himself. Very good game.
Oh, he landed that. Oh, he stayed alive. Not often do you get a sticky, nose-to-nose sticky, and you're one shot, but you don't get cleaned up. I mean, that's unbelievable survivability here from Nuclear Blaze. Let's see what he can do with the second least on life as he tosses the frag grenade into the fridge, looking to cook up some leftovers, some fried rice, some chicken. He goes down instead, but now opening up enough slays to find himself in second place.
Yeah, I mean, going on a killing spree.
themselves at their
We
very
got
best, or at least close to their very best.
FFA happening. Is Gunny in here? What's happening in the FFA?
Oh, he stayed alive. Not often do you get a
Crew, Maddie, Macy, Takedown, Billy Bob Joe, Fluriously, Demon Killer. Fluriously tends to go very far in the FFA. Crew's probably going to get pretty far. He's 32 in though. So she's not winning this. Fluriously with 38. Nuclear Blaze. Nuclear Blaze plays with Last Shot a lot.
Yeah, I mean, going on a killing spree is amazing at FFA.
Who did I make? Fox. I was like a technical Fox man. Overly technical, not the most strategic. Hitting like multi-shine, turnaround, wave dash to edge, and the perfect edge stall. Wallaroo, thank you for the follow. My shine turnarounds are actually so clean, bro.
Really continue on.
Little wave shine turnaround up hill, up air.
Slick.
Wallaroo with the prime gaming sub.
Just wait for intel.
Damn good halo.
Even though you stay out of the fight for 15 seconds.
42 for Fluriously.
15 hours in free-for-all.
Big facts, Maddie.
Yeah, I took it to Halo 5. Halo 5 is kind of like the melee of the Halo franchise. Maybe next to Halo 2, but Halo 5 movement reminds me of...
Renegade, the cheers have been crazy today. Just tell me right off the bat, what is it like playing in front of a crowd this loud?
Oh yeah, I love the green wall. You know, I definitely hear it, and especially how much family members I have here. I hear all you guys. Thank you.
There you go, okay? He loves the support. And on a day in which you guys need a lot of support to really kick this one off, okay? You know, the schedule a little bit different. You guys start off early today, playing a match and that continuation from yesterday. Just kind of talk to me. What has the morning been like for you guys getting prepared for this champ bracket?
Well, yeah, we had to wake up pretty early. We played that first match down 0-2 at like 9 a.m. We didn't get the win, but you know, we're still in the winners, and we're still looking for the trophy.
There you go, okay? And, you know, you played phenomenal on the stage, killing frenzy, looking good. How do you feel about just your own performance to kick this day off?
I've been playing all right. I think I can play a little bit better, and this next series I will.
All right, you heard him. This next series he will. Green Wall staying in the crowd. We'll get this champ bracket kicked off here soon. That's going to do it for you on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze and GG's of the gaming. You keep yourselves in it, and I would say lights out. I mean, fantastic showing from them, and I think a great rebound, something that we all needed to see. I think a lot of people right now in this arena are relieved based on what we just saw. I also think it was a little bit of a kick up the butt about how you have to be performing with your A game every single time you take that stage, and I do feel like they gave LATAM that respect. I do think that they played their A game. They had to pop off. They had to show the individual skill to get the job done. And honestly, they made it look pretty easy in terms of teamwork. That's exactly what I wanted to see from Optic. How did you feel about that series?
Yeah, what I saw from Optic, I think especially knowing that you've already dug yourself a hole, that you're going to play a 1C coming out of pools here, and it's probably going to be Shopify due to the rumblings. Optic are very aware of all the storyline that's ahead of them, their road to success, and that trophy is Renegade referenced in that interview. I think this is what you had to do if you were Optic. To go into the Shopify series when bracket play starts confident, you needed to stomp the LATAM team, and that's exactly what just happened. It was a beatdown, and now I think Optic are going to go a lot more confident into bracket play.
Indeed they are. How did you feel about the teamwork? Because obviously I think that was something that might have been lacking a little bit of touch against Nemesis, and I think Nemesis out-teamworked Optic. I never want that to happen. So how did you feel like they rebuilt that coming into this series?
Yeah, I think they played fantastic. Like Wes said, Optic did exactly what they needed to do. No messing around. Don't let a game extend past where it needs to. Come in and really, for yourself, for your team, make it be known that, hey, the loss against Nemesis was a blip. We're here to win this tournament, and they did exactly that. As far as coming out and winning this series against SWAT.
When it comes down to what you're looking for right now of Optic, we've had an early slip up. I know you're looking at certain specifics. We looked at pacing yesterday and how they are able to slow things down and speed things up when they want to, rather than just have that one set aggressive pace. Was there any individuals you're looking at spotlighting that you really want to see kind of start to look a little bit more comfortable on this roster as they build up through the weekend?
I'm looking at Legend, his comfortability on this roster. I think they're at the K-Son event. That was kind of the prelim, pre-event show match that Optic performed at. I think it was Legend that I expect the world of, and MVP of last year, obviously, I think when he's playing his best, is considered the best player in the game.
I need to see that legend going into bracket play, especially knowing the team that they play starting off, in order to have the tournament that this roster wants to have.
Indeed. I also think for me, it's got to be bound. I think I just haven't seen that, I don't know, that kind of, excuse the term, cocky confidence, right, from Bound that you're used to seeing, something that you love, I think, about him as a player, right?
Absolutely.
Running at you just full blazing ego challenge. It is, it's arrogance, but it's like this.
But it's backed up with
100%.
hard truth.
It's an arrogance that you're so comfortable watching on the screen. I think especially as a teammate, you just know you're like, yeah, go for it. Like, I know you're going to come out of that situation 9 times out of 10. The one that's winning it, that every single time that pip. I just haven't seen that kind of, I think, arrogance, that cocky confidence that I love about Bound as a player come through the screen yet. What do you think that really comes down to, WP? Is that just, you know, they're trying to find their flow, the dynamics as a team, you know, 4 very, very hard-pressed players, they're so aggressive. Is it just finding his slot?
I think so. I mean, to everyone's point, Bound, what makes him so special is that style of gameplay. He genuinely thinks he is the best in the world, and he's shown it time and time again. I think for me, this Optic roster is still trying to put the pieces together and find that fluidity as a team. We talk about a team like Shopify Rebellion. Those four players just work, right? They're fluid, they're just moving as unit, and Optic on paper, it's a God squad. That's what everyone's calling them. But they're still trying to find that fluidity, and that's where Bound really shines.
That's my one concern around Bound, and like his mentality. He's always been able to consider himself an underdog. He's always been this unproven story. Now he has to play with kind of the weight of the world on his shoulder, the expectations of the green wall, the expectations of, I just won 4 out of the last 5 majors in the past season. Now he's a favorite. Playing as a favorite is a lot more difficult, I feel, than playing as an underdog, and that arrogance is much easier to have when like you're trying to prove the world wrong, rather than prove the world right about putting together the perfect God squad that they believe they have. I think he has it in him, but I do think it's a bit of a mind switch shift that he's going to have to go through throughout this Optic Gaming experience and achieving everything they want to.
And you just said it, experience. That is the key, right? It's just having that experience as a team. That's exactly how you progress and get better. And also just get used to one another. Building that chemistry is so important. We're seeing a ton of that here in Arlington. We're going to head to a quick break right now, folks. But when we come back, we head into the champ bracket. We have our first winners round for you on the main stage. Cannot wait to see the business that's going to go down on this stage here, folks. Stay with us, and we'll see you right after the break.
Filter Pro MB is a super powerful dynamics processor. It's definitely one of the must-have tools for anybody serious about mixing or mastering. I've been using the Pro MB daily for over 10 years, so I've put together my personal must-have presets for mixing and mastering. Each preset should be used as a start point and adjusted to the sound you need based on the material you're working with. They're simply named so that you know exactly when to use them. By using the presets, you're going to become familiar with the Pro MB interface, making it quicker and easier for you to use every time. So if you want to use my exact presets for the Pro MB, download them below.
Breakfast burritos? Start whipping it. Tell Chick to start whipping it, Bugman. Tell Chick to start whipping it. There's no stretches.
Start whipping it. Whatever you want to eat, bitch. If you want to eat, it's up to you. Don't worry about me. Worry about you. I'm good, brother. Brother, I'm good. Shit. She's a beast, bud man. She's a beast. Beast. Hmm? Yeah. Yes, sir. And Texas. I wish there was one in California this year, but there's that. But there's actually a Jake Paul fight coming up at the Anaheim Convention Center in like June. Oh yeah. I could go to that too, right there. He's fighting some Mexican fighter, so it's already going to be good. It's going to be sponsored by big plus promo in the early half. And California is the perfect place for a promo for the play. If you want fans to pay and go, so you're going to do it quickly fans. That's the diffy between us. That's the diffy. She likes her eggs wet, and I like mine dry. She don't like the solids. She likes the squishy squishies. The only thing I like squishy are my tits. On my women. Tits on my women are the tits and ass. Tits and ass are the only things I want squishy. They don't get us stream. I like squishy butt. I like the squish squish. No, yours not. Yours are not squish squish. Yeah. I'll try to eat it today. If I don't eat it today, I'll throw it out. Try to just get the gains. I don't think it's that bad, right? We only made it a week ago. a good thing. It's a good thing. What's up? I think I do it on a frying pan better.
Okay, well this is done then.
Are low, you know that those shields are going to come back up. You trust your teammate to melt. And what they call aimbot. You aimbot a player and go after them together, and you essentially delete them. And you have that trust in your teammates. We're seeing that a lot.
The one that I'm really looking at is map 3, and I think that's when you can really start to get back into the game. That oddball on recharge, I think oddball is where SSG are kind of slipping up just a touch and could use a little bit more time and experience on that. How are you feeling about that series layout?
Yeah, I think oddball is a good place to look at as far as wanting to know more about SSG's improvements. I think oddball is something that when I watch them play against Optic or Shopify, they tend to struggle, and they tend to, like, the rounds get out of hand very quickly, and when you don't break a setup on your first or second push, all of a sudden it feels like the round is over. I think SSG has struggled with waiting so long to make a good push, and that good push not working, that it actually just loses them a significant amount of time and potentially the round. I think this is a phenomenal way to improve in an atmosphere like the tournament against a team that has already proven that they can compete with the other teams in pool play.
It's interesting too, right? Because that entire story changes when we get to Champ Pack. A lot of players will play really good in pools, and I think Trippy's going to play well in the Champ Pack as well. So I'm not disagreeing with you, but we'll see how the stats change in terms of that fantasy. Don't forget, chat, we will have fantasy here on LVT, but that'll be later on. It's 240 to 51, and I mean 10 more points, and FaZe will close out game 1 in a very quick fashion.
Yeah, for them, it's just finding their approach. It's important even when you're dominant. Man got hit with a body shot so hard, he came out disoriented, he's throwing melees. 243 counting, GG's right here. They'll trade A for B. That won't stop the... Repulse snipe, do it. Oh.
And basically earns enough on the next to get the assist. That's incredible talent. That's what makes Suppress so dangerous.
And there it is. It is going to be FaZe. That win out game number 1 in a very quick fashion. Great job by Penguin towards the end right there to make sure that he stops the spawners on A from making it anywhere near B.
We're watching one of the few remaining pool play matches here, and it's a chance for, we're switching gears here to Spectate, Space Station Gaming, and Ether again. There's only 3 matches remaining, and this is one of them. This is really exciting because Ether, they have a chance at being on main stage in front of Space Station Gaming. That's really cool, and that has to be super special.
I'm really excited for Ether's potential. Right? This is their chance to. I think everyone knows they're legit, but this is their chance to take it to that next level.
I agree, and you know what? What a team to do it against. If you can do it against SSG, again, we've talked about it. They're still growing. There's still time that needs to be put in. I think this is a team that, as the season goes on, if they stick together, which I assume they will, they will get better and better and better. This might not be their event, but this is the time to take advantage of the state they're in, and Ether can do just that.
We got to see a little bit of what Ether can do. They eliminated luminosity from their pool play, and the energy that they had earlier today was incredible. Can they keep that energy up and that gameplay up against a main stage, like a veteran team like Space Station Gaming?
I think they can. I mean, they're solid, and honestly, it's almost kind of scary. If you're Space Station Gaming, you're putting a lot of respect on these guys because I truly feel like they can really upset you here.
And this is the thing, right? When we get into these late-stage tournaments, it's these matches at the end where you're seeing, like, okay, what really matters? And Space Station Ether in that pool is really going to matter, because if Space Station wins, a guaranteed number 1 seed. If it's not, it's a 3-way tie between Space Station and Galaxy Ether. Then it's going to come down to map count. And I don't know if you want to be in a map count race with a team like Ether.
I don't think they've lost many matches.
Well, we are looking at the series layout here between Space Station Gaming versus Ether, and they're starting on a stronghold. Live Fire, Space Station Gaming has their good maps, and they're not so good maps. We know that they've started a little bit on the slower end, but could this game mode, could this map be an advantage to them?
I think that Space Station is one of those teams where it doesn't matter the map or game mode for them. They are going to be rock solid consistent because of the caliber of players that are on that team. Let's think about what they're comprised of. It's world champions. You have Stellar and Eco, who've been around playing together forever. Eco is one of the smartest players that Halo's ever seen. Put that alongside Snakebite, the General, and Lucid, who's really been the master of all Halo Infinite, of mastering the intricacies of it. To me, they don't really care about what the best of 5 is. It's about just making sure they get to their spots and are able to play their game. The way you get underneath Space Station's skin is by being a little bit quicker. Right? If you're able to outpace them and do it comfortably, that's when I start to see them being on a little bit of a shaky ground.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that SSG are still finding their footing. And I think when you separate multiple duos, you just have to find that role again. You have to be in a spot where, okay, this is my role on this team. And until you find that, and I think that they've started to find something like that, but their pacing is the biggest thing as well. I 100% agree with you. It is a problem. I think they play very slow. And I think with pacing, confidence is a factor. If you're more confident, you play faster. That's just how it goes. That's why you see Renegade and Bound constantly pushing forward. These two players should be very confident in their ability, and you can see right now, Lucid and Snakebite leading in the KD ratio.
There's something to say about the Space Station squad also having experience on the main stage. They're walking over comfortably, possibly, maybe not underestimating Ether, but also feeling like they're probably going to take the series compared to then Ether, who might not have their chance on main stage, and now they get to sit there, and this is really exciting for them.
I love that you keep talking about main stage because it is such a big point to this, right? These guys on SSG have been in these seats so many times, and they've won when the lights are the brightest so many times. I think that's going to play a big factor in the series. We'll have to see.
We're taking a peek at what's going on in Pool C. Mind Freak versus FaZe Clan over here. FaZe Clan took that first game against the Australians.
They're looking dominant in the way that they did it. I want to see if they can continue on that trend in this game too. FaZe, use this as your training dummy opportunity, right, to play fast.
See if they do that. Of course, we're getting a beautiful picture here. We get to see kind of both sides of things.
Rice gets some more damage down, and with that, FaZe, they have that lead, but Mind Freak's been keeping at that pace. More damage coming down. I'm very curious. Mind Freak's very good at Aquarius from all that I've seen. I feel like this is one of the maps to potentially find an upset on.
Nice little 3-kill lead, though, for FaZe, and we'll see if they can maintain that lead. We'll get back to you on that SSG game here when they're ready. Regardless, we're going to watch a little bit of FaZe versus Mind Freak in this scenario. And yeah, the battle rifle, Scoop, he don't pick that up. I don't know why. It's so strong long range, and on mouse and keyboard, it's even stronger.
It feels counterintuitive because mouse and keyboard, you figure to have a big boost with not having the burst weapon, right? Because you don't have to track every bullet.
That's true too.
It's just one, but I've heard that from all the mouse and keyboard pros. They really love using the battle rifle. That long range aiming with it is just, it feels nice.
It does. I love using the VR. 3 kills is still the lead, though. FaZe have kept maintained that. Very even across the board, though. You see on their end, Suppressing leading with 7 kills. And Penguin trying to find something with this camo. I love the jump right there, by the way. Just getting into on the P1. He's really rerouting here multiple times, though. I'm a little nervous that this camo will not a lot of value out of it.
Yeah, but information scheme, just one player from FaZe that sort of left, that stayed behind while they made this push. And they were very much overextending themselves to that B side. Scoob was able to take advantage of that BR in hand, right? See what we want to see, right? That BR to help with those long-range fights.
He had a little bit of a mistiming right there. If he just stayed on util door, he would have got some damage to the players pushing P possibly. But he's doing damage regardless, and you love to see it. Some big damage on a suppress. Unfortunately, this is one of those scenarios where your damage is not going to get cleaned up. There is no one in position. Finally, a player top center. That gets cleaned up on a Falcated. Well done by Scoob.
Scoob getting that damage, and Rice doing what his job is, right? It's all Rice is supposed to do for this team. When I was talking to them, they said, hey, clean up everything. That's his role. They were talking about this map in particular, how effective he is at it. Where he's got 10 kills to his name, and Scoob is right there trying to get as much of that damage downrange. He's so good at finding his gunfights.
Let me give me my VR back. Like, it's so clean on mouse keyboard. I know a lot of people say, like, you know, the tracking is definitely a thing, but if you're good at tracking, tracking is a whole separate skill on MK. If you're good at tracking, like for me, I'm better at tracking than I'm flicking. Like, VR is strong, and then the long range capability, it's unmatched. 28 though to 23, FaZe starting to pull ahead.
Yeah, a little bit, but still within distance, right? Mindfreak can find their opportunity, but this might be a big swing. Not only are they able to get those 2 kills, but Mindfreak, they've been able to get those trades at important times to stop FaZe from getting that separation and running away with the game. But the problem is it always feels like they're playing catch-up. It's not them dictating the pace.
And we talked about them earlier. You actually mentioned them earlier. The fact that they're incredible in Slayers. They beat top teams in Slayers, right? We're not necessarily seeing that against FaZe here. Why do you have a reason of maybe why that is?
One big reason is FaZe is probably the best Slayer team in the HCS right now. They've been so good. I'd say it's between them or Cloud9. We're specifically talking about Slayers and how good these teams can be. FaZe very rarely messes up on the Slayers.
Definitely seeing that here. It's 38-27 now. It's starting to get out of reach for Mindfreak. And this team has constantly had chances in pool play. They've constantly been outside the pool play. They've been in the pool play. And I just feel like they are getting better and better, but so is the rest of the players who play this game. They're just getting better and better.
Oh, it is nice. All-out breakout from Mindfreak trying to get towards Val, but Val kept so calm in that situation. I don't know if I could do the same. He took on that fight and just instantly left. And look at his assists. He has 12 to his name.
It's insane. Look at Penguin. Penguin takes the route. Falcated up there to put damage in. Penguin's here. Penguin just comes in, cleans up, gets the double. Look at the triple. There it is. And goodness me, this is probably over 44-32 now. No stake, but it's been a lot of damage done by FaZe.
Yeah, this Mindfreak and the Slayers that we've seen so far in pool play where they did win, we saw them able to take advantage of mistakes and to use that to get their momentum and start rolling. That just never happened in this game. FaZe really didn't give many opportunities, if any, for Mindfreak to find a couple easy kills.
3 more is all they need now for FaZe, and they will go up 2-0 in Pool C. And we slightly talked about the implications here. But we'll swap back over. It looks like Cloud9 versus Dark Side. Cloud9 are up 1-0, so an update on that. As we go back to FaZe now, 2 kills is all that remain. And it'll be, of course, Penguin on your screen. Probably a little bit upset about, the team situation. Maybe it's already past his mind. He probably doesn't even think about it anymore.
He's totally fine with this new team.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like this air of excitement for Trippy and Penguin to have something fresh, have something
I agree. Yeah.
To be able to prove themselves, right? This is... They were written off as the excess on the other team, right? When people were talking about where free agents were going to go, it was all to talk about their teammates, not where they were going to go. And now they have a chance this season to show that they weren't the excess, that they are championship caliber.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we hopped into Space Station versus Ether. A very big test for Ether, but also a big test for Space Station Gaming, and already it's 3 down for Ether.
This is a Space Station that we expect to be so dominant. Already, they've gotten everything you could possibly want. Map control, sniper in hands, and a camouflage debate coming up soon.
I made the call they would win the event, and people call me crazy, but I don't know, man. It's something about LAN, it's something about having that experience, those rings on your finger. that really make a difference here. And you can see it right now out of Lucid. The camo is up, and he will go directly for that, cleans up a kill on the Lior, and stays alive with the camo as well.
That's the big part, right? There was no one there to quickly follow up on that damage laid down on Lucid, and it's going to allow him to have the most powerful combination in Halo Infinite.
Just like knows what they're going to. This is insane! Lucid is just disgusting! He's back! Did he ever leave?
I always love looking at a Lucid player cam because he has one of the most unique stances, right? He has that straight back, but he also plays very far away from his monitor. It's like he has peripheral vision of his teammates.
I don't know how people play so close to their monitor. You gotta like really shift your head to look at the corners of the screen.
Do whatever Lucid's doing. Right now, it's working.
It's good shots, and it's definitely working. 81-2-0 so far.
This is Space Station coming out strong and trying to tell Ether, hey, there's levels to this thing. You know, you might be good enough to compete with those teams that are in the top 6, top 8, but we're not those teams. We're competing for championships.
Well, they're definitely showcasing their dominance here in Space Station Gaming, but Ether are putting some points on the board now. Things have changed just a bit. It's going to be a B and A hold here for Ether.
With 3 down, this is the opportunity Ether's been waiting for. They're quick on that rotation towards C. Lucid's caught out, and now he's going to go down as the spawners of Space Station come up. This is the moment. This is where Ether can take advantage.
Tapping Buttons is going to take advantage right away. 3 down for SSG once again, and Tapping Buttons with a massive win.
Now they put them in the cycle. Another 3 down with 1 player remaining. Are they going to be able to catch him out? No. This time, Lucid, when left in isolation, takes 2 down and doesn't even lose his life. Look at what that did for the team. He's staying expanded up. It gives Eco freedom to grab this camouflage, and that's going to be a big swing for Space Station, and it could get them out of this tough situation.
A little bit of a rough nade there, though, on the small window. I believe they do clean up that kill anyway, but still. We're going to have to work and grind forward now. Looks like an A cap going to be held. Asking with that QT, and Eco capitalizes on some damage. A little bit too pushed, though. He's alive. Oh my goodness! Eco stays alive the entire time AC holds.
Superior understanding of what risk he was taking in that situation, right? He's staying 1 shot, but he's ready to take on what's next.
And what's next are the spawners on the boot ramp. A 2-cap hold is still in effect. And a 50-point lead and counting for SSG. 2 down for the side of Ether. Make that 3. One just spawned, and now it's Eco with the snipe in his hands.
Goes working back towards the C. He wants to take on Tapping, the one-on-one, and Tapping caught him on by surprise, but Stellar might be able to bail him out. No! They both go down, and Ether's playing strong on the other side. They're starting to dominate both the exterior lanes.
That's 1v1. That's very important here. Snakebite wins it. As per usual, the General is called the General for a reason. He's still alive here on the A side. Ether do have that double cap, though, and they're starting to catch up and score.
I'm honestly surprised Space Station didn't play quicker towards the B side. They had an opening to do so. Instead, they opted to play a bit slower, but they weren't in a scoring position. It's Ether that's been putting on points, and they're quickly closing this gap.
What do you notice about these guys? The pacing is so different on these 2 teams. I just feel like SSG is a lot slower than you'd expect them to be. And I guess not because of the composition of the team, but if they just played a tad bit faster, it would benefit them so much. Regardless of that, great shots by Eco, great peak shot, and that's going to be an A-B hold.
Man, they make the Eco look like it was never taken out. That was about as efficient as it could be with those peak shots, and Eco's been starting to find his pace in this game. 9 kills to his name, and Lucid's been reaping the benefits of the power weapons. Honestly, surprised that hasn't, usually we see Stellar with those snipers, but they've all been falling to Lucid this time around.
Lucid is 15-6 as well. Stellar have a bit of a rough game here. Nice clean up by Lucid. Goes back up towards B. The damage is put out, but he's going to go to A.
I love the way that Lucid takes that jiggle, right? It's 1 to the left, 1 to the right, and then get out. I don't think I can take the challenge. He's very thoughtful with how he approaches his challenges. It just makes him such an exciting player to watch.
Eco, so excited to watch him camo as well. Love that.
He's so good at the reapproach, right? He never stays longer than he needs to in any gunfight. And even then, he gets the follow-up. He is just reading this map so well. Either go 4 down, they're going to be back into scoring. In fact, they're going to try to get the trip cap in. And look, the spawners are in the reticle of Lucid, and the rest will split. This is superior play.
Yeah, they might have already got a kill. Lucid finds another spawner there. 2 down already. Make that 3 dead. They've got that triple cap locked in, and Eco gets the trade. It's 4 down once again for Ether. The triple cap is not losing.
This is the 3rd time that they've gone 4 down in the midst of this trip cap situation. Space Station have them in a stranglehold. They are waiting for Ether just to tap out and say, we're done. Let's go next.
Yeah, this is nuts. I said this was going to happen. This is so beautiful. By SSG. So impactful. A statement-making game. Why would you even put us in the same bracket as these guys, what they're saying with their gameplay right now? The double cap's still locked in. It's going to be dripped on the big door.
This is some of the cleanest gameplay that you'll see from a team in a snake fight. Yeah, don't come up to my stairwell. He's going to hit him off the clamber, and he's just hitting damage down range, waiting for the team help to come. And once it arrives, Ether's starting to realize, yeah, we don't really have an opportunity to get in. I think they've accepted their fate. That Space Station's going to go up 1-0 in this series.
That's exactly what's going to happen. Space Station, strike first in a massive way.
Space Station Gaming looked comfortable in this live fire strongholds, and now we're moving on to this Slayer Aquarius. How does Ether make Space Station Gaming start feeling uncomfortable?
Well, they can't go 4 down. That was one of the big pieces for Space Station to be as dominant as they are. So Space Station is probably the slowest team in the top 4, and they're one of the slower teams in the HCS period. But they like to get to their setup, and when you go 4 down, you're giving them, those seconds in which all 4 players are down is complete freedom. It allows them to move to their spots, get themselves ready, and you saw how dangerous that was when Ether fell into that trap. Priority, trade, and stay alive. Do not be that 4th player to go down. You don't want to have no presence on the map.
We saw a lot of fire earlier from Ether active, and I don't feel like we saw that here in this live fire strongholds. Do you think this, the main stage effect could be?
Oh yeah, 100%. Like it's scary up there.
Yeah.
For anyone who's never played on the main stage, just picture like being in front of a crowd of like 10,000 people, even if there's not 10,000 people here. Just the idea of being in those lights and being the focus of the tournament at that point in time, it's heavy. It's heavy bearing. And does that affect them? Yes, I think it is. And it's just like minuscule effects, right? Timing's different. Your shot misses just by a little bit. You're a little shaky with your movement. Your movement's not as clean as it could be. Halo's a game of centimeters. Like just straightening a little different will change your game. Like, there's so many things, and yeah, I think that's affecting them. Will it continue to affect them? I don't know. It depends on how quickly they adapt to the main stage, in my eyes.
I think it's important to mention that there's another layer of pressure that Team Ether has, and that's carrying the Latin American community on their shoulders in this very moment, in this specific game mode. Both teams that have qualified into pool play, both Latin American teams, all they want is a spot, in pool play, a guaranteed spot, and this is what these teams are fighting for. And now Ether has a chance at showing people that they can and they do deserve a spot.
100%. They've shown us event after event after event. And like Tool said, it's probably not going to happen this year, but they deserve a spot back. They just do. They've shown that they have the talent. Vamos for all the Latin America in the chat. You guys deserve a spot, and maybe it'll happen next year, but regardless, they're still showcasing that talent, and I think it's important to realize that.
The fact that there was 2 teams from Mexico that were able to get into pool play this event is showing that region is much deserving.
All right, we're hopping on the second game. Aquarius Slayer, can Ether get comfortable and make Space Station Gaming uncomfortable? The veterans are sitting there on it's their home. They've been here many, many times before. Ether have a chance at disrupting that this time?
Well, if there's any chance to disrupt it, it's right here. Why? Because in a Slayer, you just have to focus on one thing, and that is to slay your opponents. And then there's other things as well, like staying alive and not being told and dying all the time. But at the end of the day, it's only one thing to focus on. No objective is being added to this. It's going to be a bit easier on the minds of Ether. And this is why I like Slayers as a little break in game 2.
Lucid went hunting right away. This is the opposing side of the map. He's able to find himself a back, but more importantly, he has his VR to help his teammates secure camouflage. Not maybe the easiest grab Stellar has all day. He had to worry about nothing on the car side.
Beautiful shots, too. Cleans up one. And it's a couple trades here and there, though. That camo not going to be a factor any longer. But some great teamwork and some great shots out of Lucid. And I love the ability to back up here. Understand the job is done. Back up, get space.
And Lucid is that back rank player. He's not going to try to do too much on his own. Instead, trying to work in tandem with his teammates. His job is to soften up the players that his teammates are going to be running into. But Ether able to overwhelm at the far side. And now it's Lucid, who has to be basically the lone survivor waiting for those spawners. Was able to take one down by himself and now helps his teammate retreat.
Oh, yeah, almost didn't help his teammate. But yes, his teammate does get out of there alive. And it's a 2-kill lead here for Space Station Gaming. Lucid's still been alive in this sequence the entire time. 5-0 so far. Make it 6. And he's playing for his life here so well. Look at this. Comes back, doubles back towards Acid, helps his teammates out once again. Another kill goes in. Space Station are starting to soar.
Look at the high ground that Lucid's controlling over at the car side. They're perfectly content with slowing this game down and just ensuring they have the better position to fight for this next camouflage in 5 seconds.
Lucid up top, taking a little bit of damage though. He's going to put himself in a great position to clean up. And he's been covering the angle this entire time, but taking a little bit too much damage now. He will get taken out, which means Camo is still up top. But look at Stellar immediately there to try and pick up the pieces. And then he does. He picks up 2.
You can always see the thought process Space Station's going through, and what makes them so dangerous is how they execute on it. You know, a lot of times if they have an idea, they're able to see it to that end, and the second camouflage that goes to them, they're able to continue wiping players from Ether. And the big thing that I'm noticing from Space Station, it feels like the entire team is shifting focus to players. It's not just, hey, this is my one-on-one. It's, hey, I'm getting shots, you get shots. Let's clean this up together. Let's have multiple. Let's have 3v1s. Let's not let these players get away. I mean, how often are we seeing a weak player being the one that's being shot at?
Yeah, Stellar having a solid game as well, 11-4. That's a clean melee out of Snakebite. Gets 2 as well. My goodness gracious. But you're 100% right. And maybe this is what sets them apart from so many other teams. You see all the other teams, and everyone says fast this, fast that, individual skill this, individual skill that. What if this is the new meta? What if working together like this in tandem is the new meta?
It's brilliant the way that they're able to maximize their damage output because of how close they're playing. Wow.
That's a great nade.
That's a great nade.
That was one of those nades that you like move your head and realize.
Those are things that you need sometimes as a team. It's just a great individual play, right? You are able to find a player unsuspecting. He gets great damage down. Now Ether needs to make the most of that opportunity. And so far, Space Station, they've been quick to shut off those opportunities.
And everyone on this station is so good. That is, he's backing up. Look at this. The nade, look at the nade to prevent the push. This is beautiful.
Ego to solo, not to challenge. He's ready for the fight. He's staying alive, but he's always ready to re-engage, waiting for that help to come. Unfortunately, I don't think his teammate was expecting that same pressure.
Oh, he does put the damage in, but they get free down at the end of the day, right? So it ends up working out.
Ego pushes that first domino, right? So it's not going to show up in the stat sheet for him, but because he stays up in action, because he's on that front line, it makes the resulting play, the knock-on effects, much easier for the rest of his team to execute on those kills. And this is the next camouflage. They've gotten every single one this game.
Here we go, Eco. We're going to make value happen out of this camo, and he does so. Only going to get 1, though. 35 to 25. That's a kill lead, make it 11, and Stellar gets another one. That is 16.
This is, like we said, it feels like we were only on Stellar's point of view for the second half of that opening killing spree, and before you knew it, they were up by 10. That's what SSG, when They are clicking. When they are on the same page, that's what they are capable of. And this weekend all season long, they're going to be looking to find that form as consistently as they can.
He's just going to fly, and you can see at the moment that he just got a little bit lost on the map. They don't know what way to look. They've got players from SSG flying at them from all different angles. And with 3 dead once again, you can probably understand how that feels. 41-26 to score. Green Gun hit. Stella, he's going to get another beatdown. Somehow gets away with his life once more. And I think Stella's probably thinking on 120.
How often are they not trading? They're getting kills where they really, in most situations, players would be trading, but they're getting away with the kill. And of course, as a follow-up, with extra damage as well. Just 6 kills to go for SSG.
2 for Stella's dropped 20 bomb in a Slayer, which is quite rare. Stella down on the bottom of the pink tower at the moment, just waiting for damage. There is that damage. Doesn't get the kill this time, but he's going to slide out towards the front of the base here. Try and take the buttons! That's not an easy fight to win against Tapin. But this is Stella we're talking about.
4 kills to go, and time again. Not just winning battles, but ensuring that they don't trade another pick up in the kill. And he's 20 and 10 with 3 kills to go. It's a 20 bomb for Stellar.
Absolutely ridiculous performance in this Slayer coming in from the man who was so impressive for Space Station Gaming last season. Drift will find 1, but it feels like this is just a foregone conclusion at this point. Drift will fall. Stella, surprise, surprise, gets the final and ends 21 and 10 in game number 2.
How about it? And Stellar has already been writing history books on what is possible within individual games in Halo Infinite, and he continues to write that story yet again. And it feels like every single player on this SSG roster, you can never count them out of a fight, not just in each game, but even in the 1v1s. And I think anyone who's played enough or watched enough Halo Infinite knows what we're talking about in that game. There were so many scenarios where you would expect at this level trades to happen. Instead, SSG was eking out extra kill, and it led to so many net advantages. And in the end, a 50-36 game to win.
Well, let's see what game number 3 is going to look like. You saw SSG taking their scheduled break from the series. Take a moment to talk about what has been only positive, I would imagine, from those first 2 games. We'll take a look at the stats as well. I mean, just look at the damage coming out from Stella and Snakebite. It's ridiculous numbers in a Slayer. 21 and 10. 21 and 10. Just think about that. 50 kill game.
And Lucid starts the game 7-1. We should also mention the way that he started that game. When you're able to start a Slayer with a 10 kill lead, even though Aqua can be, a little bit of a dicey game in the mid game, when you're starting a game with a 7-1 run, and you're getting that first camo, and you have the lead, and you can be the one poking and prodding and taking chances, it sets the tone for the whole game.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think one positive again for SSG. No surprise they come out of that game. They are controlling everything on the map that he's turning into easy win conditions for them to look so good.
Yeah, there's 2 pieces of patience that we saw in that game from SSG. Or actually, they say 2 aspects that were played patiently. It was not only the camo grab, let's not forget, even though they had a man advantage, the camo was up for 35 seconds before it was scrapped. But you saw on your screen there while Stellar, excuse me,
and now they're too late for
that little second that matters. Those little seconds matter. Even like, I will say, in the past few years, like there's a lot of like mental that has gone into the game. I always talk about this, but like even just as you get older, it's even more mental because you just have a lot more on your plate. You're thinking about a lot more when you're young. You're getting on, you playing video games.
That's why I'm horrible now. When you actually have to think about like life and shit, and responsibilities just even outside of Halo, it just becomes so much harder to like lock in and turn the brain on.
It makes a huge difference. So like even like back in the day when I would go to tournaments, I would just play Halo. I wouldn't even think about it. And I had to remind myself, like when I was optic, like yo, just play Halo. Like go back to like when you were a kid. Don't think about the fact that you're at a tournament. Go up there and just play Halo. Like you know how to play Halo. Play proper Halo. You know what to do.
I felt like as my career progressed, I would get more nervous the older I got. It's like, yeah, you're just, I don't know if it's like more conscious or whatever it is.
I think you just have more on your plate. You're just naturally thinking about more.
You start to overthink and over-communicate, it gets harder to hit shots.
Yeah.
And think back to a guy like Neighbor.
We
Almost never thought. Never said a word. And what was he doing all the while?
Cobwebs.
Dragging out.
Even if you start thinking about the fact that you're missing, you might start missing more. If I'm not shooting well, and I start thinking about it, I'm not.
You start thinking that, fuck, I'm thinking.
Yeah. I'd be like, yo, stop thinking about this. I'd be like, stop thinking about the games I'm thinking.
Stop thinking about the fact that I'm not thinking. Or that I am thinking. Wait, I'm thinking too much. Too much thought.
They're literally just like, all right, natural.
That's the coach's job. I need to shut the internal monologue up.
The internal monologue is important because you even need that internal monologue when you're playing in game. All right, I need to stay here. I don't need to push. My teammates are doing this. I need to make sure I hold this on. I don't need to go help them. Even though you're like multiple things being called out in your headphones, sometimes you have to ignore it all. Even if your teammates have to be stressing for help, you gotta ignore that shit and just play your life. That's what's gonna matter in the big picture.
That's what I was saying yesterday. Sometimes you have sniper, and your teammates are going to die. Your teammates are going to die. So you're like, fuck, well, now maybe I should push. And I look like a baiting now, so you push, and then you die with sniper. And it's just, instead of just like trusting your gut, to just, no, what is the best play? The best play is we need to stay alive with this fucking sniper. It might look like I'm not doing anything. It might look like I'm statting. Sometimes it's how you gotta, like, not think.
I feel like in spots like that, you gotta be a good communicator with the sniper as like what you're watching and what your intentions are. And like, I'm just holding tower, like, hold them into me.
Yeah, but that's like people don't realize that. Like, even if you are, like, you have a power weapon, you should be directing traffic. If you have overshield, be like, yo, or camo. Like, yo, I'm doing this. Do this. Like, you have to do that because I don't know what you're doing. If I'm sitting back blocking spawn, you got camo. I don't know what you're doing.
Or if you're in the front line, like, you can't see what your teammates are doing behind you. You want to turn around and look.
That's the worst. That's the worst because I've seen like people actually do that in game and they actually turn around and just fuck.
Or if you have OBJ, because you know how often you grab the oddball. Now you transition into quarterback. You make audibles.
Yes.
Because you can't do damage, but you can provide intel.
And you also got to figure out where you're going to rotate the ball. If I have the oddball on my teammates, I'd be like, yo, where are you spawning? Because for me, if I'm playing oddball, I always think about where to rotate. I'm thinking about where my teammate's going to spawn or when he does spawn. I know that's an area or a lane I can go to because they are not going or coming there, but they're also going to come in the opposite one. So for instance, my teammate is spawning at C, and I have the ball back A. Purple's kind of open. I know that I can go straight to purple, maybe use the smoke back A. Get over there, they're all going to be spawning red E, coming E side, and they know that I have to get away as long as I just play my life. Things like that, you just have to take note of when you see your teammates in a certain position. I feel like people don't think about that, nor do they think that they should communicate in certain areas. Like say if I have the ball and my teammate's spawning up, I'm asking him before he spawns up, yo, where are you spawning? Tell me where you spawn. Tell me where you spawn. I need to know. And then he needs to respond to me, and even in that, he's like, yo, I'm spawning here. Or like, yo, I got you. And then he spawns up and tells me.
A lot of times people think of communication as what the other team is doing. It's just important to say what you're thinking and what you're doing. And give me, hey, wait 2 seconds off spawn.
I'm not the biggest fan because they get a lot
I
of
just
spawns
spawned.
when they're dying.
I'm going to push top. I'm going to flank out to Creek, right? Having that small talk where you're saying what you're thinking kind of like clears any confusion. Like, what is Bradley about to do right here? And then from a small talk, you tell him exactly what it is. It clears up all the confusion.
Yeah, but you gotta, it's like, bro, it's exactly that. People just think that they can just do things, people just assume. I remember everyone had a quote, like, the team that assumes the most is going to lose. Because you have to know what the other...
All of that?
Yeah, I can't remember that. You have to have the information, and that's what separates good teams or even great teams from championship teams, to be more specific. Because teams that are great, or excuse me, championship teams, they're going to have conversations in the game. It's not even just small talk. They're having a full conversation. It's like a question, like even pulling the flag, where can I run this flag, where can I rotate the oddball? All right, guys, what are we doing? What are we trying to, what's our micro goal? Before you even get to the event, you got to make sure you have micro goals in your pocket. You got to make sure, all right, if we go for a dead situation, we try and accomplish this. All right, team does this, we try and do this. Just have that little counter strategies. But a lot of people don't think that in depth about Halo. They just run around and get kills. That's the way I was thinking about when I was young. I was just running around and get kills. But I think that now Halo has gotten to a much further advanced, or excuse me, a much more advanced level that you have to just have put more thought into a lot of your plays.
I'm not gonna lie, I've known you from the very first time I saw you. You had to be like 11 or 12. Yeah. Like you have to be like the...
We talked about this earlier.
Of a player in history, bro.
Thank you.
Because I used to team with young APD, and I looked at him like the aggressive, dumb player. The highly skilled dumb player. And like that, almost turned into not the opposite, but it was like you turned it into the like consistent smart player. That ain't where he started though. That ain't where he started.
The process wasn't there, bro. It's just like studying other people around you, taking advice from people, studying stuff.
That's a good question. I'd say probably Halo 5. Halo 5 was a really, like, Halo 5, I think, it was a combination of all Halo games into one, whether it be like strongholds that you type, you have to rotate, just certain aspects, and also going from Halo 5 to Halo 3, teaming with Snake by Loop Halo 2. I teamed with them, and then I just came from Halo 5 and playing Halo 3. It's like, oh shit, everything I just learned in Halo 5 I can apply to Halo 3. And then I went to Halo Infinite, or excuse me, Halo Reach. I was like, oh, I can apply this to Halo Reach, and then so on and so forth. So I think I kind of learned how to play fundamental good Halo, and that can transition into multiple games. I feel like if some people might be good at one game, might be good at, or not good at the next, it's because they might just be trying to maximize what this game's mechanics are, or just what's good in this game. But if you just know how to play winning Halo, you can play any, probably any video game in general, and probably be successful. Even if you know how to play winning Halo, you can probably transition to COD and play winning COD. This is kind of the same aspect. Play your life, bait switch, trade. Like trades have become a really big thing in Halo nowadays. They weren't too much of a big thing back in the day, but now it's like, alright, your teammate dies in one shot, you gotta get that trade, or else that person can go on a tear.
Yeah, the core things like positioning, timing, that doesn't change across any of the titles. It's like what tools you use to accomplish it.
And I also think like it's a lot of like outside of game growth. Like I think that if you want to be successful, you have to be a mature human being. It has to do a lot with your personality. You have to be confident. You have to be able to be coachable. Understand that you're making mistakes that you can improve. You have to have an ego, but also not too much of an ego. You can't just get walked all over on, because your ego will transpire into the game. Like if you're not challenging the game, feeling yourself, people are going to take note of that. They're going to keep challenging the shit out of you. They're going to keep running over you. So like it's just certain things that I realized that Halo in just gaming in general is just not playing all day. I got to have this other aspects. I got to make sure I have a good routine. I got to have a good mental. Like it's just certain things that I didn't think about when I was younger. When I was younger, it was just Red Bull. Junk food. Red Bull junk food was just gaming, grinding. Now it works for them. Yes, exactly. But that would work back then when I was like 17 to like 21. Once I got older, it's a whole new ballgame about how you take care of yourself, make sure you're not malnourished, make sure you're hydrated. It's a whole different ballgame.
Unless you're horrible.
Yeah,
and you just do whatever the fuck you want, whenever the fuck you want. Yeah. 18 ins, 14 zigs.
Matt still do be like.
Trade anything out, and based on the spawn timing, the damage shouldn't matter too much. Assassin not going to fly up. Now this needs to be perfect hold. It's 94 to 50. Ether needs to put together something very special if they want to steal this round.
It's kind of bunched up along the wall at the moment. They don't have a lot of map. You see the SSG have managed to wrap through the tower without taking too much damage. That's why you see Tapping Butt's getting isolated, and Acid all of a sudden is going to have most of SSG just slices him.
Good trade there. They need to rotate and they need to get a dodge, and they did, but now two. Three dead. What a break from SSG. It felt like even though the rotate was coming in.
It's all that space station really plays throughout the map. It's just to have the most information possible so that they can individually execute their best possible play.
There it is. Just get the last couple seconds here, and that first round will go to SSG.
It's just, I'm really impressed with the efficiency of space station. It feels like they are a cohesive unit, and either they had their opportunities at the end of the game, but they went down 60 to 70 points without getting a single. That's you're not going to be able to win games that way.
No, not at all. You can't start off all the way down at the bottom of the mountain. It makes it so difficult to climb all the way back up. Snake Bite. 12-7 in this game, and you can see the stat lines for each of these players on Space Station Gaming. Everyone having a solid game. They're almost taking turns having good games here, which is so impressive. Grapple and play for Snake Bite, and he's just going to play defense on the glass.
And once again, Space Station just doing a fantastic job of playing keep away. He's just waiting
more info once he knows they're coming. The guy's taking that re-challenge with the ball. He's never leaving his teammate. Is confident to come in, and because of it, they get the kills at the right spot.
He missed the timing though. Only got a guy pipe door. Did they kill? Yeah, they killed him. Okay.
That's even worse for you now. They're going to go 4 down, and now the last player is going to be staggered, so they won't have another player for a few more seconds.
Yeah, Drift still on the death screen. Finally comes up here, and it's going to be Asim who gets the kill though. Stellar feeling the pressure here from the top of gold stairs. And it'll be a play ball here for Eco, but can he get it out in time? He does. He gets the reversal trade and the play ball.
And it's the same situation. The triple kill from Lucid. Space Station gets the ball. It's another 4 down, and this was what was hurting them so much in the first game, was the 4 down. And look at the mountain that they have to climb. It feels as if Ether is Sisyphus. Keeps rolling back. They always have too much to do.
Eco. That damage will be across the map. It's 2-on-2. Lior will win out on that fight, but he's got a couple more Basic Gaming members to deal with. Regardless, again, a very large deficit, like you spoke on. We'll see if Ether can come back from it. But the first point of coming back from these types of deficits is getting that camo. They haven't gotten one.
That's been a big difference, and largely thanks to the coaching of Space Station. You know, Eli is well regarded in his ability to keep the. They prioritize what's important.
Love this by Eco. Look at the way he's playing his life here. Lucy gets to kill on the feed. He's pinging another one, but the rotate.
Eco has a great rotation opportunity towards C. With Stellar getting that spawn, he knows that he's in the clear, and there's not necessarily the players to come contest. Now, I really liked how Eco played that. They're going to go 4 down, but what did Eco notice? He saw his players that spawned towards C, but he knew he didn't have white tower presence. Because of that, he threw it into the pit instead of keeping his rotation, trying to force Ether, if they did win those, to waste a lot of time to get to this ball.
Lucy's kind of caught out here. Is he though? He's got teammates 3 down. Tapping's the last player alive. This is really solid by SSG again.
And put that in contrast to how we saw Space Station play when they were 3 down. They threw that ball in a spot where it was really hard to get to. When Ether goes 3 down, Space Station picks up that ball in the next frame. They're not wasting any time, and it reflects on the scoreboard.
70 points and counting here. Stellar's now got the shock rifle. Look at the confidence out of him, too. Coming back out to reach out. But regardless, it's a lot of points here for SSG, and they continuously score. The drop, late drop doesn't work. The double comes in, and he continues on. It's going to get full time as well with 3 down for Ether.
Tapping at least got that damage to push him off ball for a bit longer, but that's just a temporary reprieve. I don't even know if they have the time to get to him. It's an all-out sprint to try to stop Lucid.
2 players there. He has entrance though into the glass, but Drift comes on the lower side, which is actually really smart. It gives them another chance here in this game.
I like Eco. He stayed over towards pipes, wanted to get that better spawn for his team.
He's got some shots in now towards the long haul side. The beautiful shots once again by Eco, consistently hitting those.
Slowly but surely, that's how Ether needs to get this done. Do not get too ahead of yourself. You're chipping away, but there are no mistakes to be made.
3 down for SSG.
This is going to be rough, but just got to do the same thing 4 or 5 more times.
Drift is looking for that. He can do it. He believes in himself, but Stellar don't believe in him. 2 down for the side of Space Station Gaming, though. This is a ball in a play ball spot. Lior's going to get a bit of info.
That's unacceptable for Ether. They lost track of Lucid. He was able to go into a position where 2 players were waiting and get shots on both of them without them looking at him. That is perfect dissection from Lucid. Being patient, concealing his presence, and then making impact plays because of it.
Yeah, the fact that he didn't die there is crazy. There it is. Space Station. Wait a minute, no way.
Oh, you cursed them.
No way.
This is it, folks. Get ready for the reverse sweep. Ether. I've been to have heard actives call, and it's just 2 players alive from Space Station.
I really thought that was going to just be the last second. That's actually insane. They didn't close it out just yet. There's that first kill, though. That's going to make things difficult.
Just walks and goes solid. He just thinks like, okay, I guess I can get through. But Tapping eventually finds him at the bottom. And Space Station, we're starting to see them be a bit more separated, but it doesn't matter. I thought they were separated. The time was actually perfect. What do I know?
Yeah, what do you know, tools? what I do know is that you mentioned that Eco is the
And it was just perfectly managed oddball gameplay. The kills were, I think, maybe less than 10 in terms of overall slays. However, SSG looking way too strong in terms of the overall gameplay. Your total score across that game is going to be 200 to 125 in a full game of ball. A 2-0 win in the end, and a 3-0 series win.
Just highlighting some statistics as well. We're going to look at that man on the left-hand side of the screen for that last game. 22 and 14 for Lucid, but most importantly, like I was highlighting, a huge amount, triple figures for objective time for him as well. So kills, death blow, lots of overall time. It's exactly what you want to see from a player who is so influential to the success of any team that he finds himself on. But I mean, you can take your pick. One thing that's impressive for me on SSG, we talk about teamwork, getting on the same page. What's a great statistical indication of that? Assists. Look how many assists they have in comparison to the other side of the stage. 8, 11, 13, 10. Only one player in single digits. That was Lucid who had most kills, most pull time.
This was dirty. I mean, come on. Leroy thinks he's getting. He did everything he needed to right. He gets the shots on stake, but he continues pushing. Not easy to push against any of these players. And you're seeing once again fantastic work from SSG. And it's a similar tale for Ether, right? It's clear and everyone knows that these are fantastic professional Halo players, and they're able to get significant amount of points on the board. Let's not forget, they just essentially had 50 points almost unanswered to get back into that game. And this was a lovely mistake as well. When you're that anchor player like you described, Mark, when you can whip around and clean up kills that would otherwise just to have to chase down, it can make such a difference on the map. Look at this one, Lucid pre-nades the stacks, picks up the first kill, does the same on the sneak, he's just holding it down. When you can 1v2 like that, God, does that blow the game and the map wide open.
This is such a fun little run to watch.
Yes, this was
just breaking everyone's shields and getting you kill it, Peach. Peach goes, okay. It's a very nice situation to be in if you're following Lucid around, but he's putting that much damage in. But just a little moment there, just to highlight at the end. And itself gets picked up by Ether. SSG take their time, get the pick, they break it apart perfectly. Make sure that they do not let anything get away from them. Do not give Ether a chance to get back into that game. They break, they get that extra second in. If you were to ask them how you want that series to go, I think that SSG would look back at that and go, that's pretty much as good as we could ask for.
Oh, absolutely, without doubt. They're going to be very happy with that, and it will give them also great momentum going into bracket play. We've got Blaze on the stage with Man Lucid. Blaze, over to you.
Thank you so much, Rob. And on set, Texas, make some noise for Space Station Gaming. They're perfect in their pools, and I got Lucid with me on stage. And, you know, Lucid, it was a clean 3-0 for you guys. What was the game plan going into that matchup?
I mean, the game plan right now for us against any team, but it's just keeping it basic, getting on the same page with the basic stuff, fundamentals. Maybe it seems kind of just really simple to say that, but that really is all it is for us.
There you go. And, you know, it is simple to say that because you got 4 talented players that can really do everything on this team. And, you know, when it comes down to it, you guys know that you can come out here and win this event. You know, when it comes down to just kind of your performance beforehand, it has been, you know, kind of 2 teams above y'all that people have been talking about a lot. But coming into this event, do you feel like you guys have finally fixed those mistakes and got polished up to the point where you think you can make this run today?
Well, I don't think it's perfectly polished. I'd say that for my team, and I think the rest of the team would say the same as me. I think it's one of those things, though, that we know our ceiling is so high, and I think we all learn really quick. So now that we've talked over some really basic stuff, even just the last few days, it's just keep on clicking. That's pretty much all it is.
There you go. And it seems like the pieces to that puzzle is coming together real nicely here. And, you know, something else that's new for you this event is being able to play in front of these amazing Space Station Gaming fans, okay, that show up every single event. You're wearing yellow this year, all right? How does it feel to play in front of them, and anything you want to say to these fans that supporting you now?
Yeah, it feels great, always feels great. Thank you so much for the SSG fans, and even the ones from before from Optic, but especially the SSG fans now.
There you go. It's a lot of love on the stage for Lucid. One more time for Space Station Gaming, everybody. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and GG's Space Station Gaming. I love that as well, that Lucid said about the fans. Space Station Gaming fans, and obviously ones that have also converted over, and I think that's the same fine. A couple of other roster changes that have happened. It's nice to see fans that are able to kind of root for a couple of different teams based on some players that they know and love as well. But something I do love to see is some clean 3-0s. I think when we are looking at some of the top teams with big expectations, it's nice to see things start to finally click. And it looks like progress is certainly progressing. I also do love what Lucid said on the stage there, where he said, listen, it's not perfect, it's not perfect in our eyes by any means yet, but we're getting there, and it's just taking a little bit of time. Something I think stood out in that series for me, West, is the instinctual halo that was on show. And when you say keep it simple, someone like Lucid saying, listen, we're keeping it simple, I know it sounds silly, it doesn't. I think right now, with the teams that we are seeing, you have to trust your instincts, you have to have trust in one another. That was something that was on show there.
Yeah, I think a mistake that SSG probably ran into early in scrims and online pre-qualifiers was like making it overcomplicated, trying to be too perfect, rather than just take your wins and play good Halo. And I think when you look across this roster, there's such sharp minds across every one of these players that it's very easy to try and overcomplicate things when things are going wrong. So I love the idea of bringing it back to the basics. Everybody's playing individually good Halo. We're making good decisions. Good things are going to happen. We're going to have the results we want. The idea that that's the focus going into this weekend, I think is going to prove them a lot of benefit and show off that they are consistently getting better. And when we see the best, that's when perfection will come. These guys know what perfect Halo looks like. They played perfect Halo across Infinite, across all the teams that they were on, every single one of them. So they'll know when they've reached their ceiling. They feel like they're not there yet. And it's a scary thought till when this Space Station team gets to that level.
You know what? I don't think we're ever going to hear them say that they're playing perfect Halo, because I think they are constantly striving to be better no matter what the outcome is in a series. I think for most people, looking at 3-0 with a significant scoreline in every single map of the series, I think that's pretty damn perfect, right? But it wasn't for them. So I think they're constantly looking to heighten that ceiling, to continue to push it out to the boundaries, and I'm excited what they come up with for the rest of the weekend. Tony, one other thing about this, it was just exciting to watch. What a fun series. We saw so much in action, sniper rifle shots, shock rifle, everything that you can imagine happening for every single player on the roster, including Eco, someone who has kind of been, I think, hated on in the online series. And it hurts to say that, because somebody of his caliber, a world champion, somebody who dominated last season, to say that about him is just, to me, blasphemy. But we saw him on show here in this series, and I expect him to pick up exactly where he left off on that main stage.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, maybe Eco doesn't play the most exciting role on this team, but it's definitely a pivotal one. Think back to that game number one, a lot of the kills that were getting fed to the rest of the roster. Eco's ability to put down damage and stay alive over towards the green base was largely the reason why they held on to that triple cap for so long. I think Eco played fantastic, and so did everybody on this roster.
Now, Eco's point of view is something that you watch and you just see good Halo being played. If you question Eco's ability to play Halo Infinite, you don't know ball. That's the fastest way to tell me you have no idea what you're talking about. He is a generational talent when it comes to core mechanical decision-making of Halo, and he is a perfect fit for this roster when they start to find their flow. Eco brings like so many untameables to teams that I couldn't stand watching some of the hate that he got throughout like the qualifiers, and maybe SSG not playing in scrims nearly as well. Like look at everybody look at the top left of the venue. Eco's got 4 out of 5 banners up here. Eco also has a ring in Halo 5, and Eco is probably the most winning player since coming on with that Splice roster in Halo right now. So, I mean, I don't know what else you need from a kid's resume, and not only that, but what he leaves on tape every single event consistently. I mean, I can't say enough good things about him, and I get frustrated just even thinking that there's question on Eco's name still.
And by the way, in addition to Eco, I mean, the rest of the roster was fantastic. They're fantastic as well. I think back to maybe Stellar had maybe the game of the series, and that game number 2, that Slayer performance was out of this world, but Lucid was my player of the entire series. When it comes to Slay's playmaking, and even a little bit of objective time as well, I think Lucid was fantastic. I want to give shine to everybody on the roster.
100%, I couldn't agree more with you, and I think that was honestly a spotlight for me me as well. I think Lucid has the biggest ways to go in order to get the most comfortable on this team. I think sometimes when you take a really individually skilled player who's used to a certain playstyle and you put them into a mix where it's just, this is so unusual to them, it can be very, very difficult and it takes time. We're starting to see that powerhouse come back out of him, and the comfort level is certainly rising. Love to see what is going on for Lucid and for the rest of Space Station Gaming. And with that being said, here we go. The pool play update. We have all the scores on the board, and as you can see in Pool D, just where we landed, Space Station 3-0 right at the top of the chain here. Now we have everything business as usual apart from Pool B. We mentioned this so many times today already. Nemesis, they managed to take the top of their pool heading into the winners bracket side of things, and of course, pushing Optic Gaming down into that second seed in their pool. It means something pretty big here though, folks, because yes, they do continue through the winners bracket, as we heard Renegade say on that main stage, but who they are meeting is really what concerns everybody the most, and that of course is going to be Shopify. Shopify this early on, how are you feeling if you're Optic Gaming, Wes?
I think if you're Optic Gaming, this is where you rewrite history. This is where you kind of rewrite all the wrongs that happened yesterday and early today. This is the series you knew coming into this tournament that was inevitable. If you want to achieve your goal, you're going to have to go to Shopify Rebellion. We've seen these two teams match up so often throughout the online qualifiers, the K-Sun event. This is two juggernauts. It's not necessarily written that Shopify is going to win the series. We could be talking about Shopify's woes if they lose the series to Optic, which that's the thing. This series is everything to both these two teams starting off their tournament, their bracket run for a successful championship. The loser is going to have to drop into the elimination bracket, elim round 1, and have a grueling Saturday night through Sunday morning to try and get back to what both of these two teams hope is a championship run. This series is the only thing that matters. You have to erase everything that happened against Nemesis earlier on.
You certainly do, indeed. And you know what? I can't wait to get into that matchup and talk more about it, dive deep into your mind, see exactly what would be going on that main stage. Folks, we're heading to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we do start the championship bracket. And yes, it's an absolute banger. Optic versus Shopify coming your way right after this.
Hey y'all, it's Clutch here, and today we're excited to introduce S&D Extraction, the newest competitive mode coming to Halo Infinite later this year. S&D Extraction is Halo's version of the popular tactical shooter mode. Here's how it works. Two teams of 4 compete on asymmetrical maps, with one team starting on offense and the other on defense. Your goal on offense is to plant an extraction device at either A or B sites, while the defense tries to stop you. Good news, you don't have to worry about carrying a bomb. Once you get to a site, you'll be prompted to initiate the extraction. Once planted, the defense will have 1 minute to convert the extraction to win the round. Teams will alternate playing offense and defense after every round, and the first team to 6 rounds wins the match. Everyone will start with the Bandit Evo, but at the beginning of each round, you'll have 30 seconds to purchase your loadout. Playing the objective and getting kills will reward you with credits to spend on weapons and equipment each round. We wanted to make sure that all Halo Infinite players felt at home in the new mode, so you've got your normal shields and movement abilities with you for every round. S&D Extraction is a one-life mode, which means once you die, you'll have to watch from the sidelines until the next round starts. That is unless you've got enough credits in the bank to buy back into the round to support your team. It's a big risk. Buying back in the round will have your wallet hurting for a while.
Round 1.
Today we're also excited to announce that we partnered with Forge Hub to host the official map contest for S&D Extraction. Both parties have contributed $10,000 to give this contest a whopping $20,000 prize pool, with the winning maps also being considered for matchmaking when S&D Extraction launches later this year. Head to ForgeHub.com to see the rules and map guidelines. Our playtests on S&D Extraction have been epic so far, and we can't wait for you to try it out yourself later this year. Best of luck to all the Forgers in the contest, and we'll see you online.
Hello folks and welcome back to the Optic Major here live in Arlington, Texas. Here to kick things off for the first major of the season here at the HCS. And we're inside the beautiful venue that is the Esports Stadium Arlington. Could not be more excited right now, and I'll tell you why. We are kicking things off here in the championship brackets, and we're starting off in the winners side of things. And who would have thought that we'd already have a powerhouse matchup lined up on that stage? Optic Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. I cannot wait to see what happens here. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a brawl. A lot of tears will be shed because this one means an awful lot. My name is Lottie. I'm joined alongside Wes and Tony. Clutch, how are you feeling about this series so early on in our day number 2?
You see that what, Tony? It's time. It's time to get bracket play started. I'm pumped up. And we kick off this bracket play with what I thought the grand finals, the winners finals would be Shopify versus Optic. This is going to be a banger, and I get to sit back and watch the fireworks go. You know how much this means to these players. You heard Renegade in the interview earlier, popping off, ready for Shopify. His eyes locked on the prize, and this green wall is going to have to get loud early.
And I'll tell you what, there's so much that's been going. Of course, with pool play finished, now the champion.
You're doing a giveaway after game 1, right? Yeah, we're going to be doing a giveaway. We're going to do a scuff control.
Spectre's in right now, still at 38, by the way. Johan is catching up, switching up, catching up.
This is a brutal route.
It is. It's
Saw Ninja there for a second. I don't know who got it.
Command Station once again hasn't missed a shot all game long. My goodness gracious. Get her on a 4 squad, ASAP. That's beautiful, beautiful shots, individual talent. Collection of 43, so it's 48, 43, 43, and then 39? Right at 39. Switch it up, and Johan at the tie players.
I don't think Spectre's gone to kill in 3 minutes. It feels like.
Blaze just got fourth just now.
Spectre lost another fight. This has been one of the most brutal droughts I've ever seen in FFA.
It's not fun.
It was a 7-kill difference between 4th and 5th. And now he's down by multiple kills.
I feel for him. That's definitely rough. 46 from that here. So it's, of course, 51, 48, 46, 44, and 40.
Really, what we got to focus on are those 3 players on the top left of your screen. Switch it up. Spectre, Johan, they are in a race. That is E-Pump.
And Blaze as well. 40. He's 1 kill off them.
I don't really want to speak.
It got real tight at the end of this game. We're 65 seconds left in this game. It's going to come down to probably 1 kill.
Johan goes down. Switch it up. There it is, the kill. A little trade. He's got 43. Spectre's got 43. Where'd he come from?
How? When? He was down by multiple. He came to life at the right moment.
The big kill here. I don't know who that was. 46 for Gunny. So right now it's 53, 47, 47, 45.
The match hasn't even started.
Here he goes. I draw screen. Trying to get that next kill. He's got 2 1-shots ahead of him, but he had to disengage. Passes the value of the life. Are they able to get the shields back? Yes, Spectre back in that fight. Every second counts.
Yep, switch it up. It's 1 and 4th right now. He's got to do something here to keep that. Because right now, Spectre is right behind him. Spectre gets another assist. Now what you like to see. Cleans up 1 though. Big stick there. He got it. This stick is huge. 46 with 12 minutes left. Another stick. That's how you secure top 4. Does he do it? 53, 48, 48. And 47 versus Spectre with 1 second left. He will secure it. That will be the top 4.
He made us sweat. But we got through it. My. So the Spectre, talk about cutting it close.
This is insane. Those sticks were just mad. You know how hard it is to stick in hybrid situations like that?
It's hard for me. I can't.
Oh my gosh, that is so insane. And he was down, and all of a sudden, I don't know what happened. Did he get an overkill on the map limit?
No, we have it right.
40, 53,
365. Use 365.
Okay.
Just want to make sure we did our math right.
That would have been really bad, right?
Yeah. Okay. 48.
I wouldn't blame me. It's okay. 26 assists though for Command Station. She was all over. Like that's insane. 20.7.
Hopefully she can keep that up into the next game.
Yeah, that was really well said. The next game is what matters the most.
Yeah. I mean, that's reality of FFA. It's like, no matter what you finish. In these hobbies, it's just top 4 that go on. So, Spectre, although it was cutting it close, and he had to clutch up his way. He has a chance to still get first. And man, what a stick. There's 15 seconds left in the game.
This is a stick with no shields. This is the one right here. You're peeking out right side. Boom. You're left-handed, by the way, on that stick. You're left-handed. He gets info. Left-handed while he's crossing the wall. That is not easy.
It's about frame perfect. And then he gets back in time. He could have almost kept moving back and potentially stay alive, too. That's what's even more insane about it. And think about what that was. Those quick successive kills at low times. There's 15 seconds left. He gets 3 kills. That's 3 less players. When he goes down, that's 4 less players on the map for the next player to try to take down. That's why we saw the scoreboard immediately stagnate. There was no opportunity for anyone to find enough kills to catch up.
76% accuracy, by the way, from Command Station. 76. In a lobby like that, you've got some really solid shooters. Everyone, their movement is insane. That's crazy to me.
It's interesting. So we had a player on the outside switch it up, I believe. That did 12K damage. That's always very annoying. Always one of those players.
28 assists at the perfect time.
Yeah, it's great. That's the annoying thing. When you get 20 assists in a game, and the second place and the third place are 15 and 9 assists, you're like, are you kidding me? Yeah, you've got to be kidding me.
my God.
He had 0 assists at the
every event.
I don't think anyone's ever gotten 0 assists.
I'm happy to see when he does have they deserve first. That's the thing. People always go, oh, how do you get retired? To me, it's always that. You never do assists. Because to me, it's like, you're
getting assists. You're losing your 1v1s.
My hot take, we should have the tiebreaker who has the least assists.
I mean, literally,
that is a very hot take.
When I get nervous,
regardless of that, there's Man Station right there. And it was insane. You know, just a great job overall. And it's great to see talented women in the game of Halo consistently dominate. You love to see it.
Let's just do it right now.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys caught that, but she just put down her controller about, less than 10 seconds away from the game ending. She just comfortably just took off her headset, put down her controller, and yeah. I asked her how she was feeling. She was happy and feeling super confident going into the final. She's been a finalist already for the FFA twice already, so she's looking at getting closer to winning or winning this time around.
We got one more FFA semifinals. We have finals to come. It's exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still thinking about Man Station. Sorry. Still thinking about her. I was just there, and I just can't wait to see win that.
Yeah, I'd love for her to win by the She's had multiple finals appearances, but she never quite anywhere to get first place.
They're telling me to fix the game. I'm like, shout out Max.
It's great to see her continue to come out.
I was going to say she does a lot too. She serves correct as well.
You know, I was surprised.
Military.
She's my colleague.
There was a tournament that they did that she, I think it was like the Army versus the first time, but she won the outside swing, so that was incredible. So, excited to see where she lands in this FFA finals, which should be starting very soon. I also overhear the main stage, and I believe we have a bracket, championship bracket here. We have Shopify, Rebellion, and Optic on the winner's quarters early because of Nemesis.
Oh yeah, that's shocking. It's crazy that like
even though it's the first event of the season, it's a lot to prove with these teams.
It is, man. A lot of pressure for them both, but who's about that life? Who's ready to come out on top and show everybody that we are undeniably the best team in this damn league?
It's hard to even say, man. I know Optic lost to, obviously Optic lost to Nemesis, not what we were expecting. But Shopify didn't look amazing in their matches. There was a lot of close maps. I think they even felt it themselves that the games were closer than what they should have been. Also, brand new day. I know we did come out. We were already down to Optic did lose this morning. But we did have a nice 3-0 against, what was it, the Latin American team. Had a nice 3-0 against them. I really don't know, man. I feel like this is everything that has already happened in this tournament is in the past. The only thing that matters now, it doesn't matter if you lost once in pool, twice in pool. The only thing that matters is right now is when the tournament starts. The big matches. This fucking match.
This is literally the most important match of the tournament by far. Because it's going to dictate the whole rest of the tournament, both sides of the bracket. Because if Optic falls or SR falls, they're going to fall to the other side.
Yeah, it's going to be a lose bracket run for somebody. But you guys know those matchups when you're playing with a good team and you just sweep those objective wins out, even though you're down by 2 flag caps, down by 100 points, and you still win. It's like, yeah, we just got away with murder a little bit, but you stay cool, calm, collected. But deep down inside, they know.
Yeah,
we could have got World Star right there real early on, even though we didn't.
That's why I think like Shopify, they've had very close matches, but even they've had close matches online. But they've been that team that's been able to pull out those game 5, game 7. That's what kind of makes the difference between them and Optic, I think. That people always ask, like, what does Shopify have on Optic, or why are they?
Clutch factor.
Yeah, it's just that end game situation situation. And I think also Slayers, because Slayers are like SCD and COD. Slayers win championships the same way SCD win championships and COD. You have to get Slayers, even though it's not the best game type, you don't practice it a lot, you still have to make sure when you come to a tournament you know how to play it. So I think if Optic sharpens up on those little things, they'll be able to take a tournament.
Yeah, Chad, just let me know if the stream's out of sync. I swear for 10 minutes, I don't know what's going on, but as like time goes on, the audio becomes delayed compared to the video. So you just gotta remind me. And I don't know if it's maybe I'm clicking. I don't fucking know. It didn't do this yesterday, but of course it seems like every 10 minutes I gotta reset the audio.
There's a lot of audio around here.
Too much going on, man. Too much.
Well, this game time, Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming. Winners round 1.
Interesting.
We're about to dive into it. Let's get some W's in the chat.
Yeah, W's in the chat, man. Optic versus Shopify. I don't want to say the most important match of the weekend.
It is.
Most important, it might, I don't know.
It's the one that we were looking forward to.
It's the most important match because if you win this, like, whoever wins this basically can win the tournament. You know what I'm saying? This is literally set up to win the tournament.
YouTube chat, wake up, W's in the chat, man. Or they might just be behind.
W's in the YouTube chat, we appreciate you. Shout out to the people in the chat, shout out to subs, shout out to everything, the primes, everything. We appreciate y'all.
Alright, man. I don't know if I'm gonna even say much, man. Let the gameplay do the talking.
I'll take a little bit slow off the rip. Got the sniper though.
Thank God I'm wearing leather. Coffee bounced right off of me.
Really? What was that? Leather?
Yeah. I feel coffee.
Just rip right off.
Roll right off the side. That's all. Thank God.
Alright, 3 dead. It's gonna be a play ball. Optic. See if they get control after this. Should be able to get this kill. 3 dead still. Should they be spawning a tower? Alright, spawning green. This is why I don't even say shit.
Optic is playing really well. Optic is playing, like, Shopify is not even doing anything right now.
They should have one of that decent little spawn cycle.
Rotating the ball, I think.
Should spawn green. Spawn green. Nope, they don't. Alright.
This is good. They rotated the tower though. This is a really good rotation. That's a really good play.
Fuck you, Renegade. I like that. I like that he kept the scene. He knew that guy was weak, but he keeps the snipe out, shows his confidence.
He was starting to play like this last series. Ooh. That's a crazy spawn. That guy's spawned just because he's saying up that.
Of him yet. We just saw him lose it in a power outage. Of course, all the drama so far here in the venue, but now he looks ready and poised to take over the game. His team does too, as they get 3 dead. Last shot, last player alive. What can he do?
It's been nothing but dark blood red. At the top left of your screen, indicating that Rebellion are losing the fight routinely. And now Optic have a double up on the lead. Renegade still with that sniper, 1 shot left to work with. He got to turn around last shot, but he does and earns the trade. That's a huge takedown. That stops the fire, the engulfed inferno that was running amok.
Yeah, shutting down Renegade in that moment, definitely massive, but the damage has been done. Optic have taken the lead, 36 seconds already. Rotation from Legend, seeing the spawning teammates on the tower side. Hard to rotate this way. At the same time the ball's being rotated, Renegade gets the opening break play. This is massive. Renegade in form, he's 7-1.
What you brought Legend on to do, be that everything for everyone, player, but specifically in the OBJ category, one of the best, if not the best OBJ players. Right under snake bites of the world. QT, tricky maneuvering for Royal 2. He does it again!
Man, I love Royal 2's plays like this. This guy, I feel like it's more of those gotcha stickies than anyone else. He's so good at trading out his life. It's so rare that Royal 2 goes down without a kill. Sounds counterintuitive since he's 3-7 so far this game, but expect more of those kind of plays from him.
Optic are starting to run away with round 1. They've accumulated 55 seconds and rolling as Legend is about the 30-second threshold. He crosses that. Renegade with another snipe. Shopify, you cannot allow Renegade to pick up 2 snipes. And he's going to make you pay for it. I would not be surprised to see World 2 go down 2. Lucky to just escape with his life. Frosty could have taken one to the shoulder there as well. The no-scope attempt does not land for Renegade, but most importantly, he still possesses the snipe.
Now, anyone that paid attention to the FaZe Kason showdown, one of the things that really separated these teams was Shopify seemingly got every ammo, every sniper, everything on the map. So it feels like Optic have taken notice of that and done a better job to pick up the items. But now, tables have turned. It's now back in Frosty's possession. This was the man at Kason that took over and how they won the tournament.
Could be witnessing a sea change here. As Renegade's sniper now falls into the hands of Frosty. We know what he can do with it. Protecting his on-ball player with that possession on the Nest Bridge. Working his way down towards the dummy door spots. Legend trying to push through the cuts. Legend doubles back. I don't think Frosty expected that. Nonetheless, they were able to handle it with the teamwork, and an attempted reset occurs. It looked like Frosty was trying to reach out with one hand. The fingertips not enough to prevent that reset from occurring.
Like a wide receiver on the field, barely misses it. It's an incomplete pass. Ball gets reset. Frosty now trying to G-slide his way to the opposite side of the map to re-link up with Cycle. Already in the garage side. Clean movement to shut down Formal. And that's a big shutdown. They might be able to grab this ball, move it towards A, and get some more ball time. They need to here as they're trailing by 30 seconds.
Yeah, what a response, though, from Rebellion. It really felt like Optic were playing in a Team Slayer lobby. Just so happens to be an oddball on the map. But now it's the oddball in the hands of Shopify Rebellion, World 2 specifically, who's got 30 seconds of his own. As they're now within 20 seconds, they're bouncing back.
Last shot with either Mind the Gap or a Pancake, not sure which. He's a type of player that when he comes online, really brings the rest of the team with him. See what he's got. Cycle so far, the kill leader in the lobby. Killing Frenzy.
He was 2 and 9, back from the dead like an undead zombie. Cycle.
I think he was mad at the way that game started, and it just comes to life. What an insane life that he has there. That's the reason that we've seen Shopify come back, and they now have the lead.
They've stolen the lead. They've stolen the lead on the back of Cycles, killing Frenzy. Now he's looking for a cluster luck double. Does enough damage to potentially allow his teammates to clean up on the damage. And here comes the cavalry. They've arrived, and Last Shot is the last member standing in that location. Trade out with Bell. He stays alive. And if you won that one against Renegade, that would have been nuts. But he does enough damage again, like so on Cycle before he went down, to allow his teammates the opportunity to clean it up. And now Rebellion are about to clean up round 1.
Last Shot might be the most efficient player we've ever seen. Not a second loss between sticking the player in front of him and then switching targets to fight the next player. Cycle! The no-scope headshot out of bounds. These guys are playing insane right now.
Cycle! He's a psychopath, and he's not just a snipe. Now, Frosty with it in his hands, and Legend shots to work with, but the pressure is on. Legend pushing forward, grenade kicking around his left and right. It was the start of the ball on the map. It falls on the goal line, off the lip, but it's still in play.
Bit of an RNG mechanic there when you die. Don't know exactly how that sniper's going to fall, so a little bit unlucky for Frosty there, but so far hasn't mattered. Not sure if a member of Optic knows that that sniper's on the ground. Then Mixie here in the garage, and time's winding down. We're the last minute of regulation.
3 go down for Rebellion. It's going to allow Optic Gaming, I assume, to regain the lead in a tight slugfest. Less than 60 seconds left, and both teams with 77 seconds to their name. Bound to the oddball in his hands. Formal trying to identify the next player for Rebellion to take shots at, but the pressure's not on yet. Shopify must be cooking a push, and it's coming through the garage. The rat tunnel. Here they come. Last shot goes down. Formal looks double on Frosty, but he goes down as well, and it looks like Optic have a chance to ice up round 1.
That was such a well-timed flank for Renegade here that completely ruined the push from Shopify. That might be what they needed to win round 1.
Formal. The ball in his hands, and now anticipating a push through the top mid or bottom mid. Drops it and plays for Slays, but Royal 2 plays him instead. Last shot now. Looking at support his teammates. He's got a 1v1 with Legend in the rat tunnel. He's got Camo, so he's going to disengage. Allow the Camo to reactivate. Legend down to 1 HP, and he's going to send him running with his tail tucked.
Look at this, Last Shot totally content to just follow up on the play, outputting so much damage. Teammates are in right positions to clean up the damage. Last Shot changes targets, tries to shut down Renegade, pushes him back down to the screens, gets 2 players one shot. I don't know if anyone's here. Frosty is here though.
Frosty, he can get B-spawns here. And Instead, they spawn on the mud, and that difference of 10 meters with 10 seconds left could be the difference. Optic with the oddball in their hands. They're going to drop it with a 1 second lead. They're playing this one for the Slays, for the win. Last shot, the last chance, but he goes down, and Optic take round 1.
Renegade 20 kills. This guy was on fire until Cycle took over right after, but these opening snipes really set the tone for the way Optic want to play this series.
Legend, Opstar making his way towards Camo. Cycle has the high ground position against the snipe tower. Frosty on the nest bridge. Shopify have the positioning to combat this push. Legend, though, trades out with Frosty, so both players probably take that. There's 2 go down on each side. Snipe once again in the hands of Renegade. You can't let that happen.
That's been the difference maker so far. I think that's really going to be the difference between these two teams. These teams are so close in skill and understanding, timing, and I mean, whoever has the sniper to hit shots like that.
You can visit the optometrist, or you can get your eyes checked by Renegade instead, because he's taking faces routinely. And you might just let him no-scope here on the body. Instead, he goes down, and that's massive, because in round 1, Renegade ran amok with the snipe. Now it's not in his hands as often, and there's 3 down for Optic, so Last Shot going to grab the oddball. Camo going to go to Rebellion as well, Cycle in this case, and they have the snipe somewhere below in the midfield location. There's too much pressure to worry about the snipe right now. This is nuts.
Not only the grenades of them, but also repulsing his own grenades right back at him. Renegade sees the opening to not only grab the oddball, but also the sniper rifle. Let's see what he can do with it. How we all here. I like the positioning from Legend across the map. He's going to be able to slow down any of the pushes Shopify try to make.
The intensity is palpable in winners round 1. God damn. Between Shopify and Optic Gaming, is Optic taking another early round lead, crossing the 30-second threshold, just 3 for Shopify, and they've got more down than Optic does, so they're going to continue with that.
My mistake, it was bound across the map, but now that his teammates are dying in his fight, knows his time is now to push, but he gets shut down by the key shots from Royal 2 and Cycle, but ultimately it's Optic to come out on top with the numbers game. Could get some more numbers on the clock for that off.
Renegade with a 1.5 KD in pool play, and he's carrying that level of play to the championship bracket. As Optic hold on to a 30-second lead here. Formal in a 1v1 with the other Matt on the other side, Royal 2. If he gets help, he goes down. Formal now helping his teammate, and a bodyguard medal comes out. The help, if that medal signifies anything to you, Eli, is that Optic have each other's back.
Especially Formal. I mean, this guy's outputting damage, doesn't matter where he is. In any part of the play, he's going to be outputting max damage for his teammates. And you know these guys finish those kills. Last shot with a great repulse there, but Legend with the fadeaway headshot will shut him down. And I feel like Last Shot's that guy that Rebellion kind of needs to come online and really start doing those last shot things that he's something to be known for. So far, it's been all Optic.
Legend now on the cuts. Auctioneer looks like an arrow over my right shoulder from Formal, but that's all he's left to do is talk. After 3 go down for Optic, Rebellion shouldn't have a chance to grab all this oddball. They can finally do. Renegade gets 1 in the cuts, split for 2 with a perpendicular spike grenade on that location. Not enough to clean up his opponent Royal 2, but patience is a virtue. It pays off as Renegade has to snipe once again. This is deja vu gone bad.
Oh man, he is feeling it right now, Hunter, and that's a scary sight for anyone in this tournament. Renegade is a sniper, playing his best. Literally the best player in the world at times. Starting to look like it right now.
He's locked the fuck in, and he's not missing shots. Renegade absolutely popping up. I said 1.5 KD in full play. He was maintaining that champ bracket, but he's about to hit 2.0 efficiency in the kill death counter. Renegade is leading the way for the green wall.
Renegade looks pissed off right now. He looks like he is tired of the conversations. He's tired of losing to Shopify. Wants to change the story right now. Got 29 kills. Powering over the lobby with the kill department. Finally does get shut down. Might be too little too late for Shopify.
Formal will concede. Content to take the trade as 3 go down on each side. It's Legend versus Royal 2 in a 1v1. Royal 2 has the squad spawn, the high ground, but it's Legend that can get away with the oddball. Can he stay alive against Last Shot? No, he goes down, but Renegade should be able to clean that up, and he does.
Hey, Renegade. Look at the way he plays his life around these pillars. He knows exactly how Cycle wants to play the situation. Just do a little dance. Finally, Cycle comes out on top. But little mind games in the micro that these two teams play against each other.
Optic, 25 seconds away from winning game 1. 25 seconds to the name of Shopify Rebellion as they'll take control of it. Second down, 1v1. Now their assist comes through. The help has been there, arguably for both teams, Eli.
It's starting to feel like a Shopify comeback situation. They're not really making mistakes right now. New Camo's coming up that's going to draw their attention in this direction. Legend trying to open space for his teammates behind him to pick it up. Renegade found somehow an avenue into the back of garage all the while. Royal 2 in a 1v1. Now no shield gets down here, but now gets better of him. Ball still in the Shopify route.
Royal 2 has the snipe out like you can utilize it, but Renegade's been using all of it. So even when the snipe does change possessions to the hands of Rebellion, Renegade's already popped off with it. You only got 2 or 3 shots left. And that. It's bound. Pushes up on the sandbags. Try to prevent the reset here from Frosty. I imagine he'll take that oddball off the map. He does.
Or dead for Shopify. Should be a free oddball grab. Just 25 seconds to go. It's still like Shopify needs to figure out how to make this push very quickly off spawn. Renegade 33 kills, has Camo in the suit, tosses the oddball to his teammate and should set up to stop this push.
Renegade is pacing for 50 slays if we were to go to round 3, but he's playing so well we might not even see that. It's bound, has possession of the oddball. 8, 7 now, 8 seconds actually left. Secure this game for Optic. Renegade with another one. What to do?
Coming in. Blackshot's not going to be able to do anything here. Does trade, but still trades. Game number 1 to Optic Gaming, who looks to bounce back in their home court.
Optic Gaming, they had their chance at proving that they were #1 at the K-Son event. They got their chance stolen there, due to maybe the format. They weren't able to have that rematch against Shopify Rebellion, but it starts now here in the winners quarterfinals. Their chance to prove that they are meant to be #1, and whoever loses this series gets to make the longest run in the lower bracket. We'll have a longer day today.
Didn't SSG win a tournament last year for lower round 1 when they beat Cloud9 50-49 on
Yeah, they were
Livefire?
down on Livefire.
So I feel like that doesn't get talked about enough. That's like one of the most legendary, not only Halo tournament runs of all time, but esports in general. So one of these two teams is going to have a chance to match history here this weekend.
I have a feeling they will, to be honest. I mean, like, whoever goes to the lower bracket between these two teams, it doesn't even matter which one. I think they probably still find their way to the grand
And then let's talk about the advantage. This does have the air of a winner final, because if these two teams are to reach the grand final, a reset is now needed for the team that loses this series. I have never seen more consequence on the line this early in championship bracket.
Well, we have to talk about whoever started it all, too. Like, whoever gets dropped down to the lower bracket will face off a team nemesis that is absolutely on fire.
They've already beat Optic, so Optic don't want to lose this.
That's true. If anything goes wrong, they end early. But let's focus on the current matchup. We're seeing a replay of the first match. Livefire, how did you see those teams?
I mean, it really felt like a power item control difference, to be honest. As we see some stats here comparing Renegade to Frosty. But I think Shopify will be able to shake that one off and just be like, man, we still get the snipers. It is what it is.
That was
we
it.
had the snipers, we would have won.
That was it.
So,
you know Frosty's telling his teammates that.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to shrug that loss off quickly. They've lost a lot of games to Optic and nice stuff in the end, so we'll see how they take.
Well, the next one is a Slayer, and in the Optic podcast, Formal did mention that one of the game types, Primo's, that they have to improve on is the Slayers. And they said that they spent the first month, kind of just winging it. And in that podcast, he mentioned that they had just started to work on watching VODs and talking about strategies, and that was what, 3 weeks ago? Just about
I think.
Only 2 weeks ago. So this could unleash the monster that Optic can be, but is that enough time to get that edge over Shopify Rebellion? Let's look at some stats here on the Optic side.
Legend with a 1.18, that would be the top Slayer on just about every other team outside of Optic, but he's the bottom on the totem pole. It's the power weapon percentage that really speaks to me. You'd think it's Renegade after what we just saw from the snipe, Eli, but it's Formal instead, which makes also sense. I think him with the shock rifle, but the shock rifle actually doesn't count toward that percentage.
What's most interesting to me about those stats, that was just their full play spots. Keep in mind, they lost to Nemesis, so for them to be that positive means they absolutely slaughtered the other teams that they played because they were either even or slightly negative against Nemesis, right? So Optic, I think, maybe in form to take off. Here on the other side, Shopify go undefeated in pools, but have lower KDs. So maybe winning a bit by slimmer margins here. These stats are interesting. I think this is pretty on pace with what we expect as far as the power weapon percentage. Most of the snipers and rockets still going to Frosty. Interesting that Cycle has literally 0. Did not pick up a single rocket or sniper.
though.
Yeah, he's
the Tasmanian Devil cycling and spinning around the map with the use of the Bandit and the VR. So a little shocking at first glance to see 0.00, but then you think about who Cycle is and what fits his personality best, and it actually makes sense.
We get a quick peek at what the players are experiencing there on mainstay. We see a Renegade that's kind of shifting the hand meter around a little bit. We saw him talking to his teammate versus a real 2 that's kind of just quiet and to himself, kind of ready for the next match.
Well, I'm glad that he understands science because that's how the hand warmers work. You got to make sure that the insides are acquainted with the air around it for it to actually heat up. So he's keeping his hands warm and seems very locked in. I mean, they did not stop staring at the screen. He's just probably listening to the comms of his teammates. I feel like Frosty is usually the one that's quite vocal in situations like this, where he's just, well, sorry, not Frosty. Formal is the one that's usually on Optic that's kind of talking about how they want to play the next game. So I think that's probably what you're talking about here. Despite winning that, they got to stay locked into this one.
Well, this is one of those game modes that Optic has said that they need to work on, that they've been trailing behind on, and if they started talking strategy just 2 weeks ago, we will get to see that work on this game mode. Let's see if that was enough time for them to get that edge over Shopify Rebellion.
All right, here we go. Game 2 Slayer on Solitude loading in. You got the camo, the shock rifle, and a 1-0 head start for Optic Gaming after a fantastic performance in that off-ball. Slayer pushing up top for Rebellion. Even trade out. Now Renegade Cycle 1v1, but Cycle wins it instead. Rebellion with an early edge off the break.
These guys are just headbutting off the rim. I mean, it's really just a war of attrition, right? Who has one Spartan left standing after the engagement to go for this camouflage? Still nobody gone for it yet. Often considered a bit of bait, but it's last shot that gets the first sniper. Already got 2 kills with it. See if he can do more. Wow, Cycle somehow comes up behind. Renegade with the assassination. Oh, he's got the camo.
Baited. That's what that was. All eyes on last shot. Cycle says, take it back for it. But he does go down shortly after with the camo, so not as much optimal value that we would have thought. After we saw the back-to-back 3 go down for each team, it's Renegade and Frosty, the only 2 players up.
For a moment, Bound had 5 kills, all 3 of his teammates had 0. Renegade, the next teammate to get on the board. But somebody else on the team has to pick it up here. Can't beat all Bound. They also only got 1 assist, interestingly enough, for all 6 of these kills. So if you start working together, on the other side, Shopify have assisted a majority of their kills.
Well, Bound so far with the most kills, the most deaths for Optic Gaming, but that's his MO. He's the tip of the spear. He's the entry fragger, kicking down the door. Now he's going to go back to respawn. Frosty slides through the backside of trucks. He'll stay alive momentarily, but Formal has him called out. Renegade actually instead cross map. Now cross map with the battle rifle. Good shots on World 2. Formal elects to instead rotate inside the hotel towards the cafe. And it looks like Cycle's going to disengage now, so everybody's really feeling each other out, despite us being in the double digits. 12-12.
It was really disciplined by Cycle to not reach out in that moment. Like, yes, he was up in the fight, but recognized his positioning was very important for his team's overall position on the map. So, I really like to see that kind of discipline from Cycle. They understand it's going to be a long game, and every little edge they can get is going to be important.
Camo up now, and Formal wants it before he gets it. He needs to take down Frosty. Frosty with a clean win. Imagine he'll get his shield back and then start working his way back up towards top mid. But Legend occupies that space. Frosty's got to worry about Renegade. And it looks like Optic might have just stolen the camo. No, it's still up. And Legend goes down. Frosty still has a chance at it. I think someone did just steal it. It was Formal, the sneaky beaver.
Formal able to somehow sneak through while Frosty was distracted. Now let's see what he can do with it. He's currently trailing by just 1 kill. They're starting to heat up a bit. I fear that Shopify could potentially fall into the Blizzard spawn trap that can't happen on Solitude. Right the ship.
Still there with Formal. Shocked that he has 0 slays when it feels like he's made an impact in his lair. Probably pick up his first one here, but no, instead, the help is there. Last shot needed it from Frosty. He delivered. Now doing a little ring around the rosy around the bottom of the map. Has the repulse get back up top. Now works his way to sneak crevice, works his way out towards the shock rifle. Now Legend. This would be off, but he still scores it with the last shot.
Last shot, Killjoy, reversal, double kill. Give him some more medals. man is going to have a lot of medals by the end of his career, I can tell you that. Legend Frenchman taking over. Optic, horrible Matt on the other side. 0 kills, 5 assists. He's been helping the team, but he needs to finish the kills of his own as well.
A little bit of shades of season 1 for Formal, where he was one of the top assists as Renegade with the Renegade. We coined that last year during the offseason when he routinely found sticky repulsor combinations. This is a power weapon, John.
They're taking the lead by 1 so far. Pretty big right now. Shopify certainly not out of it at all. Actually, if we were positioning of Shopify right now, they're able to sneak through on this snipe side. Huge grenade kill. Perfectly placed from Royal 2. He doesn't get talked about enough for his grenade skills, but one of the best to ever do it. If Shopify can take advantage of that position.
It's been one of those old lessons my parents taught me as a kid. One for you, one for your sister. One for you, one for your sister. And that's the way the Slayer's gone. One kill for you, one kill for you. That means it's been back and forth. Nobody able to separate by more than 1 kill as we're locked in at 27-26.
Interestingly though, as Shopify push to get these kills, they give up the positioning that they had that success from. That's why these kills are going back and forth. It's like a ebb and flow, a song and dance between these players that hold the snipe side and give it up to apply pressure, hold the snipe side, give it up to apply pressure, and we're going to see that cycle repeat itself once again as Optic now playing that spot, down to the high ground as well, but it's going to be more soft position.
Heading to the 30s, still too close to call. Last shot, trying to take the high ground, the grenade prevents him from taking that space. Now he's getting shot in the back. Or no, the front. He looked behind him, and I thought it was coming from his back as well.
No, he's just trying to find Formal. He knows Formal's lurking somewhere at snipe side. Trying to just get eyes and damage down on the map, but unfortunately all that time that he spent kind of searching for something to do, his team is fighting and kind of losing without him, so unfortunately Last Shot having a bit of an awkward life there where he's unable to have much of an impact.
We grinding.
9:32, this feels like the largest lead of the game. 3-kill edge, Optic aiming the take into the courtyard. He goes down to bound. A little frustrated in the player cam. He looks at He had the body language of it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Cycling out inside the cafe, but he might be heading out to his next deployment. It's with the respawn screen. The Reaper calls him back for 10 seconds as Optic now have a 5-kill, multiple possession lead heading into the 40s. This is huge. Rebellion need to keep it within 4 if they can.
Yeah, this is tough. 4 kills is a lot between these two teams. Rarely do these games end by just more than a 3-kill difference. Now 5 kills the advantage for Optic, but Last Shot's going to slow it down. Forward in a great position now with damage. You can see a lot of the map now with damage on Royal 2. But Shopify's starting to come back. Got good damage now, getting a few slays, and they're pinning Optic here in blue. This is a great opportunity for a comeback.
Frosty really needs this. It's either going to be a 4-kill game or a 2-kill game. Now just 1. After Frosty clutches up with the kill on the bound, going to reshield, reposition, gain the high ground, help out Wyatt, Last Shot. As they do just that, cycle the help as well. You have 3 players looking at 1. And now he shifts his priority to another position. Frosty moving up on the map. We're tied. No, it's Rebellion stealing the lead. 42-41. Now we're tied once again. It's back and forth.
They are flowing so well together right now, Hunter. It's been about a 7-2 swing in favor of Shopify. Now taking the lead. Now tied again. They need to get in a better position here, though. All members of Optic at low ground, but they're making it work so far.
Eli, you predicted at least one time on the weekend. Line it up to be just that, 44 all. Frosty has great positioning, great shots. Looks to drop down on the ledge. He's got help, so he doesn't need to peek this. That's why he's disengaging. He's allowing Royal 2 to set it up instead. Perfect process being played by Frosty, and it might just win a game 2.
He just held his attention there as well for his team to finish him off. Where's Formal, though? Formal finds a double kill. He gets shut down shortly after. It's a 2-kill lead for Shopify. What do they do now? They've got to slow this down, but I don't think they're going to have the opportunity. They're going to be getting pushed by Shopify.
Frosty engages, so too does Last Shot. It's 1v2. Oh, but they dip, and they don't seem to be together. Renegade's going to win that. Frosty gets 49-0. We're tied. Who's going to win the game? Renegade drops down. Could take down Cyclone. Wait, dropping around. Oh! Royal 2! Steals it instead, and what a fight!
And so we are tied once again. That was
so crazy. Okay, I just gotta talk about it. Cycle is absolutely one shot. You can tell by the body language of the Spark.
You got hit by a teammate!
Look, he did get hit by a teammate. It's because somebody called out U-turn. They said Cycle is one shot U-turn. You see the way Cycle is jumping. So we can't see his Spark right here, right? Pay close attention. He's got the exclamation point, which means he's taking damage. He starts jumping around at U-turn. Somebody on Optic calls out U-turn. This grenade comes in because he's trying to respond to the Cycle call out. But Renegade goes right into it because he's trying to push for the kill. And then it's just an unfortunate situation where Renegade eats his teammates. Renegade and Cycle just makes his life, and Royalty's in the perfect spot to follow up.
Wow. Cycle goes down a half second later.
That was a millisecond difference, Allie.
Absolutely crazy. We gotta talk about how tight this is, but before we do that, let's look at some stats.
Yeah, I mean, Bound has been stepping up this tournament. I'll say that already. He was online, had the worst stats, let's just be real, but I think that's kind of the way the team flows. But for some reason at the tournament, Bound is now back into like a Slayer kind of role. But wow, shot by 50, 40, 9-8. Both teams kind of threw it away. It's like you can make an argument for both sides from that one. Because like Optic had the lead, and then Shopify steal it back, and then Optic almost steal it again.
What did we talk about all throughout the lead up to this first LAN of the year, Eli? End game execution. And we spot that in favor of Rebellion, and they just showed us there. That was about as icy as it gets. And the unforced error, like serving a tennis ball into the net. I think Legend throws that tennis ball towards his teammate Renegade, obliterates his shields, and Royalty cleans him up. Cycle was also one shot. And that was the win. That was it right there. All you needed to do was clean up Cycle.
What does that do to you as a player, especially in a match so important to the team?
I mean, it's really how they react in the moment to the situation. Like, I want to say, if you're the guy that threw the nade, I think you're right, it probably was Legend here. If you're that guy, you've got to just own up to the mistake. It's like, my bad. Like, I thought the grenade was going to finish him off. Like, just own it. Just be like, look, that's my bad. And then if you're the guy that got grenaded, you can't hold any ill will towards your team. Like, you've got to understand that they didn't mean for that to happen. Like, they're trying their best just like you are. So I think these guys have enough emotional intelligence to move on.
There's two ways Legend can play this right now. And this is the game within the game. You can kind of side-eye and look down like, did anybody see that? You know? Or you can raise your left and right hand high in the air and say, guys, pound the chest. That's on me, but I got you next.
What's next is CTF Aquarius.
Oh boy.
Eli, you took a look at the stats. How you feeling about that?
Both these teams are dominant on this game mode. Like the only time these two teams lose Aquarius CTF is against each other. And I don't think either team has a clear edge over the other. I mean, I would not be surprised if this was a 5-4 finish or a 2-1 finish. I just feel like these teams are... You might as well flip a coin. But we're going to see these guys show you the playbook on how to play perfect Aquarius CTF. I think it's probably the most solved game mode. Look at Royalty, by the way. He starts laughing, bro.
Got it, man.
I love the vibes from the Shopify Rebellion. I think that's something that a lot of people talk about is the chemistry that this team has developed in such a short amount of time. They just started playing together in December, and they look like they're having a good time.
You know what? Adam Bound, when we talked to him yesterday, Eli, he said, I'm a completely different man than last year. You know what else is different about him this year, Ellie? His haircut. He got the flip flow on the forehead. He's got the bangs running this year, so not only has his persona changed with that ring on his ring finger, his hairstyle has too. It's kind of interesting.
Do you think that has something to do with the lights on main stage? So you gotta have like extra
wouldn't
shades.
If it flipped up, wouldn't that kind of like a hat like cover? You know,
whenever I looked at his haircut, I tried to imagine how he made that effect happen. So I was pretty sure he would wear a baseball cap and then like blow dry it into the bill of the cap or something. It's the only way you get that shape.
That's like blow dry to the bill of the cap.
Like pretty creative.
I didn't think I'd hear that.
We're gonna have to go out.
We'll have to ask him.
Let's see how creative Optic can be here in this Aquarius CTF. Like you called it the most solved game mode here.
And it's the easiest map for sure to like predict spawns. Like you stand on our side, they spawn bridge side. You stand on bridge side, they spawn our side. It's like you pretty much always know where all players are on the map. There's no hiding on this map. I mean, sometimes you can sit in the corner in the generator, get a cheeky max, but otherwise, none of the team knows where you are. So you gotta just hit your shots and have good teamwork.
Well, game number 3 is underway. Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming. So much on the line.
Tied 1-all, and someone's got to take the lead after this crucial Aquarius Game 3 that feels like we're destined for a 4-4 overtime thriller. After what we saw in that Game 2, 49 minutes, Frosty already into the Optic base. Formal can stay alive. He is weak. Frosty with full shields is going to utilize the melee. But Formal pushes the melee into Frosty, so he goes down to low shields. Re-shields with perfect timing. Pushes out towards Legend, but Bound has his back.
Kind of a strange sequence of movements from Frosty. Doesn't end up playing out, but man, so giga-brain, I'm sure he had a plan. Looks like the flag's already out, by the way. Probably a Legend pull. I don't know how he got that far across the map so quickly, maybe Bound, but Formal's going to be the one running in. No questions about whether that one's going in. That was clean and executed by
My God! Talk about a bounce back, and we've been talking about that all weekend. All lifespan of Halo Infinite to bounce back and lose that previous heartbreaker 50-49. You get on the board here early, and you get your mojo back. Renegade back into the base of Rebellion, but 3 down for Op. He's not going to have much of a chance to extend that flag. Instead, he's going to have to play his life. When he goes down, drops the plasma pistol in the process, and Optic will be forced to reset.
Cycle, I like the way he's moving around the map right now. He's very in tune and locked in with what he wants to accomplish, how he can best support his teammates, how he can follow up on damage. Loves his push as well. He's landed that shot. Okay. Crazy little strain there from Formal, but Cycle ultimately does still close that out.
But Cycle, that's bait. Yeah, you can tell the eyes of Texas were upon top mid. Cycle will fall because of it. Frosty now. Blair brings his way up to P side, and he jumps on that little ledge that I don't think it's utilized enough. He had high ground there. Takes the camo, but again, that was bait. Optic have been just waiting for Rebellion to try and take it, and it burns because of it.
Legend, all the while, the distraction of the camo play, he's just sneaking on through the car side, using the opportunity to pull the flag. Look how fast this man runs it. I don't think anybody's after it in the business.
Oh, he doesn't get around the corner despite the execution. It looks like another boost as the G-Slide 3 go down, and it looks like last shot is going to be able to reset things up for Formal. No, not enough, and that will get reset. A counter could ensue.
They're going to get this one into utility. They got to get some slays here, though, and they want this flag to continue on. Looks like multiple members of Optic choosing to rotate backwards through the base. Ninja from Renegade onto Frosty.
Cycle's last one alive. He cannot try to run this in. He has to drop the flag and play for slays. Great process being played here by Cycle. Doesn't have much experience as everybody on the main stage, but it looks like he does with that heads-up play to not try to force it and overextend it because of it. Shopify still have a chance.
Great point you make there. Good touch on the flag. Renegade, now that the flag's in this spot, it's easier to return, actually. A couple grenades go in. Royal 2 does not get the touch, and it's going to be returned. Wow, well executed return by Optic. What a clutch play.
Oh, Cycle, despite the thruster from Legend, still takes him down. Maintains his life, now starts to work through the generator. 1v1 against Formal. Formal had a tricky strafe, but Cycle seems to have figured it out after that previous counter. Now going to just reset, re-shield, reposition.
You said something about Cycle earlier, that he's the youngest, has the least experience on the main stage. This is a guy that the first time he ever appeared felt like he had been there for a decade. I don't understand. I've never seen a player find comfort on the main stage and play perhaps even better so quickly than this young man.
And he picked things up quick. Maybe he picked up that flag a little too quick, though. That previous instance. And that will get stopped down as Frosty up top with the camo once again. It really feels like Rebellion have been playing for a camo. What can they do with it here? They've got to find optimum value. For now, they find 3 down, and Frosty's going to have a chance to make something count with it.
The thing you can do is pick up that anyway, break the GA, say fuck it. You need to get to the second round of winners, but probably won't do that round. But no, he's not going to do that. He's going to play. He's an honorable gentleman. He's going to rotate through the far side here and see if he can start shooting. There's some Optic in the back that are rotating the enemies.
You know what Rebellion here to get things going. Dad! From Frosty. I'm watching his mouth. I can read the body language. And he gets pretty hype when he starts feeling it. It's just feel like famous catchphrase. Dad! Yeah, we'll switch off his POV for now. Cycle instead goes down on the lower portion of the map. 2-3 players cycling through bottom mid. And I guess he likes to send up numbers down low. You can make it work.
You can, and you make a good point about the energy of the team, right? Like, typically, you want to conserve your energy for later parts of the tournament, but this isn't one of those situations. This might as well be your grand final. Whoever wins this has and a significantly more likely chance to win the whole tournament. So they got to start putting all that energy into this series.
Halfway through a game 3 in a tied series. We're tied now on Aqua CTF as both teams have secured a score. It's Frosty now. Works his way to the top side of Carbine. Now pushing into the util. Has teammate support, so he's actually going to go left. His teammate's going to push straight through. Orbital picks it up. Reads it like a book. That's a huge play for Matt, but he goes down. Don't know, though, if Rebellion took down enough members of Optic to feel like they can get a run going. They can't.
Camo is up. Negate. Has coverage from his team. Never mind. Wow. Shot. Where was he? I thought maybe because someone spotted mid player here in this match. Renegade does not expect to be beat down as he drops with Camo, but great team effort there to make that happen from Shopify. Tied Endeavor here. About 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Thought a 2-1 might be in the cards for this series. Let's see if that hands out. Starting to look like it.
World 2 is really dealing a lot of damage. Considerable amount of slays. 10 assists, the most in the lobby. Works his way through the Optic base, but Renegade and the Demon at the gates of hell stops him.
Picks up another assist there as Frost follows up the down. But these teams right now kind of in positions where they're just vying for mid-map control. Feels like Shopify a little bit more in their base, but I think trying to just bait their flag at this point, knowing that Optic are likely to push in. Doing a great job up.
Legend. Works his way into the base, takes down World 2, but he's got 2 teammates there. Supporting the finish. And his last shot now makes his way out towards the utility into the Carbine. He's got teammates supporting him over his left shoulder. I imagine they went up high. No, they're still in the util, so the push lagged behind a little bit. And I think that's because you see a 1-4 member of Optic in Rebellion's base. That must be what they're talking about.
Yeah, I like the pace control and the idea here from Shopify's timing is being a little bit awkward for Last Shot, though, who's was going to be the tip of the spear. And they actually go 4 dead momentarily. Frosty just coming off spawn right now. That flag is already halfway across. This looks like an easy cap for Optic.
I don't know. Frosty did a huge flex play on his spawn. He stopped Renegade dead to rights in the courtyard, and now Optic have a little bit more work left to do. 3 go down again. Can they secure it? They're going to have a much easier look at it after Renegade extends the flag. 4 go down, and now Eli, you do have that guarantee. Book it. 2-1. Optic.
Okay, 4 minutes left on the clock. Camo's up in the suit of Renegade, I believe. See if they can convert this into another one to just add even more cushion for their chance to win this game, or if Shopify's going to have the answer back.
Oh, Legend down. Excuse me, Legend dropping down. Taking Last Shot down in the process. Now he gets right back up on top, using P as a highway into the base of Rebellion. It's a cheeky spot to just kind of hang out. Instead, he wants to play high ground position once again, works his way back to pink. And Optic are on the run once again. With 3:20 left, a 2-score lead might just do it.
Yeah, Optic clearly not content to just have a 1 flag lead against a team like Shopify. They want to press the issue, keep gas on, keep that pressure going. Plus, if they have their flag out, Shopify cannot score anyway. So the aggression will continue here from Optic throughout the rest of this game. Wow, great flip.
You make a great point, Eli. It's a little early, but in the next 60 seconds or so, Optic will be in a situation where 2 flags out dueling is the best case scenario. Bound now, sliding in through the courtyard, going to take down Royal 2 with body shot. 3 go down for Rebellion. One's going to go in, it looks like, and this is a massive advantage. It's been tough to come by points in this one, and Optic have 3 to Rebellion's 1.
2.5 minutes, more than enough time for a comeback, but it's got to start soon. Last Shot does get a kill feed. Royal 2 gets obliterated. Team shot on point coming in there from Optic. What does Frosty have for us? He's going to push and try to shut down Bound, but Bound with stickies. Frosty will force trade, but yeah, he will absolutely take that. Shopify have been getting outslayed the last couple minutes.
Yeah, 3 go down to the 1 for Bound. So in that trade instance, finding a +2 net outcome, that's monumentous. And it's normal now. Shots out toward the B side of the map. He goes down to 1 HP. Renegade supporting him on the car side. Not enough push or pressure through that side of the map for Normal to be too concerned to worry about it now. Resetting sights, focus towards Cycle, pushing up towards the middle of the map. Cycle goes down, and Optic are once again on the run. They've really cranked up the aggressiveness despite being up 2.
I mean, they're recognizing that Shopify keep getting around them to the other side of the map. It's like, who cares if they're in our base? If we just go take over their base, we'll stop them on their way back. Exactly what we keep seeing Flags are both out here. Looks like Shopify does get returned. Will they be able to continue moving this flag? Looks like they will. Rest of Optic come flying in. Huge shots from Frosty. Perfect. See what else he can do. They will put this one in now. All it takes is a pull to activate overtime in the next minute.
It's a one-score game with 1 minute left as Royal 2 makes his way up towards being bounced, one in the fridge. Gotta be careful. He's looking out towards his left, but it's the opponent on his right that's the most deadly foe. Royal 2 is going to clean him up. It took a little bit of a while. Royal 2 ultimately gets the slay. 1 minute left.
So he's getting a shot in the back from his base. Probably already being called out, but he's trusting his team will handle that. He's not worried about it. Kind of awkwardly bumping into his teammate there. 2 members of Optic pushing through on the util side. 45 seconds left in the game.
Legend. Shields beeping. Heart thumping. Probably just calm their nerves a little bit. Taking down 3, all 4. A team-wide secured for Optic Gaming with 30 seconds left. That's massive.
Legend doesn't expect to move part 2. He's not even looking. The right read as no one does take that path.
15
now. Just deciding to play defense here. I don't mind this.
Yeah, you can find clips
But
of him. He used to
could come back to bite them. Frosty is forced into a position where he must be the guy that goes into the base to pull the flag. Shot finding a kill on the mount. He's going to try to open the door for Frosty. Shot gets taken down. Frosty jumps, uses the new jump, gets the pull. But is it going to be enough? Royal 2's bottom series got to get us some kills here. They're going to double the reads. This might be it.
Game. Optic take it and have a 2-1 lead in the series.
Optic 2-0 in the series of the Aquarius CTF flag.
2-1 in the series.
2-1 in the series. I was trying to think what number I was I was like, that sounds wrong. A 2-1 in the first time we see Optic here have a lead against Shopify Rebellion. Maybe for a moment, maybe they actually get that win in the next series. But let's talk about this current series. We saw a different Shopify Rebellion after that tied flag. What was Optic doing to Shopify Rebellion to shut them down?
It really feels like Optic has been doing their homework now. And I never said this before because, frankly, I didn't think they were. I didn't think they were doing their homework, but it felt like they were predicting what Shopify were going to go for and then countering it ahead of time. They were often, when Shopify were trying to get into their base, sometimes they would just let them get into their base so that they could take control of Shopify's base. And then they just played that next sequence a little bit better. So I think that's not what they did in online games in this game type against Shopify, and Shopify were not ready for it.
Now you mentioned that there was Shopify Rebellion, a moment where they recognized what Optic was doing. What did Shopify Rebellion do to have a chance once that lead started to get away from that?
I mean, Shopify did start to pick up on it, but I think by that time it was too late. Down 3-1. They're in a position where there's not much time left on the clock. Optic just kind of played the chess game a little bit stronger. And even if you do recognize it, you're still playing against Optic, right? Like, you're not going to just win every gunfight and get figured out.
You know what's interesting is I think these players were so focused on the task at hand and the matchup in front of them. Some of them forgot to change their player tags. Matt, Formal, usually plays under his first name, Matt, but he's V27, and I think I saw Bound. No, Bound is God, I think. So he changed it. But there's half the squad for Optic hasn't changed their player sign, so I don't know if that's because they don't have them visible in game. But one of the other players for Optic was V106. So interesting note, usually you see those player tags changed, but I think Optic were so wrapped up in the strategy, they forgot to go to the menu.
Yeah, it's curious to know their state of mind right now. I don't think they expected to run into each other this early in the game. And it's like, both of them cannot be happy about this situation. Like, I didn't think I was going to have to play you until Sunday. Now I got to play you literally the first round of the tournament. Neither team can be happy about this situation, but like, I got to step up to the plate regardless.
Well, there's only one team to blame here, and that's Optic.
Yeah.
Losing to Nemesis, they brought this on them.
Did they sandbag it?
Did they
want this? Oh, that's devious.
That would be interesting if that were the case.
They were trying. It was just earned their win.
Yes, I absolutely believe that. I think it was definitely most likely a surprise, and they want nothing but to win the major in front of their home crowd. This is the HCS Optic Major, and they have yet to win a major in their arena, so this is their chance to do so. The next game type, I believe, is Recharge.
Even the coaches get turned on Red Bull. Let's go.
It's a King of the Hill.
King of the Hill.
So that's going to slow down the frenetic and almost feverish pace that we've seen so far in this one. It's going to be much more setup-oriented. Eli, how's that going to affect the next game?
Man, I think that historically, Shopify have been better at King of the Hill just because they seem a little bit more process-oriented, a little bit more setup-focused. But that doesn't mean Optic don't know exactly how to do the same thing, right? But I don't know. I think this maybe slightly favors Shopify into this next game. I think they're a bit more meticulous with their positioning, and that's so important in King of the Hill.
Well, we'll see who takes this next game. King of the Recharge. King of the Hill. Recharge up next.
Optic Gaming, Shopify Rebellion, the main stage lit up in neon green, but it's going to be blood red driven after this series conclusion, which could come in Game 4. If Optic are to take advantage of their advantage, this series will be done and dusted. They'll take that winner bracket token on to the rest of the tournament, and they'll send Shopify to lower round 1.
Tell you what, though, I think between these two teams, it's more likely that they end up in a Game 5 than the other permutation of the game. Like, these two teams rarely do not go to Game 5. So that means that this is Shopify's time to shine. They need to close it out. But you're right, if you're on the side of Optic, you said, no, let's just do it the easy way. Let's not look at that Game 5 point.
And especially early on in the day, winners round 1, we talk about energy exertion. This is a chance to kind of put more of that gas in the tank and not utilize it, right? Like on a long road trip, ones we used to take travel tournaments back in the day, as Rebellion have the early advantage off the start. Pretty even in the Slays department. Give or take, it's actually only Renegade with the slay off start. So Rebellion takes this one rather handily. They're going to cross the 50% threshold before Optic even get a look at a slay. What's left of the hill?
Man, round 2 literally had nowhere to go when he had that camo. He thought he was playing sneaky, but apparently camo is fool's gold at this point. But they've already secured about half of this hill, so great opening start to Shopify, but they've got to earn a bit more map positioning, a couple slays where they can feel more comfortable. It's Rossi in the kill feed with double kill, does get taken down by Renegade. That shock rifle might be in the hands of Renegade now.
Normal, trying to determine where he needs to break through. Does take down Cycle, but goes down shortly after. Last shot cleans up match. Players are Optic Gaming now pushing it through the red pipes. Grenade toss goes out, expecting to push from last shot, but he's going to like to rotate instead toward the bat ledge, taking the high ground now, working back to the red pipes. A squad spawn occurs over here on Needles. The last shot does not want none of a 1v3. It's facing 1v1 anyways with a perfect shot. It's almost takes out Renegade 2. Does enough damage to make it easy for Royal 2 to clean up the nade.
Beautifully played situation here. I think what Shopify are going to try to do now is quickly rotate to C at the same time they capture this. Next hill does move on that C side of the map. And wow, that's exactly what they're going to try to do. They actually cap it before moving in that direction, but I don't think they had the choice as Optic had secured a couple of slays.
And before Legends even secured his first slay, granted he's got 3 assists, but 4 deaths on the docket. Not the start you want for the European sensation. And then Rebellion take 1-0 lead in this one, but after 3 go down, that's going to allow 4 to grab the camo, and then the next point's on the hill.
Curious to see how Shopify play this electric one elevator. I think that the best play here is to make a long push through gold pipes, as we see Frosty already making his way towards the glass side. You see Royal 2 and Cycle tip of the spear on the other side. I think maybe could have waited a little bit longer before making this push. Now that they die, it's going to be a lot more difficult for the last shot Frosty to clean up the pieces. You see how their timing is off. If the first duo shows up too early, they get taken down. Next duo is going to be a lot easier to finish off. Now that this push is failed, I think Shopify are going to probably play for next.
Optic come roaring back with a vengeance as it looks like they will take a flawless hill number 2, and you're right, Eli. Shopify already probably setting up for next. But 3 go down, and if they take down Legend and hold the line, they might just try to make this a little bit more mixy.
Royal 2 spawning in the elevator. They're going to try to make a quick route through the tower. Frosty also spawning elevator. He's going to take a slightly different approach. Maybe try to take some lateral space on the other side. Knows that angles are so important, but Legend predicting it. But actually backtrack and kill him, but maybe if he just hung out near the hill, he could have more of an impact on that. But either way, it's going to be trades on both sides. Shopify maintain better map positioning.
Down.
Oh,
windmill.
Oh, no.
Frosty! Takes him down. I thought Bound realized I'm missing my shots here. I need to play for the trade. And he didn't even get that.
Oh,
Renegade though, with the elbow. Here's one. This still isn't a score for Optic. It probably is now. All 4 go down. Here we go. Now do Optic get out of the hill right here? No, they're going to take it.
I think it's a little bit risky to play the quote-unquote Ryan Noob strat.
Too early, too.
Yeah, because, by the way, I feel like Boo does Ryan Noob. I really like to show off the Boo strat. Anyways.
Everyone else on the team.
Looks like they're going to go ahead and take it. You know, sometimes you get a little cocky and make a play like that, you might not secure it, so I like the process for Optic. They go 4 dead, though. Optic, formal Matt, first player on the spot, and
That's a reward for playing the process right, playing for next. Team wipe spirit, Shopify, and then the first kills. Hill points. Hill 3. He's normal. Works his way through the needle, scoring points, and slays all the while. Look for the double. Grenade goes out. Headshot from last shot takes him out. 3 go down again for Optic Gaming, and they got them in a little bit of a blender right now, Eli.
They kind of do, but they did get a couple slays there. Now last shot forced to play the situation a little bit slower, but great position to gatekeep this hill. Looks like we got sneaky ledge. Renegade loves to jump up and down on that. Becoming more popular. Now with a couple slays. Last shot feeling safe enough to sit in the hill, spinning in circles looking for this next target. And Frost is going to hunt down Bound. This is looking great for Shopify. And if he wins this guy, that could have been that.
Well, you said Renegade likes that sneak jump. I think last shot knew that was his routine as well, because he had the pre-fire set up. He had the comms.
Yep. All right.
Player may duo. 3 go down. Make it 4 for Optic Gaming. Rebellion will take the 2-1 lead. Bounce back after bounce back after bounce back for each of these 2 teams. It's still close.
I mean, it's literally back and forth in the games, back and forth inside the games, back and forth in hills. So these 2 teams being any closer. Actually, unbelievable hill that we win this week in, week out between these 2. And looks like Jumpfire looking good, though. This is the first time that Formal and the rest of Optic were not prepared as much for the rotation. Frosto actually completely reroutes. Formal's not prepared for it, and that pick might be exactly what they need to regain control.
I think Frost is in a really good spot with his kit. He's got the Bandit short range, battle rifle for long range. Really choose his spot here. He can work around the long haul and take cross map shots instead. It's going to be a close range battle against Renegade. Renegade takes him down. Former teammate, a lot of chemistry and familiarity for the 2. And second now. Tough one to win against Bound. Despite him being low shields, he had the game, and I think that afforded him 1 extra shot.
Okay, here we go. This is finally a good push from Optic. They were able to seize control of the side of the map. Edges, staying alive, bottom tower as well. They haven't set foot in the hill because still is a bit precarious to stand in for a long period of time. You're going to see them going in and out as they fight here. Tell a couple more members of Shopify dead.
Dead. Frosty's down. The only player down for now. Now Formal as well. Cycle. Back to respawn screen. Wow, zip line action with the grapple hook. Ultimately results in a trade, but 3 go down to the 2 for Optic Game, and that's why they're in the hill.
Curious to see how Shopify plays this. Probably play through gold. They want to have a pitch type setup here. Renegade's going to be the gatekeeper at top glass. That happening. Frosty recognizing as isolated player wants to kind of reposition so he can have some help in the team shot, and they've played it beautifully. They get 2 dead. Frosty's now going to go back into the tower. And I think they're going to be able to shut that down.
1:20 left in regulation. It's Optic. Seem closer to scoring time. He's up. Score here for Rebellion, Eli. But about all but ended. Because less than 60 seconds. Down 2. I don't think there's enough time to come back. So this is a must-win scenario for Optic. This Team Prime to take it. Take a little bit more time because it's Cycle and Rebellion with the position on the back wall. They're baiting. They're the ones playing for time. They're the ones strategically milking the clock. They might actually step in the hill. They're going to play for slays.
I actually love this. I think this is so smart. This is one of the most exposed hills. Very difficult to survive while. And look at the bait switch here as well. Legend last player on the map. They're actually okay. They're not getting in the hill. They're running past it, or are they going to?
It's all Legend's the only one up, and he pushes so far forward, it might be a split spawn scenario. One might even spawn a gold for Optic. Legend, the tip of the spear, the front line. Frosty striking them down. Frost reach. Long range, big game. Frosty with the triple.
They've got to hold off another push, though. They got 30 seconds. Optic have plenty of time to make this happen. If they just get a couple picks, that's different. There's the pick. Okay, it's traded out, though. Let's do this. It's 3v3 situation on the map. Last shot needs to hold strong here. And then he's going to contest it. So smart for Last Shot to do that. They get 2 down. And I think that's going to probably do it.
Last push. This is it. And Optic are going to be in overextension mode where
they need to grab that
Rebellion are going to have the reticles lined up, expecting the extended push. Frosty. Feet just outside of it. Renegade gets to jump on the Frosty, gets the first shot. Oh my god, that was the position. Oh, the Renegade goes off and Legend goes down. Rebellion forcing game 5.
What an insane way to play into that game.
Absolutely. We have to talk about the way Shopify Rebellion played the end of that match's defense that they were able to take on against Optic.
This was so incredible, the way that Frosty had the wherewithal to just exit that fight instead of challenge to the death. He knows that he's got help from the ledge, on the sneaky ledge, so that if that player does turn the corner, he's got help. So this was just a perfect display of their trust in one another and understanding that this hill is so exposed, it's difficult to sit in it for very long without having several eyes on it.
Well, now with the score tied again. 2-2. We're going to a game number 5, and this is going to be huge because it is a game 5 Slayer again.
Origin, I believe.
Origin. That's actually pretty scary considering that Frosty has been absolutely incredible. And joining us, we have Tools here over here as well.
Yeah, guys gonna go take a little quick I'll fill in. I'll do my best, but Frost is right? I mean, this is what Shopify Rebellion was waiting for, right? To get to this map where they are head and shoulders above everyone else.
I don't know if I fully agree with that take, though, because like that's the narrative. People are saying, yeah, this is Frost's playground, he's super comfortable, he's been that dude in Halo 5. Unlike if you look at the data from the last week or so, they're actually losing this map. And Frosty's struggling to go -5. When they lost earlier to Cloud9, he had not a great game on Origin Slayer. Cloud9 beat them, so I don't know. I need to be reconvinced as a believer that this is truly Frosty's map because he hasn't been shown it in the last few engagements.
Well, why don't we talk about what Optic could have done to not let Shopify Rebellion take on that stronghold and defense against that last hill?
I mean, just the understanding of the situation. It's a very nebulous point in the game where they leave the door open for them to get into the hill, but only if they know they can stay alive. Like, there's no reason to put their life on the risk to step into the hill. Instead, they're going to just sit back and let Optic go into the hill, kind of use it as bait. Frosty with these beautiful shots across the map. I mean, that was disgusting. Triple kill. And then just the way that they kind of just set up in these positions around the hill that Optic have no way to comfortably get into.
So there's absolutely no way you can break through a defense like that?
I don't think so. I mean, they needed to get some type of quick pick, like maybe with the shock rifle, or grab the grappler and make some kind of quick play when they're not looking. But they had all the angles covered. I don't think there was.
The tools they needed weren't there for them to be able to break through that defense and stronghold that Shopify Rebellion had into this recharge. But now we're hopping on over to Origin, and we have a few power weapons on that map.
Yeah, we got rockets, we got the sniper. Both are on high ground positions on the map that are important to control as well. So even when rockets are not up, I think these players are going to go out of their way to kind of control the area that the rockets are. Same can be said for the snipe side. Some teams are really heavily favoring snipe side, but I think these two teams understand how powerful the rocket side can be and are starting to play it a bit more.
Well, now that Mikowski is joining us, I want to get your thoughts on that game 5.
Origin, which is typically Frosty's playground. Now, there was an instance in pool play.
We just had to start.
No, go ahead. Well, I'll just preach the choir and repeat what you guys probably said. Frosty, though, I don't know if you guys brought this up. 7-13 in pool play.
In Origin. We did.
I got you, baby.
What do you like said? Mikowski, please provide your high-level breakdown. What did this QE say?
I mean, I would just say, well, they were... I mean, the narrative is, oh, it's Frosty's playground, this and that, but I'm like, I don't know.
Did you use those exact words?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Maybe Tools and I are
You guys are connected, and then you were basically the meme.
I want to hear though.
Yeah, you can say
what you wanted to say.
Game 5!
That's all he wants to say.
Game 5 of Origin. Will this be Frosty's playground? Will he be unleashed? Or will Eli have his way here? Will Optic take game number 5?
Whoa, the rip. It's Frosty dealing this one. Exactly what is he doing? No go with the flick. Too bad for Rebellion. He can't continue on that hot streak. It's Optic actually in the lead despite the nice shot.
Okay. There's a like historic play from Frosty on this map in Halo 5 where in the comms they did a listen in before he said, I'm just going to pick a sniper and no-scope in the face. That's his play on this map. That's his strategy. He's got it back.
They didn't pick it up.
They spawned close to it, probably said, yo, it's right here, dog. It's all you. Unfortunately, the rest of his team died. He needs to play his life here. See if he can find a headshot.
Oh! What a renegade! Once friend, now foe! Frosty rips another soul!
Oh, he doesn't get the last shot off, but only leaves one shot to work with. Can down, do something with it. Yes.
Bound. Like he's drinking the secret stuff in Space Jam. That ball gets passed around the locker room. Now Bound has it in his hands. 5 hit zones. Optic in the lead up 3. Despite again some incredible shots from multiple players.
Okay. Bound here has a positioning on this night side. Doing a tricky little jump here, and I actually knew about that ledge. Start playing the game again. Now, basically a lot of heavy pressure, but as long as he lives here, this is like a pressure of its own for Shopify. They can't really traverse completely around the map. Look at this, they double hit through the top side, and Psycho finds a double kill.
Frosty with a 1.8 KDA in this series. Gonna need to be the guy. Step up here from Rebellion. Carry these young guns to the finish line and cycle live shot. Roll 2 of them done that. They're all weak. Let down 1 HP. Body shot needed, but he cleaned up with the headshot instead. 2 gun for Optics, just 1 for Rebellion, and now they're the ones up 3.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting to feel it. I think I heard a shout from the stage. We haven't really heard it loud, but now's the time to do it. Put it all into this. This will be highly consequential for the rest of this tournament.
Renegade leading the way for Optic in this series with a 1.24 KD. Everybody else, Eli, below 1.0. Top on board here with Royal 2. Going to take down the Cave Dweller. And Renegade, they're going to send 2 for him. Take him down cleanly. No trade there for last shot. He does that so well.
I love the way the team is working together right now. Cycle somehow finds a perfect timing. They're working so well together. They're not only getting the slaves, but keeping each other alive. They're making Optic look foolish. Optic are chasing and dying every single time.
Optic are collapsing on their home court, and it might just send the fans home with their heads dipped between their shoulders. This is Frosty now. 6-3 and 3 with the Rockets in his possession. Sniper up 2. He can use the test to take the test. In this case, use the Rockets to take the snipe. But again, he's the last part standing, so he's going to back off.
Good process here. He knows that they're going to be going for this sniper. I don't know if they know he has a rocket. It feels like they do the way that they're positioning themselves. Frosty can't do much with it yet. Wants to find a close range kill. Royal 2 with the pick on. Renegade is massive right now. Frosty's able to stay alive and preserve this rocket launcher as his team. Kind of picking up the pieces around him.
Frosty's clear. What a huge heads-up decision! Rather than shakily, nervously fire off that rocket,
I like that.
He cleans it up with the bandit instead, and then down the line cleans up for the double kill. Double, we might be in and out.
Everything has been so clean and calculated so far from Shopify. When they're in these moments, we talk about how close these two teams are. They are neck and neck in games played and wins against each other. But what's the difference? When it comes down to these games that matter, they ascend and they play, they predict. They're playing the chess game so fluidly.
And in Game 5, Shopify are making Optic look like a team that Shopify was supposed to play in winners round 1. 32-18. This one's getting out of hand.
It is Frosty's playground. He said, Eli, shut the hell up. I know what I'm doing here. Against Nemesis, that was a fluke. Sorry, Cloud9. And now, Royal 2 pushing in with the rest of the team. They're just moving so well and staying alive so well together. Legend picks that up. How long does he survive? This location's been called out. Frosty's going to hunt him down.
36-21. I am astonished by what we are witnessing here. The end-game execution is just far better for Rebellion. And with 7 minutes left in the game, Eli's calling GG no re.
It's already over, man. There's no chance. I mean, look at this. They're almost doubled up on the lead. This might be a spectacular. It's really pacing that way. But look at the assist column. I mean,
Ribeye.
9, 6, 4, 3.
Mashed potatoes, asparagus, green risotto, and mushrooms. Shot fire. Oh
My God. I mean, this is. If you're Optic, how do you even. You already know you lost as well. If you're Optic, it's impossible. They could just trade out to the end.
32-26. I have to keep repeating the scoreboard because it looks like a figment of the imagination, but it is real pain. Optic. And man, how do you not start getting in your head a little bit? Like, oh my God, it's going to be another curse, second place.
I mean, they still got a ton of life in the tournament, but got to work very hard to come back. They have brought this back, but maybe the superlatives should slow down a bit. They brought this down within 11. Optic maybe hurt us, been angry, but I feel like it's only a matter of time before Shopify figure out a way to break through and at least trade these deals out.
You need to bring it within 6 by the time Rebellion gets to 45. Maybe they have a chance.
I don't think this okay.
10.
One shot. Trying to stay alive.
Sniper's coming up. Get it in the hands of Renegade. You see him lift it up. He needs to step up right here.
He's got to go God mode. He's got to be the demon himself. Taking damage, facing pressure. Can't land on a Royal 2 with a clutch E-scope. They're still challenging. They don't care. They say you're not going to need a hero today. You're going to need him out of the cave here. I think the Royal 2 still got his eyes over here. That's over. Yeah, 4 kills to go.
Renegade goes blitz mode and hit a kill here, and that still wouldn't be enough.
Not a spectacular though. This is incredible. Shopify have played this so flawlessly. There's that mid-game where they gave Optic another 10 kills, but that was perfect gameplay from Shopify.
Well, first of all, Eli, you have to apologize for being a frosty non-believer there for a little bit.
I mean, I gotta say, I said he needs to show me more to remind me that it's his playground, and he did. And I think against Cloud9, maybe he just wasn't quite informed yet. It's very easy to have off games, for sure. But like, realistically, they haven't been winning that vote. They lost to a few different teams, not just Cloud9, so... It seems like if it's a game 5, they're probably more likely to win it.
So what did Shopify Rebellion do different? You said they haven't been winning them before, or at least they have been. It's not their strongest, according to the data. But what did they do here differently to peel that lead away so far ahead from Optic?
Cool down Renegade. You've been going back to game 1. That was it. And Renegade got the snipe. We don't need to break it down further than that. And then in game 5, it wasn't until 46 to 35 that Renegade finally got his hands on the S7. Too little, too late. Optic dropped the lower bracket.
Well, we do have a Frosty fan right here in the couch. He's sitting right in the corner, and it is Tools, who's been excited for the return of Halo 5 Frosty.
That's a series where Frosty guaranteed for his team. I want to put a lot of emphasis. Guaranteed, right? The crucial moments he stepped up big, and he set the tone right away. I mean, this, right? Grab sniper. This is vintage Frosty. We call it Frosty in the sniper. It became the term because of his ability to go pick up that weapon and create impact. He has the highest power weapon percentage kills in all of the HCS for a reason. They trust him to make the plays when he has those weapons in his hand.
I mean, this play was really highlighted his discipline as well. Could have just burned the rocket on the one-shot player, but no, switches to his bandit, gets that kill, preserves the rocket for the next play. He trades out his life with it for that killing spree. At the end of this game, finds a double kill, perfectly out, facing multiple players. See last shot pumped up. Stands up as well.
I absolutely love seeing both Cycle and Lash Up, specifically we got to see Lash Up just stand up, what it could mean for him as a player who's one of the two on this team that have never held an HCS trophy before, and it's getting, the chances of this happening are getting closer.
Look at the margin of error. Optic win game 2, and they're already in the back of house having a sandwich. That's how close it was. This could have been in the matter of one team wipe, one cycle of spawns. It could have been Optic with a real advantage, real sweep, all the confidence in the world heading the rest of the bracket. Now they dropped to the lower bracket after Shopify went 2 in a row, down 2-1 in the series, might I add, to take it, to steal it from the hometown team.
We have a chance here to look at some stats from the previous game. Eli, what stands out to you?
I mean, last shot, most kills, basically leads deaths, only beat by Frosty by 1, and the most assists, his damage output, non-stop, incredible. What really impressed me about the way this team played this game, though, was just keeping each other alive. Like they would get a player weak, they would do the max amount of damage they could, and then they exit the fight, teammate swings into their rescue, finishes the person they were fighting, and then that person gets into a fight, does damage. The first player swings back out after their shields have recharged, and they save their life. It was non-stop. That's how they built that 10-kill lead. It was just a cycle of saving each other and saving each other. And this team just, they just work together as a team. It's like, it seems effortless.
Yeah, they have that chemistry, not just in game, but also outside, which is incredibly important. We talked about Shopify Rebellion, but I would love to talk about the repercussions of Optic. Now moving on to the lower bracket, where they're going to have the longest possible run they could have in this tournament. They're starting a long day.
I don't know which side of the bracket do they fall. I need to see. Do we know which team they run into on the loser side? Because it would be crazy if it was Nemesis. I think if it is Nemesis, they might actually win the run back, because this team back against the wall might turn into a different animal, but I mean, I just feel for any of the teams running into Optic.
Eventually, Optic Gaming's pool play woes are going to catch up to them. All last year, they were able to lose games, lose matches in pool play on Friday, and still make it to the grand finals. Wasn't the case today. Or it may still be, right? I can't get too ahead of myself. But the path, like you guys lamented, has become a lot more murky, a lot more razor blades, sharp rocks on the path. Optic are walking with no shoes on.
Absolutely. I think this is a scary place, but I mean, it still is Optic Gaming, you know, and this is the game mode that they have acknowledged that they have to work on. This was the Slayer, exactly what they needed to start winning. So hopefully they have a lower bracket to get together and win that game number 5. We're shifting gears over here to watch the winners quarterfinals, Zero Tenacity versus Space Station Gaming.
All right, here we go. SSG versus Zero Tenacity. I don't want to in this series.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity won game 1. Space Station answered back in the Slayer, and Zero much better.
Yeah, it's been a historic weekend for EU in international competition. I would imagine, Tools, this is the most international representation we've ever seen in the championship bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we
continue to be it until something changes mentality-wise.
Whatever it was that team made was...
What are you trying to say? Has to stay neutral for his channel because taking the darkness. Players should be held accountable for their actions. What are you trying to say? Formal probably made the most dramatic team move, almost like LeBron.
But it wasn't.
He can't let that slide with no noise if he loses 2 lanes in a row. I give you okay, fair enough. Yeah, you changed. You guys can go ahead. Say what you want to say about Optic.
That game 2 was absolutely insane at the end, and a teammate from Optic costs a player his shields, and then an easy cleanup for Rule 2 in the midst of the chaos makes it in their favor. But I mean, nobody knew who won and lost when the bodies started dropping at the very end. But that's what Shopify needed. They needed a spark. It was very lackadaisical. Like game 1, I mean, you saw Cyclo doing his thing, but everybody else was fairly quiet throughout game 1.
Yeah, we got other streams taking place.
Frosty starts making plays. There was a life from Frosty where he got knocked to no shield 4 or 5 times.
Okay, I'm going to jump over to LVT for a second and hit the basket, guys. Enjoy this. And then we're going to catch it ourselves, I guess. We're going to cover this stuff.
This feels
like something's about that. Crazy series of Halo. And Optic is still in this. They got a long road ahead. And I'm confident they'll find their way back.
They weren't going to be anywhere near the level of Nemesis. And I think they've come out and shown that, no, it's like a 1A, 1B situation. They certainly make upsets happen.
Yeah, they're looking, that first game they played against SSG, I watched a little bit of it. They were very strong. And then, of course, in that game 2, SSG come out. Can you do me a favor and catch me up? How close was that game 2?
The game 2, I didn't see it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Tim.
Yeah, I think we're all watching.
Everyone was glued to the main stage. That's just how it is. But we get ourselves back in, and I'm sure there's some SSG diehards that will let us know how things went.
Well, there it is, 2-1. Space Station lead now.
They were starting to get stride on the main stage earlier. I think they're going to continue to have these struggles here and there. You heard Lucid in the interview talk about how there's still a lot to improve on. That kind of mentality is so very important for a player like Stellar, who is the top echelon, right? If you still have more to improve on, it's so respectable to hear that coming out of his mouth.
And that's what I really enjoyed whenever I hear the Space Station team talk about each other. They're not concerned about what their performances have been. Instead, they're focused on what the future can be. And right now, we're seeing Stellar hit his apex. Man, the way that he takes these gunfights, he's 14 and 8. He is enforcing his will upon Zero Tenacity.
I said it, don't peek too early. And you know, online, I think he played fine, but on LAN is when we really see Stellar coming to life and see him catch fire. And still 2-1. Space Station doing a great job of maintaining this lead. Snakebite just kind of playing that back roll at the moment, looking for an opportunity to push forward. That flag is pretty far up on the map, and they have a potential to pull that in, but not expecting the chow there. Gonna get one. Lucid goes down, which means his flag return could come through. The nade is out though. Snakebite goes in, slides in, gets the touch, but down on those shields, he has to play his life for just a moment, and he'll put the third one in.
It's super heady, right? He doesn't have to force anything there. He plays his process, stays alive, and then eventually is able to punch in. What's an easy flag cap? What's more impressive is the slays that are on the follow-up of that flag capture. They're winning their gunfights despite having to focus on their side of the base. They immediately get themselves, look at Snakebite, he's already in there.
Yeah, this is beautiful. And honestly, the slays are a big factor. You talked about it just now, and they're all double digits on the side of SSG. 12, 13, 19, and 11, and on the other end, you've got, you know, Mighty 7, Sequel with 7, so definitely a difference in disparity in slays.
Watch everything happen.
He doing his best to get up into those front lines. Oh, no! Not able to get that kill, but Zero Tenacity needing something to bring them to life. Chick might have just provided it. 3 kills that go into the favor of Zero Tenacity, but the follow-ups needed a Jimbo. That's a tough loss. Those are the kills that you just can't afford to give up at this stage.
James is too strong. Stellar's in the zone twice, 2012. A little bit more movement in his strafe at this point in time. You're locked in. That's just kind of what happens. He reads the play perfectly right there, too. Gets the damage in, 3 down for Zero once again. The util spawns will be blocked. All the spawns.
And the action continues. Are we like even halfway done today?
That's really that rank and is able to get players down to 1 shot, but it's really just
we have to play out a couple more winners bracket matches.
Teammates are
A lot of lower brackets. I guess they're happening like at the same time.
To the flag point, but Zero Tenacity might have a chance for the reach.
Yeah, I didn't really like that staggered play. I don't.
People are playing right away. No long breaks at all. So Optic hasn't moved. They're literally our same side of the stage, close up, same setup, everything.
No way Optic lost.
What the fuck? How did Optic lose? You're on the edge of your seat.
I don't know, man. They did just
unpack in your brain what you just witnessed and why it was so close. It is unbelievably exciting, exhilarating up here. What a wonderful match that we saw on that main stage. What an incredible series. Can't wait for more of it. And there will be plenty more because coming up next on the main stage, we do have our first elimination round. It's going to be Optic Gaming versus TSM. We'll see who stays here, who goes home, and we'll see you guys right after the break.
Optic's about to play right now. This is the first elimination. So the team they're about to play right now. Pure roster.
Back to Boston, Emerson, it does. There's something about it. But losing to Shopify, especially in the fashion we just did, bro. We should have been up 2-0. I mean, I'm just, it's always a shoulda, woulda, coulda, woulda. I'm so fucking. But my God, that series was so close. Shopify's looked amazing since the game came out. #1 seed. First place in the K-Son, first place in the Open qualifiers. And Optic realistically should have just won that series. but we didn't. So what? We looked pretty good. Bro, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah. Stinky. Stinky, where's Pig? Remember Stinky said he wants his pig.
Oh, that's Stinky Seal?
Yeah. I go, yo, are you Stinky? He goes, yeah, Seal. He goes, yeah, Stinky Seal. Stinky Seal. That shit is so fucking funny. Oh, that shit is funny, bro.
I would love to compete.
Optic looked really good, man. Optic looked really good. They just couldn't close it out. It's gonna be a long-ass day for Optic Halo, bro. It's gonna be a long-ass day for Optic Halo. Their mental's gotta be on point. They gotta be sharp. Like, they gotta be they gotta make sure they're hydrated, make sure they're nourished, they're not malnourished.
I don't know if anyone was in the chat hours ago, but Stinky Seal said, yo, if I drop a 5 gifted, will you take a pic when I pull up later? I was like, yeah, I got you. He dropped it to 10 gifted, and I was like, just, when you're behind me, maniac, it's Stinky Seal. And hey, there he is, man.
I look like Tebow from iCarly.
Shouts out to Sting. Nah, Stinky Seal's always in here, though. That's a real one. That wasn't just like a random person saying, like, trying to get a... He was being nice with the gifted, but like, I would have took a picture with him anyway.
I don't look like...
If it's a familiar name, I'll see in chat. I'll get up.
I don't look like this man. Why are you saying Tebow from iCarly? I don't look like this man at all. He be working at the theater. I remember this man. I don't look like him at all. You're saying that because we both got something on our heads.
Wait, who is that? How do you say his name?
T-Bo. iCarly. Right there. I don't look like this man. I don't look like this man. You see that? You're saying that because we got something on our heads and we got a nose ring. My nose ring ain't as big as that, and I got no hoop earrings. Come on now. There's other black people that I look like. I do not look like him. No, I don't look like him at all. Maybe the facial structure of her. I don't look like him. People be saying I look like Miguel too. I don't see Miguel. I don't see that. I do not look like that man. I do not look like that man. I don't look like Debo from Friday. Fucking Debo from Friday. Fucking mob as hell.
Wait a second. Cloud9. Wait, alright. What was it?
I'm about to go smoke for this next series. Yes, I look like APG, and also Tebow looks like me. Anybody that you're talking about, they look like me. I am the blueprint. All right, I'm not a blueprint. Or they're not the blueprint of me. Okay, it's not Tebow, or it's not like APG looks like Tebow. Tebow looks like APG. Okay, you gotta make sure you say that correctly.
Nemesis about to take down Cloud9. Honestly, not really surprised. Also, I don't know why I'm not getting audio. I've got Optic versus CSM coming up in like 10 seconds. We will be sure to watch that.
Nemesis Demons.
Another good.
It's not over. Cloud9 about to catch the hill. You can guarantee. It's a cool logo. It's like simple, kind of cute, you know. He's 17 and 13. That's kind of insane if you think about it. Significantly outplacing his teammates. Now 18 and 13, keeping the team alive here. Minute 30 on the clock. Similar circumstances to Optic in their matchup. Optic had to fight back from a deficit in the way Nemesis will currently. We'll see if they can do that. This lockdown to the back of Silo is going to make it challenging, though. Sad and teammate. 3 members of Cloud9 back here.
We get someone to hang out.
Called Blue Wall. Thought he was hiding in the corner, came out and pre-fired immediately. The guy was just standing in the center. can drug travel. Yeah, he's on TSM. I think that gives him benefits to get. He made it. He's there. So I guess he can, right? But I heard it's getting more and more challenging as a Canadian to get across the border in these circumstances. Nolan. Thank you for the YouTube follow, Nolan. I appreciate it. Welcome. Shot by Wizard's Journey. Do you think it'd be smart if SG or Optic pick up Woodham? Not Optic. They don't need to change anything, I don't think. SG, I don't know. It depends on their placement. I don't think any team changes will happen until at least after the May event, the DreamHack Dallas event. Because why would you strategically ruin your team?
Nemesis are halfway, 60% of the way through this hill. And then while Cloud9 occupy the back high, it doesn't make any sense. The process is not being used, and it's still working really well.
So far, so fun.
Nemesis are about quarters of the way there. I mean,
Cloud9 they need to start some of the guests like Eli, Mikowski.
I feel like Nemesis is getting in and finding this chunk time. But they're finally flipping out those spawns and getting their control that they want. Could be seeing a different story.
It's not used to have.
It's kind of strange that big rotation. After double back,
but sometimes
we don't need to be at it.
Maybe it's just at the end of the day, maybe it's just how.
30 seconds, hill time is being bad, but set by
in the chat. And it's like the real person right here. You can see the chat.
Hill is not inside the hill, but they're.
We got guys.
I didn't expect Nemesis to get
They're willing to hang out, entertain, talk, chat. Sometimes people will say, shut up. You know, tell this person to shut up, and this guy's annoying.
That's shocking that Cloud9 wasn't able to put up a stiffer defense.
Oh, here we go.
If you're like, hey, come down to hang out, because these are people I told, like, yo, if y'all are bored, come hang out, we're going to watch party, you got room.
It's going to be good for him.
Ant-Man with the 5 bomb. Ant-Man with the subs up.
Got the highest AE for his team.
It's crazy how small this world
We're going to need some camouflage in play.
Everything's connected in this goddamn universe. The first sub after a loss like that, I see the best, man. Shop is 5%. Also,
Hands going down. Sponsor will come out on day. And that's going to be count number 3 with 15 seconds left. Now the clock plays a big factor.
Is TSM sponsored by Twitter? Shouts out to him.
He does 2 dead for each side. Make that 3 down for Nemesis. Wait a minute. He died pretty quickly there.
Don't count them out. Yeah, they could make something happen here. I don't necessarily like the strategy of staying in that white tower. I would much rather have something with quicker access. Like you're seeing, Nemesis are
Bro, why are you yelling?
It's too tough a task. It's going to try to break in. I love it. Right, get into those pipes. Force the opposing team to look the other way. Make them look back.
Great job. The 2-shot melee with the battle rifle. Full burst into the body. 2 seconds left. 1 second left. And there it is. Nemesis are going to be your winners of the series. And Cloud9 looks so good. I mean, it is incredible. In the winners quarterfinals,
Fear Force with the 5-19 in the channel.
Look at that. We're right back over. Space Station. Up to we saw that previous game. We're going to see them.
They have responded, but from here on out, just say NA.
Recharge King of the Hill. It's one of my favorite game types in that elimination, so I'll put them down for twice in a row. Space Station Gaming starting to wake up a little bit again. Zero Tenacity, I didn't expect this team to contend with Space Station, to be completely honest. I love the roster, but this Space Station roster, you know, I feel like on paper, they look much better. It's just not the case here, though. Zero Tenacity here, keep it up.
I would love to have
Goes gonna go take that high ground. Easy kill for him, and I love how he left the hill knowing that there was a push coming, right? It's like, it's easy to fall into the trap, wait for the player to push, but you can still be aggressive while you're in that hill.
I wonder if that ruins the morale. Like, do they be like...
Stellar's in a rotation. Well, he's all the way rotated for the next space station with a very early rotation.
Beautiful win there as well. PlayStation will get it, and
We're down. Gamers ultimately are at their best. Now Renegade is leading in the Slays department, and not necessarily the damage department, but just being efficient with his kills. We saw Bound being that main aggressive damage dealer, even Formal playing that anchor system. I feel like we saw their recipe for success. Obviously, they weren't able to get it done against Shopify Rebellion, but as mentioned so many times, this could have been an Optic win. And if Optic could continue to play like that on the lower bracket, they may find themselves back in the grand finals. It will be a long journey, though.
I think it's a story of the two different scenarios here, right? I think on one side you've got Optic Gaming, and for me, some of the big keys for both teams in different senses is going to be power weapons, mainly power weapons. Optic is going to try and get power weapons and have fun and get a bit of dopamine here. They definitely need a little bit of a lift spirit. I think on the other side, TSM are going to have to get the power weapons to literally stop anything from happening to them. I think they need the power weapons to feel a little bit more confident, secure, that it's out of the hands of their opponent. And then I want to know what you can do with it. Put it to use. Show me what control that you can create. Don't hesitate. I think we see situations where teams often do get these, and they have the toys to work with, but they don't really do anything with them. They kind of, mosey around top tower or live fire, and they're just kind of checking their angles and seeing what's happening. Then you get the likes of someone like Renegade. With a sniper in his hands, he is hunting. He is out for blood. He is looking for that kill. Like literally just as if he's got some kind of thermal no-scope, like scope on his sniper. He just knows where someone is, and he will go and search for it. I think that's a big difference here. And I want to see some aggression out of TSM. What have they got to lose at this point?
Yeah, I agree. I think power weapon control is a big talking point for both teams. Honestly, if I'm TSM, I just don't want Optic to have the power weapons. I would rather them play the weapons, waste the ammo, because a team like TSM, they're run and gun, they kind of thrive off that teamwork, so they can thrive in a game where power weapons aren't as much of a factor, but that you need to keep them out of the hands of someone like Renegade, someone like Formal, because we see Renegade catch fire with a sniper rifle, or if he has rockets, then it's just bad news for the other team.
I feel like one thing that doesn't get talked about enough that the best teams in the world do against Optic Gaming is, on top of taking advantage of the power weapons, when they know they're about to die with it, they make sure they either waste ammo or throwing it off the map consistently. I want to make sure that TSM do that. Like, it's not the end of the world if you don't go on a killing frenzy with a sniper. It's the end of the world if you drop that sniper and allow Renegade to grab it off of your dead body and then use it against you. So I will say, if you're going to go down fighting or throw it off.
Indeed. I mean, I'm going to ask you, Goofy, when was that actually implemented in Halo? Because I remember talking to somebody, I can't remember if it was Clutch or Walsh maybe, about when wasting snipe ammo started happening and how much of a shock it was. I don't know if it was in that kind of like Optic or CLG era when those guys together on that kind of like crazy roster started doing it, and like what is happening? Or does it go back way further?
I think it goes back really far. I mean, my first ever Halo event was Meadowlands 2009, just a young Goofy in the M bracket, the open bracket, and even back then, on maps like Guardian, or I mean, on the pit, you couldn't throw off the weapon, but as far as playing the snipers, playing the power weapons, that's been in play for a while, but I think it's become a lot more strategic with wasting ammo, and then maybe when you have a level chamber, and then you go for that crazy play, because you don't know the other people. Stack 45 seconds. It's a strategy goes for back, but we definitely think we're
hyper efficiency so far. We have 40 minutes in each round. These guys are literally playing
Kind of hurts me inside.
I hate playing against Renegade. I understand. I would do the same thing.
Just want to give yourself the best chance we can. If it's in the drink, it's in the drink. I'm going to have a look right now, though.
We'll see if there's any sort of chance
at the bracket. What do you really want to answer this so far today?
to continue this run they're on right now.
I know we're in elimination bracket right now, but I want to look at the winners side of things because there's another team here.
Look how aggressive he is. That's way open. He grabbed it. There's nothing to stop him. He got good. Yeah, 3 down off that. Right? They made a bit of a distraction. It allows Space to get back inside that. Allows them to stay in control. That trade was just about safe. And it's going to trade back forward. 3 downs on the other side of your net. So far, it's been stake by end.
I can't say. Like, coming into this tournament, I really was like 16, 17 Open Series events. I would say I was going to be now. But then think about it. Number 5 season. They're not even in shape.
There we go.
exclusive. That's the solution right there. Trying to get this hill as much as you have left. They're going to push into it together here. And that will be the place. That will be enough for the third cap.
I love how connected the bandits were. They're looking at the same thing. They're gunning at the same time. These players being deleted off the map.
And really eliminating the gatekeeper.
It's funny because I had these Nemesis as my going into this tournament, but stylistically, FaZe has been really working on their defense and not getting stagnant. Like, they literally put the emphasis where they go one down, they play their life the way that they understand. They go one down, that player's not going to play their life. He knows they're stuck in the back of the scene. He waits for them to push. He did it down, right? You get the damage, you get the knowledge, and you let your teammates down ego. That's why he's doing what he can. Max damage on 2 players that you know down with FaZe and look comfortable while doing it. I actually like Cloud9 a little bit better against FaZe, just a little bit.
Just a little bit better. Okay, do you share the same sentiments here, or is it different for you?
No, absolutely not. In my opinion, we got to give Nemesis the respect they deserve so far this tournament, right? Beating a team like Optic, getting first in their pools, being set up to be in this kind of bottom half of the bracket where that top half was stacked with SSG, Optic, and Shopify Rebellion on the bottom half. FaZe obviously showing us what they're all about. They've been dominating this whole tournament, but they really, in my opinion, haven't
now under the 2-minute mark. This is all the resources being used to get this hill and space station just moments away from getting the secure and lead. You guys just need a couple more seconds. There we go. Let's go. Space Station win the series 3-1.
Hero tenacity with great effort there. It was Space Station Gaming at the very end who ended up winning the series and move on ahead to the winners semifinals to face off against Shopify Rebellion.
It's scary here. This is rough for Space Station Gaming. I think that they'll rise to the occasion, if I'm being honest. Especially if this is on the main stage. Obviously, that last matchup was on a feature station, and all the pros say the same thing. On that main stage, the energy's different, the crowd is different, everything's different, right? So if this is on the main stage, which I would assume it will be, we could see that Space Station rise to the occasion.
Well, this is a true test for Space Station Gaming and their first chance after the case on event.
And then we also got Infamous as well, who have dropped down.
I'll be there right now.
Infamous right now. Tony, you know, this team put together last minute, kind of mentioned that yesterday.
Yeah, could you take the watch party on the road for sure?
They wanted to come out and surprise people with maybe... This year they're going to run. I think that they wanted to come out and surprise people with maybe a little bit of honeymooning, you could say. How are you feeling about their tournament and how far they might be able to go in this bracket, knowing Optics lurking around the corner?
I mean, it doesn't matter what it's going to be of a road for Infamous, but I will say, leading up to this event, I was watching a lot of their scrims, I was watching a lot of their opens here, they got a chance to cast with a lot of the online tournaments, and I've been very impressed with Descendant. I think not a lot of people are talking about what he's been able to do in the Slave department. Like, this man has been absolutely flying. So if there is one player that I want to watch out for on Infamous, it's definitely Descendant. He's that good.
Do you know what? I'm just going to pause right here on the elimination bracket. We'll pick it back up in 1 second. But I did just have an update from the Shurs himself. He actually let me know that Nemesis beat C9 3-1. So it has happened. We now know who will be facing FaZe. They will be playing FaZe. So not just to put a bow on it, but you kind of called it in a sense. I mean, they did manage to beat C9 and Nemesis will go on. I think based on the way that they have rounded that series out 3-1, I think we're in for a pretty exciting series out of them with FaZe.
Definitely. I mean, don't ever underestimate that. There's always that one team at every tournament, it seems like, that when they catch fire, they just cause a problem no matter who they're playing. And Nemesis has got to be that team at this event, right? Specifically, I shouted them out at the start of the broadcast yesterday for Wutum, man. I'm growing to become more and more of a fan of Wutum. I got to start playing mouse and keyboard or something because, you know, you look at the screen and he just does so much damage. He does so much positive for his team, and we're seeing it right now. We're seeing Nemesis really be that story of the weekend so far. Imagine if they go into this FaZe series and take them down. Like, how big of a storyline would that be for the EU scene and just for the Halo scene in general?
I mean, how much kind of, I think, similarities, I guess is probably the best word to use, could you pull from them and the likes of Quadrant and what we watched happen?
I mean, you pull a lot, honestly. I mean, look at SLG. And SLG, he's a master of the power weapons. When you have a mouse and keyboard player on your team, lots of times you try to feed him the sniper, but dude, SLG, he's the one going after those snipers in the beginning of the game. He's the one making sure he secures rockets a lot as well. I actually like what he brings to the table specifically, and then of course, to fix it up. We saw what he did to Optic. It was a bit scary. I had seen Nemesis as my dark horse squad for a reason. I think they're that good. They've been boot camping. They've been doing their thing. We get to see if they can beat FaZe.
Well, I'll tell you what, they are striding strong right now up in the upper bracket. But back down the elimination bracket, things are kind of bleak here. You know, we're fighting for our life in the tournament's day number 2. Haven't even made it to Champ Sunday yet. So there is so much to play for, so much pressure on the line as well. Coming back to the series that we have on main stage, which is Optic Gaming versus TSM elimination round 1, folks, just to remind you at home. You know, I'm wondering with TSM here how much they can hold on. What have they got in this series to really kind of go by? And it's going to be difficult. It's a lot of pressure, a lot of mental ability, believing that you can do this. And it's like, well, we can either hit them while they're down and try and capitalize on that. Or what have we got in the tank? What are some of our strengths that we haven't shown this weekend? So with that being said, Goofy, when it comes down to this roster, who have you got a spotlight on? Who do you want to see have a pop-off game where it matters most?
I'm going to have to go, I mean, just using the graphics here, we have Drunk and Tolic on our screen, but honestly, I'm going to have to go with Cherished, right? The newer addition to this group of 3 that we've been seeing going all the way back to Halo 5, Money 8 at 4 a.m. in the morning, right? Tolic, Drunk, Soul Snipe, these guys have been together for so long. Cherished is that player that they're hoping can help them put the pieces together, but so far that hasn't been the case. In this series specifically, if I'm TSM, I always say this, when you're the underdog playing against a juggernaut, like, Game 1 tells me so much about what the series can potentially be, right? Trying to win an objective game against a team that is favored in the series can be such a confidence booster, and then against a team like Optic, when they're honestly can be weak in players at times, right? So if you can steal a Game 1 if you're TSM going into Game 2 as a Slayer, you never know, right? So TSM really need to come out strong with their opening starts in Game 1 to potentially steal a Game 1. That's really going to bode well for them.
It certainly will. I'm also very excited to see Tolic play as well. I think you're totally right there about the rest of the team here. And I think Tolic, if he can have a really big game, I've seen what he can do with the Snipe Tony. I can't remember exactly who it was. I think it was Livefire, potentially, and he had the most disgusting snipe across map. But Tolic can do it with some of the best of them.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the more underrated Slayers that we've had in our league for a very long time. Like, he was topping KD leaderboard even going back to Season 1. And a lot of people weren't talking about him enough. For me, I'm glad that you mentioned that map number 1, but for me, I think it's that map number 4, because I want to say map 4 is a stronghold. That's going to be a bread and butter of TSM. So you got to get to map 4, obviously, against Optic Gaming. And I saw Origin, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe that's one of the Optic's weaker maps. But then I saw with CTF on Origin Game 3. And the last time we saw Optic and TSM go at it on that very map, they beat them 3-0 in a minute and 30 seconds. Like, that was one of the more memorable CTF Origins that we saw. So if you can get to Game 4, on that stronghold, that's TSM's win condition.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, I can probably hear you guys yelling at home right now from your couch. Start the game, start the game. Oh my gosh, why are you talking so much? This is awful, start the game. Well, trust me, I would also like to stop talking and start the game, but, you know, things happen, guys. And on the main stage right now, we're having a couple of technical difficulties. We've been through quite a lot so far this weekend. We're getting it all sorted so that all of the gameplay is absolutely perfect for our pros. So, with that being said, this is your chance to stop hearing us talk. Go get a beverage, go get some food. We're going to head to a quick break, and when everything is ready, set, and the main stage is ready to go, we'll be right back. So we'll see you guys for Optic versus TSM right after this.
Oh my God, Lucid. Where do we start?
There is no doubt about it. Lucid is the star of Halo Infinite. Every single time his POV is on the screen, in an arena, in a home, people go wild.
He is what most players aspire to be. When people think of Halo pros, I'm sure he's one of the first people that comes to your mind.
He is incredible at his craft.
The level that he plays at is so high. It's in MVP form, but he does it every single time.
You know, if you think about some of the sickest plays in which you've seen in Halo Infinite, it's probably came from the thumbs of Lucid.
Take one.
So getting into video games for me was really easy. Like I think I was just competitive. I've always been competitive. I was just watching the Halo 2 tournaments were being broadcasted, and they had like these highlight reels. I knew the names, you know, like Snipe Down, Final Boss, Ogres. That kind of started out early on, those types of things. But the feeling was that I just wanted to get better at Halo. That is distinctly the only feeling that I had was just the love for the game. I just want to get better at something. I want to get better at Halo more than I already felt like I was pretty good at.
I think he's hungry for more. I think you can see that in his eye when he's on stage.
For him, it's all about winning titles. He has the opportunity to go on and win more titles than most could ever dream of.
When I think of Lucid's personality, it's actually a very particular personality where he's not your normal superstar in esports that's like cocky and arrogant and like showboating. Lucid's rather quiet and he's rather reserved to himself.
He really does have a calm, collective arrogance to him, which you kind of need to be one of the best players in the world in terms of confidence. He's very humble, but the fans go wild for it every time he's on the stage. It's exactly what you need to be one of the fan favorites.
He's very relaxed. He doesn't raise his voice very often. He's very calm and controlled.
I think the quote is, you shouldn't be afraid of the loudest guy in the room, you're afraid of the quietest guy in the room, and I think Lucid carries himself in that manner.
I would say he has the most famous posture in all of Halo that also summarizes a lot about his personality. A lot of players will be seeing like right up at the screen, locked in completely, and Tommy's just like this.
One more row back. Yeah, that's hard.
I have known Tommy Lucid for since about 2016, so a little over 7-8 years now.
All right, you gotta come back, Joey. You were supposed to walk.
Tom and I came up as amateurs together, and we've pretty much been together almost our whole careers.
I mean, Lucid and Trippy have been playing together for years and years and years. They've been a really solid duo together.
They play off of each other really well. You often do see that on Halo Infinite rosters. Different players can feed off of each other. Well, Lucid and Trippy, that's the duo you need to watch out for.
Ooh, does he get the catch it from the mid-map? It's a huge grapple from Lucid.
He and I have been like rocks for each other because I think he's very similar to me. We can normally comfortably talk to each other in the team surrounding us about how we need to improve and what we need to improve on, and not necessarily feeling like scared to just be honest. I think that's why we've had a lot of success over the years.
Lucid always broke a little smile.
Lucid was the front runner of everything that was Halo Infinite at the very beginning of the game, and I think that if you are the pioneer of a playstyle, that says enough.
He became a master of so many things before anyone else even realized they existed.
If people want to be you, if people want to play like you, that describes how good of a player you actually are.
It is his perfection that he comes onto the table with, and it is so incredible to watch.
That ability to kind of put in the work and absorb the knowledge and work out a game so quickly, I think speaks a lot to his intelligence as a player. And from there, he really separated himself as like being in the conversation with one of the best in the game.
I think for me, the Halo community, it means a lot, because I think it's just when you have that passion for something, you just want to see it succeed, you want to see it continue, you want to see it blossom. And I think that's something that, for me, that runs very deep.
that star power, that leadership translates so well into the community. People love to hear from him, they love to watch him stream, they love the interviews post-game. He really does give a lot.
He understands his role as a leader in the eyes of many in the community. I think that Lucid is a great kind of archetype for how a Halo player should be away from the game, as well as their behavior within it.
He's kind of a good voice for everyone. I think a lot of people in the community agree with what he says. It's a very good friend, like very vocal and try to make Halo better.
Tommy's gonna be one of my best friends forever. Like, we have been through literally everything together. So I remember it was Worlds 2022. It was my highest placement and I got third. And I talked to Tommy in the after party and I was upset that I couldn't win because he won. And I remember he told me, like, you know, he put like his hand on my shoulder and he was like, dude, at the end of Halo 5 I got seconds several times and I could never win. And he was like, you have to fall so many times and learn so many times what happens when you lose in order to go out there and win. And like that kind of goes to show that he's like supportive to like his cast and like the rest of the Halo scene.
Stop points at this point.
He already has the support, the love from the fans. He already has that stardom. If he could get the accolades to go along with that, he will end up being one of the greatest Halo players that we have ever seen.
On the side of FaZe, you're
Odd locations, and there's going to be one pick over into dummies. Second onto the silo. Just going to jump out and nose over the triple kill. Wait, can he do it all?
Listen, you madman!
Hello folks and welcome back to HCS Arlington Major, hosted by Optic Gaming. Now, the tech masterminds have been quick at work on that main stage, making sure everything is picture perfect for our pros. To go head to head, I mean, after all, this is a really big deal. This is elimination round one, and it's our hometown team, Optic Gaming, versus TSM. A last-ditch effort from TSM to get things done when it matters most, and for Optic to stay alive. Goofy, excited about this?
I cannot wait. The crowd is getting filled up. The hometown heroes are here to make a statement. No more room for error. It's now or never for Optic Gaming and for TSM, right? Win or go home. This is what it's all about.
Tony, we've had some electric series so far. Excuse the pun about the electric problems on stage and all weekend, to be perfectly honest. Had to do it, had to say it. Tony, but how exciting is this? Optic Gaming in front of their home crowd once again, having to keep their tournament alive and show us exactly what they're made of.
It really is so exciting. Both these teams have so much to prove. It's lower bracket round number one, literally do or die, and something tells the Optic they don't want to go home this early.
Alright, well that's enough from us. We want more for you on the main stage. We have Optic versus TSM. Let's meet the teams.
Welcome to the elimination bracket. We're about to kick it off here in round one. And in shocking fashion, Optic Gaming have found themselves deep in the hole. I'm joined by Dave Walsh, I'm Clutch, and we have TSM on the other side of the stage as well, Dave. So two teams that are not customary in the elimination bracket this early, but specifically speaking from Optic's point of view, what the hell happened to get here?
I mean, you looked at their match record so far this event, they're 9-6 in maps. I mean, it's kind of odd to think that they've lost once in pool play, they've lost once in bracket play, and they only have one more loss against them so far this event. clearly the favorites going into this next match, but TSM is a scary roster to run into at this point. Those players can catch fire at any moment, and their tournament life could be over early or mid-series.
Yeah, let's talk about TSM's perspective when you're sitting on that side of the stage and you are entering the elimination bracket round 1. You're capable of going on a run. Are you going to have an opportunity is the big question. The opportunity in front of you doesn't feel like it's a big one because Optic Gaming is the one. This is the first team that's in line with your bracket play.
Yeah, I mean, TSM can obviously complain and say this is a very unfortunate elimination round 1, but the fact is their pool play put them here to this position right now. They took a couple losses in pool play, and fate is now in their hands against Optic on their home turf here in this arena.
This is a high-pressure match. Loser goes home. Lottie wouldn't start the game, so I will. As we kick off, it's going to be King of the Hill Solitude for Game 1. And the Green Wall, if you can hear me, your team needs you now more than ever. They want to go on a historic run here this weekend, and they will kick it off against TSM, and we'll kick it off with Bounce Point of View.
What an interesting break there by TSM. You saw how they pushed all the way out towards ledge, no one contesting towards yard. The yard contestation is not too big, but there is the start that Optic are looking for. Takes all 4 down, they get in the hill right away. You know they're tracking those spawns.
You may be hoping if you were TSM that Optic was going to start slow, maybe a little diminished. After losing in the winner's bracket, will Optic come out slaying 4 straight kills, perfect camo control from Formal, more slays going in their favor, and early progression in the hill is exactly what the Green Wall wanted to see.
Just doing it methodically. They got that camo, they got shock rifle, and they can just trade out a few kills before they decide to go back in this hill. They do have 2 down though. One more pick, and time is certainly going to tick up for Optic.
Not sure how that one didn't hit, but Formal still working on knocking down Togs. The respawners from TSM are going to be towards the snipe side. That hill still controlled by Optic Gaming. It's perfect halo being played right now by all of Optic to control not only this current hill, but Formal rotating towards the yard is going to give this team an opportunity to potentially jump in that second hill if they're able to get one around the slates.
And Optic taking potentially the most challenging hill here on King of the Hill. With only 4 deaths total throughout this entire time. I spoke a little too early as kills are traded back and forth, but showing the level of dominance Optic has off the start of this game.
So Optic are going to lose that map control that I was speaking of for Formal rotating in the yard right there, and they are forced to get like great, but at most, you want to control Luke, you want to control back VR, but unfortunately, it's going to be Bound that's already back here. He's going to win his bid, or at least trade it out, and the rotations are going to favor Optic, so not only do you lose that first point, you don't have map control in order to play towards the second point, and this second point goes very quickly because it's in an enclosed area like yard.
Yeah, not going to be a challenge in the yard, as easily got traveled very far across the map. Formal getting the trade out, gets the whole time. More credit to the whole time.
3 go down for Optic, it's 2 up for TSM, but Optic work passively in the hill. They decided to get out. Last player alive, going to play towards that LR area, wait for respawners, and right now, a battle for this loop is going to be what's going to really dictate who gets a significant amount of time here in this second hill. It's going to be trades across the board. Renegades distracted by a player on truck, but you got to think Formal's going to be on that side of the map with the hill, and that's going to favor Optic Gaming here early.
Slane's the name of the game here, but neither team willing to step to this hill and yard. They want to make sure they get all those sides under control first.
Formal's behind them. Formal's behind the truck. They don't know he's here. They don't check their corners, and because if Formal's getting free damage, it allows Optic to go 2-0. Formal lets him pick up 2 kills. A third player goes down. Formal picks up the new shock rifle. It's Optic slaughtering them in the loop area as TSM all go on respawn. Optic Gaming are getting so much time here in Hill 2.
Yeah, it's just going to be super comfortable for them now. After they get those kills, they no longer pressure from both sides. No longer worried about glass, worried about people coming over from yard side or from ledge. They know it's just going to come from
one angle at a time.
A massive play by Form behind that truck has allowed his team the perfect level of control to go up 2-0, and Optic just that. Hill will move towards dip for Hill number 3. Camo will be coming up, a shock rifle in the hands of Formal. 3 go down for TSM without Formal even having to shoot it. Formal's going to find a free kill. The last player alive, that's actually a respawner, is lifting up snipe. That's Renegade's key to grab this new camouflage. And now shock rifle and camo in the hands of Renegade as well.
It's dangerous. We've just seen Optic control this, and methodically every single time they seem to just take a little slow as this new hill comes up, get a few kills, and then they go in the hill. But also, Optic now has a choice. If they just want to slay out the rest of this game, I still think there's almost too much time on the clock to consider slaying out for 2.5 minutes, but it is an option if this hill goes on for too long.
And I do think if you're Optic Gaming, you don't want to play time anymore. You want to leave statements along the elimination bracket run you're about to go on, the one you plan on going on. And who's making the statement? It's Renegade. 12, 4, and 4 right now. Shock rifle might be out of ammo, but Renegade, a massive amount of presence here at this top snipe. This hill will guarantee go to Optic as well as we look at the progression nearly ending for Hill 3.
I like this rotation back and forth. Renegade's going to check the stairs and instantly put his focus in over towards market, over towards top ledge, making sure he can help his teammates. So he's going to continue to rotate back and forth. The second they now know somebody's over at posters, he's going to try and help, but I like this. Renegade can decide if he wants to fight it or not. His team gets the hill, he decides, I'm not going to fight it one-on-one, even though I have the height advantage. He didn't want to fight that because he's down a shot.
You gotta come to me, bros. What Renegade says is he anchors that snipe position. It's so much map control from Optic. From point 2 to P3, that was perfect. Halo, once again, Optic seem to have found their rhythm here. Going against a team like Shopify did. We're talking about it in the middle of this game. It's 3-0. When you play such a high-intensity, high-level match of Halo like they did against Shopify, it just makes you feel like warmed up to the point where when you play anybody else, it just feels easy.
Yeah, I mean, you're able to, get away with some of your individual mistakes or errors. You're able to roll those advantage even harder compared to your previous series. And they're just coming out with an advantage right now. About to see what, is that the 4th camo in a row going in the hands of Optic?
Yeah, it feels like every camo, every shock rifle has been Optic Gaming's, and every perfect kill has been Renegade so far. A double kill for Renegade, spots player top class. Able to get great damage. Cheris won't quite give him the headshot for the triple. It could have been no with Soul Sniper. Renegade going to play his life here with this camouflage. And this is when Optic Gaming has chosen to start playing time. You can see about 30 seconds have gone by. Renegade finding himself a triple right after the double. And Renegade finds 5 straight kills to go 17-7 and 6. Optic Gaming wants to slay out for the next 1 minute and 15 seconds. And I mean, that is a painful way to lose this game if you're TSM, because now the cat's just playing with his food.
Also just very smart on the Optic side. Sure, they technically could have won quicker if they jumped this hill and were able to scrap that up. But also, that's the one way that you can open up the door, open up a window of opportunity for TSM to get back in the game. It can be very challenging for TSM to outslay, grab 4 hills or 3 hills in a row tied up with only 50 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, when you're up 3-0, your win condition is also part of the clock, right? Every second is a win condition out the door for TSM. And speaking about doors, it's a very difficult time getting out this door for TSM as they spawn back blue. Multiple players trying to get through, but it's Formal laying down tons of damage throughout that combat in order to just deny any kind of space. TSM looking like they are ready for game 2 at this point, because even these kills, yeah, maybe they can boost some confidence, but in reality, Optic Gaming came and dominated game 1.
Just that jiggle peak, Renegade's still going to win out that fight. And we're just counting down the last 10 seconds here. You can see TSM not fully desperate in it. They realize the severity of the situation.
I'm playing for kills.
Get a kill or 2, trade it out, and say, roll on into game number 2. Dominating fashion there by Optic Gaming, kicking the series off 3-0 on King of the Hill.
Everybody going positive, everybody playing perfect. The map control, the power-ups, the power weapons was perfect for Optic Gaming here so far in the elimination bracket. It's been one game, but I have a lot of confidence that they're going to be able to use this as a recipe for success against a lot lesser and weaker opponents. And unfortunately, TSM has not showed us so far throughout this event that they have what it takes to stand and go toe-to-toe with the big green wall. Taking a look at the stats now, it was Renegade that popped off in the kills department. 20 kills, 7 assists, 8 deaths, leaving pretty much right where he left off from game 1 of the Shopify series.
Yeah, I mean, he was popping off during their live fires. Just there's times where Renegade, I feel like, when he's playing extremely well and he's leading in kills, it's tough for his team to lose. I mean, when Renegade is doing so much across the map, like, it's not just kills, it's like, he's creating so many distractions, he's in difficult spots, he's not just hiding, anchoring in the back of the map somewhere, he's up close and center, creating chaos to the opposing team.
Right, and the more of a distraction you can be, the more free roam your teammates like Bound and Legend will have. And now, the big question is how does TSM get any momentum, if they can, before their weekend's already over, Dave? The map, too, is going to be Aquarius Lair. A smaller map, maybe quick pace, maybe you can gain some advantages. What are we looking for TSM to potentially try and get their feet on the ground before the tournament's over?
Well, compared to Solitude, Aquarius Lair, they're going to be able to charge out and get some more angles much easier. On Solitude, you have to, like, all right, we're going to, if you all spawn yard, you have to send some people towards glass, send someone towards ledge.
Almost isolated.
It has to be, there's a lot of isolated lines of sight and fights, and also just the time is like, all right, if you go to ledge 2 seconds early before someone pops up an LR or glass, you get melted and you're at no shield. Whereas you're not going to have that same sort of precision needed on something like Aquarius. Aquarius, you can poke in and out, there's going to be some more elongated battles, they're going to be able to be a bit more grouped up. Whereas it felt like they were kind of getting picked apart there on Solitude.
And for a team like TSM that has so much history together throughout all of Halo Infinite, a lot of these guys have been together in pairs of threes across several different seasons. You think that teamwork has got to come into play if they are going to extend this series, if they are going to show up this weekend.
Yeah, it's got to pop out now or they get a long time to think about before the next event. One thing is scary about that very first match, though, is we were talking down the side as we were waiting for this game to load up. We're like, hey, I mean, I think TSM's going to look good on the game number 1 Solitude. I mean, that's a Halo 5 map. They got a lot of practice in Halo 5. They're great players in that game, but did not show up there in that case.
Formal does not care about how good you were at Halo 5. He was a little busy during that time, but he is back, and he and the boys on Optic looked amazing there in Game 1, Solitude King of the Hill. Optic won up 1-0 here in the series, and we're going into Game 2. It's Aqua Slayer, and let's kick it off with the big dog himself. It's H4F.
Battling up towards Pink. Every death here is going to count in this one. And off the start again, 2 members of TSM falling. All 4 members of Optic staying alive.
It's not good, Dave.
You got Legend right in the front of their base. How are they going to pick that player off? And Talik going down. That's just going to be a few players going back and forth and at least able to give themselves a breather. At least taking off Legend and Renegade off the map for a moment in time. You get so they aren't just getting crushed off spawn.
You get some breathing room, but a lot of information formal here, and I was going to say this camo play could be something that just snowballs. They're able to take him down with maybe just a kill and an assist, so you got at least formal with camo off the map, a much better solution than going down 1-0 in a hill game. Still 7-3 right now, 8-3, a big one from Soulside there on the bound. It does get traded out, and trades are big time for TSM to stay in this game until they get some map control themselves. It's 10-5, not necessarily trading as efficiently as you would like, but at least it's not a blowout just yet.
Yeah, you can't let Spiral out of control. And it's difficult to know what to do when you have players off of Optic who are just playing so hot on the fire and force so much action. You don't know whether it's, hey, we sit back and let them fall into one of our traps, or do we fight fire with fire and try to make our own aggressive pushes, play on our own game plan. Both are viable, but you just got to choose one.
Yeah, easier said than done trying to fight fire with fire when the fire is Optic Gaming. The firepower on Optic Gaming continuing to prove strong, although a couple of kills in TSM's favor reset the map, and now for the first time, maybe we have something to play with. We're on board with Cherish now. He's got information now. Optic will be spawning pink side. He's kind of on an island here. There is a player in this window, but he needs to make sure he doesn't lose his shield too far, because here comes Optic Gaming into his base.
Yeah, just like that, Optic fighting on the bridge. A couple picks, and that's 3 down. TSM are going to fight this one-on-one. Gets the reversal on the bound. That's going to be huge to create a little space for his team, but that's going down. Renegade is going to grab the ammo, and and eventually Druck's also going to be taken out.
It's still a 5-kill game, but moments like that, you want TSM to be able to capitalize them when you get a certain number down. Camos coming up in about 10 seconds. They actually lose numbers advantage, lose another camo. It's perfect power-up control so far throughout the series for Optic. And Renegade now, a serious problem is camo. It's a double. It's perfect shots from Renegade again.
This is the best melee, I feel like, in Infinite. I feel like he goes in for melees a little quicker than I expect, and it catches even the best players in the world off guard. He's getting some of those situations where I'm seeing him get the kill and not a melee traded back, so Renegade's going to the next fight, half shield or more.
Definitely a quality to have. It is the enhanced quality that's on LAN. Even it's a buff, right? I feel like you're advancing with the melee on LAN. You get that extra additional opportunity to just quickly deal such a significant amount of damage. Renegade, obviously, 8, 4, and 5, showing you close up and personal is how he wants to fight against TSM. 25-19, so this is a good game, but nothing TSM has done has really made a margin into this deficit. It still remains 6 as Renegade once again able to play his life now.
And I feel like that's one common theme we're seeing here on Optic is I do feel like these players are playing their lives just a little bit better. Yes, they're being aggressive. Yes, they're making certain challenges. But almost any single time that some TSM get a finish, get a kill, like Tall right there, I don't see Tall staying alive after that engagement, after that 1v1 win.
Yeah, he's dead right anyway. Even if Renegade wins or loses, he's fighting to turn it out.
Yeah,
no matter what.
It seems like another player from Optic's ready to follow up that damage.
And that's the pace that you look at this Optic team, 3 go down for Optic. And as we've been chatting, TSM finally starting to throw some punches themselves. And their first camo. This is the moment cherished. What kind of a play can you make here?
It's funny too, because obviously on the caster desk, it's easy for us to say they need to get more power-ups and power weapons. But in a case like this, they finally had enough map control that they could grab a camo without just forfeiting it.
Yeah, it comes with map control, right? It comes with the numbers advantage that allow you the space in order to acquire it, not just burn it, in all honesty.
Patient by Legend.
Just great bait and switch there. And that's a patience that you were wondering if this Optic team was really going to be capable of. And Legend's showing you that that's going to be a massive change. We do look like we've lost a player in the observer mode, and what a casual time to lose a player is Optic. Just got a few kills in their favor. I'm sure we'll have a reset here. We'll figure out what the actual score difference is going to be between these two teams when we get back in. But there's definitely an opportunity for at least TSM to catch a breath here and reset. That was a moment that looked like a massive opportunity. It really felt like it fell apart. Was it due to the player lagging out, or was it due to a great bait switch from Optic paired with a couple other things that allowed them to get map control immediately back on the green wall side?
Yeah, we'll let the TOs make that difficult decision and inform us on what call is there. But regardless, I'm still so impressed by Optic and how well they've been playing there. The one thing I want to highlight right before we kind of got lagged out there was that bait switch by Legend, how long he waited. He waited. He did not give his teammates like just assuming that player's going to run time, or maybe he's worked with like 4 bullets to say, hey, I'm not just coming out after you get the first bullet. I want you to get 2 or 3 bullets. That way I can get the finish and then roll into the next one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of mold them to a false sense of security.
So often I feel like you see that situation in matchmaking or something, and you're going after the first bullet, and all of a sudden that first bullet didn't even hit. Now you're in a one-on-one where you like lazily went into it thinking you had the advantage, and you're coming through a doorway, so now he all of a sudden gets an opportunity to have a chance on you. You got to trust your teammate there, as Legend did, to make sure, hey, you're not supposed to die in this long range. Back out when you need to. I'll be there at all times.
It's just so impressive, and yeah, just some learns that people can take, because I think all the different scenarios of how that could have played out, if there was a second player there, Legend now would walk out into that 2v1. If someone from TSM decided to get aggressive and push in from their gen across, you could sometimes get that back smack and then finish up that fight. There's just so many ways that could play out. And so it's just so smart for Legend not to say, all right, the second they shoot, I'm going out that exact instant. He trusts his teammates to stay alive and bait and switch that perfectly.
Maybe in a year 1 you would have seen a little jump of the gun there, but in year 4, the game is evolving. The importance of how much shield that I'm going to have after I kill this first guy, when I'm the one advanced on the map, it's important. Your ability to continue these kills is important. So just a minor situation that really shows the complexity of the level of Halo being played.
And also just showing which team is choosing the smarter battles. That was a very smart battle for Optic to choose across the map because they had somebody in position to finish it off. Whereas that was not clicking there for the TSM roster. They're just saying, all right, well, I guess I'm going to do something rather than doing nothing. And that doing something led to death.
Yes. Cherish had camo in that situation. It's usually frowned upon to shoot across the map with camo, especially on a kill where you probably know the guy's not going to give it to you unless you're just getting ego challenged and disrespected. The level Optic's playing at, yes, they might ego challenge sometimes and disrespect sometimes, but there's no room for that. I think that they're locked in on their Qs and Ps here to be able to really go on an elimination bracket round. So far, we've seen a game and a half, we'll call it, 1.5. What do you like that you're seeing out of Optic? Do you think they have what it takes to go all the way through this elimination bracket run, maybe even create history?
I'm seeing glimmers of that. I'm not convinced just yet that I'm seeing this team that I'm saying, wow, they're playing out their minds, they're going to absolutely win this event because, to be frank, they have their work cut out for them. They got a lot of good teams that they have to fight in the elimination bracket. You don't even know who they have to fight.
Yeah,
that's dropping from
some bracket down there.
Exactly. It's just a lot of tough teams in front of them. Instead of get one game at a time, and no, I'm not convinced yet that I'm seeing them play perfect Halo and that they're going to guarantee dominate this shit. But they have to get one game here and there. They have to keep impressing us, get a 3-0 victory, get those 2-0 victories, get a steak dinner maybe here or there.
Can I talk about what I want to happen? And no offense to Nemesis fans, but FaZe will play Nemesis later on today in the winners bracket round 2. How fun would it be if FaZe were able to beat Nemesis and then Optic Gaming go on a little bit of an elimination bracket run, and then they get to square up once again with the team that kind of put them in this situation. If they were to go on a run, erasing all the errors that they've made throughout this weekend, they would have to go through Nemesis and Shopify. In order to play Shopify, I'm assuming you're going to have to find yourself pretty far back into the bracket.
I don't know how I would fear for Optic in that situation just because you had an actual reset opportunity for Optic to come back and say, all right, what Nemesis doing? Let's forget about that. Looks like it's a 3-kill difference before we went into that player.
We're dropping out. It's 32 to 29. Just a 3-kill separation, like I said. First kill will go. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. We're starting to shoot, son. As he picks up one, he'll make it a 4-kill game. Spots another player, pick one, no shield. His eyes are set on getting top pink controls. They want this camouflage. You can tell that the game started to maybe shift towards their favor. Unfortunately, he's going to get taken down. A little bit of an overextension on his end, but kills are traded out in their behalf. Still a 3-kill game, and they may have camo to play around as well.
Yeah, Form also getting a nice length there. Bottom car just with a sliver of health. Barely living there, but like you said, that camo's up, and it's not going to be easy for the taking. There's going to be a lot of eyes on that, so I don't know if Form's going to snag this. He is when he gets a touch on it, and somehow doesn't receive a single bullet from TSM.
Well, Form's key right there is he sees Hog go down. He also is getting comments from his teammate Top Pink, basically saying, I've got another one. That was his key to go. And if you're Formal, yeah, you want more from that camo, but getting it off the bat with a 7-kill lead is just fine as well.
I love that little back and forth there from Legend. Legend gets a back smack. Tron says, all right, Renegade's over here. Where are they at? And then receives a back smack of his own. Just you can tell his fight sense right there. You know, when you see a little back and forth from players like going, wait, where's the action going on? Because they're calculating so many factors at once. They're saying this, guys, is over here. So historically, players from the elite position,
that usually means you want to turn around. If you're not seeing any action in front of you, it's probably coming from box. Right now, the Legend Top Pink with some dangerous shots on the drug. Drug's going to be thinking about that one in his sleep. If he gets down to 46-39, now Optic Gaming need 4 kills to go up 2-0 in the series. Tog spotted Car 1. He's going to get taken down as well. Optic's teamwork shining through and allowing them to close this game out in dominant fashion. 49 now, 39. 1 kill to go, and Optic Gaming want to end this one and get on with the day. They're going to do just that. It's a 2-0 lead now here in the elimination bracket for the Green Wall, who came out of that reset and immediately went back to work.
Yeah, they just started crushing once again. I mean, they were up by a 3-kill lead and then ended with a 7-kill lead to close out that game. So Optic looking stronger and stronger as this goes on. but you know every single team here that's going to be playing them has studied them. They've watched their gameplay. They know some of these players' tendencies. Whereas I would argue that Optic, most of the teams that they're going to be playing throughout this run, they haven't done much studying on. They've been looking at Shopify. Let's be real. They've been looking at FaZe. They've been looking at SSG.
Yeah. They're worried about who they would be playing in the finals, and unfortunately, that's got to get put away for at least just a little bit. We're in elimination bracket round 1. It's TSM. You're up 2-0. You have looked dominant so far. And if you want to punch your ticket to elimination round 2, it's going to be through CTF Origin, at least for Game 3. And CTF Origin, a map remade from Halo 5 Coliseum. And when I look at this TSM roster, and we were talking about the benefits that maybe TSM could rely on to try and extend this series, you look at CTF Origin and you think, hey, Druck, Talik, Solstein, these guys really started to improve and make names for themselves at the end of Halo 5. Is this going to be an opportunity? We said maybe at the start, but after watching Solitude and the domination at Optic and the beatdown at Optic put down on them in that remake from Halo 5, does this Game 3 give you any hope if you're a TSM fan?
It's tough to say because we saw a game mode that played a little slower, took a little more coordination on Solitude. That didn't pan out well for TSM.
That did not pan out.
We saw Aquarius Slayer, where it got to go more of a medium pace, and that didn't go great either. So, I mean, sometimes I try to find those opportunities and those positives as I look at a match, and I'm not really seeing a great light or path ahead here for TSM. At some point, I think you might have to go back to basics. Hey, they need to get some kills and they need to stay alive. Because I'm seeing most every single time that they get a kill on someone from Optic, their players get cleaned up. Whether they're challenging or whether someone from Optic is just flying in towards that finish.
I would say even when it feels like they get weak, like it's almost guaranteed somebody on Optic is intentionally going out of their way to kill them, right? It's not like they're ever getting an opportunity to play their life, to get their shield back, to play like smart, like technical Halo. It's like the second you choose the wrong fight and you get past half shield, somebody on Optic is on their way, or has an angle on you that you're getting finished up. A very frustrating feeling, a swarming feeling. TSM feels like they can probably do no right at this point throughout this series. But these are players that have had so much success to have some kind of hope. It's now or never in this Game 3. You literally, your first event of the season, your first major, ends in tragedy if you can't figure it out here on Coliseum CTF, Origin CTF, sorry.
Yeah, and taking a quick look here at some of the flag steal leaders here at Arlington. Renegade top of the charts with 8 flag grabs. So you know he's going to be moving into the TSM base. You know he's going to be a nuisance. He is so tough to kill on this map.
Yeah, when he's in your base, it is a problem. And Renegade made a name for himself on Origin as well, back in Halo 5 with that Splice roster that ended up winning a world championship. And you know Renegade, he grins from ear to ear when we make our Halo 5 remade map and we throw it into competitive, as happy as he is. Let's kick it off with Renegade. I do want to see this because it's been Origin Slayer that's kind of haunted this Optic team in 2 different events so far against Shopify. They're not playing Shopify right now, but you do want to start to see them have success on these new map modes.
Kicking it off, Renegade actually going all the way towards top rockets and not hitting his main shots. A lot of times this rocket area has been a death trap for players to go too early. And he somehow gets that first initial pick, almost gets a second kill in the trench, and that's the last one down. All 4 down, flag moving, sniper in the hands of Formal. This is almost certainly a free cap for Optic.
We're going for a new world record here as Optic running the flag. And we'll cap this flag in the first 35 seconds of the game. TSM, the blood is starting to spill out. We have no way of stopping this one. Optic Gaming are in motion with another flagpole, and I mean TSM, we've got to figure out a way to take down Formal because I'm sure this fight's going to get about halfway, and if Formal can find some kills, it's going to go down 2-0 in the blink.
Yeah, that's the opposite of the hot start that you're looking for if you're on TSM. You start talking across the map saying, hey, I didn't get sniped, did you guys get rockets? Like, well, we didn't get rockets, did you get sniped? And then all of a sudden you're on the respawn screen and trying to talk about, let's just leave this to only one cap. But that flag is actually still walled alive. If the kills fall in favor of Optic, expect to get that touch. continue it.
Yeah, Tal's got to be careful. That flag runner is now choosing to pick up the pace once again. All TSM towards the snipe side. Had no intention of going for that returner. They're trying to overwhelm the snipe side, but bound. Able to stagger them off, push them off, and that's going to allow Ledge to punch this one in. We've had 2 caps in less than 2 minutes now from Optic Gaming.
I'm not going to lie, TSM needs to get this counter cap. They need to get something on the board, show some life inside of this game. Renegade somehow never misses no-scopes. Gets that ping on Talik.
TSM got raised a day earlier. Legend is in their base and running the flag. It's not Easter Sunday yet, and Legend does not care about what TSM needs.
Well, look at this play. He's not desperate in it. You can see a little more panic coming out the TSM side. 2 down. It's going to be formal. Live here for Optic. Even if he gets a pick, I don't think he's going to desperate this, but who knows? Look at this, just knowing that Cub tries going for the hero shot, slash ninja. But Renegade saves his teammate for a short bit of time.
Oracle's going for trick shots now. Right. That's where we are in the elimination bracket. Very comfortable.
We got some sponsor deliverables here on the Optic side. Deliver some montage shots for Razor,
whatever it is, Optic starting to play with their food a little bit, but as I say that, somehow Tal's gotten into the base of Optic Gaming. They've got to fight for their own. Optic can be careful with everything going on. The flag maybe across halfway, but immediately, as I say that, a glimpse of hope, a glimmer of hope, I should say, shut down and covered by Formal. He's going to hop on that return, put the flag back into their base, and continue with map control for Optic Gaming.
Cherish everything can bounce around, but continues to fall inside these Optic traps. Druk trying to stay alive, running desperately over towards courtyard. But so many eyes on him. Renegade taking off from his own base. Legend hunting him down over towards the oven. All these members from TSM, when they get weak, Optic are finding his angles, had these angles prepped ahead of time. Let's see what Soul Snipe can do with the weapon inside his own name. He has a full clip here. Can he help get some entry kills for keeping a flagpole?
Big kill on the board, nice 1-1. Body, head, with the snipe there. He's going to have to back out. Knows somebody's got to be over to Rocket, but did not quite spot Renegade, who's going to be in his Rocket corner right now. It does land the body on Legend in the cave, and now he wants to be aggressive. A dangerous play with Snipe. Soul Snipe going to do it himself, he says. He finds himself a double spots player, throwing nades from the elbow. Can't quite find an angle to hit that head, but once this flag pulled, that's going to be the rest of the TSM's job as Soul Snipe anchoring this cave position. He needs to find some kills, unfortunately. As he starts to take damage, he's not able to hit that quick scope. And this is a tricky situation today. Your tournament life on the line. This is about to be a stalemate flag. Both out on both sides, I should say, decision. And Legend picks up a double all of this going on.
And the panic ensues there. Soul Snipe pushing towards the flag. Gives up the sniper. That's going to be the perfect cover for this third and final flag to enter into the Optic gate. Soul Snipe jumping out to the court. Not much you can do. Druk over the trench. But it's over. Optic going to go up 3-0 in flag and close out the series. 3-0. First of many victories that they're hoping for to get themselves all the way back deeper in this bracket.
The Green Wall's hoping for a long Saturday night for Optic Gaming's elimination bracket round or run. And it started with TSM, and that was a dominant 3-0 performance from Optic Gaming. You gotta love where you are right now, but all you can think about is who's next if you're the Green Wall.
Yeah, at this point, Optic, you don't see them celebrating too cheerfully.
They're not happy to be here.
They don't want to be here. This is business for them right now. You will not be seeing many smiles crack out of this roster until they're much deeper into this event.
It's going to be a long time before those guys are content with where they are, and I think that ends with the grand finals on Sunday. But until we get there, and until every step is taken in order to get there, we'll be along for the journey for the Green Wall here. It's at their home event. You know they want to make these fans proud. They've done maybe one step in the right direction for what feels like everything that's gone wrong so far.
Yeah. We also got to give it to TSM there. They battled, but in the end, just Optic playing a little bit better kind of every step of the way. I mean, the origin was just all Optic all day. but kind of started off even with that solitude. Felt like the start of kind of every match you saw 2 to 4 members of TSM just kind of falling. So even when you're hoping to get that strong start against a squad like Optic, which is what you're hoping for, especially as a lower seeded team, you want to get that good start. Just never given to them at all at any point throughout the series.
Yeah, I think if you're TSM and you're leaving this event, you can be pretty frustrated with how the cards kind of fell as far as landing Optic in round 1, but you had some job to do in pool play that you didn't do yourself. So you blame yourself for that. You understand that maybe we didn't lose. We lost to some strong teams along this tournament run. Complexity being better than what everyone thought they were going to be, but still a frustrating weekend. If you're TSM and you put yourself in the headspace, you've had frustrating events where things didn't go according to plan. How do you rebound throughout the next period of time before the next major?
Yeah, I mean, they got some time to talk about it. In fact, they got time to talk about here today on Saturday and on Sunday. So that's one of the unfortunate realities of these brutal tournaments. But enough about TSM. I actually want to hear from Blaze, who's on the stage with Lunchbox. Blaze, take it away.
Yeah, I got your old teammate Walsh, his Lunchbox on the stage. Make some noise for the home team Optic Gaming as they get a big win, as they have a long losers bracket run. And I got Coach with me on the stage. And Coach, how you feeling right now? You get a 3-0 victory, but you know, as we talked about, it's a long road for you guys so far.
Yeah, we had a tough series against Shopify, lost Game 5, and quite a few close games, and the losers bracket begins now. You know, we got 4 world champions on our team, so it's nothing that they can't do.
Exactly, it's nothing they can't do. And that's kind of going into my next question is that, you know, it's not the game plan that you wanted, not the path that you guys saw, but what's the focus here going forward? It doesn't matter who's in your way, focusing on slaying, like, what type of mindset are you guys in right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just got to build momentum after each series. We got more series than we expected to play this event, but, you know, it's more practice for us, and I think a lot of teams are going to fear us here in losers bracket.
Yeah, I think they're going to be hot if they get on the run, Texas, on this losers bracket. Now, you got all these amazing fans in the venue. You got a lot of amazing fans in the watch parties out there as well. What do you want them fans to know as you guys get ready to make one of the most epic runs we've ever seen here in Texas?
Yeah, we appreciate the green wall. They show up every time, and we're going to need you guys this whole event.
They need you guys, all right? That's going to do it for me and Lunchbox on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Putting the fear of the green wall in the elimination bracket one series at a time. That is Optic Gaming on the main stage, done and dusted, sending TSM home packing. Wow, that was a lot faster than I had anticipated. I thought it was going to be a pretty significant win for Optic Gaming, but Goofy, that was just lights out action. Often we don't see kind of like, I would say,
we got special guests.
But you know, you have one player which is foremost just absolutely gunning.
What's up, gentlemen?
Got this much talent on him.
Get your job done as fast as possible.
He's like a deep breath. Roger, force y'all to come over here. Good. You're used to these bright lights. How are we feeling?
Happy got through that series.
I'm producing, watch party, and I'm doing it all myself.
Turn it up. Did it turn us up? How's this better now? Yeah, I can hear you. Pretty good.
Oh, man. I really don't even want to Roger Force y'all over here. I was gonna say I was saying just before this, I was like, chat, we're not gonna end up seeing. I don't think anyone from Optic's gonna join us after these series. I mean, y'all have what, 2 more series today?
Yeah, 2 more.
Do you know who you play next?
I think we play the winner of Infamous, right? With Team and Shaken. Second best European.
Yeah.
Let's do a good series for you guys.
Yeah, I feel like y'all are playing good, man. I mean, I really don't even want to talk about the Shopify series. That was obviously a tough fucking loss, but really don't even have to talk about it. If there's anything you want to say about it, you can. We don't got to dwell on that.
I'll talk about it a little bit. I mean, you know, it was definitely like a tight series until Game 5. Game 5 kind of got blown out, but I mean, we had so many situations to win, and you know, we just came up first. So it's not like we're too far away from beating those guys, or like we're getting blown out. Like that series is so winnable. I think we just need to kind of grow throughout the tourney, like keep getting better throughout the tourney. Yeah, it'll be fun.
I think that series kind of helped kick you guys into gear. That next series you guys played against TSM, that was like just a domination series. So I think you guys are finally just playing up to your full potential. And I think every series that you play from here on out, you're just gonna get better each game.
Yeah, even against Shopify, I was like, wow, I feel like we're fucking. Oh, I was like, I feel like we're playing good. Was that the end of game 2? Was that a teammate?
Yeah.
Oh my God, bro. Whoever got teammated.
Whoever was about to get the kill at U-turn, or what is that? Yeah, whoever was about to go behind and get that kill, that's just string is on. And like we saw it, they come behind and we were
whoever was winning the turn, it looked like you were just about to get killed easy.
No, I was really going to kill one shot. That's why I was just like, oh my God.
Because we didn't see where the nade came from. It's just we saw you get one shot, and then the people just coming trucks, it's like the worst time.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
It fucking happens. We move on. You guys, obviously it's not something you're gonna fucking dwell on. You guys are champions. You get your mind right, move on to the next series. You guys look really good against TSM. I don't know what the fuck's up with TSM. They kind of surprised me with how. I don't know if it's you guys playing really good.
How are they here?
That's what I'm saying. TSM, like, why did they look like shit? Now, like, they just don't look like the same team. Like, they were top 3, top 4 team last year, and then this event, like, I'm expecting them to have much closer series, when they put up more of a fight. They just didn't look like they were just like playing their full potential, like whatsoever.
Hey! Are we on the main stage?
I think we are.
Can somebody explain the chat here? Like,
YouTube. Yeah, the watch party's been turning up this week. Or this morning. Thank God. Who we had? We've had Eli, Mikowski, Walshy, Clutch, Bestman, Manny for a little bit. His time got cut short after the
blackout. Manny was enjoying that shit too. That shit just went completely black. We don't want to ask people like after they lose series and stuff like that, or like after they win a series and they have another important series to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys know when you play that?
I think we played whenever the series ends, but I think it's series. It was like 1-1.
What do you guys do after a series? Like we know you're playing. Is there like warm-up stations? Do you go take a shit? Do you eat? Do you what are you gonna do to prepare for the next series? Is there like warm-up stations back there?
I think private room. In a situation like this, the loser's room, you kind of just
like this event, like these events where you're at the esports stadium, it's easier because you don't have to worry about just going into a whole open area and finding like getting your SC and having the breath in there. You just know that you have like full setup in the back. You just go to that room every time. Helps a lot.
You guys do just play fucking 2v2.
I was doing 1-box.
You love 1v1, bro. You be 1v1ing the people in the Halo stream.
What's going on? Is there any other series going on right now?
Yeah, what's going on in the tournament? I feel like it's just...
Yeah, you guys even pay attention to what the fuck's happening? Yeah, what time? When did you guys get the notice of when you gotta wake up, when you gotta play today?
11 p.m., 12 a.m.
Did you get the notice that you're playing at 9, or that you're getting a notice at 8
a.m.? They were saying that like if the power goes back on, we'll play at 9. So it was kind of like
Okay, that's good then.
That fucking suck or what?
Yeah, I've never done that. I never just started a series down 0-2 like on a fresh day. It's definitely weird, but
early as hell.
Yeah, up at like 8 a.m. Like, yeah, playing a series down 0-2.
Because like people don't think about the fact that you're up. Like it's not just the match time. Like you gotta be up before, you gotta get breakfast, and then you're just waiting the entire day. Like you might start at 8 a.m. You get up at 8, and your last match might be at like 9 p.m. So you gotta just make sure you have some stamina the entire day.
We lost that match in here to what? 4 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that's never happened. I don't think in event history have we seen a full-on power outage.
That was actually crazy. Were you guys in the one party when that happened?
It's crazy. I was in streamer mode, so right when it ended, I was like, it just instantly started an IRL. And then when we were all outside, they were like, interview the Optic Boys. And I'm like, bro, now's not the fucking time. Now's not the time to. Even now, I was surprised. I know Roger earlier was like, if they win a series, you want me to go get them? I was like, if they win, but like, I don't know, I'd rather you guys just be locked in, go do whatever you want, work up with the next series. Yeah, we're rooting for y'all. We have faith, man. Y'all look good right now.
Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights.
Roger said y'all play side station in 10 minutes against who's it against?
This is 84. We goes up 2-1.
Where is it?
Should be like.
Don't miss a second to subscribe.
I'm not gonna lie though, when that shit went dark, I thought I died for like 2 to 3 seconds.
I got it too.
Like no way. Fucking brain exploded.
Then you saw the flashlights?
I just kind of see it. The series.
Right there, 287. That one?
Yeah, and
Infamous versus.
Damn. So it's 0 top 8.
No, actually, top 8? Top 12?
Who's 0 to 10?
That's what you played for, right? Yeah, so this is top 12.
Yeah, top 12 to top 8.
Yeah.
Your NFC's the second best heroes. Like Jimbo and shit.
Oh, okay. Fucking Jimbo. You guys still gaming. Still gaming.
Fighting too. No, I'm trying to get that.
He was just coaching for like a minute when they were like making all the team changes, and then he like got back playing again.
Really?
I thought he was gonna coach in that team, but apparently he's playing. Kronos was the coach. The last two Easy teams last year, they just kind of basically switched players like a super trade.
Easy. Is this super okay.
FaZe Nemesis. I don't know, bro. Nemesis. I really just don't even know how to judge him.
That's obvious. Round 2, right?
Yeah. That's for top 6.
Top 3.
Wait. Oh shit, this is fucking winners. Jesus.
So whoever wins this is getting top 3, and then whoever loses is going to be playing top 4.
Yeah, this would be interesting. I'm definitely not counting Nemesis out. I feel like just because they're a European team and we don't really see them often, don't really know shit about them, we kind of just count them out. But obviously they are a good team.
And they're playing pretty good.
Yeah. I think when they come over and they have the little NA boot camps, it gives them like a huge advantage. You know they're going to be going hard every scrim. They're not going to let any time go.
They were like triple scrimming on?
Yeah.
They were like triple scrimming year 4.
They're scrimming hams, they're scrimming like a medium pro team, like a top pro team.
9 a.m. or 9 p.m.
Yeah, they'd be up at 9 a.m. searching matchmaking, bro. I'd be playing with Wooten at like fucking 11 before he plays scrims.
From my eyes, this is shit.
That way you sit close.
12 pounds of pork with the 5 bombs. Let's go. 12 pounds of pork. Always supporting the stream. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Bro, this watch party has been insane. Right now, 4,500 on Twitch, 2,000 on YouTube.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I've said this like 20 times, but yesterday, especially during pool play matches, I was like, I'm hoping for like 500 to 1,000, and we averaged, I think at the end, it was like 3,300 on average for the day. So, the watch party has exceeded my expectations for sure. What the fuck's up with this delay here? Yeah, I wonder if they'll throw y'all back on the main stage after
Yeah, if we win this, then that means we're playing for what, top 6?
Yeah, I wonder if they'll throw y'all back on.
And then, wait, is this event top 6 Sunday?
4. I can't remember. There's been like 1 or 2 events where there's been like top 6.
Yeah.
But I don't know actually, because this is going late tonight, they might move it to tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
They might actually do that. That's a really good point. Because usually like the event ends at like 7:38 winners bracket on Saturday. Now it's probably not going to be starting.
Wait, Jason's already playing 2 more, right?
Yeah, you'll probably have this one.
This is top 8.
You'll play the winners of this, and then you'll play your top 6 match.
You'll be playing for top 6, and then your next match for top 4.
So we play top 4 days, what you're saying?
Yeah.
I think you'll play 4 top 4?
Yeah.
That's normal.
Okay.
Because right now you guys are top 8.
Okay.
You guys are fucking locked in over here.
Yeah. Bro, APG's been going off. He starts, who do we have one? Eli and Mikowski. These motherfuckers just kept going, talking about fucking strategies and breaking down SFG or shit.
I'm zipping it up.
No, we need that. I need that. Because people enjoy it. People in the chat are like, but APG's a champion. When he speaks, you listen.
Is this going to be like an every event thing, or are you guys thinking?
Yeah, as much as we can. We'd like to, obviously, it's convenient enough that it's here around Dallas. Coming back for DreamHack, and then, what's the event after DreamHack?
It's either Salt Lake or the Face event. The Face event hasn't been announced yet.
We would like to travel and do this. It also depends, I don't know about like Scump and shit, but
we're seeing what happens.
Yeah,
Its name.
C9 gotta go GS or G5 possibly.
C9 in game 5.
Oh, you got like 10 gifted over there.
yeah, Camaro with the 10 bomb. Thanks so much, Camaro.
That guy's the GOAT.
Camaro, thank you for the 10.
Yeah, let's go, Camaro. Thank you, brother.
It's going crazy.
Best teams to come out of it. And Tony, when you look at the roster here, what has been special about them so far? What has been the star factor for them?
I mean, they really have been the ultimate wildcard team. When we did our predictions, I thought
Honestly, a Slayer game against the other team active.
as the wildcard. I mean, you're talking about a great group of guys. Sniper might be the baddest man in the EU. If he challenges you, you better back down. Rory's that free for all savant, and then Bootsum changed up the game with the mouse and keyboard. Like, think about how many question marks were brought up when Halo Infinite first was brought to PC, and Bootsum, he's been so creative. I mean, a win here puts you in the winners bracket finals. Guaranteed top 3 in this tournament, no matter what happens at that point. That's what's on the line right now. History.
It really is history. You're so right. There is so much pressure on this series right now. And I know Nemesis are going to be feeling it for sure. We're looking right now from Europe with love. I absolutely love that. That's a graphic name for sure. But they have been lights out all tournament long. Only dropping a map here and there. And it really has been a formidable kind of series out of them every single time. And honestly, I just can't help but look at that optic, that match too. I mean, that 3-1, the fact that not only were they doing it the night before, got kind of called off short, unfortunately, but then had to do it in the morning after, it speaks volumes about this team and how they're able to get cut short on the momentum right, and then just have to fire it back up again and do it. And they did it so beautifully. And then the other one for me is Cloud9. Cloud9 are no joke either. We've seen exactly what they're capable of. The fact that they 3-1 Cloud9, again, it just bodes very well for the series, Goofy.
Yeah, definitely looking at the graphic. Even Gen G right now, I'm trying to keep up with some of these lower bracket matches. And Gen G actually just knocked out Complexity for top 8, right? So Gen G is playing pretty well, and we saw Nemesis make quick work of them. 3-1, Optic 3-1, 3-0 against SWAT, and to your point, Ladia, a solid Cloud9 team that's had a pretty good event. They took them out with some ease as well. So going up against FaZe, though, this is going to be a big challenge for this Nemesis team, and to Tony's point, a possibility for top 3 through the winners bracket. That would be so big for this roster, and I'm excited to see what they do against FaZe.
They're called the gatekeepers for a reason, and FaZe are looking clean right now. They have a perfect record. They have not dropped the map. They are looking so good. And it's, the question is, where is that road bump? Does that road bump come in the form of Nemesis? Does it come in the form of Europe? You're looking at some incredible players here. And to be honest, when this was first formed, I wasn't sure how this would look dynamically. I wasn't sure if the cohesion would be there, who would be stepping up to the plate, who would be stepping up to the mark, any superstar potential, but I'm really seeing that come in the form of Suppress. I'm seeing Suppress really look so good on this team. Alongside every single one of them, they are doing their part, Tony, and I think it is really boding well for them here, but can they come out to play against a team like Nemesis, who right now are feeling themselves? They're heating up.
I love the fact that you use the phrase step up, because when you look at this entire roster, you have players that literally any one of them can pop up. Any one of them could step up or phase up, I guess they would probably rather me say. Like, they all can pop up at any given moment. And look at the top 2 in the KD leaderboard. Look at the top 3 in the KD leaderboard. FaZe are the real deal. I promise you. I know there's a lot of other teams that put a target on their back, saying, hey, we can beat them, we can take that top 4 place, but you know what? They could also beat anybody. That includes the big 3, big 2, again, whatever y'all want to call it.
I will say, you do see Falcated on screen here. He was at the top of the KD leaderboard there for his team. And I will say, that was a big thing that I wanted about this roster. Falcated, I know he's a good slayer, but it was about the impact those slays made, right? You can get clean up kills across the map, or even go and seek out kills that might not actually matter towards the map control. It was about the impact of those kills, and if you're getting them in the right place at the right time, I really think that has come forward for his gameplay in comparison to other years here. So I'm seeing a step up from Fal too, and I'm really, really excited about it. Well, folks, without further ado, it is time to get into this main stage match. You're seeing 2 absolute powerhouses here. FaZe versus Nemesis. Let's meet the teams.
It is North America's dark horses up against Europeans' noble steed. Nemesis against FaZe Clan. Both teams just one game away from a championship Sunday.
Yeah, this is a very exciting one. I think FaZe have been quietly going about their business, haven't dropped a map yet. They are the silent assassins, it seems, but now maybe this is going to be a true test against a Nemesis roster that seems to be out for the North American blood right now. They want to take down everyone. They want to repeat some history that man on your screen has already seen once. A top 3 placement for Europeans could be on the horizon here.
You have to ask the question, right? Both these teams find themselves sitting across one another. They've both really meshed well in the offseason, and now see results going their way. FaZe Clan, their expectations would have been they will be here. But for Nemesis, ambitious, of course, they would be here. But to have beaten Knock Gaming and find themselves now one win away from a grand final, or excuse me, not grand finals, championship Sunday, Nemesis have an opportunity to do what Quadra did a couple of years ago.
And they're going up against a FaZe Clan roster that they know very well because they've played them in scrims recently. And you see the series layout on your screens. We start with Assault Fortress. Very excited to see how that one's going to pan out, as I'm sure some of you will be at home as well. Slayer Live Fire, Oddball Street, Stronghold Recharge, and Slayer Aquarius. Now, 3 of these 5 did feature in the scrims that were played just a few days ago between these 2 teams. And actually, Nemesis took 2 of those maps, and FaZe took 1. I'll lead into those a little bit later when we get to them.
Well, with Assault Fortress being gained on 1, Dan, is there something you can tell me about it that leans your favour either side? Before we get into that, let's look at the stats here. We talked about them not dropping a single map, Dan. They've gone flawless so far.
Yeah, they've been an incredible FaZe, and I think that going up against Nemesis, they're not going to be particularly worried. I think they're a very calm team. When you look at what happened, the likes of Optic, when they're going up against Nemesis, you have to think about the history between those 2 teams. Being in this arena, for example, there was a lot to lose, whereas I think FaZe, they know what Nemesis are capable of. They know the possibility that they could lose this series and drop to the elimination bracket, and I think that's a good mindset to have, respect for your opponents, and I wouldn't be surprised if FaZe are more than prepared for this Nemesis team. They would have done their research, they would have done their preparation, and they will be eager to get into this first game.
Research, preparation, all leading to this series. They face across against one another. FaZe Clan up against Nemesis. Europe shining light. And FaZe Clan once more trying to cause a little bit of an upset. Nemesis on the back of such good work, beating the likes of the game and finding themselves here. However, FaZe Clan quietly going about their business. Shields up, weapons hot, on board with Suppressed. He's got Snipe going towards the tower.
Snipe Drone's already been able to rip FaZe off, tripping in another one off of Suppressed. That's how you want to start this Snipe Drone. Tries to line up a third, but FaZe Clan just make sure they get out of dodge there. The snipers are, of course, going to be so important here on this map.
Consistency is key, and that's exactly what FaZe Clan had up to this point. You speak about going perfect in the tournament. It's a lot of teams' ambitions. You can very rarely ever do it. You think about a perfect tournament, Dan. The Ogres are probably the only ones who have ever really done it, like the final boss. That's what's on the cards here for FaZe Clan. They keep going the way they have been. But the further and deeper you go into the tournament, the more stiff the competition gets. So FaZe Clan, they're going to have to keep minding their PQs.
Now Assault on Fortress was one of the maps and modes that Nemesis did beat FaZe on in the scrims just a few days ago. They won it 2-0, so being able to plant that bomb successfully twice is very good because it's difficult to get it once. Sometimes this map can become a little bit of a standoff between the two. It can be quite a long-winded game if you're not playing it correctly, or even if both teams are playing it correctly. You can have that kind of mesh of two play styles, which might end for a bit of a standstill as well.
You see a lot of teams finding success planting the bomb. When they bring it towards the armory side, forcing teams to spawn on the opposite side, just watch staircases, pre-nades, and wait for spawners to pop back. That's the position you really want to put yourself into. Don't worry, look, turn attention toward Tango, but he gets shut down immediately.
So a little bit of quiet across the battlefield as everyone was just assessing, is that bomb going to be resetting? Is anyone actually going to go for it, try and make a play? Oh, it's whooped him. Falls to Penguin Sniper Rifle, and now the bomb will be reset, and actually it's going to be in favour of FaZe Clan here. They're going to be in a position where they can start to move this one if they would like, but what Nemesis have done very well, the last remaining player goes a little bit unknown for a while, distracts them enough so that Nemesis off spawn can get into a position to at least do something.
Here's Preston with that overshield, driving forward. Can't see Nemesis, basement. Surveying the land, weighing up his options. Another very glory there. We've got the information just now. Overshield down just half. Still taking a little bit of extra damage from phase 2. Remember, Nemesis still has a little bit of shield to play with. But if he needs to make the answer is no. Suppressed on a double kill. Bomb is still in enemy territory. This is great work 3-10 for Nemesis.
Two died on the side of FaZe though, and we will see temporarily fall down the Nemesis, but no one really in a position to plant it right now. And you know, Suppressed was very eager to get that bomb towards the base. He had the overshield. He also then gave away the position of the bomb, and it made it quite easy for Nemesis to really assess the situation, how they wanted to defend it. Sometimes I just want to see players grab onto that bomb and walk it in unknown as it just about resets. As Nemesis go all four down, but FaZe were not quite quick enough. And again, this is another reason why sometimes this map can come to a bit of a standstill. So difficult to get that plant.
As a risky maker here, Suppressed, take the bomb to the base. I'm going to kill the players, I'm going to take them off spawn. The issue is he then presses the spawn which he wants to spawn, and the other side exactly where the bomb was. So you make these decisions, you make these errors, what happens is the good work you put in, you can't bear any fruit. But the bomb is still in a pretty precarious position if you're Nemesis. SLG tries to scarper and scurry away, but unfortunately he's cut down by Suppressed once more.
You almost have to batter your opponents over and over again, bully them into submission, and then eventually get that plant. But you have to have someone keeping tabs on the bomb, either touching it or trying to think about planting it. And again, it gets planted, so it gets reset, excuse me. So for all this hard work, for all these kills, FaZe still have nothing to show for it, apart from a little bit of map control, which yes, could still lead to a first plan. But at the moment, Nemesis are holding on.
Overshield's going to be so important now. Just popped up SLG. Oh, he did it! Had some equipment already in his pocket. That made a little bit of a fumble for him. Falcade picks up 2. Scooped up the bomb and drives it forward as well. Budum's just going to overextend and hope you initially irritation elsewhere. An extra shield coming in handy for Falcade. Eventually he does go down. And And Nemesis are just about surviving right now.
Difficult to track sometimes where that bomb is. Just keep an eye on that grey icon. You will see where it's moving, and also you'll see a little counter of when that's going to be resetting as well. I know there's some new viewers who have not watched Assault before in Halo, and especially in Halo Infinite. But both teams struggling to really get that bomb into the planned position. The opposition base is SLG though, has his hands on a sniper rifle, and this will now start pushing FaZe back. So FaZe, all that dominance, all that time on the Nemesis side of the base, do not get a plant, and perhaps Nemesis can have the opportunity to try and regain some control here and maybe go for a plant of their own.
Nemesis now will look to punish. On that early pressure. Amounts to nothing. Valkyrie though. In the tower. Pushes forward. Information coming his way. Penguin's gonna fall. No shield. Easy clean up. You will get taken down though. Both teams still just jostling for position right now.
It's so scrappy at the moment, and now Wooten will grab the ball again. It's going to be a drop situation just for speed. And he's going to launch that one over as well with a repulse. I think no one's really going to be in a position to get it from Nemesis at the moment, so it will be a continued battle in the middle just for a little bit of presence.
So many sidelines, so many angles to have to deal with when you're pushing forward with the bomb. Here's the speed. Any kind of nook and cranny. Ring 3 is always a position of power. SLG looks to pick up the position, pick up tabs, now players sits on Ring 3 again, he's hot pursuit.
Nemesis did get a touch on the bomb. So he's going to reset just yet. SLG with the perfect also will distract FaZe, but it's another overshield going in favour of FaZe Clan. And that's really been the thorn in the side of Nemesis. Had those overshields not gone that way, maybe Nemesis would have had a little bit more comfortable situation of actually pushing out of their base.
Surprise, those now have control of armory.
Yeah, this could be their best chance.
A little bit of overshield to play with as well. Lose a teammate along the way, and that's not going to dent the hopes, the aspirations of putting that bomb in, but what we're still do is press ventures forward, ventures backwards, excuse me, and ultimately that pressure again amounts to nothing.
I mean, FaZe were looking for Nemesis off spawn. Nemesis got across and out on the map so fast, and actually Snipe Drone managed to get to the entire opposite side of the map. And then Glory found himself a sniper rifle. I think something we saw from Nemesis on Fortress Flag, that they're both very good at sniping. Both Glory and Snipe Drone, when they get the sniper on this map, it's just something they're able to achieve. The angles they take, they are such a nuisance. Whether it's body shot, headshots, they are just doing damage. Glory is excellent right now.
And something you remember as well from the Optic series that Nemesis played on this map, of course it was Flag. They did a lot of overextenders. We haven't seen that just yet, so they're not maybe seeing the success they would like. Glory slowly starting to find his feet here, and forward well, a couple of body shots, working connected, maybe building in confidence. Pressure here, and a triple kill, the overkill was right in front of him, but he goes down. Trippy's there, 4 are dead for Nemesis, and now it's tick-tock away. Anybody in position to get the stop, the answer's no. FaZe finally take the lead.
So much pressure, so much suffocation, and eventually they squeeze the life out of Nemesis, and they are able to put that first plant in and take the lead. Tried as they might Nemesis to hold on. It was a great touch from Penguin to make sure that bomb's still alive and to get the triple. Probably could have been more if he hadn't gone for bomb again, but that's the objective-minded player that he is, always thinking about the win.
Triple kill and a bomb plant is better on my card than the overkill. I think they might see on the socials. Wooten though, look at the answer back immediately, take control. 3 dead for FaZe Clan, overshield for SLG. Push the ball forward now. He's gotten into the danger zone. FaZe have got a real issue here. Trippy's trying to do as much damage as he can. SLG looks like he might hold the bomb for a second. The fumble on the 1 yard line down.
Yeah, he couldn't quite find it. But it is still going to be in a position, but Snipe Drone really is battling with Trippy, but long-range fights are Snipe Drone's bread and butter as the bomb continues to arm here, and it looks like Nemesis are trying their best to... Oh, this one not, but great nades! As again, FaZe Clan are holding on.
Penguin tosses it out, playing goalkeeper right now. Ball down in the bomb fire. There's no Marshall being covered now. Snipe Drone again getting engaged in another long-range fight with Penguin. Penguin's quite happy to see here today.
It's going to be a very interesting last few minutes for FaZe because they've had dominant presence throughout the entirety of this game, but now for this 3 minutes they could just sit back, defend, and try and be a nuisance to Nemesis here. But then that will of course open things up for Nemesis to try and play the game they want to play, and maybe get some of the map presence of their own with these sniper rifles.
SLG really hit some shots here. There's a planer on Penguin, turns tanks towards press and hits the body as well. Expects the press to be down this direction, but fortunately for him, time against the press has been taken care of. The bomb has been set over the bonfire, so there's a chance here as they start to move in. SLG will push that bomb forward. SLG with snipe in hand. What can Nemesis do? Cover fire is here. Continues to find the body. So much pressure being applied. All four dead for FaZe Clan. We're all tied up 1-1.
That is such a good push from Nemesis and SLG in particular. He knew he had to hit shots, but first he had to deal with suppress behind him. And yes, he didn't do the damage in the end. He didn't get that kill, but he was quick to make sure there was no one going to be behind him before he started to push up to help. It is a team effort from Nemesis to get that plant, and we're all tied up 1-1.
2 minutes 15 on the clock. Nemesis starting to show the pressure just retires. FaZe Clan have really been putting it on them. They've managed to withstand it. They've managed to tie it up once more. SLG will handle the bomb, throws it forward once more, just so they keep tabs on it, just to ensure it doesn't come back their way.
Trippy's 25-13 at the moment. There's been so many kills going in favour of FaZe Clan, but again, it's difficult to try and actually capitalise on those kills and turn them into a bomb plan. Trippy gets another one onto Glory, but Snipe Drone's doing work on the other side. Again, Snipe Drone is just weaseling his way out of the base, and then finding kills on the other side, just making it so tough for FaZe to do anything, as Trippy's going to get a touch before this one resets.
Shot ring out around the arena. Press gets 2. He will fall. 3 dead for Nemesis. An opportunity for Trippy to get the bomb up the L stairs. Takes control of Armory. Has help from teammates. SLG is going to put some damage down. Here comes the Nemesis spawners. Trippy needs a lot of help here. The bomb will fall. But Falcade is there. 4 dead for Nemesis. And FaZe retake the lead.
So good as well there from Trippy. Just a little bit of movement, a little shimmy and shake when he's planting that bomb to avoid the sightlines of Nemesis. It's 2-1 lead with 1 minute left. And Nemesis are really going to have to dig deep now if we want to get back into this one, because it's a killing spree for Falcade. 3 went down for Nemesis again, and FaZe just have to try and hit them back.
Trippy and Penguin deem surplus to requirements of the gaming. They joined FaZe Clan, and it's been shake and bake ever since. 45 seconds and closing now on a Game 1 victory. Nemesis have got to respond here.
Has to be fast as well. Need to try and get these kills quickly and start moving and grooving. Big 1v1 here. Does manage to get the shots, but Wooten and Glory have gone down. It's a 2v2 on the map. Overshield does pop. This could be an opportunity though. You've got to go if you're SLG, and you need to be communicating to Snipe Drones so you work together.
One last chance, but out of nowhere, Penguin with some huge plasma grenades take down the Overshield player. The bomb is exactly where Nemesis needed, but Penguin continues to hit these crossback shots.
Not sure there's going to be enough time to get that bomb to the base now. Penguin falls, but the rest of the team are up. The ball is going to be moved, the bomb, excuse me, but I think it's just going to be too little too late here for Nemesis. Try as they might, but now they're going to be watched. And here's their opportunity. Can you take it down? Yes, you can. FaZe Clan put the first map on the board. It was a difficult and hard-working effort they had to put in to get that bomb victory, but they get the job done in the end.
It was a battle.
It was a war.
The war's not over yet. Game 1 goes towards the black and red of FaZe Clan. And for Nemesis, so close, but little too late, like you said. 2-1 the score. What a performance that was, Trippy.
Yeah, Trippy putting up 27 kills, I think it was, in the end. And we saw something similar from SLG on the other side, but I think that ultimately it was the control that FaZe Clan had of the majority of the game. They were just able to bully Nemesis a little bit off spawn over and over again, where eventually a mistake had to happen, or someone stepped out of place, or someone lost a 1v1 on the side of Nemesis, and it just gave FaZe that opportunity to get that plan. But I also want to talk about Trippy with the plan, also with the repulse, make sure that the bomb stayed in next to the wall. There was just a lot of things that happened in a short space of time, but they were all very thought out.
Halo really is a game of nuance. You see Penguin with Trippy hitting those shots, applying that pressure from so far away, and it just makes it such a difficult task for Nemesis to not only get into the base, but then armor, you already have shields, and your teammates are spawning up. It's so difficult to get the armor and get the plant. But FaZe Clan, with all that pressure, they finally reap the rewards. 2-1 score in the end. Live Fire Slayer now on the horizon, Dan. Do you think Nemesis' confidence is a little bit into that game one?
I don't think Nemesis are going to be affected by it. I think that Fortress Assault is always going to be a difficult game type. A lot of teams aren't going to be as practiced as they would like on this game just because it's one of the newer maps and modes. So it is kind of a 50-50 game type. You just have to accept it for what it is and focus on some of the games that you're a little bit better at. And we know that Nemesis have capability on Slayer, Live Fire and Scrims. They've showed they can stake some of the biggest and best teams in the world. So I don't think they'll be too downhearted, but maybe a little frustrated that they weren't able to play their own game. But that's what FaZe does to you. FaZe are one of these teams that they just play good, solid Halo. They know how to play it. It's very methodical, very thoughtful of how they approach things, and sadly for Nemesis, they just outdid them there.
You speak about Scrim results, they've staked teams in the past, but it's almost difficult to put credence in, particularly in online Scrim results and Slayers, because you just cannot replicate the conditions that you see on LAN. The stakes just aren't as high. Even in an online cup, you don't get the real stakes until you hit LAN.
Yeah, half the time they don't even scrim the Slayers, but they do crop up every now and then just to get a little bit of practice. But Slayer and Live Fight is where we're going to be heading. So FaZe strike first, but can Nemesis answer back? Remember, at the moment, Nemesis have always been 3-1 in their victories, aside from 1-3-0. So it's not like they are scared of losing one map. They'll know how to respond. But for FaZe Clan, they also have yet to drop a map. So this is a feeling they're very used to, taking that 1-0 lead and then just rolling through the next two.
And it's crazy when you talk about comparing teams. You think Nemesis beat Optic have traditionally beat FaZe, that means therefore Nemesis beat FaZe Clan. It just doesn't work that way with matchups. It just doesn't work that way stylistically.
It's not quite rock, paper, scissors. It's very different when it comes to the styles of these teams and what they can do, and also the series layout. I mean, we always harp on about how important a series layout can be for a team and how it can affect your tournament. You might have one of the best series layouts in front of you, and you win it, and then the next is an awful one for you. There are quite a lot of different maps and mode combinations that you have to try and practice. There are always going to be weaker ones, and that being one of the newest, there's always going to be those teams struggle a little bit on it. But I think that we had a good display from both teams there, albeit a struggle at times for Nemesis just to keep FaZe away.
Just goes to prove when it comes to map mode combinations, you have got to try and have as deep a playbook as possible. Your quiver has got to be full of arrows. You've got to be able to take down any team that's put in front of you on any map mode combination, because you never know on what side they look you might lie. Looking at the stats on front was suppressed with a 1.71 KD. You'd expect that when they haven't dropped the map all tournament long.
And the number one, the leading Slayer in the tournament so far, here on Saturday in Arlington, can he carry on that fine form and maybe put that first nail in the coffin if the Nemesis and their chances in this winner's bracket? Remember, winner of this goes to the winner's final and will be guaranteed top 3. Loser drops out of the elimination bracket, but both these teams have already achieved top 6.
Really doesn't surprise me with suppressed stats as well. He was putting up numbers last season on the matchup by Rebellion roster. As Penguin peels one and threatened to peel a second as well. 4-1 to score, early lead. What is Nemesis' response? Some work to do, but they've got all the toys now. FaZe Clan, sniper rifle, and indeed the camouflage. And good teammate Penguin dropping over to Trippy. You know he can have a much larger influence on the map here. She flies forward, hits the body, hits the face of Sniper Drone as well. All 4 dead for Nemesis.
I think I just threw up in my mouth a little bit at that one. 8-1 now in favour of FaZe Clan, camouflage and sniper rifle still in the hand, and they are right for the picking at green. All the information you could possibly want, and now the collapse can come through. Trippy leads the charge, gets the damage, and the rest will follow!
Goodness! Overkill for Trippy! You don't want to pick bananas when they're green, but it's okay when it's Nemesis at green.
My is Trippy firing. And Nemesis just needs to slow down this train, because otherwise it's going to start chugging. Wooter will take down Trippy finally, but it's a 10-kill lead now in favour of FaZe Clan. And it's one of those unfortunate situations when you get stuck in green and the knowledge is there. It's just inevitable the collapse is going to happen, but it's so difficult to fight your way out of it.
Confidence, momentum, we harp on them all the time, they're so important. They must be flowing through Trippy's veins right now. He just doesn't seem to be able to miss. In this current vein of form, Falcate gets a killing spree. Nemesis have got to find an answer here.
Yeah, Yeah, they just need that moment. They need that triple kill. They need that little bit of hype, someone to pop off. Just to get them back into this one. But that grenade is naughty from Trippy as well. Takes down SLG and continues this lead to be 8. At the moment, Glory still yet to find a kill. Nemesis struggling to find any sort of rhythm on this map, but you can very quickly turn around on Livewire once you get a bit of map presence. You can't allow Trippy to have the free roaming capability he's had so far. It's another camouflage as well.
Trippy plays that one perfectly, puts a couple of shots into SLG, knows he's got nowhere else to go, clambers top tower, avoids the nades, avoids damage, Penguin puts shots down, Trippy drops back down and gets the kill. The bait switch is perfect, the teamwork is on point.
They just double check green again to see is there 4 more players we can take down one by one. There's a house spawn this time, but again it's another camouflage that can be used to their advantage to try and hit the jump. Wow, that is an unfortunate timing for Glory to be pushing out to try and just check some angles and try and make some space for his team. And sadly, it means Penguin's going to be in a spot now where he can be an absolute thorn in the side.
Never slow, you always know Dave will shed a tear of joy. Suppressed now with snipe, top tower. Nobody in his crosshairs at the moment, but you know that will soon change. A lot of ammunition to play with. 4th magazine, 2 in the pocket to play with. We can see Nemesis just not interested in showing too much. Rotom showed a little pixel more than he would like to. Suppressed almost ripped his face off. But this benefits FaZe Clan. If they slow it down to a standoff, you've got to make moves with Nemesis. And the more you do, the more mistakes you open the door for. 27-15, body shot, Trippy there to find the kill. He played this one perfectly so far.
And the Nemesis are trying to do something, but sadly it's kind of been a 2-2 split as they've been pushing out, and as soon as that one player goes down, it leaves the other vulnerable, and then the other 2 get swarmed afterwards as well. And not only that, you're walking into a sniper rifle. Nemesis really need to shut down the sniper, and I think just lack of bullets might do that for them. But again, Glory gets caught out. Moves to the next 4, and now it's going to be another collapse with a 4 versus 2. It just seems to be on repeat. It's like Groundhog Day at the moment. The Nemesis cannot escape.
We have seen some big comebacks in the past. It's going to start sooner rather than later. Penguin finds Trippy once more. I feel like I'm saying that all too much. Nemesis haven't had an answer, they haven't had a reply. It's a huge lead. They don't know who will throw it away either.
Nemesis is trying to avoid those sidelines that make them a little bit vulnerable from long range, but FaZe Clan say, actually, we've got such a lead, we can afford to be a little bit aggressive here. We can start to get in their face. Smalkate tries to go for something a little bit different for the triple, but it is pushed away. 15 kills behind the Nemesis, and again, it's another camouflage, and I think that has been one of the big differences as well. There's been so much control here for FaZe shows that they've been able to walk away with these camouflages almost untouched.
Feels like every player that we're on the POV of Penguin, every player he looks at, his half shields, his one shot. Teamwork really paying dividends here. SLG isolating all alone over towards the window. He's got 2 members of FaZe looking at him. He's not long of the world, he goes down. Isolated, alone, solo, and even when they're all together, they seem to be turtled up, but they just haven't been able to respond.
I mean, the more I see this FaZe roster, the more I like it, and the more I start to think, well, you know, actually, maybe they aren't counted out as some might have thought, compared to the likes of Shopify Rebellion and Optic, but as we've already seen so far this tournament, anything can happen. Nemesis knock out, or knock down Optic from ball play, and then Shopify Rebellion only just beat the 3-2 as well. Could FaZe be that team that's just gone under the radar and maybe pulls off something special in this tournament? It all could start here, as Penguin just so much confidence at the moment as they go up to 47.
3 more then. You spoke about the start, how they've staked some of the biggest and best on this map. It's not quite going to be that good yet, it would seem, but it's close enough. It's been dominant.
Yeah, when you're at this point in this FaZe Clan, you know you've won this game. You don't lose this from this point, and I think I can confidently say that, and they probably can as well. It really would be the best comeback of all time in Halo history if it were to happen, but it's not going to. FaZe have been far too good at breaking down Nemesis and also stopping them from breaking out themselves.
Trade, sniper on Trippy. Glory, caught unaware, he goes down. 1 more kill, and then SLG will hit the body and prolong this game for just another moment or so. Trippy racing over top middle. And they know they can just win at them now. There's not a chance they'll lose this game. Movement down to no shields, no longer an issue. FaZe Clan double their series advantage.
FaZe Clan are looking to try and continue their undefeated streak in this tournament as they find a second map on board, and Nemesis never really looked like they had an opportunity to get back into that one after the early start. I think after the overkill from Trippy, a difficult one to come back from, checked, as some may say. When you see players on the opposition team doing stuff like that, you're like, how do we compete with that? And if no one is immediately answering back, you're always going to struggle.
There is that moment when the overkill gets hit. You think, what's communication? Was there a moment of silence? They all look at their death screens.
Look up to the heavens.
He's not going to help you either, I don't think. Look at the stats though. Trippy, 15, 8 and 8, continuing his fine form after game 1. Joining him up there. Falcade on the podium with 14, 8, 7. And Penguin not too far behind, 12, 7 and 7 respectively as well. The KDA looking pretty sharp for those boys on FaZe Clan.
I think FaZe Clan looking pretty sharp in general, across the board. Very impressed at the moment, and I'm sure Nemesis is probably thinking the same thing, saying, you know, in scrims, we were doing alright, going toe-to-toe with them, and now we've just got absolutely battered in Slayer Livefire, to put it nicely. That is nicely. Okay. That's how much of a one-sided game it felt really at times when it all started here. 8-1 lead, and then it gets turned into an overkill. Sure, a few one-shots to clean up, but he caused a lot of those one-shots. It was just the collapse after the grenade that happened, and the way you just whip out that sniper as well. I mean, beautiful from Trippy.
Map number 3 on the horizon. You told me map records, scrims, how you talk about it a little bit later on. Tell me these next 3 are good for Nemesis.
I mean, on Bull Street, we've already seen them find success so far this tournament against the Optic Gaming roster, and they have been able to take down FaZe Clan in scrims as well. Nemesis actually did win it 2-0 in their most recent scrim, but they've done the same on Assault Fortress, so take from that what you will. I always take these scrims stats with a pinch of salt, especially if they're online, but I think this might have been a boot camp series from Nemesis. But now you're 2-0 down against such experience on the other side of the stage, and remember, for Nemesis, this is a big moment. Whilst we talk about European history, we talk about teams getting all the way to top 3. It was only SLG on this roster that has achieved that. The other 3 have not been this far before, have not made it to a winners bracket final on international competition. So they are
on the pillar side. Mighties. Oh my goodness. Okay.
I'll see that all day long.
That one I don't know. Yeah, there's no excuse for that one. I used the excuse for Footsies last time. I don't have one of that one. That was just... Maybe it was nerfed. It's like sneaker nerfed, you know?
It's been surprising. We were seeing it all over today and yesterday. Just people just being caught in bunch because they think it's going to connect.
Camo's up. We talked about how important this is, especially with a close game like this. Every camo matters. It always does anyway, but even more of a heavy implication this time.
Mike's playing very aggressive into that doorway, trying to slow down the team that could potentially spot the camouflage Chick was able to grab. And although it doesn't result in the kill, it's plenty of information for Chick to play around with.
Now Chick has information, the players back B.
That's been surprisingly slow from 0 to Nasty.
Yeah, that camo runs out, huh?
Yeah, you can't, like, you get camo and you play slow, you can't afford not to get the kills. And that's what's happening. They haven't gotten even traded out.
Yeah, it's a very timid play. I don't know why.
I mean, 0 to Nasty's playing as if they're scared of the shadow in that position. Giving Infamous way too much respect, in my opinion.
Oh, Chick now. Has to play here. It's the double man push on the bottom side. He gets one. Beautiful name for the second. Not even trying to aid him. And that double's going to be clean. It will be 39 now for the side of Infamous, but is Zero Tenacity keeping up with that double?
Squeaky clean. That's what I call that one. That's like a video game trailer.
Yeah,
that one plays.
I like that. They are scripted, those video game trailers. Those darn trailers make you want to play. 39 to 38 still. Very slow pace, like you said, from both teams, but it's continuing to be a slow pace. Just again, outputting damage as best he can, anticipating that QT, there's no way, right? There's no way they take that QT portal. And then he backs up. That's a smart thing to do, I think. Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if Jim might be close behind.
Oh, great kill. Great cleanup kill, though.
Jimbo decides to stay into the back. It's still a 2-kill lead for Infamous. They know. I mean, they're trapped at B at the moment. And their option is to try to get through A or to send someone up to the nest. Looks like 3 of them are going to hit the rotation, but Descent has snipe, and he just ripped the face of the first person that tried to hit the rotation.
Yeah, this is where Descent is scary, I think. One of the better snipers in the league. We'll see if he can prove me right here.
Certainly one of the flashes. I think he might have just got a call out on those two, by the way. Neither of them are going to get picked up.
We're going to stay alive. SO really forward on the map, by the way, just now and died.
Ammo's going to be the next piece of the equation. 0 to Nasty. You feel as this is a must grab. Descendant will have the Overwatch.
He's got 4 bullets to work with. It's player top center you need to take care of.
Do not peek the corner too quick. Descendant, he has one of the fastest shots. He is a highlight reel.
They got through. He got the valley shot. Knows the player in front of him to get that kill as well.
Just a few more to go. Fast pacing from Infamous. Look at Colette coming in. They're swinging for this last player.
This is such a big play to win the game. Like, they literally won the game with this big play. It's only 4 kills left.
All of 0 to Nasty are trapped at tower. They have camo, sniper, everything. They're bashing down the doors. Infamous, just a couple more.
Yeah, 3 more kills, and Lethal's got the camo, so he pretty much secures this win if he can make a play.
Get caught slacking. Don't get caught slacking. You must have the camo eyes out. 0 to Nasty trying to hit the rotation.
The plasma pistol's going to do a bit of damage, but is it enough? It's just a bit of chip. Is it enough to get that kill?
0 to Nasty in the final moments. Just 2 more, and Lethal knows there's one at least ahead of him. He catches the one shot. Just one more.
The spike grenade that goes in. The beat down. There it is. Infamous is going to win in Game 5 and continue on in the bracket.
Crucial plays by Lethal at the end of the game. He was able to find the weak points, get behind with that new combo. He didn't have any help in that tower. Was able to secure the win in the last second. And wow, we love Game 5s. 3 of them in our top 12 round.
Crazy.
I don't think I've seen so many Game 5s like that.
Absolutely crazy. And honestly, it's been so fun that we've been able to watch these Game 5s. And like I said, this season's going to get better and better as time goes on, and I'm so excited for that. And I can't wait to see what happens with this season. I can't wait to see the events that precede this one.
A lot of exciting things going on. We're bringing in Eli and Mikowski, who have been eager to cast the FFA Finals. Now, a lot of you in chat have been asking the FFA, so we're bringing on the FFA finally, Eli and then Mikowski. Oh, that's it.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. We always love to cast the FFA. And we saw earlier some big names were making it towards the end. We saw Command Station win her semi-final. So I want to see how she does in the final.
Absolutely. I know she was looking confident, happy. We got to take a look at her excitement after winning. That semi-final, she got first place and now with the finals for the FFA.
All right, we got a 15-minute deathmatch, a bloodbath here on Aquarius as the white walls will be streaked in red. There we go.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome to Mikowski's Faded Comments.
Free-for-all finals
episode number 420.
Free-for-all finals are live. And first, let's introduce our competitors. T-Mac, I like that name. Complexion on 4. Maddie, Magico. We've got the white lines over this player, so we'll announce who this is just yet. Ninja Dilly, Command Station. No, that's one you don't want to hide. Suspector, who got here to the finals. Down 1 with 10 seconds left in the semis and earned a triple kill with 2 stickies at 1 shot to claim it by just 1 or 2 kills. So he's here by a hair. All that matters, Eli, that you are here.
That's right. This is the time that just top 4 doesn't matter anymore. You want to get first place, you get more money the higher you place in this specific lobby. We got multiple LAN champions in this lobby. I know Complexion has won before, Suspector has won before, Command Station winning back in Halo 5, some FFA tournaments. So a lot of champions here, they know how to close out.
Off to start 13 is the Rabbit, but with Suspector
12, Ninja 11, Man Station 10. You got 2 others on the left side, and Maddie and Mag with 11 as well. This one's still too close call after 4 minutes of battle. Have been consumed as player on board approaches the top mid. Now top pink location. He goes down, and we're going to be secured here, and that's a big win. That's one way to earn it with the triple.
Okay, by the way, Heatwave not GA'd in FFA. It's fair game. Players in FFA totally fine with it. And we see Camo, Heatwave combination, but this player's unable to find any targets until now, finally, but gets stuck at the same time. That's a huge stick play there from Ninja Dilly.
Now in the fridge, Spectre tosses the frag out, picks up the Heatwave, but a little too late with that. He's going to gather and assist Eli, and usually we're hyping up, we're building up the assists all day. That's the 4v4s. Here in the free-for-all finals, you get an assist, and you just help the enemy get a little bit closer to that $5 check.
Exactly right. Do not want assists in FFA. We talked about it before, but all that matters in FFA is kills per minute. You want to spawn in, get into a gunfight, get a kill as quickly as possible. Audio cues is a big part of FFA as well. You want to often listen to where the action is on the map, try to pick off a third-party double kill, get yourself a little bit of a lead.
Conflection now. Top car. He's a free-for-all LAN champ. He might just do it again here. He's in the lead right now with 18. As perfect kill goes through. No double kill for this competitor. He's stuck bottom car. Magico goes down now in the generator. Ninja Dilly pushes through. He'll trade out again, but this early on, Eli, trades are just fine.
That was a nice little flick shot there. I want to say that's from Maddie. He's got such solid aim. Using the battle rifle, maybe a little bit more comfortable with the burst weapon. Always interesting to see which weapons these players play with. And Ninja Dilly, I think, probably the player that I have not seen in one of these finals before. I feel like everybody else in this lobby typically gets this deep in these tournaments. So shout out to him for his deepest run. And he's in second place right now, only one behind the leader.
Locked in with the POV of Command Station, but she'll head back to the respawn screen. She had an absolute flame-busting performance in the winter semis where she could put the controller and the headset down early. That's how big she was up. And she had the most assists and the least deaths as well. That's about as efficient as a free-for-all accomplishment as you'll ever see. So don't count out Command Station, despite the fact that she's a few kills pacing off the lead in 4th or 5th place right now, but she's still close.
I'm shocked that Goober was eliminated. He must have been eliminated in the other semifinal.
Conflection.
Yeah,
he took a spot.
Might have knocked him out, so maybe I jinxed him a little bit. I tweeted his 80% accuracy performance earlier. And I guess he didn't make the next round, but that means the door is wide open for another.
Gotta listen in.
Calm. Like very. The calmest team I've heard all day. I messed it up. Nice one, kind of allocated, cut the angle. Beautiful setup. They said scamming, but they said it so it's super quiet, like scamming. Scamming.
He's going top T.
Val is swerving, bro. Almost had it. Beautiful light of Val. No stress whatsoever on FaZe's comms. Zero stress. 2. Trippy is 11-6, ball 9 Val. This team is way too good against Nemesis right now. 4 dead, full wipe, round done. Dead. Easy, easy. Why do they look better than Optic? Why do they look better than Optic right now? FaZe looks incredible right now. It looks easy. Like they sound like they're big chillin'. They sound like they are big chillin', bro. Like it's looking easy right now. They're making Nemesis look like a third-rate roster right now. It's kind of crazy.
on a team that's really upset you at the top.
So you're mentally prepared. It's been a long day. Optic played twice more. Oh, my bad, Hardy. Only top four gets only top four get into Sunday. 2 more matches for Optic, apparently. Wow. Thank you, Hardy. I remember that now. Long ass day. Long ass day. Big freaking chillin', bro. The chillest comms I've heard all day, and I'm loving it. Loving it. That's, yeah, they've had the biggest LAN blow up out of any team. They've never dropped a single game. Hit that like button, YouTube. Let's go. Thank you, Radiant.
Perhaps slightly different when, for example, Nemesis go up against Optic Gaming.
Optic got a lot of work to do with Eternity, bro. The chances of them resetting the bracket on SR.
They had scrim.
I hate to say it, it's going to be tough.
So they've been able to go
and they got to beat this team. Phase like demons.
Again, just one of those playstyle things where Nemesis just don't seem to match up well here against Baseline because they haven't really been in this one.
10.5 hours now, but all good. Or at least 10 hours.
Waits for his teammates to spawn back up. See Nemesis not even interested in taking the fight. Take the ball, hit themselves out the dodge.
I got 10 more in me.
Locked in for suppress now. Ball tossed out one in the middle. Wooten will get the kill. 3 dead for FaZe. This is the chance. This is the opportunity for Nemesis to put score on the board.
Nemesis needs something and they need it fast. And they're just trying to...
Any breakdown at the tournament? We'll see. I'm going to be pretty tired after Sunday.
Win a round and they know that the ball is going to be the key.
There's some crazy exchange at the end of one of the games. We can talk about it in more detail, maybe, but...
6 and 15, not the typical stats you see.
I can't go into theater.
Hasn't really had that chance to kind of anchor or flank.
Not for LAN.
Maybe just got caught in the mix of some of those spawn traps that we've seen from FaZe.
Clean up on one. Good positioning for Camo here. Everyone with foul. Foul gonna get backed off in a 2v1. He does reposition the back cafe. Nicely done. Somebody just picked up Camo. I'm not sure if it was FaZe. Foul shut down. Ball rotated by Trippy. He just barely skates the angle. Beautiful out of Trippy. He's gonna play the ball out balcony in a second here too. Anytime that he can get, well, he does it. He plays it out. Nicely done. Now a bait opportunity for the rest of FaZe. Excellent out of Trippy. Excellent. They make it look easy.
In a really difficult position.
Ball management has been impressive from FaZe.
Remember when Optic played them? They played early in the morning. That would be normal prime time for Nemesis. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. It's weird, man. Starting a day on a 2-0 is weird. Gunny's in the FFA. Chad told me that Spectre won it, so Gunny must be knocked out, right? What did Gunny place in? I'm not sure. FFA must be done if Spectre won it.
SLG replies here.
No one saw Revlin play HCS.
Should have that information. Penguin will be the first pick. That's going to force FaZe.
How about doing a Halo podcast? Yeah, of course. We have people join us for scrims sometimes. It'd be nice to have APG. People might come by. Just gotta, keep bugging them, I guess. Till they get down.
He's forced to rotate over towards PD.
Shut down by Trippy. Who else but Trippy? 16-11, toss the ball off to his teammate. Let this man slay. Stalker on wraps here. The east side coverage of the lane. Sticky's in the back pocket if needed. There it is. Beautiful. So SSG slides on it. Okay, finds the trade. Not bad. 3v3. Ball time for FaZe. They do close the gap. Ball gets played out early, though. Penguin center map, getting a couple extra seconds. He brings it to a tie. Looking for a shutdown. Won't do it. Valkyrie with the exchange. Finds 2. That reposition out of foul. Quick pick up out of Trippy, and the spawners in C as Trippy gets a swift little rotate. With the ball to safety near the spawners. Although Nemesis is kind of cooking them right now. 3v2. Foul finds 2. Even the odds is now 1v1 with a Penguin. Woodham with the camo. Haven't seen much of Woodham in this game, I'm not going to lie. Good to see him in the pick in the picture here. 15-19. And kind of gets shut down. Make it 15-20.
Looks a little bit dejected after it as well.
Gunny got fit to the FFA finals. Nice. He made it to finals. That's cool.
Corner, and I think that's exactly what would explain FaZe Clan's tournament so far. They have an answer for everyone, and they have an answer for everything. Now they find themselves.
FaZe just inching away at every exchange. 3 dead, play the ball, Penguin play the ball. Beautiful play, rolls off the edge. They will collect it, it will be a hold, but they lost a couple seconds off that play. Nicely done for the Penguins.
Just a few final seconds.
Nemesis is definitely hanging, don't worry. They're still in this. Even though they do face 3-0. Uzi Twins about to win the 2v2 tourney for what? Halo 5 or Infinite? Infinite 2v2. Uzi, you're well aligned for that.
They fall down.
Gotta have some good chemistry for a 2v2 tournament.
FaZe have got their hands on the ball once more.
This could be the final setup. Nemesis, one last chance.
Good idea that they wouldn't play that. I gotta be like locked into it.
It's going to be in a position that makes it hard for them. Actually, he's going to combine with Suppress. Wounded's already gone down. Does trade with Falcated though.
78 count here.
To push.
For a rotation.
I just rotate a phase. That's looking to be the first to drop here. That's a rough stagger if you're Nemesis in the situation. 3v3. Up the beast there. Penguin with the reposition. Nice survival of the Penguin. Can he stay up? He will. Zane, my God, this man is slipped and slide like a real Penguin, bro. Surprise from B. Surprise from Red Room. Find an important pick. Now Penguin back in the fray. Look at them just dismantle Nemesis. With 15 seconds to close out, SLG with a flank off spawn. He will find the kill. Ball gonna get collected. Back to center mat. They might play it. At 90, he drops it. Sends him out the window. The team play at a phase. They're always in position to pick up where they left off.
Like you say, Glory now off the respawn with the camouflage. Venting over towards PD. Snipe drone gets the kill.
The last camo in the game here. It's got to be beautiful out of Glory. Glory, no, he'll come out to trade. Numbers advantage, phase once again. This might be it right here. Last alive Woodham. Just because you got MK doesn't mean you can take on a 3v1, that's for sure. Woodham deleted by nades. And the Shroud ball combination, beautiful. Shroud to block the visual. The ball reset. The ball reset automatically. A little bit lucky for the Nemesis right there, but they do have their hands on it now. 94 counting. They will get killed maybe last second. 97, 98, 99. Trippy! That rotate at a Trippy was slick, man. He faked out the movement to Cafe. Came back to center map. That was nice at a Trippy. They are 15-0. This team is 15-0 in Arlington Major. Nemesis gets 3-0'd by FaZe, and Trippy with a swerve at the end. He gets out. Locked in. Nobody in the tournament has dropped 0 games like FaZe. That is crazy. Who saw this coming? Nobody saw this coming. FaZe is angry, bro. Angry.
FaZe can wait their opponents.
HCS Red is offline, HCS Blue is offline. Optic up next.
Before they didn't even think about Championship Sunday. They want to get to Championship Sunday. It will have to be another series victory for them. But it's FaZe Clan who will be able to relax. They'll be able to go back to the hotel and chill until Championship Sunday. It is Sunday secured for an unbeaten FaZe Clan. Just look at the statistics from that game. A very successful one on the side of FaZe. And it doesn't matter who you look at on FaZe's side. They were all dominant. They all went positive and they all looked brilliant.
Stats absolutely jumping off the page. There's a reason why they had so many members in that top KDA leaderboard. For reasons just like that. They have beaten every single team put in front of them, and they've done it without dropping the map. Absolutely flawless.
Just looking back at some of the highlights of that game as well. I mean, there was moments where Nemesis had the chance to maybe get back into the game, but as soon as they tried something different, FaZe Clan had yet another answer. It didn't matter where the ball was, it didn't matter where the push was happening. FaZe were always there, and some individual moments as well, but ultimately, the chemistry on this FaZe roster seems to be coming together even more from the Invitational that we saw a couple of weeks ago. They looked that one step better, but arguably, some may say, well, you know, where's the test against one of those other top 4 teams? Where's the SSG? Where's the Optic? Where's going to be the Shopify Rebellion? Well, they're going to have to wait until the winners final.
Lunanon, yeah. And Icarus sounds like a Pokemon too.
So it's the 2v2 winner semifinal. So 2v2 Halo Infinite coming down to the wire here. We've got LATAM guys who unfortunately finished top 16. I mean, I don't know if I can even say that's unfortunate because that's a great placement for them. I want to say this is Pilgod and Johan. Yes. They were both on that SWAT landing roster. They made it to pools, but unfortunately fell in top 16. On the other side of Icarus, we've got Professor, which is a mouse and keyboard player. And I'm curious to see who their teammate is. Man, I swear, it seems like you guys have been flying under the radar this tournament so far. We got a chance to see you on the main stage to kick off the event, but now talking to you guys, seeing you win again, you are now in the winners finals. How does that feel?
It feels great, considering the boot camp or the case online didn't go the way we wanted to. So coming here and playing extremely well, and just being in flow state as a team, just playing really good Halo as a team, it's honestly really refreshing, and we're loving it so far. It's been great.
Hey man, it's definitely been looking good up here. You guys have been in your flow state, and then you guys just went up against another team that was in their flow state who we watched take down a lot of top teams before they ran up against you guys. Now, what was the game plan to take them down? Because I know you guys got a chance to watch a lot of their matches, and they're a very unique squad coming from Europe. But what did you guys execute very well?
We actually scrimmed them like 2 times before this LAN, so we know how they played, we know how good they were. And obviously they beat Optic earlier, so they're a great team. We just didn't take them lightly at all. And that's exactly what we did.
You gave them full force, all right? And they felt that one over there. They go down to the losers bracket. Now, my next question is, I don't know if it's just the phase gas or what it is, but have you always been that damn good with Snipe? Because you was popping off on his main stage here, all right? What is it, okay?
I mean, before, I didn't really get sniped that much, to be honest, you know. Consider my last teammates, you guys all know. But, no, it's been great. I mean, everyone shares everything equally, and I just so happen to have Snipe and hit some shots, so, yeah, it's been working out.
Well, we want to see more of that on the main stage, okay? Make some more noise for Trip and Face Clan, everybody. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Some really exciting things actually coming out of that interview that I really do want to dive a bit deeper into, but I've got to say there is so much to look forward to with this phase roster. They're the real deal. I know in one sense they probably did have the easier side of the bracket to kind of get through here, but Nemesis wasn't an easy opponent, to say the least. They were very, very good, showed us that they play with the big dogs, take down big dogs. Just fell short, unfortunately, in that series. But FaZe, I think it told us a lot more about this team and how well executed they are in terms of their teamwork. That was just phenomenal. I did like the comment from Trippy about the sniper. You've got to share the love with the sniper if you want to see some hot shots from teammates. With the sniper
like Uzi's like, I got to hire Katie in the no bracket, so we're going to go by Team Uzi.
You're right. Let's see. I'm curious to see the 2v2 version of this map. I have a feeling
anybody that is put in front of them, which is all you can do at this point. They're sitting in the top three.
So the 2v2,
shout out to LS Studios. I'm curious if there's an opportunity to have a team like FaZe that he didn't get on Optic Gaming. It's the comfortability is kind of like the underdog mentality as well as we didn't perform how we wanted to at the K-Zone. Like, that was the showing that we know that our teams are capable of. And they've come out here and they've already made themselves a threat to the championships. People have been putting them outside of the top four, have been dancing around with this FaZe are here to play. And if they're playing that level of Halo, they are going to be a tough out for anybody in this tournament. And it's about time to start taking it a little bit more serious.
100%. I think certain things are earned, and that for sure earned me. I think a namesake in this top four conversation for sure. To be perfectly honest with you, I do think that series was very exciting. There were some incredible moments, and we kind of mentioned it earlier on. Blaze mentioned it on the main stage, saw it in the highlight reels again. Let's just see it one more time. Goofy, looking at Trippy here, this was just so well executed. I believe Snipe was dropped for him. Yes, it was indeed. And on he goes. The first passage of play here is also beautiful, but what continues going around Nesh, working his way around Livefire towards back green, it was magical.
Yeah, Trippy was dominating every single game of this series. Seems like you just put him on a highlight reel anytime on his point of view. You got a triple kill in each of the 3 games and an overkill in game 2. Just absolutely dominating any competition put in front of him. And the same can be said for his whole team. I absolutely love the dynamic of this roster. Like, to Wes's point, they've been kind of flying under the radar, which is crazy to say because it's FaZe and look at their roster, but we're really seeing what this team can do when they're clicking and firing on all cylinders. Now they find themselves guaranteed top 3, guaranteed in the winners bracket final, and they haven't dropped a single map. Like, they're 15-0. What an absolute dominating performance so far out of this FaZe clan.
It certainly was indeed. You see right now our series MVPs here, just the accolades to go with that series, just unbelievable amounts of damage. The KD speaks for itself. But you know, we talked about Trippy a little bit, and obviously I love what he can do on a map. I also do, by the way, love the patience that we saw for that overkill at Nest. You know, he knows he has camo, he can see everybody lined up, not getting ahead of himself, using his nades. He got everybody so weak in order to get that off. I mean, it's really difficult. You are literally 1v4 there. It's pretty hard to do that. So great stuff from Trippy. The Volcated. Let's talk about this guy. I sent before the series, I was looking for Val to be intentional with his kills. We know he's a really good player, but it was about how you kill somebody and what that does for your team. How does it change the game in your favor? And I think that's something that Val has worked on, and it's clearly working.
Yeah, as much damage as Trippy was doing throughout the series, and it was on his point of view a lot, Valkid out-damaged him. And Valkid is one of those players that I said on Friday, this is by far his best team coming into year 4 of Halo Infinite. Like, this is his best team all of Halo Infinite. This is his opportunity to really show that we talk about Valkid like he can slay with the big dogs. We've seen him have great individual performances, but the placings haven't really been there behind Valkid's performances. This is finally a team for Valkid to now perform well at, and also get to reap the benefits of the accolades that come with that. So I'm stoked to see him playing at a high level next to a team that he's finally on that is also playing at that same level.
Well, they are on a fantastic path right now. FaZe, well deserved, on the main stage, making a huge statement against Nemesis, the European powerhouses there. They will drop down the elimination bracket, but it's not over for them. They still have a ways to go. Can they climb back up to the top? I think that's my biggest question right now. I don't think they were probably expecting a 3-0 sweep against FaZe. I think they were probably hoping to come out with something, if not maybe the series win, Goofy. So I'm sure they're a little bit shocked right now.
Yeah, definitely. You know, playing so hot all weekend, running into a red-hot FaZe clan, getting 3-0 swept is never a good feeling. But honestly, if I'm Nemesis, I'm still feeling good. The only teams that really would be scaring me is, even though you've already beaten Optic, I would be scared to play Optic in the elimination bracket somewhere. Yeah, and same with SSG, right? Whenever we see SSG and Shopify, one of those two teams, potentially we're going to have to drop the elimination bracket as well. So aside from that big...
Proud to see how far you've come. You know, your gameplay, your maturity, your attitude. I know we talked a lot just during the offseason, just in text, just back and forth. Of course. You know, I text you before the event. I want you to do well. I like to see. You know, I like where your head's at. There's not a lot of up-and-coming players that have that mindset that you have. And whenever I see that in somebody, I want to make sure I give them the credit where it's due, because those types of qualities, those are the qualities you need to be a championship player or to be on a championship team. So the fact that you realize, you know, you need to practice and build good habits, even if you don't win, you know, still talk about the good things that you did. All right, we did this, all right, let's keep doing this, you know. And then when you get to the event, those good habits are just going to roll over and transpire. Because at events, you just break people down, you know what I'm saying? It's not going to be, everybody's not running around, you're not just doing 3 caps, you know, you're going to be playing for more time. You're going to be playing, it's a marathon, not just a little sprint.
Right. I agree with that. I mean, like I said earlier, you know, there's a lot of teams that are definitely like good online. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't take away the fact that like they're not good online. It's just sometimes people, you know, live in Texas. You know what I'm saying? People live in the West Coast. People live in the East Coast. You know what I'm saying? Like ping. You know what I'm saying? Like disadvantage and stuff like that. It's gonna go a long way. If you're just developing good habits, regardless if you're dying a lot, you know what I'm saying? Just develop habits. Try to work your team a lot more. So
yeah, that's really important, because that even goes into like playing with a purpose. You know what I'm saying? You get on, you practice what you know you need to work on. You know, I always say the sticky note thing. Put a sticky note on your monitor, on your desk. That way you have something visual in front of you.
You used to do that?
Yeah. DJ, yeah. I tried to instill that in my teammates last year, but people...
DJ used to do that?
Yeah, that's where I got it from. Like, that way, like, it could be like picking up equipment. You could put a sticky note on your monitor, on your desk. That way, every time you go into a game, you see that on your desk, or you see that on your monitor, you're like, okay, I need to make sure that I pick up equipment in this game. And over time, it's going to be muscle memory. It'll be a part of your bag. Then you can move on to the next thing. All right, I need to not challenge as much. I need to jiggle peek more. You need to move on to the next thing, just et cetera, et cetera. That's how you can kind of just improve and just add more and more to your bag.
I like that.
You missed this shit, huh, Brad?
What, competing?
Yeah, no, every time you start talking about Halo, especially with another player, you start getting into this, like, you start talking, and I'm just like, damn, I cannot talk like that about Halo anymore. But, like, the passion out of you comes out.
I think that I have a much better understanding of Halo just because of, you know, the teams that I've been on in the past few years. And I think that I understand winning Halo now. Like, I understood Halo, like, how to do well before, but now I think I understand how to be the full package, you know what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't the same person I am, like, sitting in front of all these people today that I was, like, 6 years ago or 7 years ago, you know what I'm saying? I had to mature a lot, and as a person, I had to grow. Once people noticed that I was maturing and growing as a human being, that's when they gave me more opportunities, and I was playing better, and it just transferred into my gameplay, too. And I was also more open into just learning more, understanding that I have things to improve on. I'm not a perfect player. I don't need to have an ego. I need to take a step back, look at myself in the mirror, and be like, yo, you are the reason why you're fucking up. This is why you might not be getting the opportunities that you want to get. Look within. And then once I started to look within, don't blame anybody else. That's when I started to improve and see more success in my life.
Dude, well,
I mean,
well,
how many
fucking said.
Nah, you say a lot. But how many chips have you won, bro? That's the real question. How many chips do you have under your belt?
I don't know, maybe like 9.
9?
Yeah, I'd say 9.
Do we count Halo 4?
Yeah.
Were you winning in Halo 4?
I won that one.
You only won in Halo 4?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind then. But then I thought you won like a few with like you formal. Who was it? Slide down at Ola or some shit? They had some
They dropped me for Ola. They dropped me for Ola, and that's when I didn't win anymore in Halo 4. But I won more in like Halo 3, like when they went back to grassroots, and then Halo Infinite. Like winning in Halo Infinite, that was like a really big, just I don't know, eye-opener to me because I'm also older and winning tournaments. Like it's not really a common where somebody wins a world championship where they're going on repeats while like being 27 and going into their 30s. So that's when I just realized, it's a lot of mental games. It's not just you and your physical and playing. A lot of people would have to retire back in the day because they, the pay wasn't there, the salaries were high. You might not be able to put in as much time because you're going to work and you're getting older. You have more priorities, you have more bills, etc.
You got more super or gifted.
Flowers, thank you so much for the vibe. Gifted, thank you. Much love, very much.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Your boys with Shotzi, right?
Yeah.
How did you? Because you say you weren't even like competing in Halo 5 like that. How did you become boys with Shotzi?
So I mean, it's like actually like a funny story. So basically, like, I went to Anaheim, the Halo Reach event, where like 4v4 was a thing on Reach PC, and they had an FA event, and I was competing in that. And basically, like when the event was over, I met Jesse and Mike. I was actually like pretty big fans because you know how Jesse is. He's just like really jolly. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's really like easy to get along with, especially as a streamer. But so basically, like like talking to them, getting in Discord calls with them, and then like playing in H5 8s. Like Mike and Jesse actually got me in there. And basically like I basically got into Halo because like I wouldn't say fully because of them, but they're really good people. That's besides the point.
Maybe like the competitive side.
Yeah.
You get friends with them, and then you're like, let me start getting into 8s.
Yeah, exactly. And so basically, like a year later, like we're really close friends, and then I like Jesse's like, yo, you want to meet Shotzi? I'm like, nah, no way.
You said it like that?
Yeah, because where they live is like literally across the street is like basically like Ant's house. But like I thought it was gonna be a drive, from like where Jesse and Mike live and where Ant lives. So like basically I was like, wait, where does he live? Like I don't want to bother him because he's probably like busy with like scrims or just like COD stuff. And I basically met him, like my whole face was red.
Really?
Yeah, I like smiled. I smiled, and like basically I was there for a weekend to play the Mr. Beast games. Basically you had to keep your thumb on the phone to win $1 million, but you gotta last it for like other people, like millions of other people. And basically it was like 900th, like out of millions of people. And yeah, let's just say I didn't win any type of money or like.
Wait, Mr. Beast games. Wait, what was this?
It was on the phone. So basically, there's like a Mr. Beast told you to download an app, and basically it's like keep your finger.
You did it.
Yeah, it's called Finger on the app. And basically, any finger on the thing, you just gotta keep it. Don't move it, and you get like 3 strikes.
Wait, you were staying at Shotzi's house for this?
Yeah, basically.
Wait, your initial meeting him? It was just like, yeah, I gotta.
Honestly, I was just like so stoked. Yeah, I was so stoked. So I was like,
you're just like this the whole time meeting him?
Yeah, I was just. No, basically, I was like this, and then as soon as I lost, I was like, yeah, let's go meet Ant, bro. Like, I really want to know. And basically, like, yeah, that's how I know.
Now y'all are boys. You be playing Call of Duty with them?
When it first came out, we were playing like. I mean, I was matching them in rank too. I mean, that's you were playing too.
Yeah, I think y'all matched.
Like it was like
wasn't it like you, Boo Boo,
me, Hook, Diagram, Hook.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
was it Hook?
Yeah, it was Hook. We would always play Hook.
Yeah, y'all fucking beat me. I think it was like someone came in my chat. One of y'all's fucking friends in that friend group was like, "Damn, y'all are playing them. You're about to get shit on." I'm like, shut the fuck up.
I mean, we were all just playing it for fun at the end.
I mean, I'm not. Was there any? I mean, obviously you've proven yourself in Halo. You're a really good Halo player. you're searching for that win. Was there ever like, damn, should I make the switch? Like, I feel like I got the skill. Like, Call of Duty players, let's be honest, they make more, probably better viewers, more sponsorship, shit like that. Was there ever a thought of like trying to make the switch?
Yeah, honestly, like I had told my teammates, I'm like, bro, I think after this Halo, like I might just compete in COD. Like, honestly, yeah.
This Halo? You think it's an actual thought?
It's an
like
actual
if this is the last year, then.
Yeah, I might just like COD and shit.
I don't blame him because like
I mean, you might see a lot of people switch over.
Collect thought about that too.
If this is the last year.
Yeah, Collect. I was talking to Collect about that because Collect started in Call of Duty as well. Then he switched over to Halo, and then he's thinking about going back. So I don't blame you. I don't blame you for doing that because we don't know what the future is, unfortunately. So at least you know that Call of Duty's gonna have another year, another season, another game.
Always.
Yeah, you know what's to come. That's like the sad thing about Halo is there's just a lot of uncertainty. I wish there was more transparency, and then just they would actually tell us what's to come.
I actually like really like this COD that came out though. I'm not gonna lie to you, like the Omni movement just like made everything like really well.
I feel like that as well. COD was getting like so. I mean, I don't even really play Black Ops 6 like that anymore, but I feel like COD was getting so boring.
Yeah,
like the Omni movement, I feel like it was enough to sort of pull me back in and make me interested a little bit. It's super smooth. There's no fucking heavy aim and shit. Call of Duty always feels good.
I can 100% agree with that.
What's up, K-Son? Tell Donnie I said good job to him and the boys. They're playing great. Shout out K-Son.
Shout out K-Son.
Shout out K-Son. Shout out K-Son.
Thank you, K-Son. Appreciate it, bro. I'll make sure to tell him in the group chat.
Yo, Wick, thank you so much for the resub.
So what are you gonna plan on doing tonight? You said it's gonna be your post-event meal, or post-dinner, or post-Saturday meal.
Yeah, you keep it clean. You not give a.
No seed oils?
There's I don't know. There's certain foods that like make you play worse. Like it just makes you feel like.
What's some of those foods that you won't touch that you think make you play worse?
I'd say like maybe I don't know. This might be like a hot take, but like Chipotle. Like if you get like steak or something like that, like it gets me really like tired when I'm playing online. I order like a burrito or like I get.
That's the hottest take because I feel like Chipotle is a gamer's fucking. First off, look at fucking Stellar in his nose.
What the hell?
Bro, he got that magnetic. You see the ads for them all the time. It like opens up your nose. Like they'll put
two magnets that you put right here, and then that thing like attaches to the top and it spreads open your nose, so you're just. Like you don't have that. You can just breathe out your nose super good.
Wait, I might have to like take that.
I actually just got some of that, like the magnet shit. I forget what it's called.
Is that brand new? Is that a new thing?
It's a new fad. Like people used to just do nose strips.
Yeah.
But those don't work as well. But that shit, like this shit, literally like sticky magnets, and then the thing like just really opens your nose.
Right.
I don't know. It might be the wave. I don't know.
You guys want a gun?
We got some.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you though. So no Chipotle. People would be surprised how oily that like they just sprayed the chicken and steak down with oil.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of I think calories and oils and shit that people don't know. Is
My meals for events and stuff is usually Jersey Mike's. Really clean. No olive oil. No red oil.
Just like bread.
Just bread. You know, just a regular sandwich and just get ready to go.
All right. What do you get from Jersey Mike's?
I think it's a club sub sandwich.
Is that number 8?
Number 8, yeah.
That's what I get. You get the bacon mayo.
I get bacon mayo.
Jersey or Mike's Way?
Avocado.
Oh, you don't get it Mike's Way because of the oil and shit. What's up, man?
What's going on?
Let's go, Wes.
You ever had kava before?
Kava? Yeah, my girl loves that.
Yeah, kava's good. They don't cook it.
This headphone works? Oh, y'all got headphones now.
I mean, yes,
we're upgrading.
It's like a Mediterranean Chipotle.
Yeah, exactly. Kava is my shit.
You could add hummus or something like that.
Good shit, by the way.
Thank you, Wes.
Job's well done.
Nah, job's not done, though.
Said job well done so far.
Yeah.
You only do what you can only do what's in front of you.
Yeah, I've never met Suppress, I don't think, before this, and he's so far articulated himself as a teammate that kind of surpassed what I thought he was. I thought he was just like a new, young, slang. I was like, wait, I think this guy has a brain.
Speaking of surprise, look at surprise picks for this. Nah.
What the hell?
I can't do that.
What?
Bet to the fans.
What? Bet on
the best player in the game. I think Frosty is the best player in the game coming into this tournament. He's been showing it so far this tournament. And then you have someone like the Last Shot and Cycle, right? These two up-and-coming players. Now they're established as two of the best players in the game. Frosty and Roll 2, the world champion. They're never going to go down that fight. And if I'm, SSG, you got a tall order.
Yeah, I gotta say, I have to agree that Frosty has found a whole new lease of life in Halo Infinite. I think coming on board with this team, he just looks so comfortable.
They're casting around the desk. They get their money's worth out of me.
Right, flank shoulder a little bit further down below.
I wasn't even playing great. I mean, you said something to Joey, and Joey just like went big games, just went all 3 games.
Interesting how
all 3 games, all 3 games.
I mean, if it's literally like 5
the whole team was basically. I mean, that overkill just really set up.
Note that face team, his face team reminds me of our Dynasty squad. Like, our Dynasty squad was me, him, Hines, and Destin. And none of us were like,
That's the one thing that's the difference. Donnie is like,
Donnie does have a quality we don't have.
He is. How do I say it? Like he's like the top.
Yeah, we would like running gun. Like our Dynasty squad was just like, hey, if you're near the sniper, pick up the fucking sniper.
Yeah, that actually.
What games did you guys play? Like on that Dynasty squad?
Yelling the staying alive. I think he really has been the full package so far. So Shopify Rebellion are a dangerous team. They look like the favorites right now.
They certainly are, and you know what? They certainly were. Even back at the K-Sun event, they were the team that everybody wanted to beat. And looking right now at this score, when they did play Space Station Gaming, excuse me, it didn't look pretty. Although I will say, things did get awfully close at times, and there was definite signs of progress from Space Station Gaming when coming up against Shopify Rebellion. Sometimes the 3-0 does always reflect what happened. However, it has been 3-0 across the board ever since. Scrim's already very difficult for Space Station Gaming against Shopify Rebellion, and the same thing happened on LAN. You know, the progress is progressing, and we know Space Station Gaming is starting to find their flow. Is that flow enough, do you think, Goofy, right now in this series?
It can be, right? Looking at this graphic, when I see Ego and Snakebite 0.61 KD for Snakebite, 0.77 for Ego, that's not what their standard is. That's not what they expect out of themselves. So yes, this graphic tells us it was the 3-0, and of course, Shopify Rebellion dominated the K-Sun and won the event, right? The Invitational, but Ego and Snakebite, they're not going to be going 0.6 KD, 0.7 KD, so I'm expecting this to be a much closer series. In no way in hell is this going to be a 3-0. I think this is going the distance to a Game 5.
I love that for you. We want a good series out of both of these two teams. Tony, how are you feeling about his prediction?
Oh, I agree 100%. I would bet that there's not going to be no 3-0 here. In fact, I would love to see a Game 5. I think it's very possible. I think Stellar's been fantastic. I think Lucid has really stepped up and been this X factor. I've been just impressed with this SSG roster. And imagine a win against Shopify Rebellion. That would be impressive. That would be a statement. Why not do it here in the first event, first major of the year?
That would be huge. Well, I'll tell you what, I think we're about to be seeing a brand new Space Station Gaming, feeling an awful lot more comfortable than we saw on the last LAN. Folks, it's about that time. Let's get into the matchup. It's Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. Let's meet the teams.
And Yoki. And we played in the open. We're not open, it was a 10,000 fight. Basically, like,
I just had 3 arms, 8 minutes left. That's insane.
I think we scored at the like last second.
Yeah. I didn't even have but then there's like 3 arms. That's like 5. That was kind of crazy. Like, you guys aren't getting today, right?
I think what happened was like they were like probably like half a tick.
They had a chance. They had like a bomb.
I was looking scared right there.
We're in the semi-final time here in Arlington. We've got two huge teams. We've got Shopify Rebellion, who are 3-0 in the series, and we've got Shopify Rebellion, who are 2-0 in the series. We've got
teams on our stage right now. Two teams with things to prove. Shopify Rebellion, who came through that epic series a little bit earlier against Optic Gaming. Well, now on the other side of the stage, you've got Space Station. And Space Station coming to this event with so much to prove. Beat Shopify Rebellion here. Makes it very interesting.
Will be massive, of course. You heard on the desk just how much this team has been talked about in the offseason, and even also during the case on Invitational, people doubting them, right? Also, let's not forget, maybe in this exact matchup, for a good reason, they found themselves falling to Space Shopify Rebellion 3-0 back-to-back series. Not just the LM final, but their first series as well. And now the question is, what will they bring here? Very interesting set of games for this series, I must say. Assault Fortress, not Shopify's best bomb game type. Slayer Livefire, not their best Slayer. Also Stronghold Recharge, maybe a game will go in their favor. Also Oddball Streets, not their best oddball match. So when you put all that together, plus Game 5, let's not forget, SSG has beaten Shopify before in that exact game type. This one could get interesting indeed. The question is, what work has SSG done over the past 2 weeks since facing Shopify on LAN for the first time? What reps have they put in? How will they get ready for this game, number one?
One interesting thing for me as well is this is a slightly different looking and feeling Space Station from what we saw in that case event. This is Space Station that looks like they're ready to win series. They're ready to send these big series deep, and there's just a little bit more to them when they come into these series. There's a little bit more weight to how they are performing and working together. And the biggest test of all is going to be Shopify Rebellion. They are the bar at the moment in this year of Halo Infinite. We'll have to see where Space Station are if they can call the upset here against Shopify.
In a way, the Rockets, two teams that we expected to also see, hoped we would see play, but playing even earlier than maybe once again some might have expected here based on the results so far. Right away, it's last time.
Like extended tomorrow because everybody starts early today. Like it's already been technically it's
It might. And that's what I was thinking as well. I haven't heard that. We'll bounce back and forth, chat. We'll watch a little bit of this. Well, they want the giveaway. Also, YouTube, you can't enter the giveaway on YouTube, man. Y'all do this every time. You gotta head over to twitch.tv/BCHManiac. Type Optic in the chat. Type it right.
In my stream, go to Nick's stream to enter the giveaway. You can type Optic. Make sure you capital T for respect.
Optic just started their match. Well, I'll tell you what, their game one's going to be a little slow, right? Yeah. SSG is really bad at this game type, so I expect this to be over fast.
And this is literally Shopify's best, one of their best game types. Or they're just better than
and roll to that snipe on their spiral, so. Yeah,
we can lock in the Optic.
But even the Optic match, I'm like, this is going to be a 3-0. They just fucking stomped them.
This will not be close.
I had this match.
But they're here for the highlight that they're almost about to put on.
Exactly.
What do you guys think?
This match, which one, SSG?
It's not a good game type if you're SSG.
I don't know. I'd say probably 3-1. I haven't seen, Shopify hasn't been playing like
this is the mouse pad, chat.
In my opinion, but. Wow, they're going to be 3-1. I feel like if there's a different game one, then it might be a different series, but like Shopify, this might be a series for that game types.
And it's infamous having to fight back. That's not the space they want to be in. I just got to be real with you. I don't see any way that Optic let themselves fall.
Optic's starting to get better, though.
They're heating up.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, they don't team days there.
Yeah, we talked to him about it.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that. I think who's shooting that name? Was it down?
We don't know who it is.
Randy was, I think, going for the kill. Someone teammated him.
Based off the armor, I literally saw it was like at the end of the game. I saw Legends armor next to John had used it because they both laid dead.
That nade came, I feel like top tip.
Yeah, and then Formal was dead.
So we're starting to play detective on this.
Formal was dead. I saw this guy's armor over here.
Formal was dead, and I saw Legends armor at U-turn.
I think Bound naded him from like drive for.
Yeah, it looked like it was Marcus.
Yeah.
But I mean, like Cycles no shield you. Like you were just trying to finish that kill.
It's a natural nade you're gonna throw. That was an insane series. I mean, granted, Game 5 wasn't. Dude, that was the first 4 games were an insane series. 25-11. Are we sure this is what we want to watch?
I don't think we watch this, man.
Chad, I'm questioning your ball knowledge if this is what you're watching. The green ball will be playing later tonight.
Yeah, no, I feel like Infamous might as well trying out some team. Still good showing from them, though. Really good top 8.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect them to get top 8.
And like, especially with how high the competition is, still nothing to be upset about. Your team, I'm pretty sure it might be Ezzo's first top 8.
That kid Spawn killed me in the Banshee for 3 straight big team games.
Ooh,
yeah, they have a demon, bro.
Nah, I heard, not heard, but I know he plays like clan or battle.
Yeah, no, they got strats.
Oh, wow.
Wait, Ezzo?
Yeah. He's on a big team, and when Ranked Squad Battle came out, there was like 4 of us were searching, and we matched up against their 8 stack. And then they took the hog to the Banshee, and that Banshee player went like 36 and
Banshee are crazy. I couldn't even imagine the comms in the team.
I was just dead. I'm just sitting there poking it with my bandit.
Yeah, this is...
Was it an Optic watch party or is it a BTH Maniac Halo watch party? That's the question.
That's what I was asking you.
Dude, you're nothing without Optic, you fucking loser sack of shit.
I get to 5 earlier and I just
Let's go back, man.
I get 5 earlier and the first thing I see in chat is 5 gifted for a free national championship. Shut the fuck up. You guys get top 12 without me. There's 8 teams invited.
Top 16, I think.
Like an invitational? That type of thing?
Yeah, it was only the top 8 got invited.
But it was also through like points too, so like you had to have points throughout the year to play like your console matches.
You guys tried with Soviet, and we saw that.
What, me?
Oh,
yeah.
Look, I fucking idea. I was just happy to be there.
You were doing laps around the stage.
Bro, they had like a little like sign that had the score of the series. It said 2-2 when we won. I flipped it. I flipped it and said 3-2.
Really?
Yeah, I was so that's my first
I didn't even know
I had
that.
the biggest smile on my face.
Listen, I was just happy to be there.
I like ran up to the main stage.
I got picked up when I was like randomly not even like competing. I think I was like fucking retired again and then again.
It starts off with 100 teams and then it trickles down to like.
All right, Chad, we'll watch the rest of this game. All right, they won.
Okay, so you finished
Facts.
We watch that one.
They're up 2-0 for this even in the game.
You're already starting at a high position. People have to get up to you. Yeah. So when you're optic, you're already coming in as the first or second.
I want this to be a good series. I don't know.
I think this first map is just like... That is made for SR, yeah.
Chat, Optic in the chat, last chance to know, or what the fuck? Last chance to enter the giveaway. We're giving away a mouse pad. The mouse pad looks like this. Hector, wait, okay. Or Tiff took it away. Or wait, what?
That's how you get picked up. When you go through that, you can make it through that.
The desk pad or mouse pad?
The mouse pad looks like this, chat. Optic in the chat. Mouse pad available, Optic in chat. Fucking Tiff, pick a winner.
But one thing I do want to add to it, like with our team, like we definitely like put our head down. Obviously, there's a lot of banner online, you know, saying like we're probably not even like the top 14. You know,
who says that?
Like all the randoms, you know what I'm saying? Like we lost to Cloud9 one of the openings.
Yeah, but you guys have been at the top. I
feel like the top 4 is solidified, but then people do separate the top. People do say top 2 is Optic and Shopify. Then it's like SSG phase. But yeah, y'all are for sure.
I mean, I think it's so crazy disrespectful. Trip played in every grand finals last year. Yep. Every single grand finals.
Yeah,
and they're just like, the disrespect around those two specifically, no offense.
Yeah.
Obviously, you got shit to prove. Those two, like,
They just don't get it. They just don't understand like full Halo knowledge. Like there's other teams like TSM, Nemesis, but like for your guys' team, like especially how we just saw Nemesis and TSM just play, I don't think like there's a bigger gap between the top 4 and top 6 than we got.
Oh yeah. Yo, Perfection, congrats. You are the winner of the mousepad giveaway. You gotta reply to Tiff, whisper Tiff to claim your prize, or we will re-roll quickly. Got about 2-3 minutes, man. Don't show. Are you here?
He just went to bed.
Dude, that's what
Taking a shit, like. Yeah, we did a scuff giveaway earlier, and like 2 people weren't there. I was like, oh, that sucks.
Wow.
And it was Optic versus Shopify, so I'm like, if you're not here paying attention watching, you deserve it anyway.
Probably having it in theater mode where it's just like locking the chat too.
Yeah, imagine. Well, I feel like they should be here with me or something, but I don't know, they're joking. Shopify going for another arm.
Oh, wait.
What the hell happened to that
2
bomb?
dead from SSG though. 3 dead, 4 dead.
Got it in, he's gonna juggle it.
Yeah, it's gonna be an arm, though.
He cast so much already.
Yeah. Smart plays.
Yeah, I sent in the game right now because I remember
Why did he do that?
they were up 2-0 and like they just kept adding. Just send off the game, please.
Oh, they just play like it's king?
Yeah, they just go play.
So the bomb only explodes in that little circle that is the arming radius?
Yeah, it's because there's spawns right there, and we tried to not blow you up off spawn. Unlike H2A, where you would just spawn at your base on Warlock after the bomb.
And also did we see a player look over their right shoulder and drop the snipe off into the village? But instead, he said, you know what, I can probably do something with these last 2 shots he does. That was gross. And Lucido gets an overshield. Okay, finally a piece of the sandbox in their favor. Lucius is going to be aggressively moving forward. Love this. This is kind of what we talked about the Space Station needs. We needed somebody to move forward aggressively the way that Stellar does. Yeah. Typically, they might have a few too many players that are stationary, and they might actually get an arm here. This is looking very good for Space Station.
They do. Space Station with life and with 2 minutes left. They're in striking distance, only down 1.
Picture in picture, we have started game number 3 between Optic and Infamous. Keep an eye on that. Space Station versus Shopify just got a little bit more interesting though here. As Space Station are finally on the board. They're still in the base.
Yeah, Lucius paying rent in Optic base at this point. He is an extended visit. Imagine the Airbnb host might want to kick him out, and as they do. Lucius goes down, so does Zico. As Rebellion have the numbers advantage. Bomb, though, towards the middle of the map, creeping towards Space Station side, and it's going to continue on. As Frosty playing bodyguard, Snakebite tries to take some pop shots at him, but Mike, how quick was Frosty to turn and say, who just breathed on me?
Stay back. Yeah, go back. What I'm noticing is Shopify moves so quickly off of their advantages when it comes to just getting a few slays. That bomb is flying across the map towards the base of Space Station. Whereas Space Station feel like they need to take a couple extra steps to make that happen.
I agree. It does feel like Space Station have to do a little bit more work to get the score than we saw the 2 scores for Rebellion. 2 down, though. Space Station does have a chance. Less than 1 minute left. They're going to have to keep members of their team up. Rico down for Shopify, and Cycle wins a crucial one on Snakebite. Otherwise, the team wipe would have occurred on the Rebellion side. Instead, Rico down for SSG instead. And Shopify are content to keep that bomb right in the middle with 40 seconds left.
2 with the overshield. Might have just sealed the deal. It's going to be a tank on the map. Trying to get in position to maybe shoot some players in the back as they advance towards the bomb. Space Station in a position where they only have 30 seconds to get another bomb planted. The clock does pause as the arming is happening. If they can get into the circle, that would be great. They do get into the circle. They got to play their process here. Look at this angle.
My God. I don't think they don't roll 2 all the way over here. They're so focused on trying to get to the other side and trying to score. They left rail 2 in the attic.
You can see the entire plant zone.
This is like, the spot is really metaforming. This spot is nuts. It's probably the best angle with the BR. You're going to just annihilate shots across the map. Royal 2, whether it's the tricky invisible geometry on Recharge you introduced to us a couple months ago, or this spot here on Fortress. My God.
We're hopping on over to Optic versus Infamous, where Optic is just 1 game away from continuing on their path of destruction. Destruction, Infamous, they're live online.
It's going to be a lower bracket run for the record books as Optic. Anybody can do what SSG did last year. It's Optic. At their home arena, so all the fans, they don't seem too bummed. They're actually, I feel like, more gassed up to see Optic on the main stage and on the stream, as Optic have already secured 45 seconds to the 0 for Infamous. Feels like we're just waiting for the inevitable.
Yeah, I mean, this is lockdown Halo if I've ever seen it. You don't have many options. There's nowhere safe on the map. There's a Renegade lurking around every corner. Even if you get past him, you're gonna run into Formula right after that.
Facts. Matt. Shock rifle. Surprised not get chased out. Ah, that's because there's Legend pulling the attention away from Ezzo on the staircase and with the elbow to drop him back to the respawn screen. Formal still alive in the glass. His shields might just shatter. No, gets the back up. Oddball still close to the starting point. And with a 56-second lead with 2 minutes left, this is where Optic start to kind of play for slays, switch their strategy up. That's a sign of Lunchbox, and I think his ability to call audibles on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, there's different points in the game where it's time to hold the ball and it's time not to hold the ball. And Optic have become the best oddball team for the reason that they know exactly when those turning points are.
When to hold them and when to fold them, right?
That's exactly right. Yeah. Renegade knows that his time is to grab the camo. By the way, Renegade is 17-3. I don't know if you noticed this. What? But he's kind of looking like he's in one of Tool's lobbies right now.
He's matching the total of his other 3 star-studded teammates. 17 for Bound and Legend.
Yeah.
It's 17 for Renegade. I don't think my math is wrong. You like correct me if you're right. That's right.
I'm just saying he's doing incredible things.
Wow. I mean, this is nuts. And everybody else from is having a good game so far. So for Renegade to be at 17, holy.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally just cycling around the map doing whatever he wants. Feels like every target he's running into is probably already weak. Bound has 8 assists, Legend with 5. They have finally slowed down Optic a little bit and earned a couple points, but how long is this going to last?
Renegade. Let's say if he turns on his opponent there to send it, that would have been nuts. Send it though. Looking to ramp up and rev up the engine a little bit. He's had a slow start here in this one. Not over just yet. 11, 75, 105 left. Yeah, you can hear the eyebrow in my voice because I don't know.
Get some plays here?
No, but yeah, they do take it down. So maybe the question mark turns into a period. Can they make it an exclamation instead?
They're going to have to hold on for a lot longer. Catch up to the 75-second market. There's only 55 seconds of regulation left, so their margin of error very small.
Ooh, that was clean.
Isn't it? This guy's so dirty with the jumps, man. He knows every single object that's possible to be jumped off of. He's going to use the ball to his advantage.
Yeah, known for his movement and his aggressive playstyle, but he'll go down momentarily. Bound, also known for his aggression and movement. Works his way up onto the box, now formal with the gamble to support his teammate. Doesn't get there in time to clean it up before his teammate Legend goes down, but they're no worse for the wear. 19-75, 23 seconds left and counting. Optic just gonna play for slays.
20 kills and 6 stats, the stat line for Renegade. Nobody else on this team in double digits. They don't need it though. They got a ton of assists to support John's endeavors. And at this point, I think Infamous know this round is lost. Gonna desperately go for the ball because that's all you can do in a moment like this. Imagine the comeback right here. Wait, is he dropping the ball and trying to no-scope the shot at the same time? I feel like Flex was trolling a little bit at the end there, but what more can you do in this situation? If Infamous turn on the Jets, can they make the miraculous comeback? We'll have to see.
Ready stance on the line and now breaking away into the opening strategy that Coach Lunchbox has laid out for the boys in green. Renegade, his ball, play, grab that shock rifle off the start. No surprise at all. They've seemed to routinely try to get sniped into Renegade's hand. It's interesting on a team where anybody can pop off with a snipe and they still say, hey, Renegade, you take this.
Absolutely. I mean, he's just another level, that's the thing. Like, he, especially right now, okay, the Descendant is getting the same treatment for his squad, but also, because he has the camo, it's part of it, but Descendant, no secret, is disgusting with these weapons.
All right, hey, great start here for Infamous off round 2, and even if you do lose this series ultimately 3-0, at least get some tape, at least get some fodder that you can take back to the well and say, okay, here's what we did wrong, here's how we can fix it, and hey, here's what we did right, how can we duplicate that? They're up 22-0 on Optic. This is impressive.
Not bad. Not bad at all. It's got to be a very good round here. Some shots to keep them in finish. I think that was a remote detonation from Formal. Smart heads up play there to shut down Citadel. See if that opens up the door for Optic to get into their side.
But then there's a magnetic nose that even like it's too
Big moment here for SSG. You think with the whole week, in terms of this entire weekend, to be able to tie this series 1-1, take a breath, and get ready for the depths of this series instead of finding themselves a 2-0 deficit heading into game number 3. You know, see Lucian on your screen. You know these players are going to be aware of just how much is on the line in this game number 2.
Well, we're almost ready to go here into game number 2. Shopify Rebellion with a 2-1 win on Fortress Bomb to put themselves up 1 in the series. But I've got a little bit of a feeling that there might be a few extra games in this series than just the 3 that we've seen in some of our series earlier today. We'll have to find out if we're going to go at least to game 4 here, as SSG will look to answer back to Shopify Rebellion in that win in game number 1 by taking Slayer here on Livefire.
The question is, what speed is this game played at? Right? I think both of these teams we've seen, they like at times to slow games down, and they're very, very good at it. They understand the dynamics that you need to hit when you're striking, the balance between the two. As we get ready to get into game number 2 here to see which one's going to come out on top.
Stella's going to be the POV that we watch off the rip here, and he's moving immediately towards that sniper rifle. So an opportunity for him to be the X factor. Body shot comes in, Lucid will get his second in the game, third in the game, I should say. And he will clean it up. It's a great start here for SSG. They're up 3-1, but most importantly, I think not just the lead, they have that sniper rifle in the hands of the man they want it in.
What happened on Lucid's POV to get 3 kills within the first 15 seconds of the game? We'll have to go ahead and find out later, but 4-2 is the lead. Frosty does get the camo in the end, though, even though they trail by 3 here. So this is a big opportunity to keep the game close for Frosty early on.
2 dead for Shopify, though, which means that Frosty's just going to have to buy some time. And the more time that he has to buy, the more time disappears from him being effective with this camo. Stella also picked up another kill with that sniper rifle somewhere along the line. And as Frosty jumps in to find one, Snakebite takes the disguise without repulse and makes him back down.
Well handled by Snakebite there. Not easy when you have a camo player jumping up, and oh my goodness, wins the battle against Frosty. Long-time teammate that really shouldn't have won in that scenario. That keeps SSG's lead here by 2.
You wonder what the pace is going to be in this game. Well, it seems like it's very deliberate. Very tactical in the way that these teams are kind of surgically just tiptoeing forward, looking for angles. 2 dead for Shopify. But still the 2-kill advantage here, making 3 kills. Zico picks up a beatdown. Everybody just knows their role, just knows how dangerous it is. I think everyone's just very aware of how dangerous it is on either side to go 2 or 3 dead.
Exactly. They know they do not want to be just giving away any free kills or any free leads early on in this game, and that's why we're tied here essentially right at the 12-kill mark. But I couldn't agree more. I think with these 2 teams, you're not going to see them play this game type crazy fast unless the game gets blown wide open. It's going to be a tactical slayer. And speaking of tactical, it's a big 1v1 win against Lucid.
Oh, he just murdered Lucid in that individual fight. Brutal to a last shot, pick up another, and those moments are the ones that maybe send a few tremors through Space Station. If you don't see Lucid lose those, but this is Frosty, and this is just the Frosty that is the Frosty we have talked about for so many years.
2 dead here, needs to play this slowly with camo coming up. There's a little bit of help from last shot on scoreboard as he gets taken down, however. This should be a camo for SSG to try to bring this back. And there he is!
Frosty kills him. It's 3 dead. For Space Station, they get the camo, it's 4 dead. For Space Station, it's Frosty. Does not care if you get that power up, he sees you anyway.
And despite SSG leading really all the way until the 12-kill mark, it's now Shopify heating up in the game in the series. Let's get to a listen with Shopify Rebellion.
Hear the emotion in the comms from Shopify Rebellion. They get all sorts of fired up. There's been some big individual battles being won by members across the board from Shopify, and it leaves us at 42 to 35.
Gotta love the intensity and listening the entire time. Just to a lot of people who maybe haven't played or watched a lot of professional Halo, it might sound like chaos, but my goodness, is it ever organized chaos. A lot of stressing of the most important call-outs. You heard specific players, like the players at Mud, like the players at Pillars, making sure they get these kills. The team is really on the same page communication-wise.
SSG was trapped back to tower here. A lot of damage has been done, but somehow...
Royal do what?
To bit and find these last few kills. Last shot with QT as well is going to mean a free push.
Yeah, really good to just not get sucked into the situation there by Larsho. Goes back, takes a little moment to get the QT, and now he can be aggressive. Now he can push in, and he can go. Importantly, hits the no-scope. Lucid will find one as well to keep this interesting, but Larsho using that QT, keeps himself alive. Lucid in bottom middle, he'll be the last, but it's Royal 2 who beats him literally to the punch, and Shopify Rebellion find themselves up by 2.
50-42, your final score after a really strong start from SSG, but it felt like even when SSG was looking their best right around that 10 kill mark, Shopify Rebellion keeping the game close throughout all of it. Very good power-up control, power-up control. I'm so glad we got that extended listening as well to hear the Shopify side, not just to hear, I think, how tight the communication was, but also just to hear, I think, as we talked about, you and I talked about a lot before this tournament, this is a vibey, energetic squad, right? In the comms, you just heard it. Even when they have something like an 8+ kill lead, they're not only stressing the correct call-outs, but you can just tell there's this intensity and excitement about finding that last kill. Let's rotate, let's collapse again. There's a hunger for it in the comms, and it's amazing to listen to. They take game number 2, 50-42.
That's that man Frosty again, 14 and 9, leading the lobby in assists as well. The only player to break double digits on assists, the least deaths in the game, and apart from Lucid, the most kills in the game as well. It's the perfect Slayer stat line coming in from Bradley Bergstrom. We mentioned if he goes off, if he puts up big numbers, they usually win games. And that's exactly the case here. On the other side of things, a little bit of a slow one for Eco, 7-14 for him, but you mentioned the good start. I think there was one turning moment there. Just a couple of moments in that game. But one that sticks out to me is the last shot play bottom middle. Eco comes round the corner, responds to the call out the way he should. Last shot half shield, so somehow last shot not only trades in that situation, which you can't be frustrated with, stays doesn't even trade. Here's the repulse stick, he stays alive. And those kind of things, those swings, those kills are the ones that swings are made off the back of, and I think they're also the ones that hurt so much if you're on the receiving end of it. You go back to something like, I've got to kill him, we'll think about it next, but before you know it, you have numbers. Before you know it, he's still alive, he's fighting someone else. All of these things start to just snowball, and 50-42 is your final score, and we always say, that's, at this level, between the best teams in the world, pretty good.
In the end. Batteries to go low or go high. He's going to continue low on the staircase because Formal's weak, so to his bound. Collect with the double via the assist. Another 3 down. Another sequence where Infamous have the numbers advantage, but objective efficiency-wise, they don't have much to show for it. They're getting enough plays here, Eli. It makes it much closer round than it looks like. That was really unfortunate for Lex. You could tell that he wanted to grapple the ball. The ball was just tucked away in that corner to where he had to fully extend out, put himself in harm's way to grab it, and then unable to get out. Optic take advantage of that. Now heavily flooding on this glass side. Now taking a lot of damage though, not really being part of the fight last little while here. As much time burns off the clock, the better this round.
Renegade on 40 bomb watch, and there it is. Caster's blessing as he secures the 4-0. And Formal might just get there as well with 34. Pretty nice grouping though for Infamous. Everybody between 2 kills of each other. Nearly like that on the assist count as well. The death counter outside of Ezra looks pretty clean, and the oddball pretty well distributed outside of lethal. Impressive nonetheless what they've been able to do here to just show some fight. You know, they probably think we're thinking, right? They probably saying the same thing in their internal monologue as we are, right? Like, probably get 3-0'd here. Oh, they're still putting up a fight, and Lethal will take down Legend and not trade out. How?
I mean, Legend was trying to do some freaky stuff right there to get that kill. I'm not gonna lie. The back up into grapple hop, flying melee while one shot. Away with that one to the blue moon. Lethal's not gonna let it happen this time, though.
Are you casting a skateboarding competition or a Halo match?
That's not when I was watching it, to be honest.
Yeah. Renegade might just get into the 50s, if not for Optic scoring 100 seconds first. That's how good they looked since Infamous gave a little bit of scare in round number 2, and even moments of round number 3 where they've earned team-wise time for it.
Renegade's doing the spam unique technique. Does that still work where it'll highlight the camo player? I'm not sure if they patched that out or not, but I don't always see that. Right now, this is a difficult lead. 2v1 for the Agents, if Infamous could pull this off. Really just going to take 1 or 2 good pushes. Optic to get control, close this one out.
It's already been one to hang your hat on. But will really be one to hang the W on the wall and an Optic L to them, their fans here on their home court. As Formal, 37 slays. I think he might just get to 40 because there's still a minute 45 left on the clock. Optic, again, they get to this point in the match, Eli, and they say, guys, let's play for slays. And then once they get the slays, they might just pick the oddball back up. They're so good at playing the process here. Again, huge props to Coach Lunchbox. Really seems to be directing troops.
Yeah, he's definitely letting them know when it's time to grab the ball and when it's not. I don't think these guys need that much direction, though. As Lunchbox said to us on the podcast, by the way, guys, podcast dropping after the show today. Make sure you guys don't miss the new Lunchbox podcast where you guys will hear the insight behind this talented roster.
Yeah, he really peeled back the layers, man. He was very, very open and honest, transparent about what's going to take Optic to break the curse. So if you're interested in some of the OG stories of yesteryear and some of the new, topical, timely topics of HCS Arlington, watching the Lunchbox episode, one of my favorites for that very reason. It was a little bit of everything, right? You had the OG appeal and the new things to talk about as well. So huge thanks to him for coming on the show. As Formal put on the show here, he does reach 40, 2 of 4 across the 40 threshold, and Legend might just get there as well. Optic frying.
Frying indeed. Time is dwindling down for Infamous. This may be possible. Now just 10 seconds away from closing this game out. While held for 40 seconds with the ball on the ground, but it looks like it's going to be held by Legend in the end.
Yeah, not rolling on that off ball. He might have just held on to a 40 bomb. As 4 go down for Infamous, that will do it. Optic secure the 3-0 sweep, but it'll look maybe even more difficult than we anticipated. for them. Gotta give props to Infamous as they bow out with the top 8 finish. Again, that's impressive. I'm proud of them. That's something to tip your cap to. I don't think a lot of people probably thought Infamous was a top 8 finishing team.
Absolutely. Optic Gaming, though, continuing on that path of destruction through the lower bracket. But you know who's up next?
Who? Please tell me.
Nemesis.
Oh, that's what I was waiting for.
The rematch.
I've been trying to will that into existence. I was like, oh, great, guys. Optic going up against Infamous, thinking it was Nemesis. I want to see this rematch so bad.
It's the rematch, and for context, anybody watching that might have missed it. Nemesis is the team that upset Optic Gaming in pools
3-0.
3-0, and this is how it began. 3-1. 3-1.
Which is also the scoreboard here. We need to be in the shop fight. And we come back into this matchup here between two of the HCS best.
Just like him. That's actually pretty good. How much? 25 years of marriage?
20.
Oh, I don't
know what? Sorry, 36 years of marriage.
36. Yeah.
Who's on the other side? It's going to be
We're scoring balls we've seen in quite some time.
2v2 right now, the battle with the camo is going down. Frost is going to win it, somehow win a fight to get away with it. It's going to be frustrating for SSG. As Royal 2 puts damage alongside Frosty on 2 members of SSG who are trying to survive on the driveway. But the oddball most importantly here is in the hands of Shopify back towards the tower.
Finally gets rotated away. I love that. Frosty as well. Big. Unfortunately there, the sidekick at that range is a little bit tricky to finish. And finally, as you said, a little bit of points on the board here, but SSG with some good pressure, they get 2 dead from Shopify, make it a staggered 3 dead.
Seems like nobody for me. SSG is trying to pick the pace up a little bit here, and they're trying to recognise their advantages a little bit quicker on the map. You see, as soon as they get a kill, as soon as they get some damage, it's multiple players who are starting to press up the map to try and engage a little bit more.
They run the ball out there. I'm not sure if they knew this was going to come or if they wanted to bring this fight. You would think that maybe they want to rotate it back, and yes, indeed they will. I think maybe they were anticipating a little bit of a different set of spawns. In the end, though, they will maintain control for now.
At least we will clean up Royal 2 after the damage is done. Last shot, no shields. Snake Knight just recognises he's got the window here to grab that old ball and rotate it away from that lane that is consistently being pressurised by Shopify Rebellion. Frosty with the red gun though is going to create an opening over on the arcade side of the map, and Cycle with the second is going to force a potential play ball. Yes indeed, it's going to be Snake Knight. Sends that one down to bottom middle. But who's there to catch it? Bring it back. Cycle.
Important wins here from Snake Fight. Picks up these 2. Might even stay alive here.
Might keep him alive as well.
Oh my.
Not sure how Snake just survived as long as he did. That's some experience, that's some brilliant play from him and Stella. Converts a couple of those shots that were from the bandit Snake Bite into kills here for SSG. 26 points on the board for them now, and all of a sudden, SSG look like they're finding something here, finding a little bit of that elusive rhythm that they talk about so much.
3 dead as well. This should be a free camo here. World probably won't get that stick. In the end, they'll keep him weak. Loser will do a very nice job to safely pop that. He makes sure he doesn't pop that early just in case he got stuck. And now he's going to have all the info on all the damage. The tram spawner that catches him out. So in the end, not as much as they would have wanted out of that camo, but still a decent amount of points on the board.
So you can just at least keep the camo out of the hands of Shopify Rebellion. Last shot just destroyed Stella in the individual. If you're wondering what we're talking about with these 1v1 battles, that's Stella that the last shot has just put his back.
So getting excited as well. If you were watching his player cam, he was proud of that one, and for good reason. As you say, it's not an easy 1v1 to win, but he has been doing it this series, to say the least. Here comes Royal 2 on the flank.
Shopify with the ball in their hands as well. And we essentially have a tie game, just 8 points the difference between 2 squads. Oh, 2. Trying all sorts of sticky bombs, he's going to repulse Snake Bite back as well, but Snake Bite will hold ground, and it will be Cycle's last alive, and he'll grab that odd ball as well, passed off by his teammate. Spawns come in over the tram side for Eco, that means that Snake Bite's going to bring this one back to the protection of his Spawner and his teammates, and Lucid, he's going to be the one furthest forward on the map for SSG. He'll look to pick up kills, and he found one already on last shot.
Great rotation work from Snake Bite there, doesn't waste any time. Take a look, already 53 points on the board right now because of how low scoring and tactical this game has been. We only have 115 on the game clock. Stellar with a very nice pair of kills as well with the red gun. Make it 3.
Oh, he finds a triple kill. There's another player in front of him. He didn't see him, but now he does. It's not going to be the overkill, but the triple is enough. And Stella is starting, maybe, to wake up a little bit in this series. Maybe the 1v1 against last shot has just said, hey, I'm not going to let that happen again.
Stella moving so fast, he's accidentally G-sliding past the overkill, which is a good sign for them. 66 to 33 with just 60 seconds left.
Good trade coming in from Lucid. That means Royal 2 is the only one alive. Eco has the on-ball in his hands. Stella has a camo in his chest. SSG showing life here. 50 seconds left in this game. They can play the clock. They can force Shopify to come to them.
Absolutely. They're going to hold for right now. Let's see if they start to play. The clock certainly, depending on how the gameplay goes, there are a lot of scenarios in which they would start to play the clock. Now 41 seconds left.
Somehow Stella got away. Just felt like he was going to die about 3 or 4 times in that situation. Ross slides in to try and get the trade, but no. Stella holds his ground, keeps that distance, and keeps the numbers in the favour of Shopify Rebellion. Really big, important fight about to go down at the back trap.
It was 3 dead. Waits, stays alive long enough for all of his teammates to spawn, which is part 1. However, Lucid is the first to fall, but that's a big 1v1 win. As they're now going to have an opportunity to collapse on B. 2v2 on the map.
Cypher's going to run this ball away. Cypher's out there, he gets cut down. And it's Stella again with another important kill. A vital kill here for SSG. 8 seconds for Royal 2. He's got that ball in his hands, but it's desperate times now for Shopify in this round.
Here they come. Shopify's going to have split spawners. These 2 players need to hold on. Oh no! Somehow the ends of the perfect insta. 2 dead, 1 second left on the clock. A beautiful finish to the round. What a collapse from Space Station Gaming. And they have woken up, as you say, in the series. They'll take round number 1 of Game 3.
If you want to beat Shopify, you have to match them in kills. You have to beat them in kills. Look at the stats on the side of SSG right now. Snakebite, 16 and 8 for him with 43 seconds of ball time. Stella, 20 and 12. Both having incredible performances in that first round.
I'm down for a series. Listen, I'm down to root for SSG. If they want to take down Shopify, go fucking right ahead.
Okay. Okay.
Doctor's getting that up for sure. Good camera grab.
Where are they spawning?
D, Ivy.
Yeah. Love that.
And they're back in this series in a big way. Can they do it again?
Sure.
I'm so loud right there. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh my god.
2v2 on the map for now, but losing out that stalker and the camo in that situation where you feel like you got a guaranteed kill in front of you.
We're still getting ball time.
Yeah, we have a lot of ball time, actually.
Through those moments of the game, 37 points on the board though for SSG, and Shopify kind of chasing their tails a little bit.
This guy's a wide still? Wow.
And he guaranteed the trade.
Bit of a delayed hold there. Snake was able to stay alive in PD for a very long time, though, so they're able to get an early 30-point lead, but that is being cut down now. How does Eco play this?
He's playing this so well. I think he's going to get spawns on Cafe for them as well, but now I have seen that, recognized that. Look how quickly Shopify are out there. They were waiting for that.
Yeah, cut off this rotation. Nice move. Maybe. Down.
3v3 on the map.
Fucking fly out.
Let's get Joe listening now with the SSG side.
Yeah, I actually want to hear this. Turn it up for you, chat.
These last 2 players is just way too long.
I've always been interested in all this.
And that can's a huge.
Yep.
Honestly, Stellar's got God counts right now.
Yep, it is. He's been a lot more vocal recently. I know this. He's even talking to him.
That air get through his
Yeah, I like that out of Kevin.
Big kill.
Oh, you don't want to die there.
I have something to say about my top here.
Oh, damn. One of those goes.
Yeah.
I gotta be serious with so much damage.
Something I noticed in that is Kevin is kind of taking a backseat probably in comms. He was still kind of directing traffic, but he wasn't doing it as much as Kevin really does.
I feel like Kevin probably feels uncomfortable in this team.
Like I saw Tommy doing a lot, Tommy being the most vocal, making the most play calls, just being more assertive.
I don't know if I'd want that.
I think that's what Tommy wants, though. I remember like when we were opting him, he wanted to be the IGL. Yeah. He said that we had conversations about it and whatnot, but I don't want to be the IGL. So
like in certain situations, like trust.
Yeah.
They can't break setups fast enough, man.
Yeah, they can't. And then their setups or their takeback threats aren't like the best. They don't take the best routes, or they don't have the best pacing.
They didn't. Their pacing, they ran up these stairs one by one, and or up spikes. Yeah, guy B stairs was putting them up. Like you have to wait for your teammates to pressure that guy B stairs.
Yes. Like one person
that go B,
another person should
flank that guy.
Yes, exactly. Order of operations. One person goes down bottom purple, you might get some info, then the other person has to go at B, check your corners, look at guy B stairs, then you have to make sure you go together. Yes. Like Braden went up spikes, he got those two people weak, yes, but then Tommy was behind him already one shot. Tommy felt like he had to go in there and try and clean those people up because he saw Braden do it. So he's feeling like he's more antsy, feeling like he has to make a play.
Yeah, the pacing was wait for each other. Take that extra second. Come on, SSG. I'm down for map 4.
I want to see SSG just do well, honestly.
Same.
Yeah, they're going to make this happen here. 8 players up on that map. Watch the David. Watch this first pick.
Oh, no.
How they break through. I'm not sure if it was a breakdown in communication or something from SSG, but that felt too easy.
The communication on SSG wasn't bad. They all seem like they're very vocal. They're all directing when they need to. It just didn't seem like their game plan was the best in general. You know what I'm saying? Like it just seemed like what they wanted to accomplish or like my rules were what they should be trying to accomplish.
I think the difference is like SG and SR is like whenever they're one shot like 3 dead, like SR is not afraid to move out like on the map while being one shot.
Right.
Other than like SG, right?
SSG
They so formal where like like in other Halos, like you play to get your shields and then move out. They're kind of just like SR is playing. You know what I'm saying?
The risk is worth the reward.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you move out, you block the spawn. You also risking like you dying. But
that's a great point.
But the game sense of knowing like the chances of me of them having an angle on me or Switzerland that is worth it.
Yes, you have to have enough info to make those types of plays. Like you know where exactly the other two that are. I can go into this area. It's like just sprinting more freely. You don't want to just sprint into open areas unless you know that there's not going to be somebody hiding behind a corner or there's going to be somebody on the other end just waiting for you.
Shopify might do that better than any other team. I mean, I don't want to say more than FaZe, but I feel like Shopify takes those fucking risks. You know, last shot might be half shield, but he's going to G-slide to the other side of the map and take that risk of staying alive to get to that other side, whether the block spawns, I don't know, just cause more chaos. They're not going to sit there and get their full shields back and then hugs, and they will take those risks. Everyone on Shopify does that.
That was insane. He got like shield 5 times and he's
around like bottom mid, snipe truck.
Yeah, it was insane.
Is it off? Is the yeah, it is off. The delaying again.
One of the IDL. What's going on, Alex? Lucid wanted to be the IDL.
Yeah, we're testing the sound delay.
After Kansas City, we had a very, very long team talk, very productive and successful team talk. And that was one of the things that we brought up. We also just talked about like winning, how you can top win. You can't just like want to win that bad that you just going to be accomplished. We're thinking about the things that are required to win.
Even though they still trail by a few. If you play this slow, and just going to get info, you're going to see Pink from Frosty here, and he's waiting for help. Help is on the way, and here they go.
He finds the first pick, though. Lucy finds another, and now they can give position away from Frosty, so SSG do a good job of focusing on everyone else on Frosty. And even if they do finally turn their attention to it, they now learn that Frosty can still pick up double kills. 27-17 the score still, but Shopify just look like they've stolen that ball away, preventing those kills turning into time here for SSG.
You can tell Shopify not worried about the score right now. They've been slaying out for the past, feels like 2 minutes.
It's slightly delayed.
It just stole that ball on Ram. That's actually insane.
Might cost them here. Now they have to push up. They do get first pick, however. Here comes the push.
That's a good play by them.
SR also is acting really fast on their advantages. Like they see somebody's weak, they make sure they push that lane out, get at least 2 people, get those kills fast, and then move on to the next thing.
Yeah, it's delayed. Pay attention to the shot and the sound. I feel like there's a slight.
It's alright.
It's only been like a slight delay too. At least when like we here and then watching it on TV.
Destroyer of dreams, 4 dead for space station.
Might be good now.
Might be good.
Identifying the players are all the way in caution, which means he had a free push into C. That's going to buy them even more time. It's a big lead change. Shopify now leading by more than 10.
Look how much map is controlled by Shopify as well. They are so far up on the map on the score. It's going to be
Yeah, I think it's good.
They need to get the
Wait, did you refresh it or did you do something?
A lot of good smoke placement SR this game. A lot of good smoke plays. They use the smoke when they're about to like die and stuff like that very easy, or very well.
Shroud just comes out of nowhere. Shroud the camera. They've got every single piece of the puzzle just clicking 60-33.
Frosty trying to wait for that camera to come back every time he challenges. So smart from him. Royalty with another stick. I want to see how many sticky kills he's got in this game. And that's 3 dead for SSG. It's 67 points on the board. SSG needs to find some steal here, otherwise this series is done.
And while CC Stellar still leading the game in kills, however trailing now and maybe moments away from losing this game. A little mini reverse sweep here in oddball. 79 points on the board, only 20 to go for Shopify.
He's behind enemy lines once more. Just walked into trap, but he's lost the line. He gets taken down, and Stellar's got that.
I'm not mad at that challenge, to be honest. He could have got away, but I'm not mad at him trying to get rid of those kills.
A lot of work to do to make this interesting.
It's going to help these commando battles. They've got to isolate, first of all, this battle. Except the first one, and now, even though we see more ball time here, 3v3 on the map, these next kills will determine where the game goes.
It's another 39 and 33 with 104 seconds of ball time.
Very well.
Stellar is trying to drag Space Station Gaming into a game 4 here. Snake White gets taken down 1-2, and now you can see Frosty flying forward.
Let's see how this plays out.
Come on, SSG.
They shot from Royal 2. Crispy as you like. And Cycle will bring that ball back in towards the safe embrace of Royal 2. He flies forward to find another one.
See, like, even just that play that Royal 2 just made, just fucking running down the steps, G-slide, like, getting into fucking instant perfect, like, if that's anyone else, they're, like, kind of sitting on the top of the steps, and just like, where are they at?
In oddball, you have to push out. You have to have some sort of like frontline defense before they get the ball guy. So you want to make sure you push out like B. You want to make sure, especially if you have the ball and C, push out purple. Either hide ATM, hide in the corner, let them pass you, get some info. That way they have some sort of fight before they get to the ball. And then if you do kill them, or if you die, you're still getting time. And then if you play it, whatever you want after that.
Shopify Rebellion, man, looking good.
They will go ahead and win the next 2 big games back-to-back.
Can't root for him, can't hype him up too much. We'll be back.
Alright, boys, there goes my break.
Alright, you casting the optic. I think I am. Nemesis. Yeah, W clutch. W Suppress.
Just get some food.
W West. W Connie.
Alright, guys. Talk to you guys later.
Hey, it was nice meeting you, bro. Appreciate you hanging out.
Get some rest. Good luck tomorrow.
Manipulating time and space, and he go alive. Now he's going to be up on hand, and another slave to his name on World 2, looking to get him on the cross.
If we could play a simulation of
Gaming into a game 4 gets taken down by Royal 2.
This should be an easy collapse now for Shopify.
As well. It just felt like Shopify Rebellion really weren't going to let Space Station off the lead. I tell you what, man, they look dangerous, they look scary, and they look like they're here to win a championship.
Take a look at some highlights from that game as well. A fantastic game number 3 that went all the way down to the wire, and undoubtedly the closest game in the series. You gotta say, 9-0 map count, Shopify Rebellion versus SSG in 2025. This is now their third 3-0 after the Kason Invitational back-to-back 3-0s. Certainly, in terms of this matchup, they've got every piece of the puzzle. One thing I noticed in this game, it felt like, especially as we were in the SSG listen, as they started to let that second round go, it felt like there was just a little bit of a timing gap. Your Stellar just flying past you, but it felt like Stellar would fly into Tram. We saw it happen. He would get 2 players weak, and Lucid would be, for example, just 1 second behind. Not necessarily Lucid's fault, it's just an overall timing picture on the team. What I mean is, each moment it felt like they had the items and the ingredients that they needed, but maybe just not the exact timing that they needed. And it feels like that sums up the series.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's just something is going to click, you feel, with SSG at some point, and they will be very, very dangerous, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's later today, whether it's a couple of events down the line. You can see everything is there for success. You can see what they can do, but there's still these moments where it just starts to unravel in front of you and something isn't.
Didn't see FaZe Clan on that side in the winners finals, and if so, what's going to be the game plan tomorrow to go up against those boys?
I mean, I didn't expect round 1, so I didn't really know what the other side of the bracket looked like, but I know we're going to go to war versus FaZe, especially that's like my ex-org/team, so yeah, it should be a good one, though.
It definitely is going to be a good one. Shopify versus FaZe. Make sure you guys put that in your calendars for tomorrow for our winners finals. Now, lastly, you guys about to go back, get ready. Any shout-outs you want to give to the fans that's in this venue or the fans that's at home watching?
I just want to shout out to all the SR fans in the crowd. I know there's all Optic fans, but I just appreciate everyone. Also, everyone online, Moist Critical, I know the chat, all the watch parties. And also give a shout out to my mom. It's her birthday, so shout out to Lena, my mom.
Shout out to Lena, Mama Royal 2. Show us some love, everybody in the chat and in the venue. That's going to do it for me and Royal 2 on the stage. Lottie, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. mum leader.
All right, guys, you do nice.
Queen, right? Royal 1, Royal 2, the Queen has to be the mum. Happy birthday, Alina. And what a birthday present that is. A delivery of a 3-0 on the main stage against Space Station Gaming. I've got to say, Shopify Rebellion is just looking so strong. I think that's the biggest word for them right now. I think something that separates
Critical's watching with 4K right now.
is their comms, and actually what they probably pick out of the comms, which is not a whole bunch. Like, let me just be real. Their comms are fast, high. If anything, those comms are giving them every now and then a little indication of what's going on and where someone is one shot. But for the most part, it's vibes, it's energy, it's motivation. And to be honest, it has to be the fact that they are mind reading one another. They already know where they are, where they're going to be, where they're going. There is a fluidity of this roster that is so unmatched at the moment in the HCS, which honestly, Goofy, is why they can't be touched.
Yeah, you said the key word, Lottie, the energy. I love those.
World 2 is a 1.36 KDA right now. Snake might be the only one who's positive in SSG, by the way. Frosty with a 1.22, 1.03 for last shot. The Gen G matchup has started now, so we should go watch that for a bit before we jump into Optic to close the day. Yeah, Gen G versus C9 is not the last match. It is the Optic versus Nemesis apparently is the last match today, and probably on main broadcast. That was a sick no-scope at SFI. I'm not gonna lie. Hold on, let me go to YouTube instead because this is bugging out a little bit. Audio delay. Okay. How is this behind?
First. SSG did win 4 out of 5 events last year, but it's fucking tough, bro. Optics playing well. I will say they lost to Nemesis. We're not expecting that to happen. I don't even got anything to say about that series because we got Optic versus Nemesis coming up right now. So I don't even. I'm not going to say it's a
Also,
blue.
I've got
I'm not
cool
going to say
designs.
we
Sephiroth's continuing on his trend of dominating.
We played very well against Shopify. To be honest,
and one for his team had the highest KD for Cloud9 coming into the series and was a big part of their Game 5 victory to get them to this point. We'll see if he can continue here. He's, like I said, started off really strong. Move on the other side of things. And that snipe ends up raiding out a kill. And then Septify once again. The screen that we're watching right now starting to get hot. So it's up now. It's very important for Septify to get this kill, but he cannot do it.
Yeah, you can tell Septify's feeling himself, though. He was given the chance, he would have absolutely gotten that kill. Sav. He's hammering them on the other side. I mean, both Septify and Sav are having their way with Gen G. Any kill that they can seek, it seems as if it's falling into their lap.
Well, Bob's still down in a neutral position. It's up to a couple of kills, maybe. Push this bomb forward towards the base of Gen G, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Player is on that Gen G side. They're going to defend, and it's going to be King Nick that does it.
King Nick, I mean, hey, take your seat upon the throne. He just shut him down. Grovel at his feet. That was an incredible kill.
Gotta win those pips, especially when you're defending a base like King Nick was. Good shots come out from Common. Common's gonna get one, puts trades out, and does damage to another. It's a beautiful job once again, but this situation at this point in time, it's up to Gen G to continue to play that defense, but to also push out of the base. And that's what they've done here with Raidu, of course, in the back of base, as he usually is.
Able to find that sniper in the back corner, and now has just such a valuable spot for his team, but he dies so fast. What just happened to him?
They turned and burned him. That's how you gotta get that Raidu out your base. He's a pest. He'll be in the back of that base all day long. And it's such a... There's so many corners to hide and angles to be in different bases, right? In the basement as well. It's just very ambiguous. There's many places to do that damage. Break a shot. He's going to do damage from top center with a snipe, but he'll go down pretty quickly here.
Look, Manny's just been hiding with his bomb. He's been here ready to arm, but is waiting for the right opportunity. And he's going to try it. It was interesting. He waited so long. He waited till those spawns came in, but...
Wow.
Oh.
Very close.
I think he maybe, I think waiting as long as he did might have been a mistake there, but maybe very curious about what he's thinking. You know, maybe he's trying to block a specific spawn, and
things can get a little technical, especially with the timings in this game.
Well, you saw they did play that bomb off the map, so it will be reset there just to make sure that Sabs doesn't get his hands on it, and he didn't. So it's all back to reset.
Sab have 26 kills between the two of them. That's 2 players that have that many. The remaining of their team have 6 kills combined.
Yeah, I mean, Boo's got a ground floor assist, but I agree. They are popping off. You can kind of tell by the way they're moving here. And he's going to, of course, be on that top tower side. The question is, and Jeff asked himself, is when the other two start to pop off, what kind of team do we have here? Right now, they're pretty much neck to neck with Gen G, but they have 2 players that are not playing out as much.
I feel like we're not seeing opportunities realized from Gen G. It really has been Cloud9 that has been able to enforce their will, or at least been able to play the possession game, moving that bomb into Gen G's base. We need to see some sort of offensive pressure at some point from Gen G, and I'd like to see King Nick be the one that stirs that. He's getting lots of kills. Can he help facilitate the next push?
I think it's really important for King Nick to be that guy. He's obviously feeling himself in this game. He's got the 15 kills like you just mentioned. Where's his position? No, like you said, there's a lot of defensive stand here by Gen G, and that's not the position you want to be in. It's not a confident position. If you're playing defense the entire game, it almost seems like you're too scared to push up, but finally they get 4 down.
This is a must-have opportunity. Not only to get 4 down as Overshield's coming up. Bombs moving forward. Like, this is a do-or-die moment. Skill technique from Rigger. He's punching, then dropping that bomb. Gives it a little bit more height.
He's going to unfortunately lose his entire OS trying to move that bomb in. It's 3 down for Gen G, but that OS not being there and not having enough pressure will make sure that bomb gets reset. Now it's, of course, going to be a play snipe. Wait a minute.
Oh, the drop back, whatever, the comeback. If I was in Boo-Boo's spot, I would have left. I would have thought he was left.
And that sniper, I believe, still goes off the map at the end of the day, but still great job by King Nick to delay as long as possible there once again. Great shots go in from top center, the top tower. Beautiful job by Boo-Boo. He'll take out a couple.
2 down, Sab being that only player on the respawn. Cloud9 have plenty of players to move up on this map, and it looks like armory control is going to be the priority. Manny's been loving that back staircase. He's been a real presence in the back. And although he doesn't have a lot of kills, he's certainly making his impact known. I love this. Pass the ball up. Manny's already waiting there. As long as they find these next rotation of kills, just shoot an arm.
And he just keeps playing like a snake in the grass at the base of Gen G. He's been in their base so long and so often in this game, but unfortunately not able to really cover some angles, get sniped across the map, and typically 3 down for Cloud9.
Those are maybe boss-saving snipes from Common at the moment. He got 2 massive kills for his team, and that will be a reset bomb because of those plays. Common coming up big with the sniper rifle when it's needed.
I believe he still does have it. I hear a couple of shots being ringed out, but Sab's going to go in for a very aggressive play. Common still with the sniper, making it work. It's 2 bullets left, and he goes down.
Cursed him just a little bit. That nade might have been perfect, but the second overshield now for Gen G, and Ryu is going to tank it. He is just going right through the middle. You at least have a little bit of caution.
Yeah, you can't really do that type of thing on this map. You saw Luce try to do it in the game earlier. You can't really push forward that aggressively. When you have overshield, there's just the spawns on the left, spawns on the right. Wait a minute, Gen G, they get the bomb arm, and they get the first one of the game.
Common played that really well. He flanked into the players that were looking backwards to the bomb. Was essentially able to get 2 free kills, and that was enough for the arm. And although Cloud9 has been the team on the offensive most of the game, Gen G the only one with a score on the board.
It's good. Ryan chucks 2, gets the cleanup kill on the Boo-Boo. And with that one bomb score, I think it's obviously a very big weight off their shoulders. Will they continue, though, to play that defense, or will they just make sure to play time? Again, you know how divisive holding bomb at the bottom of base is. People do it very often to kill that time. You hold that bomb, no one knows who you are.
It's the snake in the grass idea, right? It's if you're not playing towards the objective, there's really no good way for someone to guess where you are. It's it's just a great way to get lost, but I think maybe a bit early for Gen G to think about that at the moment.
And they're in North America. They could easily scrim them. And it just goes to show like the capability of Ryan on a roster when he's got no scrim EXP with the top teams, and he's here in top 8 looking for top 6, giving C9 trouble.
He'll get a shot on A. Yes, down.
He's got a LAN capability that you really got to tip. Moist is a part owner? Yeah, actually, that's just kind of dope. Bias is unable to weigh new information. Whenever dark. Or you're talking to somebody else. 2 dead, 3 dead right now. C9 with an opportunity to get a plant in here. The quality is just looking. Or see if we can get something going. He does have high Halo IQ for sure. With 2 minutes left, they are actually holding on to defense here. They might see a game 1 win if they keep it up. He's been doing it for so long, bro. Since Halo 3. No doubt, he's picked up a lot. He's learned a lot along the way. Retro, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I've been saying this since year 1 Infinite is you can never sleep on a Ryan team. Coming out second place with United to start Infinite, right? He's been like in the mix, and he stayed in the mix consistently, regardless of whether or not roster mania he took a hit from it or not, right? Getting back with breaking shot and King Nick as well. Pretty good looks on his team. Common kind of a question mark. Common's been grinding for a bit. Tommy Longblock, hold on. My God, Tommy Longblock. 7 gifted, alluringly. New York, OG Jeff, Mando Steel, Ace a lot, Sir Ace a lot. Dad Dog, Narwhal. Welcome to the freaking way. Tommy, you're a goat, man. Wami Tommy. 2087, bro. We're 13 away from 2100. I never imagined this reality. And it's not even Champ Sunday. It ain't even Champ Sunday, bro. Unreal. Damn good Halo. We've given more today than we will give to probably any day, though, just considering I've been doing this for over 12 hours now. For the boys. Let's go, Glock. Love it, man. Tomorrow, I don't know what time we're starting. Let's see. 30 seconds. A near impossible scenario here for C9 to find themselves in. It's good to see Common, I was going to say, like, kind of enter the mix and find placements like this. He's been grinding for a long time, bouncing around different teams. Was he on G1 at one point? I feel like he's been... Was it Oxygen? I don't know, he's been around, man. Has been around for a while. Making small improvements every single year, finding himself in top A. C9 get beat. Getting beat game 1. That's the momentum with King Nick coming out with 28. King Nick also taking a full year off competition as well, right after his stint on United, headed over to FaZe. The awkward, you know, what was it? A few months they had on FaZe with Sparty, and then King Nick comes back over a year later. He's still playing nice.
These players are ready to go into tournament. I feel like this is going to set
Ryan just finding ways to put teams together.
As to who we're going to expect to see in top 6 matches.
D-Lob 420. Damn good Halo. You are an hour and a half too early in the Eastern time there, brother. 420. We are an hour and a half away from 420, by the way. Kind of dope to see. D-Lob, welcome, man. Taking 2088. Let's get it. 420 week, Easter weekend, and 420 Sunday for Champ Sunday, bro. There's a lot happening. No, commonly is somebody else. D-Lob, thank you for the follow. Subs before the follow.
They were dominating in that early game. I think you kind of need a little bit of a free-fall back, like Glory said.
Commonly stopped playing. He was a talent, too. He stopped playing between H5 and Infinite, I think. He actually he retired right before Infinite came out, I'm pretty sure. Should FaZe or SSG pick up Lethal? Hard to imagine Lethal would be a good prospect. Unfortunately, despite his history as a player.
Last time they matched up, and I think they're going to need him to do it again.
Let's take a look at their journey, because it's been a great one so far. Yes,
hey, execution, I see you, brother.
Halfway through things.
Chad, are we going to prime sub our way to 2100? I kind of feel it. My God. XBL split second. Welcome to the way, brother. Let's freaking go. The prime subs mean a lot, guys.
we have 300 sub points for the next 3 months, I think we've got it this month. We're doing real good. If we maintain it, then we get 70-30 split on revenue for all subs, which is a big deal. So thank you guys so much. If you got an Amazon Prime account, you're able to, you haven't used your free Prime sub with your Amazon Prime, you're able to link it with your Twitch. Not 100% sure how it works. You get a free Prime sub that you can give to me, and I get recurring revenue off that just because you have Amazon Prime.
I talked about this before, and I had no disrespect to Nemesis whatsoever. I didn't like them in the matchup against FaZe Clan. I think just realistically, FaZe just really want to see a team like Nemesis where...
On the YouTube side of things, I think we passed the 500 mark on the subs, brother. We did. We were at 63,512, guys. We're trying to push to 64K as quickly as we can. It's been a hell of a week. It'd be dope if we could somehow do it before the end of the month, but it's just a big event. That is just damn good Halo. Tier 1 sub, Gers. Let's get it, brother. Those ones matter too. Just the regular Tier 1, that's a big one too. Thank you, Gers.
100%.
Either that reoccurring or the Twitch Prime is fine. No problem. Good to be here. The Boogeyman. 99. Give him a call. Formal uses a game controller. Most of the pros in the upper lobbies use the 1000 pulling rate. The Gameser, the Razor Wolverine, Last Shot Cycle use the Wolverines. D-Mag, thank you for the follow. The Boogeyman with the Prime sub immediately. That's what I love to hear. Moses. Look at this how it is. Came from YouTube, had to sub Boogeyman. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. We got another Prime sub out of Moses. Big plays, brother. Thank you for the Prime sub. Y'all are listening. Yeah, if you're on YouTube and you're not following on Twitch, you have Amazon Prime, I guess you could go from YouTube and just do the Amazon Prime. You don't ever have to come back to Twitch if you don't want to, whatever works. Having the sub, though, does remove your ads on Twitch, for the record, if you are on Twitch. So you can, if you're watching it on TV, you don't have to worry about ads if you're watching me.
Found and Legend are kind of the ones that I'm seeing in
oh my God.
The decision making in game and also some of the stats after the game that it's a little bit, you know,
8 away from 2100.
They're not so good. Some games are doing really well. I want them to really lock it in and show some.
We had here 700 on the YouTube.
Because they are
on the Twitch.
in the world. I mean, look at these banners.
DMT Illuminous. Director with the gifted. He did it. Hold on. Sub goal achieved. Illuminous with the Prime and Director Antoinette with the 10 gifted. As we surpass the goal one more time. Holy shit. Antoinette, thank you so much, man. Be more, no fear. Zank, Peter, Cow, Draxley, Soldier, Dulu, AFK always, Fran, JC, Bates, Blank. Welcome to the way. And for the one more to Beyond. Welcome Beyond. Direct you for go, man. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Freaking done it. Much respect. Didn't even realize tomorrow was 420. It's in your name, bro. All good. This came from YouTube. Let's go, D-Mag. Welcome. Appreciate all you guys. Jack Ben of the YouTube. Thank you for the follow. Subs, guys. We get ready for the final match of the day. We're working hard for it. Hell yeah. Big time. Final match of the day. Optic Nemesis rematch. We started our morning this way. We're ending the night this way, too. I'm gassed right now. You can only imagine how the players feel, right? A 12, 13-hour day of Halo. Off the power outage that we had yesterday, we've regained, but it's been a long, long day of Halo. Formal, Optic, Woodham, and team, like, it's a marathon for these guys, like an endurance battle for these guys as well. That said, we still got another Halo played. My God, Mr. Paco Bell with the Prime sub. Oh, freaking love you guys. Thank you so much, man. Paco, welcome. We're at 2104. I don't even know if I'm going to raise the goal. I think we've done so damn good today, bro. Holy crap. 2104. Keep it coming. Crone with the gifted D-Mag. Right out to YouTube, straight in. Flex Daddy. Thank you, man, for the kind words. Thank you, Crone. Big plays, man. Big gifted. D-Mag from the YouTube getting a sub already. We're going to see my desk raise. Yeah, I might have to, like, stand tomorrow or something and do a standing stream. We're in Game 2 Slayer right now with Ryan Noob's team, Gen G, of course, versus Cloud9. They're currently up 1-0 in the series. Dad Castle, thank you for the follow. We're going to jump, make sure that I don't miss the opener of the Optic matchup. I got it on the second monitor. All good. It's about to start. I definitely will not. That is wild. You don't want to see that. Trust me, you don't want to see that. That's the last thing you want to see. Dude, dead. Oh my God! You're kidding! We're still going, apparently. Deadpool with 10 gifted. As we are just locking. I don't know how I have to change the goal. Damn good Halo, bro. Deadpool, you freaking go. I got no energy for you guys, but I still love you. Hawk's Nest, Frosty Osty, Beastin, Itchy Finger Shoddy, Jectile, Sperry, El Dorito, Dorad, Bigfoot Small Toe, Scoober, McDoo, McDoo. KZL, welcome. Holy shit, Deadpool. Thank you so much, man. I can't even keep up, man. Damn good Halo. You're glad? No, don't say that. Ryan Duke showing the H5 movement background he's got. You're living up in the pyramid. That is just damn good Halo. Holy. We're going in, man. We're going in. Deadpool, you go, man. 10 gifted. Sitting at 21-15. My God. 1929 to 27 here. Ryan Duke, once again, they find themselves into a lead. Savage 1v1 fight shut down in the pool. Cow. Damn good Halo. Jectile, you got one too.
We're gassing up Optic right now on what they can do, but they didn't manage to get it done the last time around. Obviously, it was two different iterations of this game, so it wasn't a fluid series that we saw. We're getting a second chance at this right now. Nemesis did take the series 3-1 in pools, and this caused a lot of chaos in the brackets here. But like you mentioned there, Tony, Bound with the highest KD as well on Optic, and looking great doing so, but unfortunately falling flat with the rest of his team here. Just didn't work for them. And then on Nemesis, we had a few people step up to the plate here, not just in damage, but really getting objective work done. What did you notice in this series in particular, Tony, that Nemesis just had Optic's number with? What was it about Nemesis that Optic couldn't get their head around?
I mean, the combination of Wutum and Glory when it comes to that damage. Damage, KD, they were ready. And they will be ready this time around too. Watch out, Optic.
Yeah, they certainly will indeed. And Goofy, how are you feeling overall about this rematch right now, just as we're getting things ready to set on the stage?
I'm excited, Lottie. I cannot wait. We're watching Halo Infinite at the highest level. Year 4, right? A little bit of unprecedented territory for Halo fans. We're going into year 4 of a game, and we're seeing the best quality Halo. By no means is this going to be an easy series for Optic. Nemesis might have their number. We're going to have to see if they can do it again.
Well, we are about to find out, folks. The last match of the night. I'm hoping this revenge match is going to be everything that you hope for, whether you're in Europe, whether you're in the arena shouting for Optic Gaming. We'll have to find out who comes out on top. It's Optic versus Nemesis.
Arlington, Texas, it's Saturday night, and we have one match to decide who's going to play on Championship Sunday. We have Optic Gaming versus Nemesis, a rematch of what happened so early on this morning. These players have been grinding through the elimination bracket, Nemesis joining up a little bit later. But it's been a long day for these guys, and in order to get to Championship Sunday, they got to go through each other. This match for top 4, I'm Clutch, joined by Dave Walsh. And Walsh, tell me about the mindset of Optic Gaming, getting an opportunity to right some of the wrongs that's gone on this weekend that happened so much earlier today.
I mean, this match is inevitable. It's quite literally lights out last night, and it was to start the match today, and it's going to end the series tonight. One of them, like you said, thinking, what went wrong? How did we do this incorrect? And the other one going on to Championship Sunday. You know Optic Gaming are looking for the revenge here. Same time, Nemesis, they had their number on 2 different days. Can they get the third time? make the 3-peat. Let's see what Nemesis got.
Both these two teams come fired up. Let's hope the fans get fired up. We're kicking off game one hot. It's going to be Forbidden, CTF, 2 snipes, and an OS top middle, and you know that every single one of these players is going to get an opportunity to change the outcome of this game with the ES7. But we're going to start with the man of the day so far for Optic Gaming. Renegade has been on a tear in this elimination bracket. He's making his way to snipe, can't quite get there as he takes shots across the map. Gets dropped to no shield. Going to passively play this situation. He loses 2 teammates. He pushes past the snipe, and now Nemesis might not know he's here, but they will have no shield to deal with.
That no trap is something's going on. They saw the snipe was picked up. Look at this, checking every single corner, saying, we don't know where Renegade's at. Let's make sure we find him before we overextend. But it looks like Flag is going out. Renegade got a melee sniper drone, so my guess is that Renegade snuck on through and got Nemesis sniper.
Renegade has so much responsibility to find a pick before this flag gets too far. He does just that off screen, and now he's got his snipe back in hand. That flag gets denied at its door. Right now, Optic Gaming being able to reset the map, and Renegade right where he wanted to be all along with the snipe in hand on his side of the map with every member of Nemesis in front of him.
Yeah, he knows that these players are going to be trying to take over towards this attic. Looking like he's trying to help secure the opposite sniper tower. That's going to be the #1 top spot that Optic and both these teams are going to be trying to control in order to get a flag push across the map. Nemesis is doing a great job defending their snipe hut. But Renegade trying to take a sneak angle. Let's see what he can do here.
Spot one of the snipe, gets caught off guard, can't quite hit the no-scope, the flicks are missing, and because of that, Renegade now under pressure from several members of Nemesis, left, right, and center. Can he get a kill? No, he's not able to trade. He's going to hand that snipe over to SLG. SLG does get traded, but it will be Nemesis trading back. It's a 2-on-2 situation now with Bounded Legend, the players that Goofy called out in order to step up. What can Legend give this Optic Green Wall squad?
Yeah, felt like Renegade's conscience got the best of him. Like, you know, I should give the sniper back. I feel bad. I stole this from Mason earlier. Let me drop it on back over at your hut. But now in the hands of Legend, he's just now going to create an opportunity for his teammates to get this pick and run this flag towards the sewer.
Second membership coming up right now. Top middle, and Legend creates some space for his team. It's a killing spree as he hits the double no-scope on an unsuspecting Nemesis player. Trades across the board will benefit Optic Gaming because Legend is at your snipe, blocking those spawns, and the flag is going to get pulled, and this is going to be difficult for Nemesis. You see them spawning all towards the back ramp. They're not going to have the angle immediately on the flag carrier. Renegade will go down with the flag, however. Legend, forced to engage with the player back door, can't get the kill, and 3 members of Optic go down, so Nemesis stands for Legend. Forced to engage with the
died. All 3 died right there.
and 3 members of Optic
Does not get far.
Yeah,
bounce last alive.
He
saved it.
Good
look, good looks at Nemesis. A counterpull. Not just that, a counterpull and Nemesis with great timing. Not gonna lie. Nemesis might have an opportunity off that counter. They don't get far. Legend, snipe drone. Legend shuts down snipe drone. Glory in trouble here too. Renegade finds it. 4 dead. Renegade get to punch access to the hut while they're dead and spawning. Looking for the sniper of the enemy team.
And with snipes coming up, Optic will have an advantage to try and take Nemesis snipe while also getting around.
Yep, 2v1 in the hill, the hut here too. It's brawl in the hut. You gotta shut down Wood with that command. They're done. Renegade with snipe positioning here. I think you got it. 2 snipers for Optic.
Renegade has his snipe.
That's what they're looking for.
The other Optic Gaming sniper
Spawns in the back of the base. Renegade with the reach out. It's a 1v1 with Legend. He won it on SLG, and this is looking like a clean and clear flag. 4 dead and positioning in their base.
That flag hits the tunnel, and you can guarantee
It's not just a flag plant. They still got work to do to just break out of the spawn trap. Yeah, they might get a double cap if they're not careful. Legend with a headshot on SLG off the overextend, too. They're locking down the tunnel down low. I don't know, Green. Wants the body. Holy shit, Legend is locked. Out of the fray and into the abyss below. Okay. Still finding faces. 2 flags back to back. They have 2 flags. Optic want to train for 2 back to back. They don't plant it. Bound just shy of planting. No way. Sliver away from getting it. And they read it. Bound literally just missed it. That's insane, bro. What a lockdown. Nemesis saved themselves from a perfect back-to-back set. And they get a counter. Nemesis with a counter offense. There's no freaking way Optic cannot find an answer with this team. Bro, they're going to get a guaranteed no way. They're staggered, though. They're staggered. Hold on. Optic is 4 up right now. Can they set up around them and get a counter? Legend with 1, 2 dead. Yes, player's gonna die. Would have been trouble here if he's left flash alive. It's 1-to-1, but it's not safe, right? 3v2, 3v2, get a spawning, take it back. They defended it. Bro, Nemesis.
Renegade over at Nemesis base, doing so much damage, so many kills. He just assumes the rest of his teammates.
Bound hit the G-slide. The angle was very slightly off, and he got shut down last second.
It all falls apart. It all falls apart. This game gets tied up.
10-4 Renegade, 10-4 Legend.
Still
looking pretty good in the score. They have a pull here. SLG with a sneaky pull-out tunnel. Oh no, Legend with a flank as well. Wait, Legend with a flank on their base while they pull one of their own. Legend might take a tunnel. He's hiding in the base. Is this a kill here? No, Renegade not ready. Bound in the fight. He finds the trade. Not gonna die to Glory now. Nice to Glory. Bound kills Glory. Bound dunked on Glory. Legend with the pull. They're free dead right here. Legend with the return and a pull at the same time. He's on the re. Saved by Legend. Beautiful. They got run going here through the underpass. Form with it. Pull that again with the flag.
Legend has an opportunity to get Optic some significant advantage here. This flag is in a very dangerous spot for him.
Legend in trouble. Trades it. Big trade in Legend. That keeps him off the sniper for a couple more seconds. Axiom. Oh, what? Another teammate on Renegade? Are you kidding me? Tommy Longlog with the gifted. 7 more. How the hell is Renegade a magnet for teammates? He got knocked down by that. Tommy, you freaking go. Let's go. May, Mysterion, Mel's, Fearless, Newport, and Diabolic. Welcome to the freaking way. Holy shit. Right now. Damn good Halo. The day jumping, yeah, 5 minutes on the clock here, and it's a freaking grueler, bro.
Still with this SSA, one of the Optic members alive. A massive
flag hold. Legend gonna watch it. He's got 4 shots in the sniper to make this work. Nemesis bring out an energy on Optic that they didn't bring out on FaZe for reasons I don't understand, you know? It looks so good versus Optic. They could do that once again. That flag's gonna move. There's the shutdown. Beautiful on Legend.
Getting the shutdown on his former teammate SLG, but he has 2
for 2. He stops it in his tracks and give Optic the spawner's time. 360 sticky. Not gonna be enough. Ori dead here too. Optic only one alive. Formal and Bound. Bound trapped in the corner. Would have gonna dive in, looking for it. He will find it. Formal with a wrap through the hut. Can he find one? He will. Flag now moving through tunnel. That player is 1 bullet from death. Sniper not gonna get out. Sniper died to Formal. Can they oversend in time? They'll let you get no, he won't. SLG from up above. He finds the save. It's a freaking conga line to get it there, but I think they'll do it. Nemesis gonna find the 2-1 advantage at this rate. And Optic playing from behind. Oh my god, bro. Optic, come on, man. In the rematch with Nemesis, this can't be their bane. This can't be their bane. Renegade dead here too.
They look
unbelievable.
like they were locked in for a series against Optic Gaming. They're giving them everything they can.
I know. Freaking unbelievable. Glory right now snapped on the Renegade. Do they really have Optic's number? They're pulling the 3rd and final flag. With the OS controlled as well. Optic might be in big freaking trouble. It might be over. Formal's on the other side of the map right now, but he stole the player. Would have bounced it out, it's over. Formal with the last second pull, he's getting nuked by nades. He pulls it out front, he'll save it last second. What can they do though? I'd save it a Formal, he's currently 5-14. Not good looks at him, Legend gonna make access to HUD, 2 of them staggered. That might be enough to save this flag. It might be enough. It's gonna be a mixy here. Legend, 1v1, Legend, rage it, 2 alive, Renegade and Formal, they're gonna get the return in the courtyard, Renegade finds his pick, they're gonna back him up. It's on a ring, it's on a ring, they got a G-slide on top of it, did they touch it? They touched it, I think. They touched it in the courtyard as well. Reed! Optic's flag, auto reads, and Renegade on top of it, there's no freaking way. They save it last second. 3 dead. They're all dying, they're all dying. It might be a touch opportunity. 1 shot in the HUD here, Renegade not going to find it, that flag is staggered. Formal saved it though. Formal actually a huge part of that save. That was a hero play. 2 minutes, 40 seconds, still not over. They're still at a deficit.
respawn, reset the map once again.
Somehow that flag pull from Formal, what seemed like a desperation pull,
Was it enough?
Into the recovery.
But only to slow the bleeding, right?
You see those last second desperation pulls, it doesn't really amount to much.
Right, you're just delaying the inevitable.
But every single member of Optic doing what they needed to do to delay that a little bit longer, to go in and get those crucial kills, and then eventually get that flag recovery.
At Final OS, or might be the final. Sounds like why even risk challenging that, right? You got to peek on Legend there too. Legend's still alive in the long ball. He's Legend on the rotate. Beautiful snap on the body. What the hell?
As he tries to locate this player under him,
Sniper on the block, bro. Not gonna lie. Optic was positioning for the OS. If they can get to it, they got to shut down Sniper on them.
Just came up, so let's focus on it.
I was going to say this OS is probably Optic's best chance to get
Yeah, Brown was found down. Oh, he got up just barely. What the hell? Was that Wuda with the commando? Bro, Wuda with the commando. Just shredded him so freaking quickly. What the hell? This might be a flag. This might be a flag. Found it. Bow. Come on, he's a magnet for damage. Found get no damage whatsoever. As they tag things out. Formal is a dead body. Look at Formal is a dead body. What the? Formal is an X. Formal is a ghost. How is he alive? What? Formal is a dead X is running the flag from the grave. Glory with the flag in the back of the base. Legend can get a touch. Glory on the ring. Glory bound on top of it. He shuts him down. He gets a touch. Bound keeps into play. 1 minute on the clock. Formal, despite being dead on the observer feed, is still making it work. You're kidding me, bro. 1 minute left and they save this. Tie game. Renegade's still in their base. I've never seen that observer glitch in my life. Never seen that observer glitch. Formal killed himself. Bro, why is he... I'll get 3v3. Renegade. 22 and 12 is Renegade has this. Might have it in the bag. Can he stay up though? Wouldn't be lock him down. They're on a stagger here. He gets pulled. It is not safe. He's gonna get as far as he can and dip out to Mohawk. Yep. They're gonna come in. Yo, great reposition from Renegade. He knows coming in from the opposite side of the base. He somehow retells. Insane movement out of this man. On every freaking angle, he's getting locked down. How is this man alive? Spree on Renegade, 8 seconds, going into OT. Right, how the freak is he alive? An absolute hero play of this man. He's getting the touch. 1 second. Oh.
I felt like Renegade set that up so well. Got that killing spree.
Renegade is 24-12, the most godlike sequence. Someone nerfed right. How the frick did he live? He anticipated the flank from the spawners on the opposite side of the base, and he stayed in the mix enough to get multiple kills. Give him 1 more second, he would have had a pull there. OT now. Oh my god, bro, this guy is lost. The thrust out of dodge at 24 and 12, he does get out with the snipe.
He doesn't get away with the snipe for free. He does get a shield back.
Down with a pick on sniper. Don't let them get the EOS. Down with a pick on SLG. Pound's still alive, you're looking for glory. The late jump, easy reach out. Legend with the nade as they team play their way to the EOS. Should be guaranteed for that pick. Legend on top of it. Uh-oh, he doesn't have a guarantee like that. Oh, why still in front? Pound has it. Deleted immediately. That's 2. No HUD control. Woodham still has snipe. Bound's got to watch out for these. He's going to get read. Woodham finds Renegade. Bound gets to kill at courtyard, and Woodham with the sniper does save it, holding on. Formal does come out. Didn't even hit Formal with that. So like that was an observer body, right? It showed a hit, but it was a glitch. He didn't hit.
It'll be his turn to pick up the snipe.
Yeah, unless he was going to do one.
Yeah, I mean, not the ideal stat line for Formal, but...
And it's gone.
And it's gone.
Glory with a shot kill in the feed on Legend. 4v3, numbers advantage. Nemesis about to drop here, though. I see in trouble. Leading by Formal. 2 dead. Numbers advantage now Optics. They trade the flavor. Renegade from the back of the base. Renegade can pull it. Quick 4 dead. Renegade with it. This might be it. He's got a thrust in the back pocket to live off the run here, too. Good looks for Renegade. And it's been a grueler of a game 1. We can't miss the end of it. Oh my god! No way! That's gotta be the nerdiest shit I've seen on a Renegade to close it. Renegade was 1 bullet from death. He jumps the angle with the thrust and grabs the flag on the way down. That was insane. Oh no, it's not over. No way! There's no freaking way! It might be over now.
Where is Bound on the map right now?
Bound is...
And he's, I believe...
No! After all of that!
Bound still
After all that, it's over. Renegade, it's over.
That clutch up and counter cap on Optic's opportunity to steal game one and show that they're here to play on Saturday night.
Nemesis may be Optic's kryptonite here, you know?
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for following.
Worried about
Somebody's got to make a play and get out.
God, what was everyone else doing? When fucking Renegade's making those plays, he's getting shot at, he's thrusting, he's staying alive, like they're distracted, like how are we dying, bro?
That thrust play to grab the flag was incredible.
Yeah.
It was incredible. That was a good play. But then, like, when you're running the flag like that and your teammates die, you just genuinely don't have any idea what's going on. You don't see anything.
I'm surprised, like, knowing John, because I thought he would lead the flag, you're like, nah, screw you, I'm going to full flank and just, like, leave the flag, but
It's like OT.
it's so close, yeah, and it's so close, too, you feel like if you bait the flag, you're kind of like a...
I feel like he might have been afraid that they're going to return it too.
Yeah. I think he's just hoping his teammates are like...
And he had a snipe goal, too, like, imagine he snipes moving across the map, like...
I thought he was
do it. Yeah, it's hard. That's like a...
This is insane.
You guys know the map?
I don't know.
I'm going to look it up.
Yo, chat.
Oh man, some of these fucking losses are just insanely stressful.
Watching is like, I'm not even on, I don't, like, watching is terrible. I have no
heart rate racing, like, when they're actually playing.
Bro, even the series against y'all was just like...
No, that's 50 for
This game that we just fought, that might have been like one of the best games of the tournament.
Literally, I think when Optic pulled Nemesis' flag at the very last second to delay the third cap, I think that the person got naded and then the flag like a little bit.
Wait, did Brown miss the cap?
Oh, we forgot. Oh my god, yeah, that happened at first. Wait, I forgot.
Yeah, I was like paying attention to chat.
Wait, why'd you bring that up?
Why'd you bring that up?
I didn't even see it.
Let's just cut
Yeah, we missed it, and then Nemesis' second cap, it looked like they were going to miss it too.
I forgot about that, man.
The shitty part is they got
best man with the 5 bomb.
Yo, B-Man, thank you for the 5 bomb. You're going to undies in a hotel with Wingstop sauce. I appreciate that. My laptop on your fucking
shirt like this. Shirt like this in his mouth.
I mean, wow.
B-Man was king laptop on the chest back in like the TLN days.
Literally.
Oh, no.
I know he's giggling too.
Yeah, thank you, man. Does he have a hotel to himself? A room to himself?
I don't know if you knew that.
How Nemesis get all those O's crying emoji by Tusk?
No, that's insane.
That's actually insane.
Can we get a 10-minute timeout on Tusk?
Any timeouts?
Let's get a 10 on you, bro.
Low-key, Face, and Tusk left? That looked good.
Wow.
Oh!
That's a good one.
Yo, Tusk responds? That's a clapback.
They're undefeated.
It's my fault.
They haven't dropped a match since Tusk left.
They're 15-0. I mean, just bees. Was Tusk the problem? That was a good ass.
Oh my god.
Shout out Tusk, man. Shout out Tusk.
Tusk, you have no idea the surprise on my face when he saw Joel up there. I saw Joel with a phase jersey. I was like, there's no way.
It was so funny when the camera pans around. I'm like, don't I play you in ranked at 1 in the morning? It's just like,
Bro, I'm literally watching it. I'm like, dude, what? Joel's on stage? Like,
Caught me off guard.
last minute.
Just give me a non-stressful fucking win.
This might be the most stressful map.
I'm
did you get the camera? Yeah, you did.
I swear this map, like, it's always so close.
Yeah, it is. Especially on LAN. People play a little bit slower.
Oh, yeah.
What's the opening that Formal can create?
Taking his time, not really fast.
I don't like this. Let's make a play.
I want to hear the comms right now.
Like, I feel like we're already playing it like it's a game 5 against fucking Shopify in the finals or something. Like.
Shit my pants.
It's not very, not formal like. That's Niak. Shots right there.
This game's so fucking bad. Heavy as shit.
What am I dead to?
not living. It terrifies the other team, limits the other team's opportunity and what they're going to do. As Formal goes down here, I think that's a very important quality to keep, like, always, and then everyone's strategy is, hey, staying alive with Kimbo is better than, like,
I think the optics definitely do a lot of overcompensating, especially how Bounce just died everything right there. He could have just hit.
What sucks is Nemesis is actually playing their lives so well, and that's not something like NA teams do, so it just catches you off guard.
Most people just be running around, not value their lives whatsoever.
As he tries to push the long haul, he gets taken down, and Nemesis' teamwork already starting to show here.
He's a good player on the line.
Oh my god, wait.
Killing spree, 5-1.
Wait, John's got alive too.
Hoping they don't spawn him at this moment. Getting a little spread out across this map.
As both these teams trying to find white control right now, where he can play his life, and a good job by Optic to get a couple of kills there. Formal with the second camo of the game, so you can tell already he's going to be one of the players prioritizing to make sure they get those advantages here in game 2.
2 camos, but they're still down. You gotta go a little bit more efficient.
Instead of the first.
Formal baiting out a couple grenades, also knowing that there's likely a death screen there. So not just going to charge right in towards bottom control and walk into a trap. Instead, traversing across the map, knows that Legend's taken out over in the pipes, doesn't want to engage over there, doesn't want to choose a new fight. Looks like he's going to be behind enemy lines.
Not liking these routes.
Yeah, that was...
I feel like we're like playing scared.
I feel like he was trying to make a play, but then his teammates died and he was just like,
I think his teammates needed to stay alive a little longer.
100% agree.
And so Formal opts to just play it slow, they get the long haul, how do they fight out of this long haul?
We got 2 camos and we're down by 6. It's not good.
Like right there, like they just bullied them last, and the guy goes up red stairs.
I feel like against Nemesis we are not playing our game. We're playing.
I feel like Nemesis max confidence now that they won the first game. Like they're just walking out there.
You can tell.
Like Optic should be doing that.
Literally sent the bound, missed the flag cap. It just seemed like shit switched.
Before that,
that could be also a check. I'm not gonna lie. Like your teammates are like, you need a gap though.
Yeah.
Like you're not saying no.
Wow.
Good guys. Johnson's playing incredibly this one.
Even though it's not as pivotal around this late teens, early 20 range.
Big kill by Renegade just to create space to take over the elevator there. Now just a 4-kill game, and you can tell Nemesis in a very similar
They were letting them get out a little bit. I'd be pushing up on them.
I mean, with their setup though, it's like so scary kinda, because they're all waiting for them to push.
That's a good play. That's a good play.
Like, where's this? I feel like the whole team needs to.
Oh wow.
Good play. Another kill from Matt. This one they have to make some plays.
Like down dead.
A teammate is with him. Unfortunately, Bounce is going to go down. He turns into multiple Nemesis players. Phenomenal job by Nemesis to group up there.
The thing is, they are getting the camos.
Certain here, if you're an Optic fan, the fact that Optic has gotten 3 out of the last 3 camos.
They've had 3 for 3 camos.
I wonder what's going to happen if and when Nemesis gets their hands on one of those power-ups.
And it's one of those power-ups, camo is that doesn't necessarily transition into advantages all the time, similar to that overshot guarantee.
He just ran at him.
I want to watch here, but 2 minutes and 15 seconds of ads is crazy.
Hold up.
So the 30 cents.
Being able to shoot the nades there, that was awesome to see the flick on the nades. 14-1-7 has given Nemesis everything they need to have this 3-kill lead.
Yeah, 3-kill lead, but when they're
Was 14-7?
maybe it's just showing that Optic.
Jesus. I noticed that.
Yeah, I didn't see that either. It's like a quiet one.
He be doing that. Players
He's just walking like.
2-kill lead here for Nemesis.
I like this
Corey
one.
trying to find that pesky Bound player that was down here in the pipes, but Bound got out of dodge here. Now, Corey, although he hunted him for a while, is going to find that kill on the Bound.
Now they're all trapped in. They should know that.
And I like this.
Honestly, Nemesis is taking their time. They're playing this really patient.
It's clear, so they got to be at elevator.
So much ground here.
Opposite had to make a play here. Let's see what they're doing. Looks like they're doing a 3-on-1.
I like this. Shot by for camo.
Nemesis have a choice. They could
They're
actually
like hesitant though. They're hesitant.
Yeah,
if they feel like they have
That boy scrapped.
Formal green behind it.
His team pushes out. Formal curls behind. How does it with the regain on this one?
That's the only spot where we're fighting.
We.
Renegade in a big thing. So got that by 3 years. Trying to position for Campbell. Will he come out with it? He got it. He's going to get out. He slides the reposition. Nade's coming in, but it's not going to be enough. No cursing. All right, Taylor.
Okay.
Yeah, man. That's what Optic needs to do with their cameras.
Dude, we pick it up and then we like sit. We're like, all right, where should I go?
Taki mushroom. 5 kills.
I like this one.
This play, bro.
Take space, like for no reason. That's such a good play. Wait, how come we didn't kill that guy Mangler, though? Still alive. That guy's still alive. Oh, he's got it around. John Orange. Ah. Got him.
They trapped themselves.
This is an Optic opportunity, to be honest.
Yeah.
They're trapping the gold already.
Oh.
I'll take comeback. This is another good play.
Oh, wait, this is big. This is big.
This is big.
John got to go.
42-37, a 5-kill lead. This is the moment where Optic Gaming have to step up and find ways to get kills that are unanswered.
This Camel's going to be the opportunity. Both teams will have some eyes on it. And use that as bait to secure a kill. I don't think anyone's just going to be able to sneak away with that camo without some blood being shed for
This is actually kind of a big play by Mouse. I think they're going to go for that. I'm not
Yeah.
Oh. That was six. He's showing this guy. And he gets out? Wait, is that That's a good play. That's a good play.
Perfect on top of it all.
No. Oh my God. That was huge. That was huge. They're still being aggressive on them. They kill Sniper. It's kind of. I think he's dead. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Please, Lord, please.
This is good.
There's only 3 minutes on the clock. Holy shit. SLG died too?
He died in B. Died in battery. That sucks. They have to get the kill. They have to get the kill. Warriors just. Oh my God. You need him. Oh my God. It's a 1 to 5. 1 to 5.
After a pick, you decide to try and fly. Only one member
Shocks up. Go.
You give your teammate an assist?
It's Wutum with the shock rifle. And wow, what a young...
There's no way his arm's that steady.
How are they solo dying?
47 to 47.
Now they're gonna
Gangbang him.
Wait,
Renegade with a huge nade. 49.
What the fuck? What just happened? Wait.
They have a wall trap.
Can anyone tell me how they just went 3 dead? I have zero idea.
Good thing we saw nothing.
Wait, SLG's bottom mid. Oh my God, they're making a point. That's a 30-year-old play right there.
Yeah, literally.
Now you do the VR jump. I mean that's such a. One of the VR stairs. Oh my God! What a play! Wow, that's sick. Wow, that was a good ass play. I'm not even gonna lie. Bro, that was fucking insane.
I'm sick, man. I'm sick.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. No, the confidence they're playing with is they were playing to win the game. Yeah, let's say they're playing to win. They were just playing to win the game. Like SLG was probably he's died in B. He probably tried to grab shock. He's probably trying to do other stuff. He's just always trying to make a play. Optic has to start making plays. Just do it together. That was absolutely insane. John kills him bottom A. He has shock bottom A. But then 2 people go dead after that. How did that even happen? It looked like they were just trapped.
I mean, this is... Man, I told you, recharge Slayer on LAN. It's like it's early every time.
God.
I can't believe he just did that. Bro.
Every L is
948
just
just grabs ammo.
Goes for the camo.
Bro, and it didn't even like heavy at all.
But that's such confidence. That's like a confident play. I'm actually surprised they're playing like that. Like a European team that doesn't play versus optic like ever.
There's so much nicotine in their fucking brain, they don't feel nothing.
Wow. Maybe beans on toast, bro. Like,
Optic staying on stage, I would say they gotta get up, bro. I would say get up and go to that. Especially after those two first games, bro. I would get up.
Oh, how did we make that comeback 47 to 46, and then we just were like 3 dead?
beans on toast good.
I never had it.
I'm feeling the reverse sweep.
Down the bracket. It's definitely doable, depending on that. You and I know.
You can't lose close games and expect to win the series. This is a saying I used to have.
Who has 17 deaths? Legend?
I don't know.
I saw Bound, maybe. I saw Bound had a lot of deaths.
It's like 17 deaths. Bound has a lot of deaths. Yeah, that's probably no, that double was, dude.
The thing is,
just get the whole sequence of.
And they were like, where'd that nade come from right there? Like they kind of were predicting it. I think they were nading maybe bottom tower, like they did earlier.
Yeah, I would have. I'm not gonna lie, I would have been scared if I got by that nade.
Yeah, but he stayed. That's what I was thinking too. I was like, I low-key would have been like, I think they know. Yeah, like they know what I'm doing. So I would have been like, I might just leave. I would be like, yo, I think they know. But then I think he realized, like, all right, they're just sitting back. They don't know. They're just pre-nading. And then Matt, when he got naded, he didn't even know where he got naded from.
Yeah, you're not expecting that camo.
You're not thinking he has camo and then does the VR jump to top VR window. I'd be like,
it hits it though too. Yeah, it's not easy to hit like that. I was a good ass. I gotta give credit where it's due. That was a really good play. I think they can call the game types.
I was looking at it. It's doable, but like, it's gonna be hard.
Live fire, they got this right here. If they win this, the bomb will be the most difficult.
SLGs usually, I don't know. Were they good at Strongholds?
I'd probably just stare at myself.
They were on the quadrant team.
That's what I was saying. So when I see Strongholds live fire, I get like a little worried because momentum, you're going to a Strongholds, like you can just run around in trick caps, like.
John literally just needs to get sniped and just go on the tear, basically.
That's the only way they win, I'm not kidding.
But if they do that and win that way, like, game 5 usually.
What was game 4?
Bomb.
I don't think it's not over. I feel like I can smell it over.
Give me a moment. Okay, Harry.
Wow, man. Yeah, are they really? What are they thinking right now? What are they? I wonder what the comms sound like at this point in time. I'm curious when it comes to statistics on this next game type. Is it an optic strong game type or not? That's what I'm kind of curious about. Is what are they?
That might be a question for Eli, to be honest. Eli's the one that's been tracking.
Are you aware of the game types?
Put on a headset, Eli.
Stronghold, fire.
You play Halo? He plays
Dude,
Halo.
Optic just literally lost the craziest game, bro.
Are you live right now?
God, dude, it was tight. I was at the edge of my seat, like biting my fingernails. Oh my god, they're versing this European team, which is kind of like half quadrant and half like some of the other guys.
This is such a fucking sick setup.
Yeah, dude, this shit's epic, bro.
You DJ? Wild guess.
Do everything, bro.
Yeah,
I just got some sick ass new gear over here in the corner.
I just got my first mechanical keyboard, so I'm like halfway there.
Really?
I told my work, because I work in tech, I'm like, hey, can I get a mechanical keyboard? They're like, sure. And I just like I just want to type all day now.
I wonder if is this a mechanical keyboard?
Yeah, that's mechanical. That's mechanical. You can tell by the.
I don't like it, dude. I
love it.
It sounds
you
cool.
gotta get used to it, but it's like
miss every fucking word. Like I literally can type a whole book and I won't misspell anything. Here, I can't even type a sentence, and I'm like,
you gotta get used to it.
So it looks cool as fuck, though. It looks cool.
How many followers do you got?
Not a lot.
No. Okay, dude.
Not a lot on Twitch. I'm actually starting to do a lot more Twitch now, so like I've been streaming all day. The thing is that, dude, I only stream Halo, and nobody fucking cares about this game.
I mean, it's 343 version of the game.
Yeah. But I bought like Last of Us and a bunch of the newer games, so I'm gonna start playing like more popular titles.
I play a lot of Rocket League. That's
Rocket League.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta play more popular games. That's the reality
You
of
play
it.
Section 1. That's what everyone's playing right now.
Yeah, that's right. I got that one too. Is that the drug dealer game?
I do want to get one of these.
That's cool. I literally just use it to pull up my fucking most recent.
I mean,
apps.
it's just easy.
But no, you know what? I was editing like photos and videos, and when you do work, like this also has presets for each program. So if I open up like Photoshop right now. It changes to Photoshop.
Oh, that's sick.
You know what I mean?
I mean, that's lazy.
Yeah.
I feel like it takes longer to just go to the bottom.
So that, you can set things up to however you're liking. Lightroom, every app has its own like presets, so
what do
it's
you
kind of
do?
useful. I do a lot of things.
Are you a graphic designer?
No, I kind of just work in media, so I do all sorts of
Okay.
media like photography, video.
My roommate,
music.
he's like one of the head editors for Hoonigan.
For what?
Hoonigan. They do like the rally car racing.
Okay.
So he does like all their YouTube skits, so like YouTube series and stuff. And like he films Travis Pastrana, like shit like that. I'm like, so like his setup's not like this, but that's why like I can tell my son your apps. That's what he uses a lot. He uses a lot of After Effects.
Yeah. I mean, I've been working about like as just kind of like an all around run and gun creator. So I've over the years I've accumulated tons of gear and shit. So I'm able to.
To get the reset, not only does it take the kill on the SLG, the reset on the A will keep up the game scoring and will flip.
Take the two taps, take their time.
Nemesis is in a blender right now. Glory with the snipe, however, can in that blender.
Bro, it never.
Get back to this. More time in the respawn screen than you have on the actual map itself. A and B hold on, Legend wins a big one-on-one in the tunnels. It's perfect shots as Legend starts to heat up once again.
And here's your daily reminder that Renegade has 20 kills and all Nemesis has 20 kills. Keeping up pace with the entire team is going to be very.
We'll come back for another stat update here in about 30 seconds. Formal. Continuing the pressure on the tower. You see the recipe from off. They do not want you to cap the stronghold you spawn at. They're going to pressure you off your spawn, and perfect shots from everyone. Now on Optic Gaming, Bound has found himself the camo. When it rains, it pours, and it's raining terror on Livefire.
Somehow, despite all these kills, you're seeing two strongholds flip on over towards Nemesis as soon as they get a couple kills in the morning. They found the camo in the form of Bound. And Loud trades it out with the stick on the snipe drill.
I asked who it was going to be that stepped up from Optic Gaming so far. Every single player is making plays. This is the green wall that needs to show up, and they plan to reverse sweep this Nemesis team. It's only game 3. We got a lot of game to go. It's not even over yet. But signs from Optic in their individual fights have got to be the best feeling you have had as a fan throughout this series so far.
Just unrelenting so far. He's going to try to stop this lead now. This is one of the first chances we've really seen him step back into it, but they did have 2 deaths just momentarily, so you see all those strongholds flip back towards Optic. So even though there's a temporary trip cap, you didn't really see the benefit of it. You didn't really see a 40, 80-point run, anything like that. In fact, it was shut down within about 5 to 15 points.
181 and climbing now. Optic Gaming score. There's multiple players trying to push into B from Nemesis right now. One more and back, maybe back B. One more hitting that body shot, taking out one of the players from Nemesis, trying to push into B. Last guy alive, taken down. I believe that was Snipe Drone. As all of Nemesis starting to come off respawn, this double cap for Optic Gaming stays strong, and when they cross the 200 point mark here, Nemesis will have no time to try and formulate a strategy. They will just have to try and hope and pray that they can fly into a stronghold and stop time.
Yeah, you also notice Optic not forcing the trip caps right now. I like this play. They got their hot start that they needed. They got off to a big, there's the hope, and now there's the LAN. Make some mistakes, walk through your traps.
The hope and the pray aren't working very well as they go 3 down once again in Optic Gaming. Looks like this game 3 is all but theirs with just 30 points to go.
Now it looked like Optic might go for the 10th trip cap, or at least the flip, since Nemesis are spawning over at C.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Just the bait setup right here, knowing that somebody's coming through the garage, so I like to play my ledges, get as much info as possible, and then he's going to paint this for a little bit, try to find out where this player exactly is, and then test it. Unfortunately, Budo's having perfect positioning. Not even knowing he was there until the contest happened.
It's unlucky for Legend that player actually did the sniper.
No, perfectly. Checked out the mid side, checked the left side. It's like, all right, I got contest now unless I'm letting them actually flip this.
You definitely don't want them to flip that, but unfortunately, Woods had maybe 1 bullet left in that sniper, as it seems to be empty now, and that 1 bullet put in the Legend's dome, but still, so much of a comfortable lead here we have for Optic Gaming as they are already transferring B back to the game, but that kill doesn't amount to much, and then Optic Gaming will start to score once again with the BC hold.
Like this rotation, but has to be here from Halo here soon. That's going to be 2 members down, and I don't know how Nemesis can really hold this one back. They have 3 members down. This last person alive has to not only hold out the stronghold they have, but convert another. That's going to be trip cap.
Optic Gaming, over the break between game 2 and 3, they have woken up and they have showed up. That was the most impressive game that they have had so far throughout this series. Individuals winning every single pivot felt like, and it really was Renegade that set the tone to kick that one off, starting with the killing spree. Almost had as many kills as the team as Nemesis did throughout about half of that game. Eventually you expect Nemesis to surpass that, but just setting the tone with gameplay alone, they needed everything from Renegade, and they got everything that game.
Yeah, Renegade was doing it all. 5 defensive kills. I was looking at the stat screen. Obviously, most kills, second least deaths. Just doing such impressive.
Just 1 assist.
Just 1 assist, but we actually, I'll allow that. If you're going most kills or you have 5 kills to the opposing team, you can only have 1 assist.
You got 26 and 10, and you have 1 assist. I won't be too upset, but we'll just ask for some more teamwork next year. I want to get to 26 kills.
But, Wes, more importantly, we got ourselves a series. This is what we wanted.
All right, here we go.
Optic either way.
Optic waking up here. That's what we needed to see. Optic is here to play. They will not go silently in the night. Definitely not in their own venue, at their own hosted major to kick this year off. Expectations of trophies, and only trophies is what Optic Gaming was put together to do. And they will still be able to compete, at least for 1 more game. That's all you're asking yourself. That's all you're telling yourself on that side. Aquarius Assault is going to be the name of the game for Game 4. And we've seen Optic have success on this map mode combination, so you got to be, honestly, just brushing your hands together, ready to get started the way that Game 3 would if you're an Optic Gaming member.
On the flip side, if you're a Nemesis fan, you're thinking, all right, Aquarius Assault, this game's going to go the distance. It's likely going to go the 12 minutes. It's generally a longer game mode. Teams, when they get some leads, are going to try to slay out. So they have a chance to try to get some, breathing exercises in after that that panic attack over on Stronghold's live fire. It just was so quick they didn't really have much time to get their own grounding, get their own rhythm. Here on Aquarius, both teams will have opportunities where they're ahead or where they're behind, so they get a chance to flex their own muscles, flex their own strats, and try to play at a pace that's more comfortable for them.
Now, something we talked about throughout this weekend, neutral bomb assault being newly added as a new mode into the HCS competitive settings for this year. One of the more methodical game types we have in the scene, though. A lot of thought processes go into where is the bomb, when am I grabbing this, when am I throwing this in, when am I arming it, when am I dropping it to slay? Which team do you think that favors so far for what we've seen leading up to this in this series?
Man, that's a great question. Because I did feel like, I also feel like Forbidden's also one of those maps where it's, you gotta grab that flag at the right time. A lot of decisions, you know, leading up to when you're getting set up to control. However, I did feel like also in that CTF Forbidden, the majority of Nemesis caps came as counter caps. So, if it came down to which team was setting up more and doing a setup from scratch or from neutral ground, it was Optics. So maybe I'd give them the leverage there, give them the advantage there. This one's just too close to call. I just felt like almost that game was more of an anomaly with how much Optics stepped up. We're going to see do that had the same slaying prowess here in game number 4.
We're going to take power weapons. We're going to throw them off the map for a second because Aquarius is a bandit VR predominant map with just a camouflage up top in the middle, so it's going to be bandits out. And Renegade starting to do work with his already, kicking it on board with him to start this game. He's already found 2 kills. 3 go down for Nemesis. It will be the first camouflage of the game going in Renegade's hands.
Yeah, Renegade's going to grab that. Now, I've seen a lot of teams put the bomb in the bomb in the camo player's hands in many cases as they bring that bomb up. We're going to have to see if Optics decide that. Seems like
like,
wow.
That didn't even look like it's difficult.
You're just running forward. How did we go for the trade?
What was that? Why are you running forward like that? Get a little straight. Go left or right.
Wait, something happened in the Nemesis comp.
What? Something.
I think John's breaking them. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
What was that?
He's not playing for beatdowns.
He's like, that's another kill. That's another kill. He didn't even shoot him once.
He's just sprinting around. Look at him. He's still sprinting.
I'm not gonna lie. They just like lock him.
And he's alive.
Ninja.
when was the last championship Sunday he wasn't part of? That's a good question for me.
I can tell you, Atlanta.
Yeah, that was quick.
Yeah. I'll let you know.
Remember that one.
He's controlling the objective here. Nobody's moving that bomb without Renegade saying something about it. He's going to have the 5 missiles in hand. Spots 2
Dude, it's taking so long to kill this guy. Wow.
Wow.
He actually did not.
He's breaking it down. He's just getting everything down.
What's he doing though? The bomb over there is 3 dead.
Give him that camo.
He's gonna have back-to-back. He's playing.
And he has combo.
Why didn't he go in their gen there though?
He's playing for a yeah. John plays for
Stats? No, you just really need that camo.
Who's getting these slays? Optics slays. They're in perfect position. One of the first picks, but there's pressure from Pink trying to take out.
He's actually nice. Yeah, I think that Nemesis is done. I don't know what happened, but SOG just was looking checkbook there. Yeah, something bad happened. They weren't playing. Not like you guys did for the first game, last game. Optics is getting more and more confidence.
Sniper on 5. I do feel like we've been, maybe it has been a Renegade stream, so it seems like we're completely destroying them, but
I only got one now. That's all you needed, bomb. You got like a nice
now you just kind of chill.
Just like you could just play Team Slayer. Not even. It's just like.
Nemesis regretting not taking that sig break.
Wow.
Nemesis is just running at him, and then options are shitting on him.
Bro, they're...
Every time I see SLG, he's sprinting.
Yeah, he's actually running down low-key.
No, something happened with their comms like mid-series. I don't know.
Especially after the first 2 games, how you were, like, how clutch you were, like...
100%, I would never have pushed that, I don't think. And Nemesis is probably regretting that decision, especially after Bound put you on a high-fight reel right there. The camouflage is going to be coming up here in a second. It does look like Nemesis finally have an opportunity to control here. Forms is going to be competing for bottom middle right now. I don't know if anyone from Nemesis is even the
Something like a camo, I'm assuming it was burnt.
Multiple members of Optics spotted by
Yeah, Bound's a god. Didn't he play really well the first series that they played?
I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I wish I did.
The Nemesis series? I don't know.
I swear he was going off.
He needs to take up some more ground. All these members of Nemesis, look at their positions. They're all low on the ground beside someone up high at their base. They need to get some higher position. Get over towards top lane, get towards top car. And there it is. We now have top car and top center in
It's the first time, I think, in this whole game that there's no like 3 on Optic.
They have complete control right now.
Speaking though, he's thinking somebody's behind him.
No, this is a...
It's dead.
I don't like how we just...
Now
just actually...
Dang, God, bro.
They're just breaking it down now.
No, Bound just saved the game.
Wait, ads popped up. I tried playing a 90-second ad, bro. What happened?
This is lucky a perfect map to play ads.
Oh, well.
Oops. Wait, are you serious? Dang it.
I'm waiting, bitching in the comments that's happening.
You're fucking bullshitted. Their car.
You have to mentally or consciously hold back from complaining because you're so used to complaining all the time.
It's like, RP! This is a little lip smack. RP! No, I'm the biggest lip smacker. Bro, like... No, it actually is hard to turn you, though. You don't get bullshit as much on LAN, but...
You're just like, let me get it out. I'll enter flow state afterwards. Holding it in and fucking me up.
DJ used to like whip me
out. Give you a lash?
Yeah, no, he said it like I did.
Talking about the stressful situation on Optic.
Come on, Bound.
Renegade might have died, but the damage he dealt on Car side of the map allows his teammates to follow up and create space, which was so much needed. That denied a real opportunity for Nemesis to get the bomb base. Good defense by Optic, keeps up with the lead. 5.5 minutes on the clock could be important here as we continue on.
Renegade's speed at which he plays the game is so incredible. The fact that he's able to turn around, target quick.
Bound's actually playing really well this game.
Yeah. They kind of needed it. I feel like John was like the only one playing the game.
Boy, behind enemy lines. They're going to know he's here based off the death cam. You have to think. A lot of Optic gaming for
There you go. I like this. He's like running at them.
That's what he's doing the first like...
I just want a 2-0 lead. He's my fucking little hurting heart. A little stressed heart. What's up, Zin City in the house?
Shout out, Zin.
Hey, big shout out to them.
How you doing, kid? No lead. Someone's gotta do it.
Alright, yo, he needs to put his hand on the like, yeah, they look like just checked. I don't know.
He's just running the ball.
Yeah, like, I don't know.
Was it SLG again?
This is multiple now. They're just running.
This is like their game plan. Watching it, like,
unless they were
watching it not work.
Yeah, like it's not working, and you're like, it was working the first game.
No, like actually, no, they're just getting horse slams. I'm not gonna kill.
They hear the crowd just yelling. No, it's on their screen.
The camera.
Oh, you're so much.
What the fuck? Yeah, what? What the?
like 2-0 lead.
Yeah, there's your 2-0.
Somebody bottom mid.
If they are misses, you
Drop
take
it,
it.
Slay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I guess.
That's a 2-0.
You gotta beat down. Wow.
Legends.
Both beat down.
That was it.
Bound needs to like not turn his ass right there and get a melee off. Don't take my shot.
Are you looking at your teammate's X? What? Why were you doing that? The bomb's still there. What are y'all doing? Yo. Nobody even de-armed that, by the way. Yeah, that's like a 1 second arm. Are they making it now they're doing it? But no, they kind of... Wait. Why?
John's gonna...
Dead.
And they armed. What are they...
Last guy sniper on.
Oh, one more kill.
Oh, down there.
No, they're gonna arm this.
Nice.
We just gotta...
They're like
getting desperate kills.
Yeah, they're not making attention. It looks like...
How did Informal get the bomb in the base? I mean, maybe he would have died. I don't know. It's weak.
They're breaking.
All right. Stop it. I should not keep doing that. Keep doing that.
That shit in their base.
This isn't like the map where you just want to like
Camera guys here. That's it.
Which angle?
Mike's on the left side.
No, they'll take photos like mid-game, and I can see the other corner of my eye, and I gotta pretend like I'm not...
You start mewing?
I'm like punching my Johnson. What's shot card 3? Bro, I can't pay attention. I'm mid-finals, they're taking a photo. No, literally, I can see it, and I'm like... I'm not calling out, I'm blatantly mewing.
Bro, they be doing that. I'll be trying to pose, I'm like...
No, you can see him, right? Like, does that have AD if I can't focus mid-finals?
They're like right there next to you. You play on the end.
That's what I'm saying. So I see the camera, I'm like, card 3? I like... I'm playing for photo shoots, bro. Holy shit, I'm not a model.
Sometimes they go up like
I know. No, it's kind of pissing me off, but like, I gotta play for it. That's a new profile picture.
That could last years.
Yeah. I got the same one for 3 years, bro. It's time to upgrade. I think they can win this. They just keep
They go for it.
Don't even mess with it.
I want to see they all get up after this.
Get a melee off.
That's a good...
Yeah, they should. Both teams should, to be honest.
By the time you move the bomb to your base, like... Why? Like...
3 of them are damn near neck 10.
I mean, they're not...
Are you just playing the game? Oh my god!
Yeah, they literally aren't shooting back.
It's just like... They're gonna get slammed getting...
I mean, I also don't like the fact that they're getting out-slayed like that. Oh, is he about the ninja? He wanted the teabag. Renegade wanted the teabag so bad.
He was like, guys, this is my like humble teabag. They don't think I'm actually teabagging, but I am.
Bro, I'm not...
John's blatantly just pissing.
I don't like that we outslayed this much and only won 1-0, but whatever. Going to game 5.
Whatever you gotta do to win.
Whatever. We won. Fuck it.
I'm not gonna lie, like, I don't think they win game 5. This is like... Nemesis? They're playing, yeah, Nemesis is getting, like, getting smacked. I don't know. John's...
We're going to a game 5.
Now we gotta stay for the game 5. I mean, like...
Oh, shit.
Like...
Imagine
we just leave game 5? Yeah, I see you guys. Dude, you're sick.
Oh, there you go. Alright, they all got it.
You guys want us to stay or leave?
Stay.
You guys are more than welcome.
I mean, what's up with that? Is there another series going on, too?
I mean, a lot of stays. A lot of stays in the chat.
Hey, a bunch of Ys? That's like another minute.
Wow.
Alright. You see you guys? I don't think I saw a single leave.
I saw one leave. Alright, I'm leaving.
That's where I was.
One negative comment? Yeah.
My mental shock the rest of the day. This is going to be the last match on main stage, probably.
Oh, you think so?
Is SSG playing on the side?
Oh, yeah, I guess they are. Wow.
How they not grow?
I don't know. It might be. It's probably up next. It might be up next after this. Because I don't think the series has started.
Yeah, they should have played already.
Yeah, it says up next.
What time is
it? It's 10:30. They're making them play early. No, I swear. I think they're making them play now because they always go top 4 on Sunday. That's what I'm saying. Even though they usually do it no matter how late it is.
I'm for sure like fighting the refs or something. That's bad.
Take it out on the refs. It was definitely their call.
It's a minimum 12-hour day because you have to be here at 9 a.m.
Yeah, can we talk about that? So who pulled the plug?
Yeah, who was it?
Crazy fans, yeah, man.
Is that green? Hey, someone in the chat speak up.
Someone was it? Yes, it was me.
Someone in the chat speak up.
No, chat. I got someone to go get my dog. So you're
Me, it was Verbaker.
I don't even know what a transformer is. I don't know what it is.
Is that what went down, the transformer?
Whatever that is.
I don't know, it's a movie or something.
Something catch on fire too? Or like,
it's something like that.
I'm glad they fixed it, honestly. I was worried the event was going to be canceled. I was like, we're playing for the headquarters or something. That's what I thought.
I was thinking they were playing for the headquarters. That's what was going to be canceled. Like, when they said we'll give you an update at 8 a.m., I was like, oh shit. Like, they might not know what's going on. What's your guys' favorite gun brand? I have 5. Spearmint. What gun do you got?
is it the blue one?
I mean, if you want me to be honest,
Yeah.
I don't have my backpack. Respawn gum.
Also 5 respawn gun.
We are 14 away from 2,150. Not that we even hit any goals, bro. It's been insane today.
You can relate, huh?
Pushing insane records.
Like that.
Mr. Wishu. My guy with the Prime sub. If you've got Amazon Prime, this is a good opportunity to link it with your Twitch to get that Prime sub in. Gang when you get to the Ziggy. Right, Ziggy. Jamie Ryan Heights with the $10 super chat. Let's go, Jamie. Thank you for the $10. Big W. Welcome back, gang. Thank you for the That's it. You're breathtaking. How many today? One more game in this series. One more series, I guess. SSG has to play C9 to solidify top 4 for Champ Sunday. I forgot that was happening.
Street Slayer?
Which means we're going to be here until 4:20. Let's get it.
Actually, at this time,
It's like my God. With too much free sub. Let's go.
they're just gonna get shit on. They're just gonna be running out on streets. But it's streets like the map you low-key kind of like run it down. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the way they were. Yeah, no.
They need to hit shots. I don't know.
They weren't even. Like, they're running it down and just getting fogged.
Did we hit the 12-hour mark already?
Yeah, we're well past.
We're well past 12 hours. What do players need to do to stay awake when there's so much on the line?
You gotta consume a lot of uppers. You gotta get some caffeine in your system.
That's great.
I mean, caffeine is an upper, so you gotta drink that caffeine, get the espresso. Make sure that you're kind of flowing with energy. You gotta kind of wake each other up. You gotta like somehow pull the last shreds of your energy out in the series.
Well, speaking of being awake, the crowd has not been very awake so far. I have not heard the green wall chants, especially when they came out. They started the reverse sweep. I did not hear them like I have in the previous matches before. So maybe the green wall needs to wake up and also cheer for their squad here in the major and hall.
I forgot Nick was like randomly.
This doesn't have the same advantage that Optic could potentially have.
Yeah, they don't. And the green wall chants, a lot of. This is kind of a thing, isn't it? This is for anyone that goes to an event, all right? I hear a lot of cheers when your team's doing well. What your team really needs is to cheer them on when they're not doing well. All right, and that's something we don't see enough. And maybe we can set the standard here. If your team is down 0-2 in a series, you need to get louder. That's like that vibe that helps them and give them that energy.
Well, Nemesis defeated Optic once in pools. This is your chance to tell everyone that this is not
I think we should start. It's crazy how we started with this matchup and we're ending here.
Shit.
If anybody isn't modded in my chat, snooze that ad.
Please. You can't do it, but snooze that ass. Wait, Nick. Snooze that ass. Snooze it.
W snooze. For 5 minutes. No, it's going to hit mid-map. No, that ad's going to hit mid-map. It's going to be 40 to 48. 2-minute ad. Wow.
Try to do it before. Hopefully. You can't like push that thing back for 5. That's. I might be able to.
No, Optic's going to end it before 5 minutes. You're good.
Oh, Nexel with the 5 bomb.
WK, he's a mod in my he's a mod in my chat. That's an Oiler.
Shout out to
Oiler.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. JS Loose with the Twitch Prime as well. Chat, just in case ads pop up, if you subscribe to the stream, you won't get them. Purified, Todd with the Twitch Prime. Hit the purple subscribe button. You might have a free Twitch Prime sub available to subscribe to your favorite streamer. That means that BDH Manic or Game 5, chat, for the reverse sweep. For the reverse sweep.
I think they do it. I think they do it.
Come on.
Let's go.
Edit with the 20 gifted. The good junior before Game 5.
Go edit.
Thank you so much, Edit. 20 bombs insane.
Edit.
Just like this reverse sweep.
Yeah, I see it. Forbidden flag.
Wait, am I lying?
Is there one person in that crowd over there just
like one bomb? Corey with the 10 bomb?
Corey with the 10.
Corey with the 10 on top of the 20. Chat. Riskful with the 5 bomb. All right, let's go.
Loser packs it in, packs it up, baby.
Put the game in his hands from our perspective.
Renegade POV, I mean, who else do you pick? With a 30 and 13. 13 game.
W, they're just running out now. All of a sudden,
They're just trading. They're going to keep it going, too.
I'm weak, but I'm coming up to that. She's backing down. Edit with the 20 bomb to APG.
Shit, Edit, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Edit. Let us lock in.
They're pinging them.
Wow.
I don't like streets here.
Why am I nervous?
Because it's more nerve-wracking watching.
Why?
It's because you're just because you can see everything and you have no control.
Yeah, no control.
Holy shit. When you're playing it, it's not like football.
Cameron's about to run out, bro.
Yeah, they're talking. Gotta hear this.
The emotions of these players in this game. This game is up at 26 all as we cross the 25 halfway mark here. Optic Gaming start to get the ball rolling. The teamwork starts to come through. You hear the energy, the nice is coming from them. And what an unbelievable push that was for Optic to get back in this.
Yeah, great pushes from all sides. Great individual plays. However, I did hear quite a bit of panic and uncertainty sometimes on Optic's voice. When they're hitting the trams, there's got to be someone in the red room. Yes, there was before, but it feels like they're relying on each other so much. They need to watch this, you need to watch this. Whereas I feel like the times they've been playing their best is when you let those players unchained, let someone like Bound and Renegade go out and do what they do best.
Yeah, the emotion says that this is a very nervous moment for them right now. You do not want to be in Game 5 with Nemesis, as this game still 3 kills separate the two, and this red gun continue to do damage. As you see multiple players down the Nemesis red gun removed, and Renegade busts down the door of Nemesis here, and they're set up towards Tram. As he finds a double kill, he's able to find the red gun. Can he stay alive? But this is a dangerous fight, trying to take the shield down. Woods doesn't get caught mid-sprint, and in the meantime, Optic Gaming picking up a couple of kills off screen. 37-30, camouflage now in Optic's hands. Everything's starting to just go right for the green wall.
Starting to click for them. I was saying before, Wes, that you weren't seeing smiles because they weren't where they need to be. However, I feel like we might see a different story here if Optic can pull this one out.
You can see a lot of smiles from the crowd at the very least. But Three Members holding formal as he takes the first shot with that red gun. Somehow gets out of there with his wife. Knocked to completely no shield. They do take down Bounce. They create a little bit of space. Formal still with camo in the heavens, trying to knock down a couple players' shields. Eventually his character does run out. This red gun starting to do a lot of damage. Where's the cleanup? It's of course, it's here. It's in the hands of Renegade. He finds a double in the kill feed. And Formal doing everything he can to deal damage, stay alive, play alive. And 41-31, Optic Gaming starting to roll ever since it was time to lead this all.
Just falling apart there for Nemesis. You saw Formal play that solo with that camo, dealing damage, down, taking up so much time and attention from Nemesis. And now we'll find that entire time and the rest of Optic collapses in and closes out the kills.
Renegade trying to push it. Doesn't get the predicted made. You gotta be careful here, Optic. You do not want to give up a bunch of kills. 46-33. No one deals pressure better than Bound. Bound finds himself a double, and now 4 kills away is Optic Gaming from a championship Sunday.
47-33. One more kill. SLG taking it down. Thank God.
And Legend and crew are driven for good reasons. They pulled through first week and Optic 100 tickets Sunday and got top 4.
You wondered who was going to step up, who was going to start making plays. Well, it was everybody.
No better way to
On the left side of the stage, the green wall stands strong and will punch their ticket to Championship Sunday. Will be able to compete for a championship at their hosted major. And man, were they battle tested here today. Nemesis gave them everything they could. But Optic Gaming woke up in the middle of this series, Dave. And when they woke up, they were a problem to deal with.
2 close games earlier that Optic were not able to close out. turned to them, have stepped up, played out of their
You talk about that game 5, 26 all. It's anybody's take. We leave the listening, and I'm not feeling too good about what I heard. I'm hearing a little bit of panic, a little bit of like hesitancy, a little bit of worry.
I kind of like that.
They pushing the train.
It sounds rushy. It sounds like their backs are against the fucking wall, and they need to
You saw it tonight.
This is a personal one with him, of course.
They're running it down.
Obviously, the European best is something that he considers himself, not the team he's playing against. So this one
I think the nemesis is the end of the day winner.
Bro, I mean, look, I know that I've had Josh's guys. It was a hell of a series. Lights out, man. Nemesis has been incredible today.
Oh, let's go.
The fight today so much better. The Big Cheese. You're an optic fan. You're breathing a sigh of relief. You gotta give so much respect to Nemesis for the ruler of a series they put optic through. And the win they pulled off in pool play that created this reality in the first place. I know we got B-Stream, I know. Just take a second to just... This is what, this is raw.
Replace one of them
Alright, we get no breaks as you go with the broadcast.
What we consider to be a God squad, one of the best teams in North America.
On the B-Stream, our series still continues. At the end of the day, with top 4, Yakuza survived it. Welcome to the We did it! 21-55. Goal achieved again. We smashed every goal.
You do not put them in your pool.
W Royal 2, W Frosty, W Gasson in the chat, man. Seriously appreciate them joining, but we do have a Renegade interview.
Everybody make some noise for Optic Gaming. Brick by brick. They climbed their way out that series, and I got Renegade on the stage, and man, you done played them twice today. And, you know, throughout, what was it, 6 maps, they had y'all number 5-1. But here in this series is where it made the difference. You guys are down 2-0. Talk to me about where did this series flip? Is it something that you guys talked about? Was it a motivational speech after that map 3? What did you guys lock in to be able to close this out the way that y'all did?
I mean, first of all, that team is fucking gross. Like, wow. Holy shit.
A tough team indeed, okay?
To those guys. But I don't know, we started our footing. We knew that, like, as long as we got our kills, got the weapons, did the, basic Halo Infinite shit, that we can get the job done.
You guys definitely did, man. They were playing out of their minds, okay? You guys were sweating over there, but managed to make it to a championship Sunday yet again. How important is that for you to be able to do that here in Texas in front of a home crowd? Get back to Sunday.
Yeah, super important. I'm glad we made it to Sunday. It would have sucked if it didn't now Saturday, but, eyes forward to 2 tomorrow.
Yes, sir, okay? And, I don't know if they heard it in the chat at home, but this whole crowd chanted MVP for you. And in this series, being able to ice up the way that you did, talk to me about how you feel about your own performance here today.
I think I'm playing pretty good, but,
I
want to win this tournament. If I'm not winning, then it's not really worth it.
There you go. I agree. Okay, you're a winner at heart. All you want to do is get this dub. Now, lastly, what do you want to tell these people in the audience at home? I know you got your family here as well. It's been a tough day for you, but you got it done.
Shout out all you guys, especially my family and all you guys in the crowd and in the green wall. I hear you guys and thank you.
There you go. That's the thank you for Renegade and Optic Game here on the stage. That's going to do it for us. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Some choice words on that main stage from Renegade, that young man over there, but I've got to say he's right as well. He is dead on with it. They are gross. And
Cloud
say
9
goodbye to them, but lasting memories they have made on that main stage, and I've got to say, it should be incredibly proud of everything that they've managed to accomplish this weekend. It kind of sucks because of all the hard work and the brilliance
Space
coming
Station's
across the
up
screen
1-0 against Cloud9.
Sunday, it almost feels wrong to do that. But GG's, and I really do hope that they continue forward with this roster because it was amazing to witness. Well, one side of things though, Optic Gaming, they are bouncing back. That looked very shaky for a minute. 2-0 down once again, but turning things around this time. Goofy, what are your thoughts midway through that series? Seeing them down 2-0, did you see a little bit of life left in them? Was there a sign for you that was like, you know what, a reverse sweep could be on the cards here?
Definitely. You know, game one, they lost, like barely losing game one, barely losing game two. I just had a gut feeling that Optic was going to come back and do something special, and that's exactly what we saw. Big shout out to Renegade. Look at that KD, 1.96. That might be the highest we've seen so far today on main stage. Absolutely dominating performance out of him. If you're an Optic Gaming fan, you were on the edge of your seat because your tournament was on the line each of those games, 3, 4, and 5. And even in game 5, it was neck and neck, like more than halfway through before Optic pulled away. So what an outstanding performance by the Green Wall, making it a championship Sunday. And remember, they dropped the elimination round 1, right? Going all the way to that grueling loser bracket run, being down 2-0 and making the comeback against Sunday. What a hats off to Optic.
I gotta say that KD's awfully nice there, but the damage coming in from his partner Bound as well in the 30Ks, what was it, 32K there on the stat sheet, Tony. I mean, Bound partnering that up with him, it was a recipe for a dub coming forward. Every single team member just started to spark to light. It was beautiful to watch. And Nemesis, they were just getting caught up in their own kind of fantasy that they had for that first 2 games of this series. Optic, they just had a new lease of life.
Yeah, man, I talked about it right at the beginning of the day. I talked about it even after that Shopify Rebellion series, and even before this series. What is their winning formula? When Renegade is your main slayer, but even when he doesn't have the most damage, and I said when Bound is that main damage dealer, they become that perfect duo on LAN, and watching them play like this is absolutely incredible.
It certainly is, indeed. It's just highlight reel here, of course, and just so many snipers, camos, so much potential to get back in the game. And this was lights out as well, actually. That map 3 was incredible from Optic Gaming. What's standing out to you right now, Goofy, if you want to see this roster take forward into tomorrow, because they're going to have to take charge of some of these teams they're facing?
Yeah, really, Optic Gaming definitely is going to learn a lot from this series for this whole day. Going into tomorrow, now the competition gets really stiff, right? We're gonna wait to see between Space Station Gaming and Cloud9 who's gonna be that fourth team. But you have FaZe Clan and Shopify Rebellion. FaZe has dropped the map all weekend long, and Shopify are those expected favorites coming into this tournament. So I think you got a tall order ahead of you right now. You must be doing it.
They would be giving every single team, especially with playing like Renegade. So Optic have them, I think, on FaZe.
While we wait for the next series to start, I honestly want to get everybody's thoughts on the previous series. I'm assuming everybody was watching that. That was a pretty scary moment there for Optic Gaming. How many of you thought Nemesis was going to take it? What do you see?
Jack says, damn, I didn't even see the third option. Like you would have taken it. You're faded. It's my chance to tell you, chat, you guys are faded.
I see some refunds in the chat. Sorry, guys, refunds. You got a fan there. Oh my god, Eli.
Yo, it's Reed. I used to work with that guy recently.
I was ready for. Yeah, I used to coach that guy actually.
How many people have you coached so far? Can you count? Do you remember
I think I've done 700 sessions on that.
Oh my god.
And
I had 70 in my head. I thought 70 would be a lot.
No, 700.
So
I was grinding for the last couple of years.
Out of 700 matches, have you had like any, I don't know, matches that like, or like
coaching sessions
that like stand out to you that, you know, just you just never forget?
There's a lot of those. For privacy reasons, I will not discuss those though, because I don't share my client information.
It's okay, you can tell them I'm 153 of those 700. It's fine. Put me on blast. Yeah, purchase a session for me like this suck. Whatever, dude. Deal with it.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of awesome people. I do appreciate everyone that trusted in me to be your coach. It's one of the most fun things that I have in life, honestly.
And it's so cool that we get to be here. Thanks, chat. Thanks, YouTube. Thanks, Twitch, for being here
with us,
keeping us awake. See, you guys are our
More show,
well,
you know?
if Optic has a green
And then
wall,
buy
what's
it. If it was
what's
a
our
series,
audience?
you would buy it.
Yeah, but there's YouTube chat too. Don't forget about YouTube.
The mumbled mess.
You are.
I don't know. You guys come up with your name. What's your name? Eli, you are so hot. Hello, Kelly. That's my man, Kelly.
I've been saying that for a long time.
He's a brilliant
Chat
singer.
asking me for more ads. Okay, send it, Louis. More ads.
Run the ads.
Roll the ads. W ads.
This one's for all the ads. I mean the marbles here. No, I'm just kidding.
Imagine.
All right, the next game, ready to begin game number 2, right? What day is it?
Yeah, this
Slayer
I guess is as good as mine.
Recharge Slayer. Will Space Station Gaming be able to take it, or will Cloud9 climb up and take Station Gaming?
I think Cloud9 have a chance, but I think also Space Station are playing with a lot of fire right now, and they're looking better than we've seen them in a while, in my opinion. But Cloud9 are very good as well.
Slayer on recharge. That's exactly what Cloud9 need to do here. Tie up the series of 1 for now. Tie up that one. Cloud9 taking a momentary edge in the opening and break sequence. But after all is said and done, a couple of fists fly, a little bit of shrapnel hits the wall and the suits of these Spartans. And it's still Cloud9 on top by 1.
Lucid with the camo. This guy certainly knows what to do with it. Starting to see Lucid start to pick up his gameplay, playing a bit more aggressive. And that's what I'd like to see. He needs to start making some openings. Stellar can't be the only guy hold forward for this squad to be successful. I think Lucid starting to figure that out.
No scope melee. Lucid lines it up again. I thought he had a good looking headshot there. Next on the shoulder, which is enough to earn the assist. 3 will go down for Cloud9, and it's a 3-kill lead for SSG.
Kill lead. Slow game so far. Already about a minute and a half in. Low kills by the way, Patty Slay, I think, with some subs. Thank you, Patty Slay.
Patty.
Nice subs start flowing.
That connected on 2. That's enough damage to push in and clean up on Eco. Has the call. Loose let him know, hey, man, I got a little collateral damage there. Let's push it to clean it up. He cleans it up himself. He says, screw it. I'll do it live.
He is in flow state. Shout out Active. I know he's smiling somewhere listening to this. Plasma pistol in hand of Lucid. He's been picking this thing up all weekend. I've seen him with Plasma pistol in hand, especially on this map, more often than not.
Well, we talked about that on the Optic Watch Party with Nick and G, Nick's gonna have on. And with the shotgun, and even the disruptor here on the map, like recharge being GA, the plasma just kind of fills in and the comp if you get
Weapons can use any aggressive no state fight, one-shot state fight somehow. Still able to get destroyed. That one, you see more fights going down to Zab. There is nothing. There is out the gold side, Cloud9 holding on to a 2-kill advantage.
Going down 2-0 will be a really tough thing to come back from if you're C9. This is a big game and it's really close. Essentially all tied up by only 2 kills right now. Space Station wants to try to get his lead and maybe go for a clean sweep.
But it's starting to feel like SSG had trapped open towards the C-side. Was it a trap, or were they baiting Cloud9 into a false sense of security? That's a quick freeze down. SSG make their presence known immediately off the spawn.
Snakebite almost winning that unwinnable battle. Does a lot of good damage now. Here we go. We got Lucid on your screen, and when you got a sniper rifle, you better hide.
Trying to get shield back though, down to half shields, and everybody from Cloud9 knowing exactly where he's at, somehow able to dodge the insta-explode, but shields up, weapons are hot, and now he's grappling into some danger. Septify almost losing his head. Lucid continues to get aggressive here. Off-screen, Zab even get a double kill. Lucid somehow survives, and now, which is rotating around this map with active camouflage coming up, it's going to draw in both these teams towards the mid-map.
Yeah, Lucid in a perfect position here to take advantage of that grapple, gets the camo down by 5, so he's going to be a really pivotal player in this series of events.
Camo and Shock is a dangerous combination, and Lucid is a dangerous player to give it to. 7-4 so far to start off this game, but still down by 4 kills. This right here has to be the winning position here for SSG. Boo ends up going down. Shields are coming right back up. Lucid getting aggressive toward the final. Inside players don't know how Septify was able to get that stick. Still, Lucid gets his and a killing spree.
Killing spree for Lucid. 9 and 4, having a really good game 2 so far. Trying to will his team to victory, going up 2-0 in this series. Again, so much is on the line here, Tony. Win or go home. Win and make it to Championship Sunday. Boo goes down. Stella continuing his spree right now. I think he might be getting close to that killing frenzy here soon.
Sab being out that corner. Lucid finds out. Oh my gosh, the moment Lucid's able to figure it out, Sab hits it amazing. But Snake Bite goes right at Septify, softening up Boo Boo is forced to go over toward the low ground. Not going to chase him, he wants his gold side control.
Still down by 5 kills. Seems like any player we go to on SSG is making plays, but Cloud9 continuing to get their kills and keep the lead.
36-32, Cloud9 still holding on. Lucid, he's going to try to work with Snake Bite over toward the A side. I know that Sab is over on that back A side corner here, and now the squad spawn's starting to come in. You see Manny, you see Septify, Cloud9 want to break out of that spawn. They're not challenging gold here. They want to wrap towards the C side. They want to grab hold of this active camouflage. Stellar aggressive on the mid map, maybe a bit too aggressive because Manny makes him pay.
Here we go, Manny with the camo. And then plays life really carefully here, not going to engage in any unnecessary battles, trying to find some advantageous positions, puts out some good shots to Nico, gets the assist, Nico goes down, Snake Bite's compromised as well, goes a good grenade, Stellar goes down, the 3 members fall for Space Station, only 9 kills left to go for Cloud9 to tie up the series.
41-36, Cloud9. They're moving into position real quick. Manny goes right after Lucid. There is a one-shot Stellar who refuses to go down easily, but Boo has other plans. And now Manny just wrapping around the map. No Snake Biters around. Even with a clutch double, not gonna matter though. Manny getting up close and personal.
I love the way Manny played his entire life. That camo really put it to use and helped his team extend the lead. Nico goes down. 5 kills left to go for Cloud9.
Green gun out. Just a distraction though. Tried to find the exit route, but Stellar hunting him down. Back to a 5-kill lead. But Sab with a shot, he's dangerous. Almost gets the double on Nico.
Down by 4. What a big kill for Septify, taking out Eagle. That could have been scary for C9, but now we got the shot in the hands of Septify, and let's see what we can do with it.
Just barely misses the head of Stellar. Ultimately shot the lead. Stellar makes his way toward that gold side. I think I saw a flanking player though over towards Long Haul. Gotta be careful. I don't want to give that up here. It's Lucid. He flanks through Long Haul, makes his way towards the C side, gets himself a double kill. More importantly, taking down the shot rifle player. Not only down by 3, but notice Boo was able to take down Eagle. Septify gets his. The flank was beautiful, but Cloud9 just need one more kill, and there it is.
Wow, that flank by Lucid was so perfectly timed, but that's the thing in this game that I've seen out of Cloud9. Every time you think that Space Station Gaming is about to make a play, about to close the gap and maybe gain the lead, Cloud9's also somewhere else on the map getting the kills and extending the lead. So big plays out of them to tie up the series.
Certainly was. They got trapped way too many times in Space Station. They got themselves into sticky situations. Yes, they came out of things a couple of times with a few trades, but unfortunately it was twofers. You know, they're just not able to get a grasp of that scoreline. The other thing that I think they struggled with a touch there was the fact that they weren't sure where people were spawning. We saw one time Kevin picks up the shock rifle, he's happily gunning for C, and boom, 3 spawners come through. You know, just having to pick things up like that, maybe miscommunications, not blocking a spawn in time. Yeah, a little bit chaotic there, I think, towards the end. So, yeah, Cloud9 ran away with that one for sure. Curious to know what's coming up next in the series later. I have no idea what we are actually in for map number 3, but again, 1-1 right now, a big swing. Any thoughts coming out of that one from you two?
Yeah, just to piggyback off what you said, Lottie, definitely small mistakes having big impacts for Space Station Gaming. To your point at the end there, Eco getting the kill on the shock rifle player, pushing towards control. That could have been the swing moment for the game, and SSG could have stole that game too, but to your point, maybe some miscommunication, not knowing where the players were spawning. He goes down, loses the shock rifle, and then we see Cloud9 take the win.
I think there was one very disciplined play by Cloud9. I remember Snake Bite and Stellar kind of baiting that gold door, waiting for them to come to A towards gold gold, and it's very advantageous, it's very baiting to try to push that angle, try to clear out gold, but no, Cloud9 spawned up with bottom A elevator, and then rotated through tower, rotated towards C, got a camouflage because of it, and then eventually attacked gold, but attacked it from the strong side, the long haul side. I think a lot of players like me probably would have pushed straight over towards Whirlpool, tried to fight that gold, and it's just so hard fighting towards that gold door. It's made heaven.
It certainly is, indeed. Next up, actually, my wonderful producer Corey let me know it is Live 5 Strongholds, which I think should be a really, really good game. One that is going to be fought very hard on the map. I think both, honestly, would play that pretty well if I remember correctly. I don't think that's a weak spot for either of these teams, so should be tightly matched. How are you feeling about our Strongholds coming up, Goof?
We'll have to see. I mean, on Live Fire, you got to control power-ups, you got to control the power-ups, right? That's been the story for me in the Space Station Gaming roster. Can they flip that switch and start controlling the map, start controlling the power? You have 4 world champions on your team. Give yourself the advantage by getting the weapons. So I'm excited to see if they can pull that off.
I was say, I've also seen Cloud9 start really popping off with some of those power weapons. They can hit shots. I think a lot of people forget, you know, when you're going up against the likes of Stella, who is basically Mr. S7 and has had that, you know, name from last year. He was just unstoppable with the S7 in his hand. You forget that Saab can do this. You forget that all sorts of players are capable of this if they can pick it up. So the key is going to be for C9. Do not let that in the hands of your opponent. You need to be using that weapon to your advantage and press those advantages as well. If you're Space Station Gaming, obviously you're just trying to find a way to build a little bit more momentum here. You just had a hard stop in that slay. You had a significant lead at the beginning, a really hot start, and suddenly let it get away from you. But we do also have Assault Aquarius, which is strange when for folks at home. I know you nicknamed it Bomb as well. But Assault Aquarius also is going to be a really highly competitive assault map too. And then if it does go the distance, Slayer on streets. Tony, how are you feeling about this series layout?
I think the Strongholds are going to be really tough for Cloud9. I think when Cloud9 gets their double cap and they're able to really set up, they're going to be very comfortable, and I like that for them. What my problem is with SSG and their versatility, like when they get a triple cap, they're able to identify spawners extremely well, and they're able to really hold on to those triple caps because of that. So if Cloud9 get an early double cap, they can run away with it. But what happens when SSG have the double? They have to break. They're going to take too long to try to move players in the right positions to attack. I like SSG and Strongholds a lot.
Yeah, I would say I agree with you. I do like them in Strongholds too. It's about whether or not they can dig deep here. It is late. Obviously in Arlington we are approaching, what, 11 p.m.? Is it already 11 p.m.?
Is it?
Wow. Oh, it's 11:11, guys. Make a wish. I know what mine's going to be. Nothing to do with this series at all. Nothing whatsoever. No personal ties at all. Don't tell us what your wishes are, but make sure you get your wishes in. Maybe something to do with Championship Sunday tomorrow and your favourite teams. But with that being said, I'm excited to see where we go from here. I know that they're just having a quick break, as you do after the second map in the series, and we're just blabbing on up here as we get into the evening. You enjoying Arlington so far? It has been a long bit, but it's been pretty exciting. Goofy, it's your first time back.
Yeah.
Wow, so much has happened for you with your one-year return.
I know, it feels great. I feel like Halo events are like my home. You know, I've been going to events since I was 13, 14 years old, and I've just made so many friends, so many networks, so many ties in the community. So it feels amazing to be back at a Halo major with the talented crew that we have here. So I'm stoked.
I love that, Goofy. And obviously, we've had you on the desk analysing everything. Now you're getting to cast the red zone a little bit too, which is amazing. So we're just chucking everything in the kitchen sink for you, because why not when you're coming back for the first time in a year? We do have the championship bracket for folks at home who are still tuning in and watching. We love you. Thank you so much for being here. And as you can see, it's been pretty business as usual for Shopify Rebellion. Nothing crazy going on from them. Just progressing ever so nicely, finding themselves in that winners final. I'm curious to see what FaZe Clan can do, though. They've had a very clean run so far. Some may say or argue they've had a little bit of an easier road than some, than most. But now they're going to meet Shopify Rebellion. I think the big question right now, Tony, that is on my mind, I'll be going to sleep thinking about this, is have they been tested enough to go up against Shopify Rebellion? Are they ready for the smoke of the Rebellion?
Well, I mean, I guess the question is, if you ask the question, have they been tested enough compared to Shopify Rebellion? I mean, Shopify Rebellion to go to an Optic and an SSG in round 2. That is probably the hardest journey to get to the winners finals. But I feel like if you're FaZe, I feel like you have to know that you can beat anybody in this tournament. That includes the likes of a Shopify Rebellion. They're ready to upset. They know that they have it in them, but it ain't gonna be easy.
It's not going to be easy. I know that they had hit a flow state with their game against Nemesis. I need to see that and maybe even more. I think that's what it's going to take to take down Shopify Rebellion and really start hitting hard. I also think a very strong start is in order. That's key against Rebellion. They have strong starts and just feed off that momentum and that vibe and energy. They are such an energetic team. You can see it in their gameplay. You can certainly hear it in their comms. So FaZe Clan, they have quite something cut out for them, but they can do it. They're more than capable. Every single one of their members on that roster is capable of doing it.
Yeah, I'm becoming more and more looking at their roster than looking at the dynamics.
I just never, like, I don't know. I never found one that I just really fuck with that much. I fuck with MFK a lot, though. I fuck with MFK a lot, Tom Ford, Byredo, also Clyde Christian. Clyde Christian is probably
the map yet. I know we talked about their road to get to the winners bracket finals is maybe a little bit not as difficult as the Shopify Rebellion, but hey, they beat whoever was put in front of them, right? And now it's going to be Shopify, so we'll see if they can take down the juggernauts of this event.
And I'm going to sound a little crazy with this as well. I'm going to throw it out there. Hey, what I've been saying is real. Listen, it's real. I feel like if I'm FaZe, and again, I'm talking about play style and stylistically, no, this is nothing against Optic Gaming whatsoever. It's not me saying Optic versus Shopify. I'm just saying stylistically, I'd rather play against Optic Gaming than Shopify Rebellion. I think Shopify Rebellion can like really slow the game down, speed it up, and whatnot. I think FaZe would love to play against a team like Optic Gaming that likes to get super aggressive and maybe try to bait them into like certain scenarios and catch them off guard. I think Shopify Rebellion slightly are able to stabilize a little bit more and not able to fall into those traps and fall into those cycles.
100%. Do you know what that actually really reminds me of Pure from last year? They used to be so good at baiting and trapping you and feeding into your playstyle and using it against you. They were so good at that, and that's really why they were such a disruption to pretty much all of our top teams last year as well. So no, I love that. I completely agree with that fully. I do think stylistically there are a couple of teams that match up so much better against one another and often don't find themselves going up against each other. But that's just how the cookie crumbles, folks. We're getting into map number 3, Live Fire Stronghold. And so far, Space Station are about to cap C and B and hopefully get a big hold here.
Here we go, starting things off with Boo Boo Doo. Picks up the sniper rifle, and the Repulse takes down 3 members go down, actually, for Cloud9, leaving Boo Boo all by himself with the sniper rifle. I'm curious if he's going to try to maybe waste some ammo or get to a position on the map where he can throw it off, but no, it looks like he's going to take the challenge. Does good damage on Stellar, takes him out.
Despite being breathed down, he's somehow able to come up with that no-scope on the camouflage player, buy enough time for Sab to come off the spawn, get that clean up, and Boo Boo Doo still lives right now. That's a huge play.
Yeah, big play. 3 members go down, your last one alive, but Sniper staying alive, doing damage, and now he's running havoc, running around 36 to 0 right now as Space Station, though, still has control.
Cloud9 stealing away Charlie. C and B belong to them, and a huge trade goes down with the big boy side, but a trade that favors Space Station Gaming as they have a man advantage.
By doing some damage on these players, Ness finds Boo Boo Doo and Manny is in a great position now, and Ness gonna try to pinch these players to help his teammates. Manny, though, doing some good damage. Stellar takes on Step by top mid, and Snakebite really just needs to stay alive, plays life right here. Unfortunately gets the trade, but not the worst case scenario, still does a lot of damage.
61-1 run right now coming out of Space Station Gaming. And another trade goes down, but that says you're going to take those trades any day of the week as long as they continue to hold on to the 2 strongholds. But as a flips, no it doesn't. It's reset. Now Bravo's being taken. This is about to be the trip cap. This is what I was worried for.
Yeah, that trip cap is deadly. The clock ticks so quick. Loser with the QE in his back pocket. Charges it up and makes his way over to Nest. Waited for his shield to come back as the members of C9 trying to get tower control, trying to at least convert Z and stop his bleeding. Finally do. still down though 100 plus seconds to just one.
This is what we're worried about. Cloud9 able to get those kills, but look how long it takes in order to hop into a base and take it. Finally, we're seeing Cloud9 score. This is the double cap. They need to hold on through multiple rounds of slays. You're down by about 100 points right now.
Up on board with the camo, trying to do damage on tower, and now going to wait for that sniper, maybe just staying top mid, playing his life, finds a lot of crucial information on two Space Station members going towards B, and this is what camo is all about, playing sneaky, playing your advantages, and now he's just playing his life.
Testing the hill. This is extremely important for your Perceptify. Can't go down easily, but SSG don't care. Easy cleanup coming out of Space Station Gaming. Still Cloud9 hold on to Alpha and Charlie. A bit of a transitional hold, but one that SSG is going to attack. They want Charlie.
Space Station converts C and has B control as well. Now you have the players, Cloud9 trapped in A, doing some good damage. Snake by sitting nest, playing his life. Lucid is a player to watch, top tower. He needs to stay alive for as long as he can.
It's a huge setup by SSG. The amount of space they have on the map is really controlling you with this setup. And then it'll be up to Cloud9 to really double up on a perimeter player in order to create some kind of lane here. But SSG are scoring so quickly. Cloud9 are going to have to deliver position a lot faster. And that sniper is going to be able to speed things up. Snake by winning a huge fight over toward the green side, alleviating some of that pressure. I said it before. You mess with the snake, they get the fangs.
Snake doing a great job getting kills he had no business getting, and really helping his team prolong the control on the map. But as I say that, you see Cloud9 has A and D trying to get the trip cap themselves over at B. There you have it, a trip cap Cloud9.
This is what you want to see. Bravo long step and now creating that staggered spawner. Sav is able to identify Eco right off the spawn, get a quick kill. Stay by the Stellar, steal away A, but they make their presence known. Now with Cloud9 are swarming on them. You have the sniper in the hands of Septify. You have a numbers advantage. This is Cloud9 heaven.
Eco one shot back tower, trying to stay alive, but he goes down. Snakebite trying to stay alive. B does do some good damage on this player on Nest.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, it's not going to maintain for long, this, as is typically the case, but points are points. Getting a few slays in the process means that they will continue to score. Still applying pressure. Eco trying to be cheeky here and buy some time before his teammates spawn, but when he gets spotted and body shotted, he's taken down. Where this portal is, okay, bottom of the training boxes here. But Sep not going to have to use them. This is the first shot, wisely backs out of that engagement. Wanted to shoot the plasmas, but unfortunately got picked up before he could.
It's an important time in the match for Space Station to regain control of A, B, and get back to scoring, because Cloud9 just cut the lead in half. Now they're going to have to do a little bit more work to achieve that once again. The goalposts have moved. Eco. This is spot opponents pushing through the top middle portion of the map. Chase grenade goes out, but nobody from Cloud9 taking that bait. They're going to let Eco burn the remaining 10 seconds or so with that camo. He's not going to be able to do much with it unless he gets this slate onto Manny. It looks like the camo going to be done and dusted.
Yeah, interesting the way they chose to play that. They just route straight to A, overwhelm Stellar, who's caught isolated on islands. Really took their time, and they did succeed in their effort to capture A, but at what cost? Gave up BC once again.
Eli have almost been forcing themselves into the unfortunate back A spawns. Even recently, when they won map control, they elected to take A without going for B. You got to at least go for that, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It almost feels like maybe they're overthinking some of these rotations a little bit. But I also think Space Station is winning a lot of the fights that matter. That one right there, Stellar going to pick up the sniper, full snipe. Not what you want to see in the hands of Stellar if you're a Cloud9 fan.
Well, A is what you want on the exam, but not on Live Fire Strongholds, as it's B and C's that get degrees, as Space Station is on the verge of taking a 2-1 lead in this series.
If you're in school, please don't listen to today's guys.
You wouldn't be happy with the B?
I mean, the B's are solid.
You're going to get a good job with the B. 225-78. As what was once a close game, 70 to 140. Cloud9, and when you're only down by 6 seconds, that's like 6. So Space Station have really opened it up here as they are on the verge, just 10 seconds away from taking Game 3.
This is such a strange game. I'm not even gonna look at the kill disparity. There's not much for one at all.
Yeah.
Basically got one more kill and they're winning by almost 200 points. I feel like Cloud9 made some very strange decisions in this game, and I don't know. I don't know what to say about this.
It feels strange.
Well, I think I know what is strange, and it's the fact that, well, Eli has old man sketches on. And that's what we and I have been talking about the entire...
You guys just collectively water those Eli?
I don't know, bro. I bought this shit on Amazon.
They are Under Armour, to be fair.
Oh, okay. Is that better? They were asking...
We're not even sponsored, and I gotta show the logo to
not only that, but feet for free.
Yeah, that's true. Well, they want to know what Max Jordan's What are they? Like, which one?
These are the Concrete Threes Wizard Edition.
Wizard Edition?
I just made that up. They are Concrete Threes, though. I said Wizard because they're green, which is, like my colors.
There you go, guys. Are you happy? I was babysitting chat while you guys were...
Someone's got to be
very focused on the game while you were trying to roast me for my player.
It wasn't really quiet, though, right? Like,
it was a strange game. It was a nice no-scope here from Stellar. Ultimately, not of much consequence. It didn't really feel like Cloud9 were really fighting to win this game.
Well, could the time of the day also be actually really starting to affect Cloud9? Because they look pretty awake in the recharge, though.
With the 5 gifted, he's always supporting the stream. King Mod in the chat.
Free. You know, if you go down, if you go down, screw it. We all spawn up together again. We're going to make our next push. We're going to call which of A, B, and C we want to go for. We're going to make it a confident call. We're going to call it quickly off spawn. We're going to take it right back. That's what we saw.
Well, now we're moving on to a newer game mode. Now we're moving on to Bomb Aquarius. I think the only map that people seem to enjoy playing. Which one of these two teams has gotten better at this game? What is the next question?
Probably both, to be honest. Space Station, I feel like the way they're playing right now, probably favored in this game mode. I think the Cloud9 have to really take over. They're going to rely on players like Sab to start slaying out, get it behind them. Don't let Space Station get comfortable, because I think that if Space Station get comfortable, they might run away with this game.
What do you think this map, Aquarius specifically, has been working the best for Bomb?
I mean, it's pretty cut and dry, to be honest. Get slays, go into their utility, get in the back of their base, and spawn kill them when they spawn in the fridge. I think that's what most teams are trying to do here.
Well, everybody knows what they're trying to do. Who's going to be the creative one to either go outside the box and stick to the plan to win, or maybe they don't need to do that.
I think you're giving a good point, Allie, because when I think of outside the box, I think of Boo. Now, looking at the camera to work with, the Threat Seeker, not really a piece of utility equipment that allows you to play that unorthodox playstyle like a grappler or Bulls would, but maybe you're right. Maybe it's up to Boo to learn some new tricks and play his unorthodox playstyle and rewrite the book on Aqua Salt.
Cloud9 versus Space Station Gaming, game number 4 starts now.
I really do like the line of thinking of the thoughts to be creative, but this feels like the game mode that you just don't have that much room to
be a little more meat and potato, huh?
Yeah, you gotta just win your fights, you gotta get those double kills.
It's kind of like a glorified Slayer, to be honest.
It's a Slayer where you gotta hunk this big object across the map, stuff in the other team's base, whether they like it or not. Here we go, Boo, pushing out on the B side. You gotta have a lot of top presence here as well. If you get to P2 and Car 3, that would be the best way to manage it. Oops.
Dad force wants.
Don't they call your shoes?
No, they said that's what they call your shoes.
I mean,
maybe it's in your future.
Y'all are just haters, bro.
Space Station aggressively playing off the start. They've already got the bomb presence in the base of Cloud9. You go with that at the doorstep. He's going down. One shot, low shield, low HP, but gets it right back. And they have the numbers advantage to start trying to arm this, and it's already at 50%.
I mean, he goes strong sightings to the direct pillar. He seems so aware that it looked like he had a mental map in his brain.
He gets eyes in the back of his head.
Yeah, like he was really imagining where it could have been possible.
I'll tell you what. If this is what Space Station looks like, outside of a kind of a sketchy Slayer where it really felt like only Lucid was on the sticks for that one, but if they take this level of forward-facing aggressiveness, if they take the initiative to the top 4 teams, they can find their ways into the grand final, man. That ain't crazy to say.
I think you're onto something. Optic have been shown to lead, although they didn't wake up with that reverse sweep over the Nemesis, but I feel like if they end up running into a space station, Space Station could give them some trouble. I really like what I'm seeing from this roster. They've made some changes, it's obvious.
You even said against Rebellion, where they got 3-0 swept. Hold on, though. Watch the games, you would say, it seems like Space Station is finding percentage points, the percentage points improved in each and every single gunfight. So they're climbing the ladder, and they're making their way to day 3 as Space Station looks to secure the 3rd game of this series since it's all home. Go to 99.
Man, don't tease me. It's almost here.
You ready for bed?
I'm clocking out, bro. The power outage really threw our schedule off, guys. Bear with us. This is Space Station's game to lose so far. They've been planted to the base of Cloud9. Finally, though, they've been cleared out of the base of Cloud9, and Cloud9 have a chance to breathe.
Always tough to earn a hard-fought team fight like that in Cloud9, and then realize, oh, this is only going to get us to the middle of the map. So, Space Station, with their aggressiveness, again, you can afford to get wiped and be okay with it as long as you're the one that possesses the objective in the other side of the map. So, big ups to Space Station, man. This is boding really well for the rest of their tournament. Think about the last player standing for now. Lucy just off the respawn screen. Eco and Stellar got to wait a little bit longer until they get back in action. Down for Cloud9. Snakebite clambers up to the top side of utility. Peeking across the map. Only spots up the arm zone. Sab on the other side. It's 3 stack for Cloud9 on the far side. Only 2 for Space Station. They might still just win it. No, it's going to be 2-2 for now.
2v2, Bomb is progressing towards the base of Cloud9, though.
I still will take it. I will still. I think it's a little bit of an overextension if you really had to get dirty with it. Metafy like with Eli's message, but just in the sense they've been way too passive. I'd rather see you be too aggressive and overextensive than under.
Yeah, I agree with that. You got to keep pressing issues because the thing is, once you start moving forward and applying damage to your opposition, the teammate, even if you die, the teammate that's next up can sometimes finish up that damage, and you slowly start to chip your way across the map. That's exactly what they need to do if they're going to ultimately score this bomb, and I think that's a big part of bombs, is just kind of relentlessly pushing ahead.
Yeah, Eco's reward for overextending there, quote-unquote, is a fresh respawn, a new lease on life, and a camo now in his Molnar armor. And now he's pushing right back up. This is some of the most aggressive Halo we've seen from Eco all year, all of 2025. He's been way too passive online. He's looking a little bit more like bound right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely holding forward, and for good reason. He's got the ammo, he can trust that his teammates will follow up on his action. When we talked to APG earlier on Maniac's co-stream, he was saying that, or you asked him, you said there's 3 IGLs on this squad, but if you were on this squad, which of these 3 would you consider the ultimate voice of reason? He said Eco. He said Eco is that guy that just knows how to call things. He can communicate so effectively with as few words as possible. Not to say the other IGLs are bad, but he does it in a way that's very eloquent and simple to understand, and it really puts players into motion.
Yeah, Space Station from a composition standpoint formed with little to be cooked in the kitchen, we would argue. They got all. Everybody got IGL for this squad. But in a 49-49, or in a 2-2 King of the Hill with 10 seconds left to make it 3-2, one guy has to be the guy to make the call. And it sounds like Eco is that guy on the phone. Stellar popping off with a double kill, a bit of a triple, but Lucid steals it instead, and he's already moved past the 50-yard line with the bomb. Again, Eli, the emphasis on aggressiveness and objective efficiency. We talked about that on Friday when they were in pool play. We're saying SSG just got 3 down back-to-back, and they never even grabbed the ball once. That's like a whole new different squad than we saw on Friday.
Yeah, we were upset with what we saw. They win back-to-back squad wipes. Bomb's still exactly where it started. Like, come on, man, what's the point? But right now, they have been keeping the bomb in the base of Cloud9. Space Station really haven't even experienced a single threat of being armed up.
Not once. Have Cloud9 even taken it past the 50?
maybe slightly. Now they finally are making some progress on it.
Uh-oh, this might be the instant to do just that. The bomb will finally get into the space station base. This will be the first time. Cloud9, good arm.
It's interesting, first two spawners go straight to P2. They want to get a cross angle on the arming zone. Let's see if it pays off. No, Sat able to land it, and they tied it up.
And 3 go down. A double cap is forming for Cloud9 if they can get right back on the bomb bottom mid and keep presence inside of space station base. This could be a 2-for-1.
That reset is a lot longer than you realize until you're sitting there waiting for the bomb to respawn. I've been there. Oh, we got 4 dead and we armed it. Let me just chill here. But nope, 10 seconds later, the thing finally spawns. So unfortunately, they were not able to immediately grab it. They're going to have to earn another round of slays. Sab. Facing a lot of pressure here. He might get taken down. He does, and that's going to slow down Cloud9.
Annie. Alive in the generator. Of course, it looks like Eco. He takes him down. One shot, so he's got to be careful. Surprise, no grenades are chasing him out. Instead, it's chase grenades going out for Manny. He's going to stay alive. This could be, if Manny can get online, Cloud9's tied it with Manny really not being Manny yet. So what happens when Manny starts to pop off the end game like we've seen from him?
Yeah, this guy can absolutely clutch up his stats. Don't look phenomenal right now. He's got 10 assists, a lot of deaths, but Manny absolutely can come to life here and make the difference for this squad. Septify, 18.
Wow.
Really popping off.
Objective efficiency is strong for Cloud9. I think it's a quick math, minus 12. So 3 team-wide advantage for Space Station. We're notched up at 1, 4 minutes left. We've officially entered the end game. Who's going to ice up? Cloud9's tournament life is on the line. Space Station's opportunity to make it back to another championship Sunday is right there before them. So too is the chance to score here. Looks like instead, Eco's going to play for Slayer on Voodoo. I think they could enter the attack zone there. What was he thinking?
I mean, his teammates were not even up at the 50 yet. He realized he was way too far forward. I think maybe his teammate probably called it out. I could read his Spartan's body language. It felt like,
looked like he wanted to take it.
Yeah, someone else was calling it back is what it felt like to me. Also, maybe trying to juke them out. I thought that he was sprinting with the bomb so the icon would display, but then he started walking with the bomb and went the other way to try to juke out what Cloud9 was expecting.
Well, Cloud9 get the reset despite losing 2. They'll be no worse for wear. Manny down to P1 has plenty of support. It's a 3-stack on the B stack. Bomb inches closer towards courtyard. Manny gonna pick it back up though. Work it towards the space station side. And he might just sneak through. No shots coming into the back of Manny. Oh, he's going for a stealth cap.
I mean, they know he's here. They have to. Wow. Great recognition to drop the bomb and follow up on a 6 damage. Oh, that would have been disgusting. Think by lives by a sliver of HP. Could die to a frag top. Oh! Unfortunately, bounces in front of him, I think.
I know, his nade connected in midair with another nade.
That's what it was.
He got sent back to him. Well, we just learned if Halo Mythbusters, that myth got proof.
This physics engine is quite robust, to say that much. There's a lot of different interactions that you don't see very often, but are still possible.
Lucid. Playing like a turret at top mid, he can do so with that camo. Q goes out, Lucid. Known for picking up weapons and items in the sandbox. The plasma in the back pocket. The camo activated, but he goes down and burns it instead. 3 go down for Space Station. That bomb should be screaming towards SSG's base. Where are they? Boo-Boo-Doo finally has it. Fridge bomb's coming out for SSG. It's a 4 push through that doorway. Watch out for the frags.
Frags on the way, but so are SSG. Got all the way through. Snake by using this back pillar, but he's in danger of being naded out. Maybe feeling more comfortable to play here because he might be counting how many nades his opposition has thrown. But the bomb is somehow all the way back into. This is shades of what we talked about before.
Someone repulsed the bomb there because like it was just in Space Station's base. Anyways, Snakebite now with it on the run, putting that ball between his arm and his elbow, but he's going to go down. 3 go down in total for SSG. It's just Eco up alive, and he's in the generator, so he's going to force those spawns on the corner side of the map. Eco's actually bottom mid. The rest of his teammates are spawning far, though. As Septify working his way down the P-ramp, Snakebite sneaking out towards that door. He's got to watch out for the nades, and he has to know he's going to go for the sneaky jump. Oh, start planting. Snake fight in the back of the base. Septify knows it. He needs to take Snake fight down. Eco finds a way there as well.
Just kept holding it.
I think so too, Bryce, because then you would have drawn those two players out of their shadows.
He, I think, expected them to move differently than they did. They actually stood still longer than expected. That was a, I think, missed opportunity, but it's kind of like faking the bomb plant in Valorant or Counter-Strike. It's like you went for a fake, but they weren't really preparing for that. I don't know.
Well, like a fortress assault game before the patch. This one's destined for OT, it looks like. Nobody able to get that second cap on the board. Okay, that one has a little magnetic
little curveball
attraction.
Finds the physics engine.
Yeah, jeez, finds the stick. 5 seconds left in this one. Lucid does grab the camo, but the ball is in no possession.
Not like this. Oh no, not like this. Only 2 of his shots connected. Manny gets the double beatdown. That's disastrous for Lucid.
3 minutes added. We are in OT. Sudden death. Septify, the only player alive. But he is on the space station side of the map, so he's going to bring some players back. Just kidding. Lucid. Going to take care of him handily, like an ant to the thumb.
Thumb to the ant. Come on, man. How many times are you going to do this? You're trolling me.
Okay. All right. 1-1 here with 2:25 left in overtime. Is Lucid. I can be professional. Watch out. Lucid, staying alive, R1. Dead teammate. Brave behind him, so he doesn't have that support. Come back on the respawn screen though and have a second chance. Assist comes through. And I thought that melee would have as well. Sap stays alive. Stellar cleans him up to another assist for Lucid. They have the numbers advantage. Another 3 down. Septify the last player alive. In Space Station, extend this one.
Septify is doing so much. 27 kills. Stellar on the other side with 33. This guy's stats, like the kill column, it feels like it's glitched. It can't be that high all the time.
It's insane.
It's just like an anomaly. I think he. I guess Renegades was looking like that earlier too, but to games like this where they're like not winning by a lot.
Yeah.
They're like even in the game state, but Stellar just has 35. Like I don't know. Hard to wrap your head around sometimes.
It's a conundrum. And as the ball gets reset, bottom mid, there for the taking. But only one down for Space Station. Cloud9 gonna need to do a little bit more work. It's Sap. Put it in! Double kill. Big win. 3 go down for Space Station. Loses last part standing. And if he goes to the camo, he's gonna get torn down. That is bait. You cannot win that 1v2. All you can do is try to stay alive here. The camo is an afterthought.
I like the attempt when it explode there, but nobody's going to be there to connect on. Look how patient he's being, though. He's in a perfect spot that's hard to grenade. Waits for his teammates to follow up on the damage. Very patient play, rewarded for Lucid. Could this camo be what saves us from a double overtime?
Incredible survivability there for Lucid. Everybody knew where he was. He was the only player alive, so he's the only player with attention on his head. But like you said, he just waited and stayed alive. Now with 30 seconds left, it might take a reset to find a winner in Game 4.
I feel like he could have just held it and just walked it in. I think he has an indicator with camo there. Anyways, 10 seconds. This is looking like it's going to be a double overtime reset.
Yep.
I hope you guys are locked in for this to continue on.
Well, the Stanley Cup playoffs did start today, and in the Stanley Cup playoffs, they could theoretically play till 6 a.m. As long as the game continues on, if nobody scores,
Are
they
you
can play.
suggesting we stay here until 7 a.m.? Well, you know what? It's almost midnight already, so
We've been here since 9. Why
7 more hours to go. Why not?
We've been here since 9. Why not?
7 more hours. Should we just do a countdown till like when it's like 10 seconds from midnight? Might as well like celebrate.
Like drop the ball
on
April 20th.
Remember back in the day at MLG events, like this is an arena for esports. So they're called the esports arena. But we ended up
C9ing a bit. And some of y'all might know that term.
C9ing. It's just like so little food.
And eventually had to game 5. And once again, no matter how many times they brought the top to a game 5, they couldn't find a way to get over the hump. So what do you do to C9?
Really?
Fucking
Popeye's
app.
app.
And find a way to get through these deep games. I think
Brando the bug with the 5 bomb. Let's go, Brando. Little dope 10 tonight.
I will say something that's changed, I think, drastically in the nature of this particular game is it's not winning hits, it's not getting kills. That was the biggest thing, right? It's just that they needed to get numbers across the board. That is the name of the game, assault. And that's exactly what happened. I do also think Senpai constantly back to the base when they were not expecting.
We're 1 away from 2160. I don't even have energy to talk about subs. I'm done, so I'm going to set it to 2200 though, just because. Just because, baby. I like the look of it. What about skill jumps? Lottie just woke me up. She said skill jumps.
The second half of that assault game, because what a difference that was from the beginning. I really thought we were going to see a second bomb plant bomb SSG. Just didn't happen.
If you used BMJ, did they do it?
No way. You need those 2 rounds of slays. It's so important. T9 stepping up to round slay wise.
Full series reset? Oh, imagine, bro. Back to game 1.
We do a full reset? Is that what happens?
I don't know if it's a full reset. I would imagine it'd be first to 1.
First to 1.
I haven't brushed up my rule book in a little bit.
Tony, unacceptable. Does Lottie play Halo? Casually, not really. I'm not sure. Kill me. Thank you for following. She's played before on stream.
So I'll have to double check with production. I'm sure they're probably figuring out exactly what's going on, which is probably why this is happening.
Yesterday we were at 1600. Pretty crazy track.
They don't know.
Pretty freaking crazy, man. Any 40 would have gifted.
I know you were kind of singing their prayers a little bit leading up.
Has there ever been a team that has got as many as seconds as Optic and Infinite? Penguin's got more in his Infinite career than Optic has in a row, that's for sure. Penguin has like at least like 10 seconds, bro.
Oh yeah, actually,
he's got a lot.
We do play to 1. It is 1.
They play to 1.
It was in the offseason as well.
But yeah, nobody's got this many seconds in a row, assuming they keep the streak going. Carbon? Oh yeah, back in the final boss days, maybe. I wonder how many seconds they got.
It's past the wall mark, so we can do whatever we want up here.
What happened next time? We just restart the game, vanilla, but the first game last one, that's it.
We need to bring back Last Spartan Standing. I absolutely loved Last Spartan Standing.
It was so fun.
It really was.
Can you imagine a duos Last Spartan Standing?
Yes!
Yeah. We did talk about it. I don't know if it started. Did it start in your brain?
Yes, because I grinded to top 10 in the world in Last Spartan Standing.
You're the guy.
And I was really upset that it got canceled because I told Tashi, I was like, if you guys made it duos, if the problem is our solo playlists don't perform as well, turn it into a duos playlist then. Get your buddy in there for Last Spartan Standing. There's 24 allowed in that game. I forget what it was. So 12 teams of 2? That sounds great.
Okay, hold on. You say you were top 10.
Yes.
The mode was not ranked, so are you going off of wins?
I'm going off of Halo Data Hive.
Halo Data Hive tracker, like is it win percentage or like
leaderboards, just overall wins.
They had the leaderboard for it?
Yes.
Total wins.
I had it bookmarked.
That makes sense.
Bring it back.
I wanted to come back, but Tashi said not enough of you guys played it, so it's all your fault, chat.
Why is it always our fault, though?
I mean, it's all of our collective faults for not playing.
Somebody's gonna stat check me right now and be like, actually, Mikowski, we're 13.
I mean, did you continue to play it the whole time it was out, or like?
No, once I knew it was out, I kind of put it down. I didn't want to like get myself all worked up to like, grind it out when it's gonna get deleted.
I did a whole tournament. It was called Alex Spartan Showdown, I think.
Let's bring it back.
You hosted it? Yeah, I did. I pretended to cast it. It was really fun.
What do you mean pretend? You're the real deal.
Okay, I guess I cast it. Yeah, it was pretty fun. Bring it back so I can run another. I guess I can run another cast. Anyway, Cloud9 versus Space Station game number 4, part 2.
Well, if you're just tuning in for the first time today, would be a crazy time to tune in for the first time today because it's almost midnight. You've probably watched a lot of Halo already. Nonetheless, it's not a 0-0 game. 1-1 in OT2. OT was not enough. We had to reset and go again. Who's going to take it?
I like what Ali said better. Instead of OT2, she said Game 4, Part 2. Also, we have a tornado watch near our location. It's totally fine, guys.
Fantastic.
All good.
I'll just jump into that.
Yeah, I mean, it'll just knock the power out in the middle of this game.
That would never happen.
That'd be crazy, right?
Yeah, no. No way. 1 minute burn off the clock. No one's really been able to find much form. Everybody's still feeling each other out. Bomb actually gets reset. That's how long they've gone without grabbing onto it. Manny takes slick. I'm looking at Manny, right? Maybe from a mental standpoint, like it kind of sucks when you look up and see 7-19, and you're kind of like, man, I'm doing too good this game. I think the reset benefits Manny the most. He gets a fresh, clean slate in the same game. But mentally, he gets to see 2-2-2 instead. I want to see Manny really step up here in this extended sudden death.
It's also nice to just have like a break from the game time to hear your teammates' input about what was going right and wrong, and to be like, oh yeah, you're right, I was doing dumb stuff. Let me fix that.
Well, it seemed to have worked here as Sab earns the team wipe collectively with his crew running over the Space Station boys in the utility, but wow, Lucid and Space Station play strong enough defense to stop that push for now, but they still got a little bit of work left to do. It's a 2-2 gunfight. Space Station still feeling the pressure.
Space Station feeling pressure. I think both teams are at this point. It's like a grinder of the day for these teams. They've been playing since 9 in the morning now. Forced to play a double overtime. Game 4, Cloud9 trying to extend the series. At this point, it's first to play it. Will win. Sab with the camo. Trying to open up some space for the squad. They have 2 dead right now. But look at the predictionary grenade. He gets absolutely obliterated.
This could be it. Here we go down for Cloud9. Space Station at match point. Look at the... I feel like if ever there were like kind of like a hurriedness and almost like this eager desire to win it right now, it's got to be in this situation where it's getting late into the night. Space Station's got to be saying, hey guys, let's wrap this up so we can get better. We need to get some rest if we're going to make a run on Sunday. So I feel like Space Station, sure, up in the series, tied in OT, but they got to be feeling the pressure a little bit to get this over with.
Yeah, in some ways, you can't really think about that, though. You just kind of
not as a player.
Winning the game, yeah.
But it's like an overarching, invisible hand.
For sure. The good news is, like I said, we should all get to sleep in a little bit more tomorrow than we did the last couple days. Because the first matches don't start till like 12:30, so...
Yeah, show match before that.
I will not be available till 11 a.m., guys. Don't even try it.
Don't talk to Eli. He's going to be asleep.
In airplane mode.
Physically and metaphorically. Zap on the fridge. Shots going out across the map into Stellar. Lucid, Snakebite, and Eco occupying the backspace of the blue base. This is Cloud9's chance to make them pay for not being able to escape from the base. Snakebite makes his way to P-side. Zap still takes him down. And they have the ball carefully set right before Zab's feet, right below him. He needs one more slate to advance it. They need to take down Stellar. Zab's on 1 HP. Wants to grab that oddball there to make sure it doesn't reset as a heads-up play.
Okay, Sab. Sab has been very patient here.
Oh my God, he's still alive!
Okay.
3 go down!
This is big.
And Boo has the camo! This could be it. Loses it in 1v1. You have to assume Jesse got the first shot, but the health comes through. Zap tries to arm it. 3 go down once again. I think Cloud9 are up to force the game 5!
Oh my God, it's not bedtime yet, Hunter. We're in for the long haul. Going the distance. Game 4 overtime. Won by Cloud9. Into the night we go with the Street Slayer.
Deep into the night. Cloud9 and Space Station forming a new rivalry here in the HCS as both teams top 6 finish next to their name, but both won top 4.
What an impressive showing from Cloud9. No matter how this ends, I mean, they've proven that they deserve this.
Yeah, you're right. LG comes in that mix of the 5-6, right? I think it was Cloud9 and LG, the 5-6. Cloud9's team that was real. LG was fake the funk a little bit, or maybe they just had a misstep. Tough tournament. Yes, Cloud9 have proven that the translation from online to LAN is not only there, you can argue they've actually looked even better on LAN. And they might just place even better than their seed was going into this tournament. Cloud9, with the latest off-season pickup, I believe, outside of Infamous, who just collectively formed as a team of 4 at the 11th hour. But it was really Cloud9, right? They're the last team to form a team of 4. And what did we say all off-season? We said Boo Boo Doo is my top pick for any of the teams looking for a 4th. Pick up Boo Boo Doo because he is the glue. He is the guy. He fills in like spackle on the wall, filling in every crevice and every space that needs to be.
This has been really impressive for Cloud9, though. I mean, now they're taking Space Station to the brink. By the way, Cloud9 finished top 4 in at least one of the online Open Series.
They did?
Who did they upset in that? They had an upset. It was either SSG or FaZe, I would say.
FaZe? Yeah, I think it was the time that FaZe
fizzled out.
Yeah,
like top 6.
Yeah, I think so.
They fizzled out?
The FaZe fizzle.
Stop. Sorry, guys.
All right.
I'm going to cancel myself.
Let's lock the F in because there is a very serious consequence. Just minutes and moments away. A street slugfest. A Slayer. Game 5. Taking a quick break. Looks like both teams. Look over my left shoulder. Both teams.
Thanks so much for the gifted, the Maddie meatballs, and Musco. Thanks so much for the 50. Yeah, no, he's good friends with Boo, so hey, he's out here supporting his boy.
I definitely do.
Geo with the gifted to Blondie. Thank you so much, Geo. Slim Reaper with the Twitch, with the resub. Thank you so much, Slim Reaper.
What happened to that double elimination?
Okay, I thought the fucking game 5 started for a second.
Over and over again. And now Cloud9 has SSG on their bread and butter. Cloud9 have been a great player team, and most of the time it's in those games.
That's going to hit the pen in the back.
Now you brought Boo Boo Doo on this roster. This is what you brought him for, to find the way to clutch the game.
I need to offer that security guard some dinner.
This is great.
She getting paid.
I think it's 2 different mindsets.
She getting paid.
On one side, you've got C9 who
She offered me some
didn't
dinner.
have a huge expectation, especially
She ain't getting paid.
She sees us working.
Really a blowout. The fact that they were able to kind of come back from a pretty early lead in the assault.
I bust down 8 Roll-Up with like, man, dude, Roll-Up's literally my dream watch.
They need to
Roll-Up
play
literally is
that
your dream watch.
as much as they possibly can.
That heavy? That's horchata. That is horchata, mojito, or coquito.
Right now, probably pretty peed off.
There's a lot of mojito, coquito, or horchata.
They were looking really strong in the series. Yes, they had a slip with the Slayer. It happens to the best of us in the Slayer.
I haven't seen a lot of milk or a lot of cream.
So powerful
I haven't seen a lot of milk or a lot of
and then
cream.
again, another slip up in assault. This is not what you want on Saturday night.
You're sick, John.
To head into tomorrow. So they're going to play with a little bit of a chip.
That's because it's bust down, bro.
Bust down all the avalanche. Yeah, my oldest.
Why is this happening right now? Like, what are we doing?
An Uno card? Is this an Uno card? Yes, I want an Uno card. That's what you mean.
So it's strange to see how you can have different complete angles of each team fighting for all
She's making that. That would have tried
The way I describe this team is you have like 3 IGLs on one roster, right? You have Ego, you have Lucia, you have Snake Bite. So use that to your advantage, right? Let's talk to the team together and be like, hey, let's get this done, right? I'm going to name the game lineup as you're 4 world champions on a team. You're going into a do or die game. You should feel like you're going to
Purposely not being higher on the
mistake Cloud9.
I don't think that I would be as into it. I just would be more like dumb down.
How does Lottie keep the energy up this? Keep the energy up going this long, this, I don't know, the consensus, low-key more impressive than getting top 6. Question is, Lottie keeping up this energy and a positive attitude while her husband is going into a fucking game 5.
And a lot of the time we're seeing SSG with a time a touch, going ahead of time.
Squeeze with another $5 super chat. Yo, also, hold up, Scope. I don't know if I gave you the love, bro. So my friend was yelling back here, trainer. The $50 super chat. Paid for my food.
I mean, the good thing
Thank you so much, Andrew. Seriously, thank you for that super chat. Massive. Squeezy with the $5 super chat. Love, you got you on any of those streams, giving us a watch party. Prime time. Are you streaming hard matches? Is the King Maniac returning, bro? You always got a few things to say, Squeezy. Thank you for the love. We are streaming tomorrow. And no, I'm not returning, bro.
You've got to win one objective of both players to get it done.
A lot of you on them Yerkees. People really just be saying anything.
One objective. If you can do that,
A lot of you is married to Snakebite.
it's the majority of the series. I know it sounds a bit nuts, but it is
24-hour stream, we just leave it on. Yeah, empty menu.
If there's one person that's not on them Yerkees, it's probably Lottie. Snake bark. Like, people really just be high as shit watching this.
He's just typing.
Just typing.
What time they starting tomorrow? I don't know.
This is the first weekend. This is where things get
I appreciate you, Lozzie. My mom is doing better. Mom's doing better. I appreciate you.
A change will not come. They are hoping this is the team that they get to stick with and work hard with.
Did a pickleball invite yet? I have actually.
I did too.
I showed up one day, and and there was a line, and I was like, yeah, I'm not doing this. They were like, yeah, you'll play like with a random. I'm like, bro, I've never played before.
Objective win.
I ain't pulling up with some random.
I mean, if they don't get it done, I know that they will be very upset. You know, they have.
Next Tatsy will get mine done this week. Not as bad as you think. The annoying part, I mean, every tattoo hurts. But the annoying part is like laying back and like it's such a like an annoying position to be in for hours.
Look at where you're at right now. I think no matter what, I don't want to think about the loss, but I think no matter what, the fact that they're here, I mean, that's a
forget this shit's even done.
No, you're completely right. I love what you said there, by the way. That's like a new terminology for us here on the desk. Body of work. Look at your body of work. I love that reference as...
W Watch Party, super good content, excited for these every LAN. Definitely going to try our best to do it, for sure. Pulling up to DreamHack, hopefully future events as well. Maybe even for Open Cups, might try to get a setup at the HQ or something.
I just don't see the same kind of sentiment.
So we'll see.
We saw some of the stats on the screen there as well, some of the main players.
Ready, don't forget about those.
I think Raptor see that as well.
We're going to have
Ready, don't forget.
Squat Maniac, I can probably hit, I'm for sure hit 315 for one. Can I do more than that? I don't know.
We're here on Streets. We found ourselves on Streets Slayer many a times for a big moment like this. Who's going to come on top?
T-Rich with the 5-bomb. Let's get a little dope. Let's wake up before Game 5. T-Rich supporting the stream. Thank you so much. Shout out, we've hit over 2,000 subs. This is our last map of the day. Cloud9 versus Space Station. We, to be honest,
Started, Cloud9 versus Space Station giving Game 5 Slayers. This is Cloud9's chance.
This would be a big deal. But there's no hype because the event's empty, it's fucking midnight, so it seems like no one gives a fuck. But this is actually been a victory and a great start
as this G-fan upgrades I will enhance the Stellar.
But start here, Lucid with the Stalker, and now you have Stellar here with the Camouflage. Cloud9 are going to really be tested. How do you respond when your backs are against the wall? Or you find Stellar over toward the heaven side. He's baited right into the hands.
Lucid with Stalker is exactly what Space Station wants to start this game off.
With that camo, that, decisions like that, plays like that, come back and haunt you. And let's see if SG can recover.
Manny Boo stuck over toward the PD side. Lucid and the rest of the SSG are going to try to surround them here. Sadborn right after Lucid, though a huge kill. Reinforcements are in, and Cloud9 neutralizes the situation just a bit. Manny survives the set of the fight, is able to go at Stellar. Eco on the high ground, he's killed.
Ego gets taken out. Would have been great if he could milk his life a little bit. Septify gets one as well. That's 2 members down for SSG. Snakebite in a compromised position. Stella gets the back mag, and now Snakebite alone in the red room, and he falls as well. And just like that, we're all tied up 9-9.
Took a direct route in order to take down SSG, and now with Septify going right after a perimeter, they're going for map control as they take space on Space Station Gaming.
Couple seconds till that Camel spawns. Big kill right there on Septify. Sap trying to stay alive, plays life. He's down to 1 shot, and Camel in the hands of Ego.
This will be a huge double push coming out of Space Station Gaming. Septify is over toward the heaven side. And after I identified that quickly as Eco's just checking every single quarter, he knows that Cloud9 like to play a little bit ratty at times like this.
2 players. Ego has a lot of info right now. Jumps on Heaven. Great shots on Mubu. Great position. He got a Vigo. Gets the double. Looking for the triple on Septify. Gets the triple kill. Big play.
Boduble clears them out. But SSG still hold on to a 4-kill advantage on board now with Snakebite. Finds an interesting angle towards Manny, and now identifying exactly where Cloud9 are looking to push. They want the strong side of the map over towards the top B side. SSG covering every single other angle, and this is the collapse that SSG are known for as the damage players from Cloud9 are being forced back. SSG clear things out and get a 7-kill advantage.
C9 dropping like flies, perfect execution, perfect push out of SSG. 2 players in front of Lucid. He has the red gun. Nice use of the Rippulse to get the stick as well, making it look easy.
Stalker's still in the hands of Lucid. And this is bad. This is where bad turns to worse. You're just taking way too much damage and forcibly backing down in every single one of these engagements. And SSG are not going to allow you to escape. They smell blood in the water, and they're willing to strike right now. Cloud9, something has to change.
Great positioning out of Lucid, doing so much damage for his squad. Once again, that Camel's going to be a factor. Great kill out of Lucid. Septify finally takes him down. Let's see who's going to get this camo. SSG gets it. They could really take this game out of Cloud9's hands. Already looking like that, down by 10.
Yeah, double-digit advantage here for Space Station Gaming. Active camouflage coming up that Cloud9 have no way of grabbing a hold of. It's impossible to get resources if you continue to be sent to the respawn screen. And now Ego, one of the more calculated players in the league with the camo.
This is looking really scary for Cloud9. This is that swing moment in the game, Tony. Either you close the deficit and make this game close, or this one's going to get blown out of the water.
Ego consistently checking those corners that Cloud9 are famous for baiting. SSG looking to make no mistakes on this one. They have the lead and they're looking to be the ultimate front runners in this one. They're not trying to blow. It's 29 kills. 30 kill mark has been reached, at least for one of these squads.
31-18 as Lucid takes down Manny. Ego just getting some free shots. And total map control in the favor of Space Station right now. Just seeing Manny trying to rotate over Arcade. And Ego once again playing this middle part of the map, just being this little, being the information giver to his team right now. And Snakebite finds Zab, goes down by a flank. Great job by Manny getting his way behind the whole Space Station team.
Yeah, that's a big kill coming out of Mandy right there. But what do you do after? Is there any follow-up to those plays? Because right now you need multiple rounds of slays that go your way and will allow Ego to get a kill on the Septify.
I don't know how it slipped so far away from C9, but it did off the camo pickup. Completely shut it down.
They don't have the space.
I mean, I've seen bigger comebacks, but this is,
again, remember, a lot of these teams don't have to
believe, mister.
I don't know, man. They probably should. It's going to
I got more, I got so much, I could trade you some of this. I got the body here is ridiculous. 33-20, up by 13 on the streets. It's looking like it's about done and dusted here, guys. Gotta respect Manny's slow playing. He's got Shroud and Stickies in the back pocket. When the camo comes up, might have an opportunity to collect it. 34 as it whittles away from him, though. Slipping through their fingers here. The fingies. Manny coming out with a headshot. Looking for Snakebite as well. Getting aggressive on it. $20 dodo!
Way to hang in there all day.
Wow.
Stobies. I don't see it in the chat, bro. Thank you so much for the Twitch. $20 dono. We've been hanging all day, man. Thank you. Holy shit, Stobies. 36-23. Ego still living up. This is the third camo for Ego in the game. Third camo. It's everything he could ever want. Except flying big trouble as he does knock him down to no shield. 9-4.
Jim Sunday, losing not shit.
That's another easy trade for teammates to pick up.
Flank of Lucid, and a couple kills going their way, but they're going to need much more than that.
9 kills left to go for SSG, and they will punch their ticket to Championship Sunday. Big deficit to come back for Cloud9, but that's the start right there as Manny takes down Lucid.
There's a huge kill that goes his way, but you gotta think to yourself, is it too little too late? You find yourself down a dozen kills. Snakebite and SSG Buster do not blow leads, and it's because of plays like that, putting down damage but never chasing, allowing your teammates to come in for those cleanups, and every single trade that happens is one that favors Space Station Gaming, inching them closer and closer to not just a win, but to tomorrow.
What could be the final camo spawning in 5 seconds. If SSG gets their hands on this camo, it might as well be over. And Stellar with a big win on Septify. 5 kills left to go, and once again, Ego gets the camo. That's his 3rd camouflage in a row. 4 kills left to go for Space Station.
Ultimately, one squad wipe away from taking them down. All dope, back-to-back kills favor Cloud9 and Space Station Gaming that are putting down max damage on the map. Manny goes down, bringing them just 2 kills away. Sab gonna sit in arcade. Can he bait this out?
2 kills left to go. Sab by himself in arcade. All 4 members of SSG in great positions to help each other out. They know they're 2 kills away from a ticket to Championship Sunday. Tony, 2 kills away from a guaranteed top 4 finish here at your opener.
Cloud9 know what's on the line, and they are so hesitant to push SSG. They know one false move is going to cost them this game, is going to cost them this series here. But Ego takes things into his own hands just a little bit. But hold on, both Lucid and Ego fall. But Snakebite coming in with a clutch kill onto Manny. Understands that he's in a bit of a 1v2, so finds a different route. Eventually Snakebite goes down, but look how much time he's able to buy. Ego is here.
Here we go, 1 kill left to go. It looks like Ego and Stellar want to play a little bit aggressive and close this one out, but Cloud9 sticking together. And we see Stellar trying to make his way in. Stellar, big compromise here. Bubu takes him down, 49-42. What a miraculous comeback it would be if Cloud9 can somehow win this game. But all things are looking good for SSG right now. Ego once again pushing in, not able to get that fight. Lucid spots one, and there you have it. Space Station Gaming will be going to Championship Sunday. Wow, what a performance out of SSG.
Wow. Cloud9, they fought tough. They put themselves in a position just a few kills away from ultimately getting the upset on Space Station Gaming. But SSG, they had a lead, and they're not ones to throw it away. And sadly, just like Chick-fil-A, we ain't gonna be seeing C9 tomorrow.
Cloud9 had a fantastic run, pushing SSG all the way to the brink. And after that Game 4 win in overtime, Tony, I really was thinking that Cloud9 might be the unthinkable and take down SSG. But hey, that's what we talked about, right? You got the veterans on the side of SSG. They locked in and got the win when it matters most. And now they're going to be one of your 4 teams we're looking at tomorrow.
It's getting a little bit nervous at the end there, lads. That last kill, they wanted it real bad. And they were just like, we're just going to go get it, whatever. And that's where it starts getting so mixing. I've seen the most brilliant.
It's like 12 in the morning.
Lucy goes, have you guys seen that chat meme in like black and white? Another free meme idea for SSG. I bet you can make that meme with Lucy. He's got the jawline and the hair to match that energy.
What?
You should be a social media manager.
You know, I can be creative.
Shout out to Tools who ran over with the camera to capture these moments for both teams. We are currently seeing Manny a little bit of.
I hate to see that.
Yeah. They really wanted it. They really wanted it.
They fought really hard.
We could tell that once they came back through, they were planning how they were going to get this Game 5, and I'm sure it felt so close for them. It was right there, and now they'll have to go back to the drawing board at
Hate to see that, bro.
That vicariously hurts to see Manny. That's just such a likable guy, man. I mean, this dude has put in the work. He's had his achievements. He's had his moments, but he wants more. You can see that on his face. He knows that the top 6 isn't the ceiling for him. There's much more left. He knows he was just one game away from going back to Championship Sunday, where he knows he belongs, man. Keep your head up, Manny. You're still that dude.
Good news is he's not going to have to wait that long for DreamHack. It's what, like a month away?
Yeah.
Not long.
It's only like a month before DreamHack. So he'll get his chance again. But for now, it's Space Station and another chance tomorrow.
Space Station Gaming gets to have their chance. Look at Luz. I wonder, okay, we need to find out what Luz just told Tool. We'll have to ask him when he comes back. I think he's
I think he just said, get that camera out of my face.
Smile on his face. Please get out of our space. Hey, what's your name again? I forgot. I feel like I've seen you around. Yeah.
Oh, we got audio on this thing?
He said something about Salt Lake City. I think it refers to you again. They're talking shit about how Cloud9 iced them out. And Kevin just referred to them as hams. He said these hams.
They want to yell, I'm down. I'm down. But I don't like to start it.
The first 4 down? The first 4 down?
I was like, you started, I finished.
That's exactly how I am. That's exactly how I am. I do not yell until I start. Like really yelling like that?
Yeah, only if they start.
SSG, they don't start it. They finish it.
You're going to say the last things for our stream. You got any words of wisdom? Anything you want to do tomorrow? Yeah.
Bro, he's all
already.
Oh, I heard that.
GG's? Good clutch, peace.
Bro, the 30-plus club needs to go to bed. Thank you, Eco, for confirming, and now chat's on my side, hopefully.
I can't blame Cloud9 for being. I don't know what they said to Space Station Gaming, and got them to be like, all right, we're not gonna let these guys talk to us like that. Ended up taking that Game 5, but I can't blame them for being excited and hyped for making it into a Game 5 and pushing Space Station Game to a Game 5 and having the chance at a game on Sunday. I can't blame that excitement.
They definitely took offense to the long restroom break or pep talk break between games 4 and 5. And while it seemed to ice out SSG, I think they were just offended by it, kicked off, and then they channeled that energy and kicked their ass.
It didn't look like they got iced out. It looked like they came with so much fire in that last game.
I think Cloud9 thought they were icing them out.
So is that what Space Station was saying, that it was Cloud9 icing them, or that Space Station?
No, they see these AMs want to talk shit and go to the bathroom for 10 minutes. Like, come on, man, just get this untimely death over with. You're going down.
That's what we saw. We saw Space Station Gaming waiting.
That's true. We did see them.
And Cloud9 still was there. I'm pretty sure, Eli, you also said that they were getting iced out, but it's okay, you forget.
Wow, you were the one that brought it up?
I'm pretty sure.
Guys, I think I have dementia. I blacked out. I don't know what's going on.
Just in, Eli might have dementia, and all of us are falling currently asleep. A few teary eyes are here, and I think sorry guys. I think we're gonna have to end stream. We're gonna have to start tomorrow again. What time? What time tomorrow?
4:30.
Brandon, what time we start the stream tomorrow? He said, I don't know. That's the official word from production is, I don't know. Just look at the Twitter, bro. That's what he said.
All right, everybody, thank you so much for joining us here for our Saturday coverage of the Optic Major. Incredible day, really long day, a very memorable one, too. Stay safe, everybody, if you're hanging around the tornado watch tonight.
Be safe.
Be safe, and we'll see you all tomorrow at some point for Championship Sunday. See you guys on the next one. Bye, everybody.
Triple kill.
I'm pretending I'm a candy right
your party.
I'm not playing my party. I can fuck it up really easy. I can play Kelly. Oh, really? Recently.
With the only
Ever since I started practicing DJing.
No, it's only because the speaker was
Oh wait, this song.
It's, I want the sexy back.
Yeah.
I'm bringing sexy back. Remember when we went to the solo after? That was fun. No, we still know that. How we met Jake. We went to Montag after the Coachella. Like late. And we got home at 6 a.m. Roy drove us.
What did you just eat? Was that a Zen?
Huh?
I don't know. You just ate something. I think it was a Zen.
He's like smoking a cigarette. When I was with the Martinez brothers, I looked at Zach and I'm like, he's smoking a cigarette. They're from New York. He's like, well, they're always in like Barcelona. I was like, oh, but it was so. He's like, it's so fucking gross because he like is their manager and he's like engaged to their cigarette. And he's like, it's so gross. It smells.
Artists so much more because they also produce.
Yeah, that's right.
First.
So these guys really, like, I feel like they really.
This guy, if he wasn't smoking a cigarette, I'd be concerned.
That kid looks like he grew up in his bedroom producing music. And now he's just out here fucking playing it.
I mean, he's cool because that's what I mean. Like, it's people like that.
Oh.
With the cigarette. Yeah, but like also you're gonna like there's so many drugs now. Why like eating fucking
Not the space station. Yeah, I went to Don Dollar a few months ago. I remember none of it. Yeah, right.
I went to a lot. I'm telling you, if I drive you to we're gonna go in July to Frankie Lozano at Brooklyn Mirage and maybe get it. Jorge, you would have so much fun. I know the party.
I love it.
Well, we're going. To New York on the night.
Where are you staying?
My dad's house.
He's Italian.
He is Italian.
Where?
Arcade.
Where?
In New Jersey, but boy, you have 2,000. We're gonna stay one of our parents. But if you want to go and you want to plan,
Well, if I get a hotel in the city, we can, you guys.
We did that last time. So listen, Tanya met me there, so we were like, all right, we'll get a hotel. So we did for like the one night party.
So you guys slept there?
We slept there, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my own.
Yeah, that's fine. If you want to do it, plan it. Because
I'll do tomorrow.
all of Roy's friends are coming too.
Anyway.
But they redid Brooklyn Mirage, so it was really cool. But bro, that was so fun. I forgot. Like, that moment, big party, like that. When I feel like really cool that I can focus on that.
He looks like he created crypto 10 years ago and then like moved to DJ.
He's just with the cigarette, the hair guy.
Bitcoin before
Yeah,
he is Satoshi.
This is a thing that I love about DJs. Most of them, like Frank and Ricardo, look dorky, but they're fucking cool. Like they look, they're not like your person that you'd be like, oh my god, but then they're fucking dope. Like they have a cool brain.
Sick people.
Yeah, like a very creative thing. Like I love him. Like his whole vibe is cool, and I'm like, this guy's so underrated. I know. Not bad. I would be at this stage.
Next year.
I know, but this guy ain't gonna be. That's why the bass sounds.
There'll be someone equally as good.
That's why it sounded weird.
Yeah, if you try to go on Airbnb and book a place a year from now, they still have the prices. How much?
Okay, Jorge, that's why the bass is weird, see? The sound bar wasn't on.
You probably do it way early and get hilarious. They already have it locked in. It's the same every year.
But you gotta book it ahead of time. You have to go more. I know, but we just have to buy the ticket.
I'm thinking back in the day we was slaying like 12 people in there, but now I think I want to say.
No, but if you drink like, it's fine if you split it between like 6 or 5.
I just need sleep. I like my space. I will be so proud.
No, I would have to. When I went to Coachella, I had to. So Martinez Brothers said, Quasar statement is this. He's tearing it up. This is more impressive than Zaza to me.
Yeah, fuck horse girl.
Fuck horse girl.
You don't mean that.
Fuck horse girl. No, it's
You
true.
take that back right now. Is it different from last week? What? About like, you watched the they're about the same. I think they're very similar, but I only watched the very beginning there. Insane, dude. There's so many people in front of him. Like,
Matt, you're paying us time.
for what?
You guys
For the Corona? Yeah, I'll buy the Corona.
No, he said, I feel bad we do this.
I offered it great. He's like, no, we're good. Fucking that.
I always serve that night.
Because you're Italian.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true. True. Well, Italian older women will be like, eat this, take this, and you don't really want it. I was like, I should do this guy though, now I know about him. He's good. Well, why don't you show us? Okay, bitch. Show us your skills. No, they don't. If you pull the thing off, after Coachella, not gonna be getting this car going. No, bitch. There's Coachella after party.
I don't care about the after party. You can't slam like
Of course I do. We saw Mochad.
I know, but like 100,000 people.
Not that, but it's the party after party. Other DJs happen. Oh my god. Oh my god.
The seasonal allergies.
Fuck that.
So good.
Matt was telling us about earlier, and we're like, who the fuck is he talking
No, that was horse girl.
No, he
I
said not
knew
here.
about P1.
He said not.
go game.